This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Dingtian Guild. Winter has arrived, and the cold wind is blowing. The north wind was blowing loudly. Pedestrians on the road tightened their down jackets, lowered their heads, breathed in the cold air, opened their mouths to speak, and a ball of hot steam came out of their mouths. Phew! This damn weather is too cold. Why hasn't President Shaotian come yet? The speaker was carrying a heavy machine, which was the cold camera. The photographer kept rubbing his hands, trying to warm them up as much as possible. Today is the press conference of Dingtian Online Games Association. As the president of Dingtian, Wang Shaotian has not appeared at the press conference. The press conference was delayed for a while. Even so, nearly 100 reporters waiting here did not leave. Here waiting patiently. There were also some fanatical fans surrounding him, holding banners and wanting to see their idols with their own eyes. Even in such a cold wind, they would not complain. Swish, swish, swish. There was a rustling sound of sweeping the floor. A handsome young man was sweeping the floor. He was wearing clothes with Dingtian printed on them. He was obviously from the Dingtian Guild. But when did the people from the Dingtian Guild have cleaners? They were not always cleaning ladies. Are you doing it? Yifeng, come here quickly and tidy up the red carpet. The president will be here soon. A manager in a suit and leather shoes said to the young man sweeping the floor. Yifeng yelled, put down the broom in his hand, and trotted quickly to the red carpet. He bent down to straighten the corner of the red carpet that was blown by the cold wind. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Yifeng's loose Dingtian clothing was blown away by the wind, revealing the thin body inside. Seeing this, some photographers asked in their minds, isn't it cold? Only wearing so much clothes. Looking at his thick down jacket, I couldn't believe how that young man could stand in this cold wind. At this time, there was a strange movement outside the crowd. An extended version of the Mercedes-Benz drove slowly towards this side. All the photographers swarmed up, wanting to see the style of Shaotian, the president of the Dingtian Guild. For the first time, the Mercedes-Benz car slowly stopped in front of the red carpet. The manager in a suit and leather shoes quickly ran up, opened the car door, and nodded and bowed to invite the people inside to come out. Click, click. Countless flashlights lit up, and the sound of the shutter could be heard constantly. The stars were shining here, and people who hadn't appeared yet were already enjoying the treatment like stars. Bodyguards surrounded them, and those photographers and reporters had no idea. Can't get close to the car. Yifeng, who was still arranging the red carpet on the side, obviously showed two extremes. Yifeng did not waver because of the noisy people there, but did his job honestly. A tall and handsome young man came out of the car and looked around with a smile. At this time, some fans surrounding him shouted loudly, Shaotian, Shaotian, Shaotian. Shaotian smiled and waved around, then looked inside the car again, stretched out a hand into the car, and invited the people inside to come out. Looking at Shaotian's gentlemanly actions, he must be a certain beauty. At this time, Shaotian held a jade hand, and a woman in a white dress walked out. She had delicate cheeks and a curvy figure. Even if she was wearing thick clothes, you couldn't stop her beautiful figure. When the woman appeared, the focus of the audience had changed, and the photographer's lens was already flashing on the woman. The woman waved her hands around very politely. The woman naturally took Shaotian's arm and started walking towards the venue. She is one of Dingtian's ace team members, and she and Shaotian are called Dingtian heroes. Although they are not a current couple, they have to do this due to the company's arrangements. Some fanatical male fans shouted at the top of their lungs, smoke language, smoke language, smoke language. Make way, make way. Yifeng, hurry up and go away. Didn't you see the president is coming? The manager said impatiently as he saw Yifeng still arranging the red carpet. Yifeng just wanted to stand up, but was brought down to the ground by the person walking in front of him. Yifeng was just about to get up when he saw a man looking at him with a smile and reaching out his hand to help him up. But Yifeng knew that he had been kicked down by him just now, and now he was pretending to be a good person. Yifeng stood up slowly, patted the dust on his body, turned around and left, leaving here without looking back. Yifeng, where are you going? Yin asked. Yifeng was stunned for a moment and walked away without looking back. The person who bumped into Yifeng was Shaotian, the president of Dingtian. Seeing Yifeng leave, Shaotian said, still the same, really stubborn. Let's go. The woman looked at the direction Yifeng was leaving, and finally nodded and followed Shaotian to the press conference. Yifeng finally stayed away from the red carpet of the press conference and rubbed his hands together. It turned out that Yifeng's hands were frozen and turned white. There were even several frostbite wounds on his hands. Ha! Yifeng breathed hot air into his hands and finally tightened his clothes. It was indeed a bit cold with so few clothes on. Yifeng leaned his back against the wall. His face retracted into his clothes, trying to keep himself from feeling cold. At this time, opposite Yifeng, several young men as old as him walked over. Seeing Yifeng here, they walked over specifically. Hey, isn't this our top student Yifeng? Why don't you go inside? It's warm inside. One of the young men wearing Dingtian clothes said. Another young man said, why are you talking to a top student? Oh, why does a top student go into the house to blow the heater? He is a top student and can make his own heater. Oh, yes. Why did I forget the identity of the top student? The top student quickly performed his show for us. How do you keep warm? Yifeng's face shrunk in his clothes, never raised his head, as if he hadn't heard them, as if the people in front of him were all transparent. After talking for a long time, there was no movement from Yifeng. Several young people walked and said, you are still a top student. You are from your family, and you are like you. How dare you snatch a woman from the president? And you don't take a picture of yourself by peeing? What virtue? The sound became farther and farther, and Yifeng stretched his head out, took his hand out of his pocket, put it to his mouth, and continued to breathe to keep himself as warm as possible. Yifeng was used to the humiliation of other members of the guild. He lowered his head and slowly left here. In today's society, online games have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Almost everyone has played them. Its coverage area is very large. 80% of players around the world are playing online games. This is also a reflection of reality. In this era, there is no such thing as it's easy to develop. But only in that virtual world can we find a chance to breathe. Yifeng is 24 years old this year. As a college student who has just graduated a year ago, as a former top student, he is now reduced to a cleaner. It is indeed a bit sad. In college, Yifeng was omnipotent and was known as the top student. But when he returned to society, everything changed. Yifeng had none of the rights, money, and beauties. Without enough backing, Yifeng could not survive in this society at all. Get a foothold. In today's era, online gaming is the most profitable job. If you want to make money, you must become a professional player. You must understand, discover, and create. But Yifeng doesn't know anything. Being able to join the Dingtian online game guild is still the same as before. An old classmate brought him in so that he could study hard here. That person was Shaotian, the current president of Dingtian. Because of Yifeng's hard work, Yifeng's skills are getting better and better. Unfortunately, one day, after Yifeng and Yenyu had a meal, everything changed. Yifeng was transferred from his job and assigned to the position of a cleaner. This cleaning has been going on for 2 months. Yifeng knew that this was Shaotian's doing. He also knew that Shaotian liked Yenyu. But he also knew that Yenyu didn't like Shaotian at all. So just now Shaotian let himself make a fool of himself in front of everyone. But he behaved very politely. Not only was he not angry at Yifeng's impoliteness, but it actually put Yifeng at a disadvantage. As Yifeng walked, a leaflet floated to Yifeng's feet. Yifeng picked it up casually. Looking at the content on the leaflet, Yifeng shook his head helplessly. This is a promotional leaflet for the Fantasy World online game. Nowadays, this online game is being promoted in the streets, alleys, and even on TV programs. This Fantasy World was researched by the 8 most powerful countries in the world for 10 years. A carefully crafted ultra-realistic virtual online game. It is said that players all over the world are looking forward to his arrival. And tomorrow is the time for the public beta of this online game. Today's press conference of Dingtian Online Game Association is to announce to the world that they will enter Fantasy World strongly. A few months ago, Yifeng, like everyone else, was looking forward to Fantasy World. But now Yifeng has no hope. The virtual exchange ring of Fantasy World needs to be purchased for 50,000 yuan, which is still the most common that one. The most expensive one is said to cost millions. Without Dingtian's support, Yifeng could not afford to buy a ring at all. Now his salary was just enough to cover expenses. If he wanted to buy a ring, he might not be able to sell all his family property. Yifeng's parents lived in the countryside and didn't have much education. Apart from farming, they didn't have much spare money. If Yi Feng hadn't been top-notch in college and received scholarships every year, he might not have been able to go to college because his family was too poor. There are too many families like Xiang Yifeng. And today's society is too polarized. Hey, if you pass by, don't miss it. I have all the best antiques here. There are jade cups, bracelets, rings, and what you want. Hee hee. You know, Yi Feng happened to pass by a hawker who set up a street stall. However, Yi Feng had been active in this area for so long. This was the first time he saw this person, because the owner of this street stall was quite strange. He was wearing ancient clothes, holding a Buddhist bead in one hand and a chicken drumstick in the other. The most important thing is that he still looks like a Taoist priest, which is too strange. Seeing Yi Feng stop, the stall owner said enthusiastically, "Young man, look, this is an authentic antique." Yi Feng squatted on the ground and looked at the items on the stall. Although Yi Feng didn't understand who would arrange the antiques in such a mess. It was fake at first glance. Yi Feng shook his head and was about to stand up. But the stall owner put his greasy hands on Yi Feng's shoulders, picked up a ring from the stall and said, "Look at this ring. It's finely made. And there's an engraving on it. It's a cute puppy. And its color is first rate. I think it will fit right in your hand." After saying that, he directly put it on Yi Feng's ring finger. It was just right. But Yi Feng still shook his head and said, "Boss, I don't need." "Boss, boss." When Yi Feng raised his head, he saw that the street stall owner who was in front of him just now had disappeared. Even the entire street stall had disappeared. Yi Feng was so frightened that he stepped back again and again. Chapter 2: A New Village Leader? Seeing this strange situation, Yi Feng wondered how he dared to wear the ring. He quickly pulled out the ring. But no matter how hard Yi Feng tried, the ring stayed motionless on Yi Feng's finger. What's going on? Why can't it be pulled out? Yi Feng was only focused on how to take off the ring from his hand, but forgot to look at the road. He was already in the middle of the road. Didi. A luxury car sped by, and by the time Yi Feng reacted, Yi Feng had already been hit by the windshield of the luxury car. His head felt dizzy. The windshield cracked like a spider web, and blood flowed down Yi Feng's forehead. Looking at the frightened expression of the woman in the car, Yi Feng gradually closed his eyes. Blood soaked Yi Feng's palm and the strange ring. Ding! Binding the owner. Please wait. Ding! Binding has been successful. Information is being verified. Please wait. Ding! The verification information has been successful. The owner Yi Feng is checking the owner's physical condition. The owner's life breath is passing away. Start the recovery system. Please wait. Ding! Life has been restored and the Street View simulation system is starting. Please wait. Ding! Recovery successful. Yi Feng opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on the hood of a BMW. There was no blood at all. He is not dead. He is not dead. What happened just now? Hey, what's wrong with you? As a member of Dingtian, you actually engaged in cheating. Is this what your president taught you? Yi Feng scratched his head and didn't know why he was lying on someone else's car. He clearly remembered being hit just now. Yi Feng said nothing, still thinking about what happened before. It was incredible. The beautiful woman said, "Humph. Looking at the ring from the fantasy world on your hand. You must have a good status in Dingtian. I didn't expect it to be so disgusting." Bah! As she said that, the beautiful woman got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and left in a flash. But Yi Feng was still standing there stupidly. What did she say? Is this ring from Fantasy World? Impossible. This is obviously a street stall product. Okay. Yi Feng played with the ring in his hand, but still could not take it off. Under Yi Feng's careful observation, sure enough, there were two small words "Wansher" on the ring. He didn't look carefully at that time. And he didn't have time to look carefully, because that stall the boss is so weird. Yi Feng feels a little unbelievable when he thinks about it now. Yi Feng quickly left the road and returned to the Dingtian Guild building. Originally, Yi Feng planned to go out for a stroll. But what happened just now made Yi Feng lose his interest. At this time, he was particularly looking forward to tomorrow. The press conference ended soon, and Yi Feng packed up his things. He was ready to leave. He had no choice before. But now that he had the ring of the fantasy world, he had no choice but to fight for it once, which might bring unexpected results. Soon Dingtian's people discovered that Yi Feng was missing, because the press conference was in a mess. Yi Feng, a cleaner, was needed to clean it up. However, They could not find his people at all. They only found the Dingtian clothes that Yifeng was wearing. The next morning, Yifeng got up early. This is his residence. No one probably knows that he lives here. Yifeng rarely lives here. From today on, Yifeng no longer has to go to Dingtian to work. I was looked down upon and laughed at by them in Dingtian. Fantasy World will start the server at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yifeng sat silently on the bed and waited. During this period, people from Dingtian called Yifeng. Yifeng turned off his phone directly and didn't want to pay attention to them at all. Now Yifeng is desperate. Cast, waiting for the arrival of the Fantasy World. At the moment of 10 o'clock, Yifeng followed the method of entering the Fantasy World online and silently entered the Fantasy World in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng felt a dizzy feeling and wanted to vomit. Welcome to the Fantasy World. A pleasant voice sounded in Yifeng's ears, making him feel refreshed. Yifeng opened his eyes, and a scene of destruction appeared in front of him. In the picture, the human race, the demon clan, the orc clan, and the three clans are engaged in a fierce battle. The human clan is resisting desperately in order to protect its territory from being invaded. The demon clan is fighting desperately in order to expand its territory. And the orc clan is desperately resisting in order not to be enslaved. Forming a tripod. Kill! Thousands of troops and horses galloped up. Smoke was everywhere. Lives were devoured. The ground was stained with blood. And corpses were everywhere. Only the strongest one can stand on top of the white bones and command the world. Yifeng muttered, "This is a world of the strong. A world where the strong are respected. And I want to stand at the top of this world." Ding! Please create a character. Yes. Ding! The character is created successfully. Do you want to enter the game? Wait. When did I create the character? Before Yifeng could react, Yifeng's eyes went dark and he entered the game. When Yifeng opened his eyes, before he could clearly see everything in front of him, a group of players appeared in front of him. This shocked Yifeng. This was too scary. And the number of players was still increasing rapidly. Increase. This fantasy world is too popular. Yifeng worked hard to squeeze out of the crowd. When he finally squeezed out of the crowd, at this moment, Yifeng, who was pulled by a player, said with excitement, "Everyone, come on. I caught the village chief. Don't let him run." Yifeng was stunned for 3 seconds and looked up at the top of his head in disbelief, staring at the huge word village chief above his head. There is also a huge exclamation mark, indicating that there is a mission released here. Yifeng was stunned. Why did I become an NPC? Why did I become an NPC? This is unscientific. I should be a player. Yifeng didn't bother to pay attention to the players who came to take tasks from him, and directly opened his attribute interface, which immediately made Yifeng want to die. Character name, Yifeng. Display name, Level 1 Novice Village Chief. Occupation, none. HP, 100. Attack 10. Defense 5. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Taskbar, you can publish tasks from levels 1 to 10. The level 1 task is fixed to go to the village to kill 10 hares. The level 2 task is fixed to go to the outside of the village to kill 20 mice. Special ability, the ability to publish hidden tasks. Skill, sit back and enjoy the rewards. Players can publish tasks and get 1% of the task rewards after completing them. Lucky draw, there is a lucky draw opportunity every 5 levels. And you can get any item in the game. Currently, the number of draws can be used 0 times. After reading his attributes, Yifeng's mouth was so frightened that he couldn't stop talking. What the hell is this? I'm a serious player, not an NPC who serves players. After talking about Fantasy World, I didn't get paid. Woolen cloth. It was originally pie in the sky that Yifeng got a virtual exchange ring from Fantasy World. But reality gave him a heavy blow. He seemed to be unable to do anything in the game, apart from posting tasks. What else could he do? Well, it's better to delete the account and start over. Chapter 3, I am the local emperor here. So Yifeng directly clicked on the game settings interface and entered the game character screen. Looking at the button to delete the character, Yifeng clicked it without hesitation because he could not drag it out any longer and had to live in the fantasy world. Only then can you change your current situation. Ding! Are you sure to delete the role? Confirm. Ding! The character is being deleted. Please wait. Seeing that it was being deleted, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you have to change the number in this game. Otherwise you would be really unlucky. But then a series of system prompts appeared in Yifeng's ears. Ding! Character deletion failed. Ding! Because the character is too awesome. The system rejected your deletion request. Yi Feng's expression at this moment must be that he could swallow an ostrich egg, and his jaw is about to hit the ground. The character deletion has failed. If it fails, it fails. The character is too awesome, and the system rejected the deletion request. What kind of evil ghost is this? The game I designed is no longer allowed to be played. Yi Feng felt like crying. What else was he playing with? Isn't this a disguised form of not letting him play? However, no matter what Yi Feng was thinking, the players around Yi Feng who were taking the mission were impatient. Is this village chief performing an emoticon in front of them? But we still have to upgrade the task. Is the head of our novice village stupid? It's been 10 minutes, and he still hasn't issued a mission to us. That's right. My sister is already over level 1. And I'm still at level 0. What's going on? Listening to the complaints around him, Yi Feng felt even more uncomfortable. You can still play. How can I play this? While Yi Feng was distressed, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Whether to turn on the automatic task publishing program. Yi Feng is already frustrated. Forget it. This is the only way it can be for now. Just take it one step at a time. Maybe there will be a turn for the better in the future. Wancher cannot let himself stay like this. After turning on the automatic task publishing program, Yi Feng stopped caring about those messy things and directly entered the Fantasy World game forum in the game to see if anyone had become an NPC like him. However, Yi Feng was very disappointed. Apart from seeing a popular post complaining about himself, the village chief, for not posting tasks, there was no information worthy of Yi Feng's attention. Yi Feng browsed the forum for a long time, but he couldn't find any posts about players becoming NPCs. Yi Feng left the forum in despair. The origin of the ring in his hand was unknown, and he did not dare to go to customer service. What if someone took it back? Then the last hope was gone. Just after logging out of the forum, Yi Feng received a lot of system notifications. Ding! Player A completes the level 1 task and triggers the sit back and reap the benefits skill. And you receive 0.1 experience points as an experience reward. Ding! Player B completes the level 1 task and triggers the ability to enjoy the benefits. And you receive 0.1 experience points as a reward. He couldn't finish the system prompts. Yi Feng subconsciously took a look at his level. He was already at level 2. And his experience bar was still rising because there were still a large number of players in front of him. Take tasks. Hand in tasks. Yi Feng touched his chin. This looks good. Isn't it great to just sit back and enjoy the results? They are responsible for completing the task, and you are responsible for gaining experience? Yi Feng finally felt a little more balanced. The highest level for others was level 2. And he was exhausted from fighting monsters. He just went to the forum and reached level 2. It was not bad. And maybe there would be surprises in the future. Yi Feng stopped worrying and walked to the fountain in Novice Village. Patted the ground, sat down, laid down on his back, and basked in the sun comfortably. Yi Feng was just basking in the sun. But in the eyes of caring people, it was different. They thought that Yi Feng, the village chief, was going to issue some hidden mission. So they came to Yi Feng diligently. Village chief, do you have anything you need my help with? I'd be happy to help you. Yi Feng ignored him and turned around. The man continued reluctantly, Village chief, I can really help you. Have you been arrested or something stolen? I can help you. Yi Feng ignored him. The guy got even more energetic and kept forcing himself in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng couldn't bear it and yelled, Get out of here right now. Otherwise you won't get any tasks in Novice Village. I am the local emperor here, and you all have to listen to me. When Yi Feng roared like this, the man ran away in frustration, while the others were even more cautious and did not dare to make too much noise around Yi Feng. It didn't take long for everyone to know that the village chief of the Novice Village was very awesome. Anyone who messed with him would end up in a terrible way. In a short time, things about Yi Feng's district spread on the forum. But those players could only thinking that he was unlucky. He was born into the village head of a novice village with a very bad temper. However, Fantasy World customer service also came forward to answer that all the luck in Fantasy World is run by himself, and any strange things can happen in it, so that you can have greater fun. Yi Feng read the post and snorted coldly. These players who have had enough to eat and have nothing to do actually want to report me. Why? Wancher can't do anything about it. Let's see how I kill you who reported it. Die. So Yi Feng remembered the IDs of those who reported him. Those people were only level 2. Yi Feng directly gave them a level 10 mission. leaving them stunned. Village chief. I'm only level 2. Are you asking me to die? Yifeng nodded and said, yes. Isn't it obvious? I just want you to die. Seeing Yifeng speaking so lightly, the man said angrily, I haven't offended you. Why do you want me to die? Yifeng pointed to the sky and said, I remember clearly the person who reported me. I am a very vindictive person. Besides, it's not like you can't complete the tasks I gave you. Even if you reach level 10, you won't be able to complete them. You? I have never seen such a shameless NPC. Yifeng said with great honor, I like this title. The player was so angry at Yifeng that he went offline and called Yifeng offline to complain. Seeing the man go offline, Yifeng secretly said, oh, you dare to fight me. You are still young. Hey, Fantasy World, customer service. I want to complain to the village chief of Novice Village number 88. This NPC issued a level 10 mission to me and asked me to die directly. Hello. This is Fantasy World, customer service. We are already verifying the question you submitted. Please wait. Hello. Everything is normal with your account. Fantasy World is running normally. And everything is normal with the village chief of Novice Village number 88. I wish you a happy game. Thank you and goodbye. After waiting for a long time, when everything was normal, the man almost smashed the phone in his hand. I have played hundreds of games at least, but I have never encountered such an arrogant NPC. It must be manually operated. I want to sue you. Chapter 4 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Yifeng was leisurely dominating the Novice Village. Outside the Novice Village, several players were working hard to fight wild monsters. Have you heard? The head of our Novice Village is a village tyrant. He's so awesome. Why haven't you heard? Fortunately, we didn't offend him. Otherwise, we would have been trapped in this Novice Village. After this mission is completed, we have to be careful. Otherwise we will be in misery in the guild. Well, the president said that we must reach level 10 tomorrow and go to Qinglong City. Otherwise there will be no bonus and wages will be withheld. Hurry up and level up. Fortunately, the 3 of us are assigned to a Novice Village. Our leveling speed is pretty fast. Not long after, Yifeng, who was basking in the sun in Novice Village, saw 3 players walking towards him. He took a closer look and realized, aren't these the members of the Dingtian guild? Aren't these the guys who humiliate him all day long? If it falls into your own hands, then you can't blame me. Hee. One of the players named Dingtian Xiao walked up to Yifeng and said cautiously, Village chief, we are here to hand in the task. When Yifeng heard this, it seemed that these people did not recognize him. No wonder. After he became the village chief, his appearance had changed a lot, and he was still wearing the village chief's clothes. Of course they did not recognize him. Yifeng thought to himself, it's time for you to suffer a little. Yifeng said, well, it was done well. Can some of the warriors help me with the next small favor? When the 3 Dingtian people heard this, their eyes lit up. Hidden mission. This was definitely a hidden mission. Unexpectedly, they were slapped by them. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Dingtian Xiaolu nodded quickly and said, Village chief, please tell me. We will do our best. The ears of the people around him stood up. They didn't expect that this strange-looking village chief could actually issue a hidden mission. It was incredible. Why didn't it happen to him? Yifeng smiled slightly and said, this task is very simple. The 3 warriors can definitely help. Ding! Publish a task. Go to the cow shed in the village to pick up cow dung. If you pick up 100 pieces of cow dung, you will get 1 experience point as a task reward and a mysterious item. The faces of the 3 people suddenly turned the color of pig liver. What kind of bullshit hidden mission is this? They only have 1 experience point. Although I don't know what the mysterious item is. Picking up 100 pieces of cow shit makes me sick just thinking about it. Dingtian Xiaolu said, Village chief, do you have any other tasks? Yifeng said with a smile, this mysterious item is a good thing. If you don't accept it, I will release it to others. When Yifeng said this, the players who had been waiting on the side rushed forward and shouted, I will take the village chief. I will take it. Hack. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. Your milk will come out if you keep squeezing me. The player on the side rolled his eyes at the man and said, you are a grown man, and you have nothing to offer. Don't stop me from taking on the hidden mission. Hack. I'm a she-male. The people around were so excited that the 3 people in Dingtian couldn't make up their minds for a while. Although the mysterious items were tempting, they had no experience. In the early stage, they focused on upgrading. Who knows how long it would take to pick up these 100 pieces of cow shit? Seeing that there was no movement from the three of them, Yifeng said, "Since the three warriors are unwilling to help, then I will leave it to others. Which warrior is willing?" The three people from Dingtian immediately said, "Let's take it." Ding! Accept the hidden task of picking up cow dung. Please complete the task within 2 days. Otherwise the task will fail. The three of them accepted the mission and hurried to the cowshed at the head of the village. When they arrived at the cowshed, they regretted it a little. Not to mention the stinky smell here. Forget about the cow excrement all over the floor. The key point was it was those bulls with red eyes. After seeing the three of them coming, their nostrils began to breathe heavily. Obviously they had no good intentions towards them. What should I do? It seems that the task is not easy to complete. One person leads the bull away, and the others pick up the cow dung. There is so much cow dung on the ground. It goes very quickly. Although the idea was good, the reality gave them a heavy slap. They almost fainted as soon as they walked into the smelly bullpen. Several bulls with red eyes said nothing and drove them to the ground as soon as they came up. One person was pushed into the air and was directly pushed to death. Then the other two people also turned into white light and disappeared into the bullpen. Death will cause the level to drop. They were originally almost level 3, but they directly became level 1. In the resurrection point, the three of them walked out with gloomy faces. This task was simply impossible to complete. The bull in the bullpen was too powerful, and was simply not something they could deal with. Yifeng looked at the facial expressions of the three of them at the resurrection point, and suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. He still wanted to complete the task. Do you think that I, the village chief, don't exist? Dingtian Xiaolu said with a gloomy face. There is no way to complete this task. What should I do? Dingtian Liunian said, this task is simply not something we can complete at our level. It seemed like a simple task, but it killed the three of us instantly. The most important thing is that we don't know what the reward is. That's right. In the early stage, the focus is on upgrading. I think we should give up. The three of them looked at each other. Since it was a team mission, it would be fine as long as Dingtian and Xiao gave up the mission. But when Dingtian and Xiao clicked to give up the mission, their faces turned the color of pig liver. When Dingtian Liunian saw this, he had an ominous premonition and asked, "What's wrong?" Dingtian Xiaolu said, "We were fooled. This is a deceptive mission. We are required to complete the mission within 2 days. Otherwise the level will be reset to 0. What? The other two people were shocked. The mission didn't say that. How could there be such a perverted mission? The three of them found Yifeng in unison. Dingtian Xiaolu held back his anger and said to the village leader Yifeng, "Village chief, we can't complete your task, so we won't do it." Yifeng looked at the three people in front of him with interest. Their expressions were gloomy and uncertain, but Yifeng could hardly hold back his laughter. Yifeng pretended to say, "Then give up the mission." Dingtian Xiaolu said, "This is a time-limited mission. You can't give up at all." Yifeng shook his head and said, "Then there's nothing I can do about it. So you can take care of yourself." As he spoke, Yifeng turned around and ignored the three of them. The three people looked angry. They were members of the Dingtian guild. When had they ever been so angry? In anger, Dingtian Xiaolu wanted to kick Yifeng, but was stopped by the other two. Yifeng turned his back to Xiaolu and the others and said, "What? You still have a temper. Believe it or not, I will let you stay in this novice village for the rest of your life." As soon as Yifeng spoke, Xiaolu was like a deflated rubber ball, no longer daring to move. They knew how powerful the village chief was in front of them. The agreed three people had no choice but to silently go to the cowshed at the head of the village. But what awaited them was still an instant kill. Yifeng muttered, "This feeling is so good. There may be many more in the future." Chapter 5 Quick Upgrade Method. Character Name, Yifeng. Display Name, Head of Novice Village. Level, Level 2. HP, 200. Attack, 12. Defense, 7. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Task bar. You can publish tasks from levels 1 to 10. The level 1 task is fixed to go to the village to kill 10 hares. The level 2 task is fixed to go to the outside of the village to kill 20 mice. Special ability. The ability to publish hidden tasks. Skill. Sit back and enjoy the rewards. Players can publish tasks and get 1% of the task rewards after completing them. Lucky draw. There is a lucky draw opportunity every 5 levels, and you can get any item in the game. Currently, the number of draws can be used 0 times. Looking at his own attributes, Yifeng touched his head. Could it be that I just stay in the novice village like this? Although it can improve the people of Dingtian, It does not have any benefits. Seeing that there is a lottery opportunity every 5 levels, Yi Feng began to pay attention to the lottery. It seemed that he had to reach level 5 as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be impossible. Yi Feng looked at his special ability and could post hidden tasks. After Yi Feng clicked on it, there were a series of hidden tasks. The tasks ranged from difficult to easy. But because they were hidden tasks, the experience rewards were very large. If this is the case, then Yi Feng's 1% experience gain from sitting back and enjoying the success will increase. Since those players have to do tasks anyway, why not release some simple hidden tasks to level up faster? After making up his mind, Yi Feng showed a smile on his face and said to the players around him, "Fellow warriors, I have some hidden tasks here. Can you help me?" Hidden mission. The players who originally planned to leave had red eyes. But the 3 people from the Dingtian guild who just passed by said with resentment, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We just took the hidden mission. And now it has become 0 level. This village chief is not a good person." Many people already knew what happened to the 3 of them. And some jealous guys immediately calmed down. They were only at level 2 after a long time. Who would they cry to if they really became level 0? For a while, no one came to Yi Feng to take over the task. Just when Yi Feng felt extremely embarrassed, a female player came out timidly. Yi Feng looked at the female player who came to him. She was not old. Maybe only 15 years old. She could only be said to be a lowly, but she still looked very good. She had a long pair of ponytails and a pair of bright big eyes. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Little lowly cautiously tapped her feet on the ground and whispered, "Brother village chief, do you really want to issue a hidden mission to us?" Seeing the little girl's cute appearance, Yi Feng bent down, showed a charming smile, touched the little girl's little head and said, "Of course, the village chief brother will not lie to others. Then will I become like them and become level 0? I'm finally at level 1 now. It's already taken me an hour." Yi Feng smiled and said, "Then do you believe the village chief brother?" Dingtian Xiaolu on the side said, "Don't believe him. He is just a liar." The little girl looked at Yi Feng with big eyes. Yi Feng looked at the little girl with a smile. The little girl nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I believe it." Ding! Hidden task. Pick a flower you think is beautiful and give it to the village chief. You will receive a task reward of 500 experience points. Do you accept it? The little girl was stunned for a moment. Although this was her first time playing this game, she still knew that hidden tasks were relatively difficult tasks. How could there be such a simple task? The little girl looked at Yi Feng curiously. Is it really such a simple task? I heard that the tasks of those guys are also very simple. But they are really not that difficult. Looking at the little girl's uncertain eyes, Yi Feng nodded and said with a smile, "Go." The little girl nodded and accepted the task. Looking outside the crowd, many players were watching the little girl's movements, eager to know whether the little girl could really complete the task. In the eyes of the players, the little girl walked step by step to a flower bush, planted a flower, and came back with some uncertainty. When the little girl came to Yi Feng, she timidly said, "Brother village chief, is this okay?" Looking at the flowers in the little girl's hands, Yi Feng took them with a smile, and smelled them in front of his nose. Not to mention, there was really a scent of flowers, which made Yi Feng feel particularly comfortable. Ding! Complete hidden tasks, and gain 500 experience points. With a swipe, the little girl was directly promoted to level 2. And Yi Feng also gained 5 experience points because of his skill. The little girl said in disbelief, "I've leveled up. I've leveled up. Brother village chief, you are so awesome." Knowing that Yi Feng was not lying, some players began to lower their defenses. But still no one dared to step forward and ask. Yi Feng said, "Little sister, do you still want to take on the mission?" "Yes." The little girl agreed immediately. This time Yi Feng asked her to feed the chicken coop at the head of the village. They were all very simple tasks, but the experience was given to her at 500 points. You must know that an ordinary task only cost a few dozen points, and a level 1 monster it's only 1 point of experience. So the experience reward for Yi Feng's hidden mission is quite impressive. Players only need 500 experience points at level 1, but 2,000 experience points at level 2. As for level 3, it only requires 5,000 experience points. All players must continue to complete tasks and kill wild monsters in order to improve their level. Fortunately, level 1 wild monsters have 1 experience point, but level 2 monsters can have 10 experience points. But level 3 wild monsters may have 20 experience points. So if you work harder, you can upgrade very quickly. But the problem is the human comparison. There are many monsters. And the higher the level of monsters, the more damage they can do to them, and one attack is enough to instantly kill any player at this stage. The little girl happily completed another hidden task. Seeing her experience jump by leaps and bounds, the little girl was already happy. At this time, a bold player stepped forward and said cautiously, "Brother Village Chief, look, you just said you were going to release a hidden mission. Can I do that?" Yifeng touched his chin, stared at the player, and said, "Of course." Ding! System prompts. Hidden task. Go outside the village to help the village chief collect a top-quality rabbit leg 0 to 1. Do you accept it? Seeing the system prompt, the player was overjoyed and immediately agreed and hurried to the outside of the village. Many players wanted to come forward and ask, but they were all rejected by the guy. Within a minute, the guy came back again. The task was completed, with a smile on his face. Seeing that the players around him were eager to try it out, Yifeng said, "I don't have many hidden tasks left." When Yifeng said this, the players around him were no longer calm and rushed forward. Some players who received the mission laughed and said, "Haha, it's too easy. Too easy." But only the faces of the 3 people from Dingtian were extremely dark. Seeing that the tasks of those people could not be simpler, Dingtian and Shaolu were about to explode. "Damn, village chief. Why are you treating us like this? We didn't offend you," Yifeng said with a smile. "Well, I just don't like it. What do you think?" "You?" Dingtian Shaolu pointed at Yifeng angrily. Chapter 6 Skill Upgrade. Yifeng looked at Dingtian Shaolu with contempt, and said with the most arrogant expression, "You come and beat me if you have the ability?" Seeing Yifeng's weak smile, Dingtian Shaolu immediately rushed forward, wanting to punch Yifeng. But before he could make a move, a series of system prompts sounded. Ding! System prompt, warning. If you attack your own NPC in the safe zone, you will be punished. Beep beep beep. A string of sirens made Dingtian Shaolu stop halfway. His fist was already in front of Yifeng's face. It only took a little bit to hit Yifeng's face. But at this moment, Dingtian Shilio's face turned into pork liver color. Dingtian Shaolu then remembered that in Fantasy World, if you attack your own NPC in the safe zone, you will be severely punished. Your experience will be halved and your attributes will be halved for a week. This punishment is very serious. People simply don't dare to attack NPCs in the safe zone. Yifeng said provocatively, "What? Don't you dare?" Dingtian Shaolu changed from his fists to his fingers, pointed at Yifeng and said, "If you have the ability, come out of the safe zone and fight with me." Yifeng moved his fingers away and said, "I, a village chief with no strength, fight you? Do you think I am just like you? My head is full of shit." Ha ha. Ha ha. The players on the side laughed one after another. They originally thought that there was a good show, but they didn't expect that they could only deal with it by pretending. With Dingtian's name, he turned out to be just a weakling. The 3 Dingtian people stared at Yifeng angrily. Now that the 3 of them had lost face here, they could not stay any longer and had to leave in a hurry. Yifeng secretly thought, "This is just the beginning. Dingtian, the grudge between us is not over yet." I looked at the time and saw that it was already past 12 noon. Unexpectedly, I had been playing for more than 2 hours. Time passed really quickly. Yifeng clicked to exit the game. Yifeng felt dizzy for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he finally returned to reality. This small space. At this time, Yifeng shivered. It turned out that when he entered the game, he didn't cover himself with a quilt and just lay on the bed without moving his body. Of course it would be cold, and it was a few degrees colder outside. Yifeng jumped out of bed and stretched his muscles. His face was a little cold and stiff. It seemed that he had to lie in bed in the afternoon. The weather was really too cold. Yifeng opened the only cabinet in the room. He actually forgot to buy rations. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he would be delayed again, putting on the cotton-padded jacket sent from his hometown. Yifeng went out. The nearest supermarket was more than 10 minutes away by foot, so it took a lot of time to go back and forth. Yifeng was wrapped in a cotton-padded jacket and walking on a street with few people. Yifeng lowered his head. Unexpectedly, it started to snow. This seemed to be the first snow this year. Yifeng tightened his clothes and buried his face in the collar of his clothes. Just as he was about to leave, a pair of women's feet appeared in his eyes. Yifeng looked up and then walked away silently. "Well, I'm sorry. It was me who hurt you. I can't help you now." An apologetic voice came from the mouth of the woman in front of Yifeng. Yifeng raised his head and said, "It's okay. Aren't I fine now? If it's okay, I'll leave first. I heard that you left the company. Is this true? Yifeng nodded and said, that's right. There is no need for me to stay in Dingtian anymore. Then what do you do? What are you doing now? Yifeng buried his face in his collar again and said, it has nothing to do with you anymore. Yifeng and the woman passed each other, which was a farewell to the past and the beginning of his strength. The woman looked back at Yifeng and said to herself, will we meet again? Yifeng came to the supermarket and stared at the supermarket in front of him in shock. Boss, your supermarket was robbed? The boss held a cigarette in his mouth and pressed the calculator in his hand and said, why are you robbing? This is the opening of the Fantasy World server. They are all rushing to buy supplies. Here is the last box of instant noodles. Do you want it? As the boss said this, he pointed to the instant noodles next to him. Yifeng couldn't hesitate. He held it in his arms and said, boss, I want this. Do you still have the ham sausage? No more. Everything that can be sold has been sold. The manufacturers are all out of stock. The charm of this fantasy world is really great. I will go to play tomorrow. Yifeng said, no. Boss, if you want to play games, I will go there to buy instant noodles. The boss held his cigarette in his mouth, took a puff and said, it takes 10 minutes to take a taxi, and you can get to Walmart. Yifeng rolled his eyes. Not only was it extremely expensive to take a taxi in the winter, but it was also extremely difficult to find an empty taxi. The most important thing was that Yifeng didn't have much money in his hands right now, so it was hard for him to have spare money to take a taxi. Yifeng left the supermarket and returned to his hut without running into her. Yifeng didn't want to run into her now. I boiled a pot of hot water, poured out the instant noodles, and held a warm bucket of instant noodles with my hands. It felt really comfortable. My hands were still cold after I went out. Even if it was cold, it was still snowing. Coming. Looking at the white snow falling outside the window, Yifeng fell into memories, recalling some funny things about himself in college. And of course her. In the end, Yifeng smiled bitterly and shook his head, and ate the instant noodles in front of him. It seemed that he had not eaten instant noodles for a long time. Although the food of Dingtian's employees was not good, it was much better than instant noodles. Yifeng shook his head and quickly solved the problem. With the instant noodles in front of you, let's quickly get into the game. After entering the game, Yifeng took a look at his experience. He was now more than level 3. Looking at the rankings, he found that the highest level person in the novice village was already level 5. And there was only one person. The others were at level 4. Apart from posting tasks, what else can I do now? Yifeng searched carefully in his attribute column, just when he felt at a loss. Ding! System prompt. Enjoy the skill level +1. Yifeng sighed. He didn't seem to see that this skill could be upgraded. But Yifeng quickly clicked on the skill. Sit back and enjoy the rewards. After completing the currently released tasks, players will receive 5% of the experience of the task rewards. In Fantasy World, the minimum experience is 1 point. All previous players completed a task with dozens of experience points. Originally, Yifeng could only obtain less than 1 point of experience. The system forced 1 point. But now 5% experience, it seems, is not much better. However, Yifeng curiously looked at the task reward experience he posted. The task that originally had a few hundred experience points, and he rewarded a few experience points, now has dozens of points. And the experience bar is beating constantly. A smile finally appeared on Yifeng's face. According to the current progress, I am afraid that he will be able to reach level 5 in less than an hour. By then, he doesn't know what the lottery will bring him. Excited, Yifeng rubbed his palms. Hey! Something seemed to cut his hands. Yifeng subconsciously looked at his palms. Chapter 7. The village chief running around. What shocked Yifeng was that he had a ring in his hand. And it was exactly the same as in reality. Yifeng looked at the other players, and saw that they did not have such a ring in their hands. Could it be because his ring had an unknown origin, and would not be discovered by Fantasy World? Yifeng tried to take off the ring. But just like in reality, he couldn't take it off, and it didn't move at all. Looking carefully at the ring in his hand, Yifeng clearly remembered that the ring in his hand was depicting a puppy. He didn't know if there was one here. The strange thing is that the puppy pattern is not found on the ring. It does not seem to be exactly the same as in reality. Yifeng silently recited the attributes, and the next moment, the attributes of Jiezi appeared in front of Yifeng. Ring of unknown origin? Yifeng had the urge to vomit blood. It was indeed not something from Fantasy World. It didn't even have a name, and its origin was unknown. This was too straightforward. Yi Feng stopped messing around and started wandering around Novice Village. An interesting scene happened next. When the player came to hand in the task, he found that the village chief was missing. He finally found out the location of the village chief. When the next time he handed in a task, the village chief changed his position again. Oh my god! Why can't the head of our village stay idle? 10 minutes ago, he was chatting with the butcher at the head of the village. 10 minutes later, he went to the back of the village to chat with Widow Wang. Now he doesn't know where he died. A group of people from Novice Village are looking for Yi Feng everywhere. Such a strange Novice Village is unprecedented in Fantasy World. The reason why Yi Feng is like this is because he discovered a problem. That is, he can accept tasks like other players. The most bizarre thing is that he cannot accept the tasks he posted. If you can accept the missions you publish, the existence of such a bug is probably not allowed in Fantasy World, which will obviously seriously affect the game experience of other players. Yi Feng is coming to the pharmacist at this moment. When the pharmacist saw Yi Feng coming, he quickly put down the medicinal materials in his hand and said, "Village chief, why are you here?" Yi Feng held the pharmacist's hand and said, "You are busy with your business. There is no need to entertain me. Old man Lu from the village told me that you are collecting Polygonatum japonica now. Right?" The pharmacist nodded and said, "Yes. More and more warriors have been injured recently, and more medicinal materials have been used. I really need them." Ding! System prompt. Do you want to accept the task issued by the pharmacist and collect 100 pieces of Polygonatum japonica? Accept. After Yi Feng accepted the mission, this was the first mission that required him to collect materials. It was said that he could not go out to the Novice Village, not to mention the danger outside. He did not have any weapons and equipment, and the 3 guys from Dingtian were definitely guarding him. Yi Feng suddenly thought of a way. Then I would just issue a task to collect Huang Jing. Thinking of this, Yi Feng tried to publish the task of collecting Huang Jing, and it succeeded. In this way, Yi Feng could get the task items without going out by himself. Collecting Huang Jing is a level 4 task. Now most players are already at level 4. All the 100 Huang Jing that Yi Feng wanted were quickly collected. Those players looked at Yi Feng taking the Huang Jing they turned in and handing it directly to the pharmacist. They felt as if they were being commanded. However, considering that the other party was just an NPC and a bunch of data, maybe this was the system arrangement. Think about it. Forget it. Holding 100 pieces of Polygonatum japonica, Yi Feng said, "Pharmacist, you want the Polygonatum japonica?" The pharmacist took the Huang Jing with a smile and said, "The village chief is very capable. He has collected so much Huang Jing in such a short period of time. Village chief, this is your labor fee. If you don't accept it, you will look down on me." Yi Feng thought to himself, "How could I not accept it? I am not a fool." He thought so in his heart. But Yi Feng said, "You and I are both part of the village, and we should help you. I will take the things first, and you can see if there is anything else you need my help with." Ding! System prompt. Complete the Novice Village Pharmacist task to collect 100 pieces of Polygonatum japonica. Gain 100 experience points, and get 5 bottles of primary blood red potion. Yi Feng looked at his backpack with a smile. He finally had the first thing. Although it was not equipment, it was indeed the most life-saving thing. Potion. Village chief, I heard that the blacksmith was forging a weapon recently. He was nagging me here this morning about what kind of, or it was. You should go and ask. Yi Feng smiled in his heart. Sure enough, he still had a mission. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to accept the task to find the blacksmith? Accept. Yi Feng slowly came to the blacksmith shop. At this time, several players who were accepting tasks gathered around the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith of the Novice Village was a shirtless old man with muscles all over his body. Seeing Yi Feng coming over, the blacksmith pushed aside the crowd and came to Yi Feng and said, Village chief, why did you come to me? My place is dangerous and there is a fire. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, No problem. Let the pharmacist tell you what weapons you are making recently and what ores you are missing. The blacksmith sighed and said, Yes, it's a pity that our blacksmith shop doesn't have enough manpower. We only have one apprentice. I can't leave and can't go to the mine in the back mountain. Yi Feng said with a smile, I heard that you are in trouble. So I'm here. Leave it to me, and I will help you. The blacksmith was overjoyed and said happily, It would be great if the village chief could help. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to accept the task issued by the blacksmith of Novice Village to find 100 diamonds? Accept. Yi Feng accepts the task here, but cannot directly send it to the player over there. Yifeng only needs to chat with the blacksmith here and wait for others to help him complete the task. This feeling is really wonderful. Yifeng's situation has finally attracted the attention of other players. It seems that the village chief is taking on tasks like them. People who are interested have long discovered that Yifeng has changed from level 1 at the beginning to level 3 now. Level. The level is constantly rising like them. Yifeng simply ignored those doubtful looks and waited for others to complete their tasks. Not long after, Yifeng got the 100 diamonds. He was so happy. After handing over the task, Yifeng asked the blacksmith again, "Old Tai, you don't look good. What's wrong?" After Yifeng handed the blacksmith 100 diamonds, he found that the Iron General's face was not very good looking. And it seemed that he still had a mission. "Village chief, my apprentice just discovered that the weapon I was going to make was missing. And there were footprints of a group of wild dogs on the ground." When Yifeng heard this, he knew there was something going on. This should be a hidden mission. Yifeng looked furious and said, "It's unreasonable. The wild dogs outside the village are so arrogant. I will help you get your weapons back." Ding! System prompt. Do you want to accept the hidden mission issued by the blacksmith of Novice Village to find the missing weapon? Accept. Yifeng directly clicked on the mission details. If he wanted to regain the blacksmith's weapon, he needed to kill the giant wild dog, the level 5 wild boss of the Novice Village. Yifeng's heart sank. Although the level 5 wild boss didn't say what level it was, it was obvious at first glance that it was an ordinary boss. But even if it was an ordinary boss, Yifeng could not be its opponent. What should we do? Chapter 8 Myth Lianshan. If you go outside the village, you will definitely not be able to defeat the level 5 boss. But what if you really issue a mission? But this thing requires you to kill the boss yourself to get the mission props, which is troublesome. Seeing Yifeng's troubled face, the blacksmith on the side whispered in Yifeng's ear, "Village chief, there are so many warriors in our village. If we call some warriors to help, it shouldn't be a big problem." Yifeng does have this idea, but the appearance of a level 5 boss will inevitably attract some expert players. At that time, it is unclear whether the boss is his or not. But that's the only situation at the moment. Yifeng directly issued a mission, requiring a team of players to protect themselves and find the level 5 boss giant wild dog. Ding! System prompt. The village chief has issued a request for help, looking for 10 warriors to protect the village chief and kill the giant wild dog boss. What Yifeng didn't expect was that he just wanted to post a random person, but it turned into a mission for the entire Novice Village. When he heard that Yifeng was going to find and kill the boss, the players' enthusiasm increased. Some players who were near Yifeng came over and said quickly, "Village chief, count me in. I am already level 4. And I am a warrior and a human shield." In Fantasy World, players are divided into human race, demon race, and beast race. The human race has wise and balanced attributes. The monster race has a charming and sensitive figure. And the beast race has natural divine power. From the appearance of the demon race, the female appearance is charming and the man is handsome. It has captured the hearts of many female players. There are also 3 professions among the 3 races, namely warriors, mages, and archers. Of course, these are just 3 major categories. After level 10, there will be the first job transfer. The 3 major categories of professions can also be divided into many professions. TCH, what's the use of a tall and thick man like you? Sister, my spells are not bad. Oh, I picked up a wooden stick on the ground, and I really thought I was a mage. Bah! With your words and my words, more and more people have gathered around Yifeng. At present, these people are not the ones that Yifeng likes. If you want to deal with a level 5 boss, you will not be able to do it without some skills. Just when Yifeng was having a hard time making a choice, a man walked over to Yifeng, causing a commotion immediately. Look, it's Lianshan, the guy ranked number 1 in our Novice Village. Yifeng looked up and saw that it was that guy. Because in Yifeng's eyes, he could see the names of all players. If they were normal players, they would not be able to see if the other party hid their names. Under normal circumstances, players would hide themselves. Name. It's really uncomfortable to have your own name on your head. Lianshan said, "Village chief, I'm here to accept your request for help." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay, this warrior. Do you have any other reliable candidates? Since this guy is the number 1 guy in this Novice Village, he must have a lot of strength." Lianshan nodded and said, "Of course. There are my teammates too." Under Lianshan's designation, although there were not more than 6 people, there were still 4 people less. Yi Feng randomly selected these 4 people from the crowd. Anyway, there are very few people with equipment now, so just a few powerful ones will do. After the personnel were selected, other players also left one after another. But there were still many players who followed Yi Feng and the others and wanted to get a piece of the pie. Yi Feng discovered it. And of course Liangchen also discovered it. Liangchen shouted, "Dear brothers from Novice Village, our Xinhua guild has stopped talking here. If anyone dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude to Xinhua." Yi Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him was from Xinhua. And with his ability, he should have a high status in Xinhua guild. You must know that Xinhua is even more powerful than Dingtian. Among the top 10 guilds, Dingtian is only in the middle and lower reaches. Many people stopped when they heard the word myth. And others were also struggling. After all, this is the first boss in Novice Village. If you don't try it, you always feel like something is missing. When such a task appears in the Novice Village where Yi Feng is located, all the major guilds take action. After all, the first player to kill the boss will appear on the server-wide announcement. It can be a very good opportunity to show his face. And it is also a showcase for the major guilds. When it comes to strength, on Dingtian's side, Wang Shaotian already knew about the incident in Novice Village number 88, and had already started to contact Dingtian personnel in Novice Village number 88. He unexpectedly discovered that there were 3 people from his side in Novice Village number 88. Dingtian Xiaolu and the others were quickly contacted by Huang Shaotian. The first boss of Fantasy World has appeared in your Novice Village. And there are 3 of you. I hope you can win this boss, Huang Shaotian said. As soon as Xiaolu and the others heard that Yi Feng had announced the mission, they knew that they would definitely be contacted by the president. They didn't expect it to come so quickly. Yi Feng and the others hadn't left the Novice Village yet. This president, Xiaolu and the others were hesitant and didn't dare to speak. Huang Shaotian shouted, "What are you doing? If you have anything to do, tell me quickly. Don't delay." Boss. Xiaolu plucked up the courage and said, "President, the 3 of us were tricked to death by this village chief. We are still at level 1 now." "What? It's been more than 4 hours since we left the area. You tell me you are only level 1? When did I, Dingtian, raise you 3 trash?" Huang Shaotian said angrily, knowing that he would be scolded. Xiaolu said under pressure, "President, our village chief is very weird. There are many people like us who have been tricked by this village chief. If you don't believe me, you can check the forum." Huang Shaotian was not an ungrateful person, so he immediately opened the forum. He had been busy leveling before, and had no time to visit the forum. When he opened it, he found that there were many complaints about players from Novice Village number 88. But the official reply said this is a gaming experience. Huang Shaotian said with a gloomy face, "Okay, I know what happened to you. Even so, you still have to fight. You are still level 1 anyway." Hearing Huang Shaotian's tone, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this time was over. Xiaolu said, "Understood. The 3 of us must go all out." Huang Shaotian cut off the connection. There was still some hope at first, but now it seems that the hope is slim. It seems that Dingtian's reputation still depends on himself. On the other hand, Xinhua's guild president is so happy. This task was received by Xinhua's people. Isn't it a sure thing to show up in the guild? As long as others don't make trouble. Liangchen, you did a good job. But don't be careless. Just in case. Liangchen said, "I understand. President. Don't worry. I still have confidence in you. Be careful." Although Yi Feng didn't know the chain reaction caused by one of his tasks. So what if there was a reaction? It had nothing to do with him. Right? When Yi Feng just walked out of Novice Village, a system prompt came to Yi Feng's ears. Ding! System prompt. Based on your current situation, the system has refreshed a clone for you. The clone will disappear after you return to Novice Village. Yi Feng looked back and saw that there was indeed a village chief who looked exactly like him standing there in the Novice Village. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate. He left the Novice Village without the village chief. How would those players accept and hand in tasks? When you think about it, it makes sense. Chapter 9 Picking up the leaks. When Yi Feng and others left the Novice Village, there were still a large number of players leveling up at the door. It was not clear whether anyone was following them. But when they reached the level 3 wild monster area, it became obvious that they were following them. What Yi Feng remembers the most is the 3 people from Dingtian. Unexpectedly, they have already followed the level 3 wild monster area. You must know that they are only level 1. As long as they are hit by a level 3 wild monster, they have to respond obediently. The city is resurrected. Yi Feng rolled his eyes and had a note in his mind. But Yi Feng did not take any action. Instead, he led Liang Chen and others to the territory of the level 5 boss giant wild dog. Because Yi Feng's mission is to kill this boss. All have clear coordinates. After they entered the level 5 wild monster territory, there were relatively fewer players here, because there are not many players who can reach level 5. And there are not many players in their own team. There are 2 of them. One is Liang Chen, and the other is his teammate. Village Chief. We have arrived at the level 5 wild monster area. Why don't we see the boss? Yes, they had been in the level 5 wild monster area for a while. But they didn't see any boss at all. Instead, they followed Yi Feng into a forest. Yi Feng said, "Fellow warriors, giant wild dogs are very cunning and good at hiding. This is already the boss's territory. We must be careful. You must protect me." Hearing Yi Feng say that they had entered the range of the boss, the 10 people immediately entered the fighting state to avoid being caught off guard by the boss. After all, what the NPC said was quite reliable. Unfortunately, the NPC in front of them was not a serious NPC, Yi Feng. The reason why Yi Feng said this was to let the players who were following him hear it and tell them that the boss was coming. However, Yi Feng did not tell them that the real location of the boss was actually behind Yi Feng and the others. Yi Feng deliberately took a detour, just to trick those players who came to cause trouble. Suddenly, a roar came from not far behind Yi Feng and the others, followed by the screams of several players. Yi Feng and the others looked back and saw a giant wild dog standing there roaring. And at his feet were the bodies of several players. The boss appeared, and Yi Feng was delighted that in front of it were Dingtian and Xiaolu. They were facing the boss. The giant wild dog roared and pounced on the 3 of them mercilessly. The 3 of them immediately turned into a ball of white light and disappeared. Humph. These guys are really stupid. 3 level 1 people really think they can steal the boss. Liang Chen shouted coldly. The appearance of the boss immediately killed 5 or 6 players, causing some players who wanted to try their luck to retreat. They did not expect that the boss was so ferocious. You must know that the first boss in Fantasy World has a higher attack power than the ordinary boss. This is also the reason why the first boss is difficult to kill. Soldiers go up. The mage's healing skills will follow. And the others are waiting for my orders. It was time for Liang Chen to issue an attack order. In the 10-person team, there were 4 warriors, 3 mages, and 3 archers. And Liang Chen was an archer. The soldiers swarmed forward and blocked the attack route of the giant wild dog. Masters, keep up with your healing skills. And archers, follow my orders. About 10 seconds later, after seeing the warrior holding back the hatred, Liang Chen shouted, "Archer, attack!" The mage pays attention to increase blood, and the small fireball will catch up if there is time. Clear. Yi Feng stood behind the team and watched Liang Chen commanding the team. Suddenly, he heard that when he was in Dingtian, he was still a part of it. Wang Shaotian was also commanding them like this. But now it was Liang Chen, and he was as a spectator. Yi Feng squinted at the battlefield and looked at the surrounding situation. Some unwilling players were hiding nearby, waiting for the last moment to grab the boss. The giant wild dog's health volume is not too much. But for Liang Chen, who currently has the highest attack damage, the boss's health volume is too much. Giant wild dog, level 5 boss. HP, 2000. Defense, 50. Attack power, 30. Skill, bite. 5000 HP is indeed not much. But each attack by Liang Chen and the others can only deal up to 20 points of damage, or even only a few points of damage. The boss's HP drops very slowly. Liang Chen also discovered this situation. It seems that 10 people are indeed too few for now. They have been attacking for 10 minutes. Coupled with the boss's own blood recovery effect, he has only hit less than 2000 health. "Captain, I don't have enough blue," someone said urgently. The mage needs to consume magic points, referred to as blue. Liang Chen had already guessed this situation and said in an orderly manner, "One person will stop meditating and return to blue, while the others will stop attacking and only increase their health." Clear. The soldiers who were fighting in front of the boss were even more uncomfortable, because one person was missing to add blood. The blood volume of the soldiers began to fluctuate, which made the players hiding aside start to feel eager to try. As long as Liang Chen and the others are in trouble, they may swarm them. Liang Chen is not a fool. now that he has noticed this situation. Of course he will not allow that to happen. Liangchen shouted, "My friends who are hiding nearby. I, Xinhua, have decided on this boss today. If you give me Xinhua a face and don't interfere with us, then I, Xinhua, will definitely not treat you badly in the future." At this time, an orc warrior came out with his arms crossed and an axe on his waist. Liangchen, boss doesn't have your name written on him, right? Our Lanchi Valley is not just for decoration. Liangchen looked at the soldier coldly and said in a low voice, "Demo, do you, Lanchi Valley, want to be hostile to my Xinhua?" Others whispered, "The second-ranked Demo. This guy is Demo. This guy is a great god." Yifeng also looked at the desert. When he appeared, Yifeng was surprised. This guy is very powerful and has a good reputation. Even Dingtian's ace Huang Shaotian may not be a match for this guy. He is a difficult opponent. Demo laughed loudly and said, "Haha. What a joke. When did your Xinhua not be hostile to me?" Lanchi Valley. Liangchen's heart sank. He knew that Demo was also in this novice village before. He was originally glad that this guy didn't come. But now it seemed that he was overthinking it. As soon as Demo appeared, some people from other guilds retreated. Liangchen was the elite of Xinhua, and Demo was the elite of Lanchi Valley. It was best not to offend such people. "So, you got this, boss?" Demo snorted and said. "Of course. The boss is meant to be robbed." Liangchen turned to look at Yifeng and said, "Village chief, what should I do?" Yifeng seemed not to have heard Liangchen's words, and looked at the boss in the center of the field nonchalantly. "Haha. Ask an NPC for help. You've really improved your skills." Liangchen also understood that the NPC was just issuing tasks. If he could not complete the task, the other party would not suffer any loss. Liangchen would not be able to hand over the boss to the MO. Liangchen shouted, "Give up the boss and attack the desert." Liangchen took the lead and shot an arrow towards the MO, who shouted coldly, "Brothers, do it." Suddenly, 7 or 8 players popped up around them and started fighting with Liangchen and the others. Chapter 10. The village chief killed the boss? Roar! Giant wild dogs are not vegetarians. You are fighting in front of me. You are so disrespectful to me. I will kill you first. The people on Liangchen's side, especially the mage, didn't have much mana, and the warrior's blood volume was not stable enough. The boss roared and bit a warrior to death instantly. Liangchen couldn't care less. If he couldn't get the boss, he wouldn't even think about it in the desert. As a warrior, Demo is definitely thick. In addition, they are in good condition. For a time, Liangchen and the others were suppressed by Demo and were directly out of the boss's range. They gave the boss to Demo directly. "Captain, we can't defeat them." Liangchen hit his face and said, "Then wait. When the boss has the last bit of blood, go and grab it." Clear. Demo was facing Liangchen and others, while his teammates surrounded the boss. Yifeng squinted his eyes. "No matter how you grab it, this boss belongs to me." As time went by, the giant wild dog's blood volume continued to decrease, and Liangchen and others recovered and were ready for the final blow. Roar! The giant wild dog began to scream because his blood volume was less than 500 and he would be killed soon. Yifeng walked to the boss step by step. As an NPC, Demo didn't pay much attention. After all, this boss was a task issued by the village chief, and he had no idea what the village chief wanted to do. Ouch. The boss was almost out of control, and his blood volume was less than 100. Liangchen and others had already charged forward. Demo shouted, "Kill the boss quickly." Yifeng looked at his attributes. He had 12 attack points, and should be able to kill this boss. Before the boss was killed in the desert, Liangchen and the others had already arrived. They had to leave the boss with residual health and fight with Liangchen and the others. Yifeng quietly walked to the boss. Looking at the dying boss on the ground, Yifeng mercilessly raised his fist and hit the boss on the head. -1. A beam of damage floated from the boss's head. Unexpectedly, Yifeng could only forcefully knock out 1 point of health. Fortunately, the boss only had a few dozen points of health. -1. -1. A series of -1 appeared in front of Yifeng. Yifeng felt that his fists were going numb. He only heard the giant wild dog scream and finally stopped moving. A series of system prompts appeared in Yifeng's ears. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 5 giant wild dog boss. You have gained 1,000 reputation points and 1,000 experience points. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on being the first to kill the wild boss. You have gained 1000 reputation points and 1000 experience points. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the head of Novice Village number 88 for successfully killing the first wild boss and gaining 1000 voice points and 1000 experience points. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on reaching level 4. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Demo and Liangchen were stunned. What was going on? But then, they had no time to think about this problem. Because a piece of equipment exploded under the boss, which was emitting blue light. Blue suit. Liangchen and Demo shouted in unison. And everyone rushed towards the piece of equipment. But just when they thought the piece of equipment was theirs, they picked up the equipment on the ground with one hand. This person was Yifeng. Yifeng put away the mission items, and saw a blue outfit exploded on the ground. He picked it up with excitement. Liangchen and Demo looked at Yifeng in shock. Let alone the NPC killing the boss. Why could the NPC pick up this equipment? This is unscientific. They both fought to the death. But in the end, they were taken advantage of by an NPC. What was going on? Is there a bug in Fantasy World? A bunch of questions were lingering in their minds. Captain, our mission is accomplished. Liangchen took a look and saw that the mission was indeed completed. He gained a lot of experience. But he did not get the boss he wanted. Yifeng said calmly, Warriors, whoever is willing to escort me back, I will give you some rewards. Although they really don't want to send Yifeng back. He is an NPC, and escorting him back will definitely give him experience. However, they are still struggling with why NPC can get equipment. The first wild monster boss was taken down by the village chief of the novice village. This shocked everyone. What happened, and why the boss was killed by an NPC? The president of Xinhua contacted Liangchen. And Liangchen told the president everything that happened. For such an incredible thing, the president of Xinhua had to contact the customer service of Fantasy World. If it were an ordinary person, Fantasy World customer service would definitely have dismissed him with a casual sentence. But since the other party was the president of such a large guild, the customer service attitude was also better. Hello, President Xinhua. Regarding the situation you just reported, we have received information. Currently, Huancher is in the stage of independent operation. We cannot override it. But we can assure you that in the end, Fantasy World, anything can happen. If your guild's future-based development is not good enough, it may be occupied by NPCs. Fantasy World has its own thoughts, and we cannot control it. So we still have please forgive me. The president of Xinhua was silent. In this way, he would not only have to face players, but also NPCs in the future. It seemed that he could not underestimate any NPC in the future. Otherwise things like today might happen. Soon the big guild learned about some of the situation. But for ordinary players, this did not affect them at all. But for the guilds, it was a challenge. After all, they had to deal with too many NPCs. Yifeng, who returned to Novice Village, came to the blacksmith and handed over his lost weapon with both hands. Old man, look, is this your lost weapon? The blacksmith held it in his hand ecstatically and said, Yes, it's him. I can finally complete this magic weapon. The blacksmith started to build it in front of Yifeng. When he handed over the task props, Yifeng had already discovered that his task was still unfinished. He didn't know why. And the blacksmith was busy building it again. And Yifeng was too embarrassed to disturb him. Bored, Yifeng looked at the blue equipment in his backpack. This might be the first blue equipment in the entire Fantasy World. Dog Tooth Necklace, 1-star blue constitution plus 5 luck plus 1 requires character level, level 5. Yifeng was overjoyed. This is a good thing. Especially the luck, which is something that can be encountered but cannot be sought. The higher the luck attribute of the mission, the higher the grade of the equipment obtained from defeating monsters, and the better attributes will be. Just when he was at level 5, Yifeng put the dog tooth necklace around his neck without ceremony. The next moment, a necklace with dog teeth appeared on Yifeng's neck. This was also Yifeng's first piece of equipment. Chapter 11 Randolph's Sword. Yifeng here got the first piece of equipment, while the blacksmith on the other side was sweating profusely in building weapons. Even some player tasks were issued by the blacksmith's apprentice. Yifeng clicked on the blacksmith's dialog box and saw the message, The blacksmith is forging. You can communicate with the blacksmith's apprentice. Yifeng looked at his task. He had not completed it yet. Could it be that he had to wait for the blacksmith to finish making the weapon he mentioned? Thinking of this, Yifeng was very curious and wanted to see what kind of weapons the blacksmith could create. Time passed by, and Yifeng looked at the time. It was already past 4 p.m. unexpectedly. He had already played for several more hours without realizing it, although he could not complete tasks or level up like other players. But now, fortunately, I still have many advantages. Bored Yifeng casually opened his attribute bar, and then discovered that there was a change in the lucky draw area. Lucky draw? There is a lucky draw opportunity every 5 levels, and you can get any item in the game. You can currently use the draw once. Yifeng patted his thigh. How could he have forgotten this matter? He wanted to see the weapons made by the blacksmith, but he didn't expect that he had forgotten to do anything on his side. Yifeng thought silently in his heart, heaven and earth are all around. Give me something good. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to use lottery number 1? Confirm. When Yifeng clicked to confirm, a lottery interface appeared in front of Yifeng. A large carousel appeared with 10 grids on it, all with mysterious prizes written on them. Yifeng despised the game designer for the first time. Is his brain sick? You might as well just give it to me and turn Mama around. Having said that, Yifeng had no choice. It was better than nothing. So Yifeng clicked on the word luck draw, and the pointer began to spin rapidly. Finally, the pointer stopped on the mysterious prize. Yifeng didn't even have any expectations. This special who designed this? I promise I won't beat you to death when you come out. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on winning the mysterious prize disguise skill. Skill? It's actually a skill. And what kind of disguise skill is it? What's the use of this thing? Is it possible to disguise yourself as a piece of wood? It's not a good thing at first glance. Yifeng opened the skill bar with a disappointed look on his face. A figure finally appeared in the empty skill bar. The lonely figure was just like Yifeng's current mood. He didn't know whether to say MMP in his heart or not. Clicking on the skill introduction, Yifeng couldn't believe his eyes at this moment. Introduction to the disguise skill. After using this skill, you can change into 3 professions: warrior, mage, and archer. The weapons will change with the change of profession, but the equipment will not change in any way. After using the skill again, the disguise state will be released. Instant. No cooling. Yifeng was a little confused. What is this? What the hell is this? You can disguise yourself as 3 professions. This is too abnormal. How could such a bug exist in fantasy world? However, there were many people around, and it was difficult for Yifeng to use his skills. It seemed that he had to wait until there were fewer people. Just when Yifeng was still excited, the blacksmith who was still forging weapons actually laughed loudly. Haha. I succeeded. I finally succeeded. This is probably the pinnacle work of my life. Yifeng said, Congratulations. Congratulations. You finally got what you wanted. I still don't know the quality of the weapons you made. Lao Tai. The blacksmith said excitedly, the top weapon in Novice Village and my favorite long sword. Let me show it to you. Yifeng took the weapon handed over by the blacksmith. It was a long sword, which should be a weapon used by swordsmen. The most important thing was that this weapon actually emitted a golden light. This was a piece of gold equipment. In Fantasy World, the levels of equipment are strictly divided. Equipment levels are 1 to 10 stars. The equipment colors are white, green, blue, gold, purple, orange, and platinum. Artifact 7 colors. Equipment level 1 star is the lowest, and 10 stars is the highest. The higher the star, the better the attributes. For example, a green 10-star equipment is definitely better than a blue 5-star equipment. But this is almost the case. It won't happen, because the color of the equipment determines the attributes of the equipment. White equipment may only have a maximum of 2 stars, while gold equipment and above may have attributes of 10 stars. So character is very important. At this time, the character's luck index is highlighted. Randolph's long sword, 3-star gold physical attack 25 to 45. Constitution plus 30. Agility plus 5. Requires character level 10. Equipment occupation. The best weapon built by the blacksmith of Warrior Novice Village for a lifetime. It is the strongest in Novice Village weapons. Looking at the attributes, Yifeng had the urge to cry. This weapon is too good. As mentioned above, it is the strongest weapon in Novice Village. It is definitely the strongest weapon. I looked at the novice weapons placed in the blacksmith shop. The attacks were either 1 to 2 or 2 to 3. Compared with the sword in my hand, it couldn't be described as rubbish. Although the weapon is very good and Yifeng wants it very much. It belongs to the blacksmith, and he still has to return it to him. He is just waiting for the other party to finish building the weapon and complete his mission. Old Tai. This weapon is simply an artifact of our novice village. You are worthy of being the most powerful blacksmith in our novice village, Yifeng said flatteringly. The blacksmith said with a smile on his face, as a village chief. Your words are enough. This sword can be regarded as a prize for helping me fulfill my wish. I give it to you. Yifeng was stunned. Give it to him? Did you hear it right? Such awesome equipment was given to you. Is there anything wrong with the blacksmith's mind? Or did you just praise him as the most powerful blacksmith? Yifeng squeaked and said, Send, give it to me? Won't you keep such a good weapon? The blacksmith said righteously, I can make such a good weapon only because of your help, village chief. And you should use him after the weapon is made. Village chief. You are more capable than us. This sword is in your hands. More valuable than putting it in my hands. Ding! System prompt. Complete the mission of killing the giant wild dog. And receive 1,000 mission experience points, 20 silver coins, and the Randolph sword as a reward. It can be said that this is the first time Yifeng has received a gold coin reward. The most important thing is that Yifeng also got the Randolph long sword. This is probably the first golden equipment in the server. Suddenly Yifeng found that his luck was quite good. Well, Yifeng put away the long sword. After all, the equipment that can only be worn at level 10 is useless for Yifeng to hold in his hands. Now Yifeng really wants to reach level 10 as soon as possible. By then, it may be the time for Yifeng to show off his skills. Yifeng is now very interested in himself. His identity has a mysterious confidence. But now, it's time to go offline and eat. Instant noodles are simply not for human consumption. Now Yifeng feels that he is so hungry that he can't stand it anymore. After all, instant noodles have no nutrition at all, and they are particularly harmful to the liver. If Yifeng hadn't had money now, Yifeng wouldn't have eaten instant noodles. Chapter 12, God's Fight. Mortals suffer. After going offline, Yifeng raised his head and glanced out the window. The snow that started falling at noon has not stopped yet. It seems that the weather will get colder and colder. Although there is no air leakage everywhere where Yifeng lives. There is no heating, so going down is probably not an option. It seems that I must make money in the fantasy world as soon as possible and find a place with heating to live. Otherwise I may freeze into ice at any time. Opening the phone. There was a message that made Yifeng unhappy. The message read, Yifeng, if you don't return to the team before tomorrow, we, Dingtian, will eliminate you. The source of the information was signed by Shaotian. This Shaotian originally wanted Yifeng to leave, but due to his face, it was impossible to kick Yifeng out directly. How could Shaotian miss such a good opportunity now? Yifeng muttered, It's not you, Shaotian, who kicked me out, but I, Yifeng, who kicked you out of Dingtian. One day, I, Yifeng, will let you, Dingtian, understand that the cause you planted in the beginning will have the consequences in the future that you can't hide from. Lose. Then Yifeng started to check the news and waited for the boiling water to make instant noodles. Today, Fantasy World is opening the server. The news is almost related to Fantasy World. Some big shot is paying attention to Fantasy World. And some big guild will enter Fantasy World. I am bound to win the first boss in the game. And how many levels have these awesome characters reached? Yifeng felt very bored. He quickly ate instant noodles, wrapped himself in a quilt, and returned to the Fantasy World again. As soon as I entered the Fantasy World, I heard the players around me discussing something. Well, have you heard? Xinhua and Lanchi Valley are at war. Who doesn't know that when Liangchen of Xinhua took on the mission, Dato of Lanchi Valley finally stopped it. But in the end the village chief snatched the first boss. Do you think the people of Xinhua will be willing to give up? That's right. If that desert hadn't come out, I'm afraid the boss would really belong to Xinhua Liangchen. Isn't that right? It was because of this issue that they started fighting. Yifeng thought to himself, you guys can fight your own. As long as the good thing belongs to me in the end. Outside the novice village, Liangchen's people and Damo's people were facing off. Neither side's health was at full health. It was obvious that they had gone through a fight. Liangchen pointed at Damo and shouted, Damo, from now on, I, Xinhua, and you, Lanchi Valley, are at odds with each other. Damo crossed his arms and said provocatively, okay. If you want to fight with our Lanchi Valley, it depends on whether your Xinhua has the strength. Liangchen shouted, I'm afraid that your Lanchi Valley can't bear the blow of my myth. When the time comes, you kneel down in the desert and beg for mercy. Maybe I can let you go. Holy shit. It's just you. It's not a problem for me. The desert. To give you a hand. Dingtian had a gloomy face and rushed forward without saying a word. They didn't know how many times they had fought. But because they were both novices and their equipment was all white, the two sides were about the same strength. So neither could do anything to defeat the other. At this time, Yifeng began to look for tasks again. While Yifeng was looking for tasks, outside the novice village, an upcoming storm had begun to brew, and the players had already felt a faint foreboding. Village chief. Village chief. It's not good. A guard from the novice village hurriedly ran towards Yifeng. Yifeng frowned and said, "What's the matter? You're so panicked." "The village chief is great. A big guy has come from outside the novice village." Yifeng said, "Big guy? How big is he?" The guard pointed to the outside of the village and said, "So big." Following the direction the guard pointed, Yifeng saw a huge figure slowly walking towards novice village. Yifeng thought to himself, "Oh no. This is not a monster siege. But this is a novice village." At this time, many players have discovered the huge mountain-like figure. Golden Toad Boss, Gold Level? A golden boss whose level is invisible is enough to kill all the players outside the novice village instantly. The players were not stupid. When they saw the boss appearing, they quickly shrank towards the novice village. Because everyone knew that the novice village was a safe zone, and it was impossible for wild monsters to enter the safe zone. For a moment, players outside the novice village poured into the novice village. The next moment, the novice village was already packed. Boom! There was a loud noise, and another golden boss appeared. But this boss appeared in front of the first boss, and it looked like a wolf. "Doug, don't even think about taking a step forward." A voice came from the top of the wolf's head. Yifeng took a closer look and discovered that there was an NPC standing above the boss, with shiny equipment and a sword pointed at the toad opposite. "Hey, I didn't expect the law enforcers to come so quickly. But you can't stop me. I didn't expect that a small village can have so much soul energy. As long as I absorb it all, you can't stop me anymore." On the golden toad, a man in black robes made an eerie voice, which made people feel extremely uneasy. "Humph. As long as my law enforcers are here, you can't even think of attacking them. If you don't catch them quickly." As he spoke, the man on the back of the giant wolf jumped up and started fighting the man in black robe on the golden toad. The two golden bosses also fought, and a battle that shook the ground for several days began in front of the novice village. Some players directly clicked on the recording function. This was a rare high-level NPC fight scene. The shock was beyond words. On the first day of the opening of the zone, such a battle occurred in front of the novice village, which simply pushed Fantasy World to a climax. And this battle scene was definitely something that other games could not do. The forum has already exploded because these two NPCs only happened in Novice Village number 88. Others can only watch through player videos. But people in Novice Village number 88 can see it with their own eyes. Oh my god. What is that? Why is it so big? Are you stupid? Still standing there watching, wondering if mortals will suffer when gods fight? I don't think it will take long before the entire Novice Village number 88 will be destroyed. Don't say sour grapes if you can't eat them. Such a shocking scene. What can you do if you die once? Seeing such a battle with my own eyes, I guess I won't be able to sleep tonight. Anyway, the forum has become popular, and many players want to see it with their own eyes. Unfortunately, the Novice Village and Novice Village are completely incommunicado. They can only wait for other players to play the video. In the Novice Village number 88, these two NPCs have been fighting for a long time. There was even an attack that landed in the Novice Village, directly blowing a house into rubble. And nearby players were not immune to the disaster. Were all killed instantly. Hee hee. Law enforcement officer. It seems that your energy is almost used up. Let me give you a taste of HL. The enforcer's chest was heaving, and he was obviously a little exhausted. But facing Doug, the enforcer shouted, "Then try. Is your HL's energy stronger? Or our holy light is better? Holy light judgment. Hellfire." One black and one gold collided fiercely, piercing everyone's eyes for a while. Chapter 13, Searching for Doug's Soul. When the light disappeared, Yifeng removed his arm that was blocking his eyes. The two NPCs who were originally fighting had disappeared, leaving a lot of potholes on the ground. Ahem. A voice came from the front of the crowd. A figure was kneeling on the ground, coughing out blood. It was the law enforcer. At this moment, the law enforcer's uniform was torn, and the originally glittering equipment was dim. The law enforcer said in a low voice, "Go, find Doug's soul, and get a big reward." After saying that, an exclamation mark appeared on the head of the law enforcer. Everyone can take on this task. From what the law enforcer said, Doug should have escaped with serious injuries. All the players rushed forward at once. This kind of mission is definitely not a long-term mission. It is most likely a plot mission. And maybe you can get good things. For a time, every corner of the novice village was filled with players. They all wanted to find Doug's soul, because the mission rewards were so awesome that they could get the hidden professional temple law enforcer. Such a good thing does not exist all the time. You must know that the hidden profession is called a hidden profession because it is too overbearing and the profession is rare. Yifeng was also quite excited at the moment. Hiding his profession was a rare opportunity. Yifeng stepped closer to the law enforcer, who was meditating. He also wanted to take on this task. "Hello, law enforcer. I am the mayor of this village." The law enforcer didn't even look at Yifeng and said, "Hello, village chief. Doug has been seriously injured by me and lost his body. But his soul is hiding somewhere here. We need to find him as soon as possible. Otherwise we will cause big trouble." Yifeng said, "I know. We will try our best to find it." Ding! System prompt. Do you want to accept the mission of the law enforcer and find the soul of the dark mage Doug? Accept. Yifeng accepted the task with an expressionless face. Anyway, everyone is now looking for Doug's soul. No one is doing the task anymore. Everyone wants to hide their profession. So no one cares about Yifeng's existence. Yifeng walked into the village chief's house and eagerly clicked on his only skill, disguise. Ding! System prompt. To activate the disguise skill, you can choose to disguise yourself as a warrior, mage, or archer. Warrior. The next moment, Yifeng's attributes began to change. Character name, Yifeng. Display name, Yifeng. Level, 5. Occupation, warrior. HP, 500. Attack, 20. Defense, 15. Skill, disguise. Equipment, dog tooth necklace. Taskbar. You can publish tasks from levels 1 to 10. The level 1 task is fixed to go to the village to kill 10 hares. The level 2 task is fixed to go to the outside of the village to kill 20 mice. Special ability. The ability to publish hidden tasks. Skill. Sit back and enjoy the rewards. Players can publish tasks and get 5% of the task rewards after completing them. Lucky draw. There is a lucky draw opportunity every 5 levels. And you can get any item in the game. Currently, the number of draws can be used 0 times. Sure enough, he was no longer the village chief, but a current player. However, his name made Yifeng a little depressed. How could it be his real name? It was so depressing. However, Yifeng saw in his status bar that there was no limit to his disguise time. This was too abnormal. In other words, he would have dual identities. One as a player, and the other as an NPC. I don't know what this dual identity will be in the future. What benefits can your identity bring to you? Yifeng left the village chief's house and walked to other places. Doug was seriously injured. It was impossible for him to just find a place to hide. He must have been hiding somewhere where no one could find him. At this moment, in a dark place, a ball of black energy is floating. In the black energy at this moment, a violent figure is exuding sky-high resentment. The damn law enforcer actually restrained my fire. Otherwise I wouldn't have lost. Hey, when I find a suitable body, I will definitely kill you. The law enforcer. Then the surroundings were quiet again, and the black energy group formed one with the surrounding black scene, making it difficult to find it. In number 88 Novice Village, a hidden occupation appeared. This made the people in other novice villages anxious. Why didn't such a good thing appear in their own novice village? There were complaints all over the place. Yifeng disguised himself as a soldier, holding a novice wooden sword, and arrived at the mine behind the novice village. It's very dark inside, and that Doug must be hiding in here. But Yifeng is not the only one who thinks so. Liang Chen from Xinhua and Mo from Lanchi Valley have already arrived in front of the mine. They think the same thing as Yifeng. Doug's soul must be hiding in there. In front of the cave entrance, Liang Chen and Mo almost rushed out again, because they both wanted to get the hidden profession and take the mine as their own. Liang Chen said to the players around him, "Dear friends, please give me Xinhua face and give us this mine. There will definitely be benefits in the future." Demo said with disdain, "What they can give in Xinhua? Shouldn't we, Lanchi Valley, be able to give it to them?" If you want to eat alone, have you ever asked me? Lanchi Valley. Yi Feng was mixed in the crowd at this moment, and the entrance of the cave was no longer blocked by them. If Yi Feng went in now, he would definitely become public enemy number 1. So Yi Feng didn't plan to be the first person. Yi Feng didn't want to do it. But some people couldn't wait. One player said, "Are you kidding? What's better than hiding a profession? If you don't get out of the way, we individual players will be rude." Yi Feng echoed, "That's right. Who doesn't know that it's good to hide your profession?" Seeing someone agreeing, other people became more courageous and started to make trouble one by one. Who among these people is willing to give up their hidden profession to others? Seeing that the situation was a bit uncontrollable, Liang Qing glanced at his men and ran into the mine with a hiss. Daimo was stunned and quickly chased after him. The others were not stupid and directly squeezed the people from Xinhua and Lanchi Valley open and run towards the mine. In this crowd, Yi Feng followed the large group unhurriedly, and soon a fork appeared in front of them. You could go left or right, or go straight. There were 3 paths in total. Suddenly the crowd began to fork. But Yi Feng didn't slowly follow the big group and walk straight across the middle. In Fantasy World, players cannot see the entire map except the safe zone. But it is different as Yi Feng is an NPC. In front of Yi Feng, there is a map, which is a map of the entire mine. Although it is not, I know where Doug is hiding. But Yi Feng will not get lost. Usually when doing tasks, many people just dig some or at the entrance of the mine. But this time it was different. So the players began to walk deeper into the mine. From the map, it seemed that the road in the middle could lead all the way to the depths of the cave. But Yi Feng felt that the depths of the mine were not necessarily Doug's hiding place, and that it was probably hidden in a fork in the road. Chapter 14, The night is dark and windy. There were more and more forks in the road, and players began to scatter in all directions. Yi Feng also left the group at a certain fork, and several players followed Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the levels of those people. The highest was level 5, and the others were all level 3 to 4. However, Yi Feng was not worried because there was a fork in front of him. As expected, when he reached the fork, Yi Feng he stopped on purpose, not knowing where to go. And the players behind him did the same. But seeing that Yi Feng didn't move, they began to choose their own direction. In the end, Yi Feng walked to the other side alone. The reason why no one walked here was because the light here was quite bright. They probably thought that Doug would not appear here. But Yi Feng didn't think so. He looked up at the sunlight shining down and the newly opened crack in the ore. Someone should be here. So Yi Feng decided to take a gamble. But why would Yi Feng choose this place? Because on the map, this is the only water pool in the entire mine. So Yi Feng concluded that if Doug was in the mine, he would definitely come here. Just after Yi Feng took a few steps, Yi Feng suddenly turned around and said, "Who? Come out." A demon-looking warrior poked his head, smiled at Yi Feng and said, "Uh-huh. You discovered me." Yi Feng crossed his arms and said, "Tell me, why are you following me?" The soldier walked out. He was not tall. About 170 centimeters tall. 10 centimeters shorter than Yi Feng. But his figure looked very thin at first glance. And he should be very thin in reality. The soldier said, "I saw you walking very calmly along the way, as if you knew something. So I followed you and took a look." Yi Feng thought for a while. It was because he knew the map. So he was not in a hurry. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him saw through it. Yi Feng said, "My attitude is that it doesn't matter. The map is so big and there are so many players. So I just walk blindly. In that case, how about we keep going?" Yi Feng said with an indifferent expression. "Then you go. I will change the way." "No. It's just the two of us on this road. Let's take a look." Yi Feng said, "Don't you dare to leave on your own?" The soldier scratched his head and said, "I'm afraid of the dark. Even in the game. I'll feel safer if I have a companion." Yi Feng rolled his eyes, sighed and said, "Looking at you, if a warrior chooses the demon clan, you must be switching to an assassin." The soldier said in surprise, "How do you know?" "I have played several games, all of which are assassins. I can only play assassins." "Then how did you get exposed just now?" The soldier said sheepishly, "I just felt that the surroundings were too dark. So I accidentally got a little anxious." Yi Feng thought the guy in front of him was quite interesting and said, "Hello. My name is Yi Feng." The soldier was not afraid of strangers. Seeing Yi Feng introduce himself, he said, "Hello. My name is Yi Feng Gao. Just call me Xiao Hei." Yi Feng said with a smile, "Your name is really suitable for an assassin. The night is dark, and the wind is high. And the murderous night is high. Xiaohei said with a smile. It's not bad. My brother asked me to choose it this way. My name is Yihei Fenggao. And his name is Killing Yi. Oh, you two brothers are really interesting. But after saying so much, are you still moving forward? Xiaohei said, of course. Although I want to choose assassin. Of course if it is a hidden profession. I think I should give it a try. Yifeng shook his head and said, the mission is mine. And you can just watch from the side. Otherwise you go alone. Seeing the darkness ahead, Xiaohei quickly backed away and said, forget it. I don't want it anymore. Just show me. Seeing Xiaohei's expression, Yifeng said, let's make friends. I'm a casual player. Xiaohei quickly applied for a friend and said with a happy face, great. I finally have a friend. In the novice village, they all thought that I was too thin and unable to kill monsters. And our village's perverted village chief. Hey, I'll be in tears if I talk too much. Yifeng had a dark look on his face. The perverted village leader was just talking about himself. It seemed that he was no longer a serious village leader in the minds of the players. Putting aside those questions, Yifeng said, let's go and see how lucky we are. Xiaohei hid behind Yifeng, while Yifeng walked forward step by step. Ding dong! The sound of a drop of water reached Yifeng's ears, and Yifeng knew that his destination was coming. Brother Feng, there is the sound of water ahead. Is there a pool here? Yifeng shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's go ahead and take a look. The closer to the sound of dripping water, the surrounding air began to become moister. Xiaohei, who was behind Yifeng, could no longer breathe and followed Yifeng cautiously. Hey, here are two people who want to die. I didn't expect to find me so quickly. Yifeng muttered, sure enough. It's here. Xiaohei was shocked. What he thought was impossible was actually found by Yifeng. He didn't expect that Yifeng was so powerful. A ball of black energy slowly floated in front of Yifeng and Xiaohei. And a sinister voice came from inside. Hey, you are a demon clan and a human clan. Doug, will reluctantly accept you. Black energy groups surrounded Yifeng and Xiaohei. Xiaohei clenched the wooden sword in his hand and said, what should I do with Brother Feng? We can't seem to beat him. In fact, Yifeng did not feel low. Although the Doug in front of him was seriously injured and lost only his soul, Yifeng could not see any level or attributes of this soul. It was obviously not something they could deal with. Yifeng whispered, it's okay. The worst he can do is die once. We know where this guy is since we were young. Well, that's what I think in my heart. Even if we can't win it, we can still make money by selling the information. Yifeng nodded. But at this moment, Doug's soul rushed towards Yifeng, and the wooden sword in Yifeng's hand unceremoniously struck Doug's soul. Hey, stop struggling pointlessly, and just be my human body. Yifeng discovered that his wooden sword could not hurt Doug's soul at all. It was as if his wooden sword had hit a piece of steel, and his hands were numb from the shock. Seeing this, Xiaohei on the side also slashed at Doug. Boom! Doug's soul actually hit Xiaohei, knocking Xiaohei against the wall and falling into a coma. Humph. I don't know how powerful the monster clan is. They will take care of you later. As he spoke, Doug's soul appeared in front of Yifeng's eyes with a hiss. And the next moment, it went directly into Yifeng's heavenly gate. Ah! A severe pain made Yifeng yell. And finally Yifeng passed out. But Yifeng's cry attracted others over, and a group of people rushed to find where Yifeng and the others were. It was obvious that this should be the hiding place of Doug's soul. But groups of players came over, and except for Xiaohei and Yifeng lying on the ground, there was no sign of Doug. Liangshan said they should have hit Doug's soul, but they couldn't beat each other and were knocked unconscious. It seems that Doug has run away. Let's go and look around. Doug is in the mine. I was still wondering if Doug was in the mine before, but now it seems that he must be. Chapter 15 Dark Magician. In Yifeng's body, Doge, who had been unscrupulous just now, was now extremely frightened. Let me out. Let me out quickly. I will promise you whatever you want. Doug's horrified voice echoed in Yifeng's mind. But Yifeng was in a coma at the moment, and could not hear Doug's begging for mercy at all. No. Don't. I don't want to die yet. Don't. Not long after, Yifeng finally woke up and rubbed his temples. This game was really realistic. And the pain was really real. Ding! System prompt. You have obtained a dark magic core. Do you want to use it? Yifeng was stunned for a moment. What's going on? When did I get this thing? It seems that Doug's soul entered my body. And then I don't know anything anymore. Where did this thing come from? Looking at the dark magic core in his backpack, Yifeng couldn't help but think of Doug. Doug seemed to be a dark magic mage. Could it be that Doug was completely dead? And what is this thing? Yifeng held the magic core in his hand, and the system prompted that it could be used. Yifeng thought about it. And since it can be used, let's try it. Ding! System prompt, using dark magic core. The current profession does not match. Should I disguise myself as a mage? Yes. Ding! System prompt, using skill disguise. You are now a mage. Since you use the dark magic core, do you want to change your job to a hidden professional dark magician? Yifeng paused for a moment. No way. This is actually a hidden profession. And it is also a dark magician. Yes. When Yifeng clicked yes, the next moment Yifeng's body was wrapped in a ball of black energy. Ding! System prompt, successful job transfer. You are already a dark magician. Character name, Yifeng. Display name, Yifeng. Occupation, dark mage level 1, hidden occupation. Level, 5. HP, 500. Attack, 20. Defense, 15. Skill, disguise. After using this skill, you can change into any profession. The weapons will change with the change of profession, but the equipment will not change in any way. After using the skill again, the disguise state will be released, which is instantaneous. Dark Fireball. Using this skill will cause an additional 10% dark spell damage to the target. Equipment, Dog Tooth Necklace. Taskbar. You can publish tasks from levels 1 to 10. The level 1 task is fixed to go to the village to kill 10 hares. The level 2 task is fixed to go to the outside of the village to kill 20 mice. Special ability. The ability to publish hidden tasks. Skill. Sit back and enjoy the rewards. Players can publish tasks and get 5% of the task rewards after completing them. Lucky Draw. There is a lucky draw opportunity every 5 levels, and you can get any item in the game. Currently, the number of draws can be used 0 times. This is Yifeng's current attribute. Now it seems that this hidden profession brings 10% extra damage to Yifeng. This damage seems to be nothing at the moment. If it is in the later stage, 10% damage may be enough to kill a person with residual health. But soon Yifeng disguised himself as a warrior again, because Shaotian next to him was about to wake up. Shaotian covered his head and said, "It's strange. Why did I fall into a coma? The situation of falling into a coma in Winter is so harsh. I didn't expect that I would be slammed. It's really unlucky." Yifeng pulled Shaotian up and said, "Come on. It's a great thing if you don't lose experience. Let's go back." Shaotian asked, "Go back? Where is Doug's soul?" Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who knows? I also fell into a coma and just woke up. It is said that Doug's soul had escaped while we were in a coma. Oh, hiding a profession is really tempting. But unfortunately, we are no match for each other. So let's forget it." Yifeng patted Shaotian on the shoulder and said, "That's right. Let's go back. There's no point in staying here." No one knew that Yifeng had completely killed Doug, and those players were still searching like crazy in the mine. In front of the village, the law enforcer who was sitting on the ground recovering from his injuries suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Dead. Actually dead? Could it be that he was purified by the holy light? Hey, forget it. Since I'm dead, I don't need to stay here anymore." A golden boss giant wolf appeared at the entrance of the village. The law enforcer jumped to the top of the giant wolf and said, "Let's go." The law enforcement officer suddenly left. Could it be that someone completed the task and changed his job to a hidden profession? Look! The mission failed. Sure enough, when the players looked at the task list, the tasks issued by the enforcer directly showed failure. Either the task was completed by someone else, or there was a time limit. If Doug could not be found after a certain time, the task failed. The enforcer they will also leave, and the hidden profession will disappear. Liang Chen returned to Novice Village, and a Shenhua member said something in Liang Chen's ear. Liang Chen's originally frowned brows finally relaxed. "Are you right? No one really completed the task." "Yes. I have been next to the NPC, and no one has completed the task at all. I only heard the NPC say, 'Dead? Actually dead?'" Liang Chen nodded. It seemed to be right. Doug must have died, and the person who enforced the law left here. Yifeng and Shaotian returned to Novice Village. Yifeng returns to Novice Village. The originally refreshed Machine Village Chief also disappears. Yifeng must change back to the village chief as soon as possible. Xiao He. I still have something to do. You can go do the task yourself. If you have anything to do, message me privately. Xiao He said, okay. Brother Feng. Go and do your work. Saying goodbye to Xiao He, Yi Feng hid in a deserted place and took off his disguise. Yi Feng became the perverted village chief that people hated again. Next, Yi Feng continued to issue tasks in Novice Village. Perhaps because of killing Doug, Yi Feng's level quickly rose to level 6. Yi Feng directly called up the ranking list of Novice Village number 88. The first one was no longer Liang Chen, but an archer named Sui Feng. The second one was Demo, and the third one was Liang Chen. Until in the 10th place, they are all already at level 7. Whoever has more experience will be ranked higher. As long as someone reaches level 10, I'm afraid the server will undergo some changes. Yi Feng doesn't want his perverted skills to be discovered by Fantasy World. Otherwise he will go there and cry. Although entering the Fantasy World is like taking a rest. When players play the Fantasy World, they are playing through brain waves and spirit. After a long time, they still need to rest. And it is already 12 o'clock in the evening. Yi Feng, I feel like I can't open my eyes. At the end of the day, Yi Feng didn't eat anything good. Of course, his body's nutrition couldn't keep up. And he was definitely going to feel sleepy. Fortunately, Yi Feng quit the game and fell asleep. However, even if Yi Feng is offline, Yi Feng's character experience is still increasing. As long as someone takes over Yi Feng's tasks, Yi Feng can gain experience. This is the so-called feeling of making money while lying down. Chapter 16 Breakfast Incident. Early the next morning, Yi Feng looked at the time. It was only 7 o'clock, which was still early. After Yi Feng washed up, he put on his cotton-padded jacket and went out. Due to the heavy snowfall yesterday, Yi Feng now made a crunching sound as he walked on the road. The heavy snow had already submerged Yi Feng's shoes. Mornings in big cities are relatively quiet. There are very few pedestrians on the road. But there are still many old people doing exercises. In a public sports venue, several old people are talking and laughing with shovels and brooms are cleaning the ground. A lot of the heavy snow on the ground has been cleared. Hey, today's young people are really lazy. Let them come down to sweep the snow. And they will hide under the quilt and not come out. It's true. Haha. Old man Lu. Don't look at how late they played games last night. If my wife hadn't called me, I would have been addicted to playing games. Look at you old crooks. You are so old. How can you imitate young people in playing games? Haha. You don't understand. This game, Fantasy World, is really good. Especially the senior board customized for us seniors. Don't tell me. It's really addictive. As Yi Feng walked farther and farther, the voices of the old men became softer and quieter. But Yi Feng smiled. It turns out that Fantasy World also has an elderly version. If we get one for our parents, we can also let them enjoy life. However, Yi Feng touched his pockets and found that his living expenses were almost not enough now. It seemed that he had to find something that could make money in the Fantasy World. Otherwise, let alone get the Fantasy World rings for his parents, he would be the one for himself. Food and clothing have become a problem. Although there was no snow in the sky, the temperature was still very low. Yi Feng rubbed his hands and started to jog. Because of the snow, all the nearby breakfast stalls disappeared. So Yi Feng had to go to a breakfast shop farther away to eat. As soon as he entered the store, Yi Feng took off his hat and said to the boss, "Boss, bring me 2 meat buns and a bowl of soy milk." "Okay. Find a seat and sit down. I'll bring it to you right away." Yi Feng looked around. Because it was still early, there were not many people eating breakfast. Yi Feng found a seat against the wall. And soon the hot meat buns and soy milk were served. Yi Feng, who was already hungry, smelled the meaty buns and started eating them in big mouthfuls. Not long after, a group of young people in uniforms came in and said loudly, "Boss, please bring some steamed buns and soy milk and fried dough sticks first. I'm starving. I don't know what happened today. There is no food in the cafeteria." The sound was quite loud, and it was impossible not to attract others' attention. Yi Feng looked up and saw that these young people were actually members of Dingtian. He saved himself from living in a nearby shanty town. He didn't expect that even if he had breakfast, he would be able to hit Dingtian. People. Yi Feng paused for a moment, and then continued to eat his own food. After all, he was no longer from Dingtian, and he had nothing to do with them. Just when Yi Feng was about to finish eating, snapped. One foot stepped on the stool opposite Yi Feng, and a mocking voice came into Yi Feng's ears. "Hey, Isn't this the top student who was kicked out by us? Why is he eating buns here? It attracted the attention of many people for a while. And of course, everyone in Dingtian looked at Yifeng. It's Yifeng. I didn't expect to be able to hit him here. That's right. I offended President Shaotian and deserve such an end. Oh. What's so interesting about a person who is no longer Dingtian? Come and eat yours. Yifeng looked up at the person who was talking to him and said, Sorry. I don't know you. Haha. You don't know me? It doesn't matter. As long as I know you. How come I haven't starved you to death after leaving Dingtian? Yifeng frowned. He knew the person in front of him, and was very familiar with him. In Fantasy World, Dingtian Xiaolu was him. The guy who was made to lose his temper by him. Hey Xiaolu. Don't say that. After all, he is the president's friend. Don't speak too harshly. I know you are feeling aggrieved in the game, but I advise you not to mess around. A member of Dingtian reminded. Xiaolu said angrily, Don't mention the game to me. I will get angry when you mention it. But now, I miss our top student today because I don't see him. Yifeng said, I finished eating. Please get out of the way. Yifeng slowly stood up. Yifeng is 1.8 meters tall. And the reason why Xiaolu is called Xiaolu is because he is only 1.6 meters tall, which is a full 20 centimeters shorter than Yifeng. But Xiaolu not only did not get out of the way, but blocked Yifeng's way, took out 100 yuan from his pocket, and threw it directly on the ground. He said with a playful look on his face, Get through me, and this 100 yuan is yours. As he spoke, Xiaolu pointed at his crotch, obviously wanting to humiliate Yifeng. At this time, the store owner couldn't stand it any longer, so he quickly came out to smooth things over and said, Brothers, you were all colleagues before. Why bother? Otherwise, I'll give you a discount and forget about it. Xiaolu glared at the boss and said, It's none of your business. Just stay away. I finally found a weakling. If I don't vent my emotions in the past 2 days, I really won't be Xiaolu. What else did the boss want to say? Yifeng pulled him and said, Boss, thank you. You don't have to worry about our affairs. This is breakfast money. Take it. This? Yifeng nodded. The boss didn't know what to say, so he had to hide aside. If there was a fight, he could still break it up. Yifeng looked at Xiaolu and said, Are you serious? Xiaolu crossed his arms and said, Of course. As long as you let me calm down, everything will be true. Yifeng has already sentenced Xiaolu to death in his heart. Is it possible to get in on his own? Although he is weak, Yifeng still has the most important strength. Otherwise, why would Yifeng leave Dingtian? Bump! Yifeng, who is 1.8 meters tall, hit Xiaolu with one punch. The other people from Dingtian saw this and rushed forward. Xiaolu was hit by Yifeng's punch, and the corners of his mouth bleed. He was helped up from the ground and immediately jumped up, ready to fight Yifeng. Yifeng was not jealous. Just when he was about to take action, the store owner came out to start a fight. Stop it all! A voice came from behind everyone, and the voice was filled with anger. Everyone in Dingtian looked behind them, not daring to move. Yifeng looked up, and two figures appeared at the door of the store. One was Huang Shaotian, who had driven himself into HL, and the other was slim and graceful. She was wearing a white slim-fitting down jacket that highlighted her owner's figure. She was Dingtian's other girl. An ace smoke talk. Huang Shaotian looked angry and shouted, Dingtian's face has been completely humiliated by you. Don't you think you are being embarrassed? Go back and run 10 laps for me. President. Shut up. And get back here when you're done eating. Huang Shaotian's aura made the other members afraid to speak. They all lowered their heads and returned to their seats, not daring to make any more noise. Chapter 17 Attack with all your strength. Huang Shaotian walked towards Yifeng, and Yifeng stared at Huang Shaotian. I'm afraid this guy was up to something. Yifeng, I didn't expect you to come here for breakfast. How are you doing after leaving Dingtian? Yifeng said with no expression on his face. This has nothing to do with you. Please get out of the way. Yifeng, we are brothers. If you think it's not easy to hang out outside, Dingtian still welcomes you. Facing Huang Shaotian's words, Yifeng lost any emotion and walked to Huang Shaotian and stopped. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Heshi. My life, Yifeng, is not as fragile as you think. The next time we meet, it will be the day when you and Dingtian will be destroyed. As he spoke, Yifeng walked past Huang Shaotian without hesitation. Yifeng didn't even look at the smoke at the door. Huang Shaotian showed an angry look this time and shouted, Yi Feng. Don't be shameless. I, Huang Shaotian, am waiting for you to fight. I am afraid that you will starve to death on the streets. Yin Yu looked at Yi Feng's leaving back, and didn't know what to say for a moment. So she could only watch Yi Feng leave. Yi Feng deliberately walked around a few times to prevent anyone from following him, and finally returned to his residence. After today, there will be no Yi Feng like before. In Dingtian's building, a person hurriedly came to Huang Shaotian's office. President, I've lost you. The man lowered his head and whispered. Huang Shaotian said angrily, trash. President, I followed him a lot. So he probably doesn't have a fixed residence. Humph. He's just a tramp. But he dares to talk so shamelessly in front of me. Go down. And if you find Yi Feng, notify me as soon as possible, and I will let him know the consequences of offending me. Clear. As soon as Yi Feng went online, he saw the level upgrade prompt. Now his level is already level 6. And he will be level 7 soon. This time, Yi Feng will not waste time in the novice village because of the time left for him. Running out. After taking a look at the level gang, I didn't expect that the first place player was already level 9. He was only one level away from level 10 before he could leave the novice village. However, the first few names were all dim. It was obvious that they had gone down to rest after staying up all night. Yi Feng came to the pharmacist as the village chief. Village chief, what can I do for you? The pharmacist asked. Yi Feng said, yes. Of course there is. Do you have any potions to restore magic points and potions to restore health points? The pharmacist said cheerfully, village chief, have you forgotten my profession? I am the pharmacist of our village. How come we don't have those things? Why do you need them? Village chief? Yi Feng touched his chin and said, well, we need to reward those warriors a little bit. After all, since these warriors came, the security of our village has improved a lot. There are not many monsters coming to make trouble in our village. Haha. The village chief is right. They should be rewarded. Take these potions first. If you don't have enough, ask me for them. I have plenty. Ding. System prompt. Obtain primary blood recovery potion * 100. Primary magic recovery potion * 100. Yi Feng was so excited. He gave himself so many primary potions at one time that he might not be able to use them all even after leaving the novice village. Primary blood recovery potion, within 15 seconds. Restore 120 blood points. Primary magic restoration potion, within 15 seconds. Restore 200 magic points. It seems that Yi Feng's blood volume is now 600 points. But his magic value is not. This is because Yi Feng currently does not have any profession, and can only display his blood volume. Because not all professions have magic value. And warriors are the only ones. No. Archers are divided into physical archers and magic archers. Physical archers do not need magic points. However, 120 blood points can be restored within 15 seconds. Isn't this a bit low? I already have 600 blood points. However, Yi Feng couldn't care less, and got 2 sets of potions in vain. Yi Feng glanced at the pharmacist's price list. A group of 10 primary potions cost 1 silver coin. Generally, the people who could spend the potions in the early stage were either wealthy or guild bosses. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. The potion on my body is worth 10 gold coins. And I am very rich now. After preparing what he needed, Yi Feng went directly to the mine. Soon, Yi Feng directly used the camouflage skill in a certain part of the mine. The next moment, Yi Feng turned into a hidden professional dark mage holding a wooden staff. Yi Feng, who was pretending to be a player, returned directly to the novice village. Looking at the NPC village leader in the center of the village, Yi Feng was really not used to it. Yi Feng quickly headed outside the village. Yi Feng is now at level 6. If he wants to level up, he must kill level 6 monsters. Even level 7 to 8 wild monsters. Yi Feng does not stop for a moment, and goes straight to the level 7 wild monster area. On the way, because Yi Feng is a mage. Mage is still more popular in the early stage, because the magic damage is relatively high. When fighting monsters and upgrading, I like to form a mage, which is more efficient. Hey, why don't we form a team together to farm in the wild? We have human shields in our team, so the monsters can't hit you. Yi Feng shook his head politely and said, no, my teammates are in front. Being rejected by Yi Feng, the man was not angry. After all, not everyone was willing to form a team. Not to mention that Yi Feng said that his teammates were in front. When Yifeng bypassed the level 6 wild monsters and came to the level 7 barbarian bull, Yifeng knew what a barbarian bull was. No wonder he had heard people say on the road that the barbarian bull was too powerful. But now it seemed that it was indeed a bit tricky. Manu, level 7 HP 800. The health volume of 800 is indeed a bit thick for a level 7 monster. Yifeng had seen level 6 monsters before, but they only had 500 health. He didn't expect that he had 300 more health at once. But the barbarian bull's health was a little thicker. But the rewards are more than level 6 wild monsters. Yifeng waved the staff in his hand, and a black fireball flew towards a wild bull. Bang! The black flames hit the bull, and the bull let out a cry of pain, and a damage number floated out from the top of the bull's head. -50. Before Yifeng could be surprised why the damage was so high, the black flame stayed on the bull for a moment, and then another wave of damage floated out. -20. The first thing Yifeng thought of was the burning damage. He didn't expect that this hidden profession was so powerful. He even knocked out 70 points of HP of the Manu in one go. It could be described as a pervert. You must know that Yifeng saw someone killing a bull before, and the damage was only 20 to 30 at most. He didn't expect that he could kill a bull with 70 points of damage in one go. Abnormal. Abnormal. Someone in the distance noticed that Yifeng was challenging a bull alone, and one person snorted and said, "Huh. A mage dares to kill a bull alone. And I don't know how he will die later." On Yifeng's side, Man Yo finally attacked Yifeng after being attacked. Man Yo's main attacks were collision and corner. Because Yifeng and Man Yo were still some distance away, he launched a collision with Yifeng. Yifeng raised his hand, and another dark fireball flew towards the barbarian bull. The barbarian bull, which was still colliding, was hit again and stopped abruptly. 2 more pieces of damage floated out. Yifeng was now sure that it was definitely burn damage. Yifeng kept moving, pulling Man Yo to fly the kite directly. He kept holding Man Yo and beating him, and Man Yo's blood was not falling slowly. In less than 1 minute, Man Yo was already beaten by Yifeng before he could get close. Put it down. Chapter 18 The Wind Beast King. Aye? Am I hallucinating in my eyes? Said a player in the distance. The player next to him sighed and said, "No. A mage killed a wild bull directly, and the speed was not inferior to the 3 of us. Big brother. I saw." He was interrupted before he finished speaking. The soldier on the side interrupted the man and said, "Don't talk. I'm exhausted from listening to you. I can see you typing. Brother, I saw that man's magic ball was not red but black. What's going on?" The man stuttered as he typed. The 2 people next to him were suddenly stunned. They were so surprised that they didn't really pay much attention to the color of the other party's magic, but they vaguely remembered that it was indeed black. The 3 of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Hidden profession. Damn it. This is the novice village, and there are people with hidden professions. This is so perverted. It's more than a pervert. It's simply unforgivable. I don't know who took away the hidden profession of the law enforcer before. I didn't expect that there is a hidden profession magician here." Of course, Yifeng heard a lot of what they were saying. It seemed that he had been discovered, so he had better find a place with few people to farm monsters, so as not to be disturbed by others. After all, his time was precious. Yifeng glanced at the system prompts. A bull gave him 120 experience points, and he still needed 8,000 experience points to upgrade to level 7. Yifeng found that as long as he was not in the novice village, and the people in the novice village did tasks, he would be divided, without any experience. It seems that the system is not stupid. Otherwise my level would not be as fast as a rocket. Yifeng kicked Man Yo's body away without exploding anything. Yifeng continued walking deeper into the Man Yo area. At first, the 3 players wanted to follow, but unfortunately after being entangled by a few bulls, Yifeng had disappeared from their sight. While Yifeng was hiding in an uninhabited area to farm bulls, there was a hidden professional mage in novice village number 88, which quickly spread. In the end, the rumors became more and more outrageous. Some even said that this hidden profession could kill a mage instantly with one skill. Level 7 bull. Hidden profession. Or mage. Who has such great ability? Liangchen heard that a hidden profession came out of novice village, and thought about how to recruit him under his command. It's not just Liangchen who has the same idea, but also the MO hidden professions are very rare. In the entire fantasy world, there are only dozens of hidden professions, and the most important thing is that there can only be one person in each hidden profession. That's why hidden professions are so popular. The MO shouted, "Humph. No matter what. We must take down that guy. And we in Lanchi Valley will do it at all costs. And Yifeng, who had been fighting for nearly an hour, finally saw a golden light under his feet. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully upgraded to level 7. Although he was promoted to level 7, Yifeng was a little disappointed. He wanted to upgrade to a level to see if he would learn a system skill. But unfortunately he didn't. He saw that he had to use the fireball technique. Yifeng, who has reached level 7, will also not attack the level 7 bull. Now Yifeng is standing at the junction of level 7 and level 8. The level 7 is the bull, while the level 8 is the extremely fast blast. Beasts. They look like wolves, but as you can tell from their names, these guys should not be slow. Currently, the level 8 wild monster Gale Beast has not seen a single player. Yifeng has not seen any players here for an hour. Yifeng cautiously walked into the area of the Gale Beasts. These guys actually gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. This made Yifeng hesitate a little. His blood volume was only 700 points. It was definitely impossible for one person to deal with 3 Gale Beasts. Yifeng, you must first become familiar with the characteristics of the Wind Beast. Previously, Yifeng had killed the Barbarian Bull because he saw someone. But Yifeng had no experience with the Gale Beast. Yifeng stood outside the attack range of the Gale Beasts and frowned. As long as he attacked one of the Gale Beasts, the other 2 would definitely pounce on him. I'm afraid he couldn't do it with just one skill at the moment. Just when Yifeng didn't know how to start, a smaller Wind Beast somehow ran out of it and appeared in a position where Yifeng could just attack. Yifeng immediately raised his staff, and a black fireball flew towards the little Gale Beast. Ouch! The little Gale Beast screamed when it was attacked by Yifeng. But fortunately, it did not attract other Gale Beasts. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Just when Yifeng was about to continue the attack, bang! A Gale Beast that was bigger than the others stood in front of the little Gale Beast. Yifeng smacked his tongue and said, "Oh my god! I'm beating the little one to attract the big one. And it's not just an ordinary big one. Gale Beast King, level 9. HP, 3000. Attack, 20 to 50. Skill, Gale can increase speed by 80% in a short period of time. Tier, the wound will continue to lose blood for 5 seconds. Yifeng looked at the attributes of the Gale Beast King and subconsciously took a few steps back. This was a leader-level wild monster. Although it was not a boss, it was much stronger than ordinary wild monsters. It had 2 skills. Most of the small Gale Beasts were behind the Gale Beast King. The Gale Beast King stared at Yifeng and let out a low roar. Yifeng did not dare to be careless. The next moment, the Gale Beast King began to speed up. Yifeng was not merciful. The black fireball technique directly hit the Gale Beast King. The Gale Beast King paused and roared. He was even angrier than before and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng turned sideways to avoid the attack of the Gale Beast King, and then hit the Gale Beast King with another fireball. But this time, the Gale Beast King didn't stop at all and ignored the black flames, which was bound to tear Yifeng into pieces. Yifeng thought to himself, oops. The leader-level wild monsters are indeed not something that one person can fight against. Seeing that the Gale Beast King was about to pounce in front of him, he would definitely have to lie on the ground and return to the city in the next moment. His small body could not withstand the opponent's attack. And at that moment, Yifeng thought of an incredible way. Removed the disguise, and directly disguised himself as a warrior. Block. The staff in Yifeng's hand turned into a wooden sword. The wooden sword directly blocked the attack of the Gale Beast King. But Yifeng also lost 50 points of blood because of the impact of the Gale Beast King. Lifting his aching arm, Yifeng was convinced that his idea was indeed correct. So he didn't have a skill. Archer. Break the combo. Mage. Dark Fireball. Warrior. Block. Yifeng began to drift among the 3 professions. One person became 3 professions, directly dealing the damage of 3 people. The defense of the warrior, the attack of the mage, and the speed of the archer. This made Yifeng and the Gale Beast King compete for a while. Up and down. Moreover, Yifeng had a large amount of recovery potions on his body, but the Gale Beast King did not have them. After one ebb and flow, the Gale Beast King began to suffer from physical exhaustion. Chapter 19 Gale Fist Gloves. Break the combo. Shoot me in the foot. If you want to kill a boss-level wild monster, you have to look for the opponent's weaknesses and don't fight head-on. The Wind Beast King's weakness should be his feet. His speed is too fast. Yifeng is now a little exhausted. Ouch. While the Gale Beast King was running, he suddenly fell to the ground and screamed. and saw an arrow on his foot stabbing into the Gale Beast King's foot. Ding! System prompt. Attack the weakness of the Gale Beast King. And the speed of the Gale Beast King will be reduced by 50% for 30 seconds. 30 seconds was enough for Yifeng to kill the Gale Beast King, who had less than half health. Without the speed of the Gale Beast King, Yifeng directly disguised himself as a dark mage, because the attack damage of this hidden profession is particularly high. And now the Gale Beast King cannot touch Yifeng at all within 30 seconds. Yifeng's fireball technique was simply thrown at the Gale Beast King for free. For a moment, the Gale Beast King was burned by black flames. The 30 seconds had not yet come. And in the flames, the Gale Beast King screamed in agony, crashing to the ground and unable to move anymore. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the Wind Beast King. You have gained 3,000 experience points and 10 reputation points. Yifeng looked at the world's rumors, and it seemed that he was not the first to kill a leader-level wild monster. Otherwise he would definitely be on TV. Yifeng kicked away the body of the Gale Beast King, and was surprised to find a piece of equipment and some silver coins under him. Yifeng counted the silver coins, and found that there were not many silver coins. Only 10. The piece of equipment emitted a green light, and it turned out to be a green item. Gale Fist Gloves, 2 stars, green, physical attack 10 to 15. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 2. Requires character level 8. Equipment occupation, warrior. This type equipment is really rare, but such equipment is very popular among some fighting enthusiasts. Unfortunately, I don't know how to fight, but I can sell it for a good price, so my trip is not in vain. Yifeng meditated on the spot and recovered his state. When he just killed the Gale Beast King, if Yifeng hadn't had enough recovery potions, he might not even know who died in the end. However, after confirming the weaknesses of the Gale Beasts, Yifeng faced the Gale Beasts in front of him, and it was as simple as torturing them. An ordinary Gale Beast only has 600 HP, although the opponent is fast and has high attacks. This is not a problem. After Yifeng recovered, he directly disguised himself as an archer, knocked back the Wind Beast with 1 arrow, and then disguised himself as a mage and started harvesting directly. 600 blood points, under Yifeng's abnormal spell damage, is simply a drop in the bucket. An ordinary Wind Beast gives Yifeng 150 experience points. If Yifeng has group attack skills, I am afraid that Yifeng's level will soon reach level 8. Boring leveling. As time goes by, it is almost noon now. Almost all the players who stayed up all night last night are online now. But the first place on the level list is still level 9, and the others are all level 8. Yifeng stretched. It was almost 12 o'clock, and it was time to go to Novice Village to deal with the things in his hands. After a few hours, Yifeng had an additional piece of white equipment in his backpack, which was all extra from Yifeng. Now, in addition to the blue necklace, Yifeng also has 2 pieces of white equipment. The explosion rate of this fantasy world is really low. Yifeng spent 3 hours grinding to get 3 pieces of white equipment. The money was even less, and the total was only 1 silver coin. Yifeng returned to the entrance of Novice Village. It was the place with the largest flow of people coming and going. Yifeng had already seen some players selling some of the white equipment they had obtained here. The warrior's white knee pads only cost 5 silver coins, and they cost the price of a potion. Come and take a look. If you come from the south or the north, Mage's white robe, top grade level 5 mage clothes, only costs 10 silver coins. Don't miss it if you pass by. A piece of white equipment is sold for 10 silver coins. This is too dark. Yifeng knows how hard it is to earn silver coins. The 10 silver coins in the early stage are worth a lot of money. Yifeng found a place and opened the stall. A piece of white equipment was written with 2 silver coins. And for the green gloves, Yifeng directly wrote 100 gold coins. Of course, this green equipment did not really sell for 100 gold coins. But for other players can look at the attributes of the equipment at their own booth and negotiate the price with them. Level 8 2-star green gloves. Attack 10 to 15. Come and take a look if you need it. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, the player setting up a stall next to him jumped up and shouted, "Holy crap! It's really green equipment. And it's still 2 stars. As soon as they shouted like this, the advertising effect of Yifeng's stall came out. Damn! It's really a 2-star green equipment. Why is this guy so lucky? Let's see. Let's see. It's true. Brother, how do you sell this equipment? I'll pay you 10 silver coins." Yifeng shook his head and said, "Too few." The players watching on the side said, "That's right. 10 silver coins is like getting 2-star green equipment. Your money is enough. For a while, everyone in the novice village knew that someone was selling 2-star green warrior gloves. Demo, who had just returned from a mission, hurried to Yifeng's stall, and his eyes lit up when he saw the gloves. Brother, make a price. I want this glove. Yifeng looked at Demo. This guy actually had 2 pieces of green equipment. He was indeed a big guild. Yifeng said, what is the current price of silver coins? Demo said, in the official transaction, 1 silver coin is currently equal to 100 yuan, which is quite fair. Yifeng nodded. At present, it is estimated that many players do not have 1 silver coin. Even if they do, buy some potions, and there is no more. Silver coins are very important at this stage, and few people will actually exchange them for real money. Yifeng made an estimate and said, for 5,000 yuan, this glove will be yours. Demo hesitated a little and said, brother, is your price a bit high? Just as Yifeng was about to speak, a voice came from the side and said, 5,000. I want it. Everyone else looked at the person who spoke. Unexpectedly, it was Liangchen who spoke, and they didn't expect that he was here too. When Demo saw Liangchen, he said angrily, Liangchen, what do you mean? Liangchen shrugged his shoulders and said, why? You are the only one allowed to buy it. But I can't. Demo has a dark face, and Liangchen is a warrior, but he will never use gloves as weapons. He is obviously here to raise the price. Brother, I want these gloves from Demo. Give me your account number, and I'll put it directly on your account and bank card. Yifeng nodded and said, okay. When Yifeng was about to give Demo his account number, Liangchen on the side said, friend, I want these gloves too. I'll pay 6,000. The players on the side were in an uproar. This meant they were trying to rob it, and there was a good show to be seen. Demo glared at Liangchen, walked step by step to Liangchen, and said, if you have the ability, let's go out and have a fight. Liangchen said, you are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Don't good things always go to the one with the highest price? Although he knew that Liangchen and Demo were hostile, Yifeng still didn't like this attitude. So he said, I have sent you the account number privately. I said 5,000 is 5,000. And I won't ask for one more point. Demo laughed loudly and said, Liangchen, it seems that there are people who don't sell your face. This brother, from today on, as long as Liangchen dares to touch you, I will definitely beat him up. Yifeng smiled slightly and said, thank you. After receiving the money, Yifeng traded the equipment to Demo, took the white equipment from the stall, and was bought directly by Demo. Brother, thank you. Yifeng said, you're welcome. Chapter 20 Enmity. After buying things, Yifeng went offline directly. It was already noon, and it was time to start eating. However, seeing an extra 5,000 yuan in his bank card, Yifeng was a little surprised. Originally, he only had a few hundred yuan left in his hand. I was thinking about how to tighten my belt and get through this month. Now it seems that I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The proud Yifeng ordered a takeaway for himself. He was really hungry after eating instant noodles. But rice made people feel fuller. A steaming bowl of beef rice bowl finally made Yifeng's stomach feel better. After stretching his body, Yifeng once again joined the army of Fantasy World. As soon as he went online, Yifeng heard someone next to him say, hey, when did the village chief show up here? Only then did Yifeng realize that his disguise skills would disappear after he went offline. This was a wake-up call for Yifeng. Yifeng walked directly to the blacksmith shop. He had to buy himself a decent weapon, even a white staff. At this stage, weapons are the most valuable. In front of the iron sword shop, Yifeng saw a level 5 white staff in the blacksmith shop, which cost 10 silver coins. Seeing that there were less than 30 silver coins in his backpack, Yifeng was a little reluctant to part with it. Yifeng was in a daze at his blacksmith shop. The blacksmith said, Village chief, what's the matter with you? Yifeng was stunned for a moment and said, I originally planned to buy a level 5 staff from you, but it costs 10 silver coins, which is too expensive. The blacksmith smiled and said, Village chief, you are out of touch. 10 silver coins are for those warriors. We only need 5 silver coins. Fold it in half. Yifeng said excitedly. Of course, I can still lie to you. The village chief, Yifeng waved his hand, took out 5 silver coins and said, Okay, give me that level 5 white staff. Okay. Apprentice, pack a level 5 white staff for the village chief. After a while, Yi Feng looked at the level 5 white staff in his hand. He bought it for 5 silver coins, which was 500 yuan. This was the first time that he had been so extravagant. Fortunately, Yi Feng's camouflage skills are relatively buggy. As long as Yi Feng uses camouflage skills, the weapons in his hands will change as his profession changes. Therefore, Yi Feng only needs one good weapon to be able to use it in all 3 professions. Unfortunately, the equipment cannot be changed. Otherwise Yi Feng would just make a lot of money. Staff, white spell attack 4 to 8 required character level. Level 5 equipment occupation, mage. Well, it's much better than the 1 to 2 attack staff in my hand. Let's see if I can get good equipment this afternoon. Soon Yi Feng disguised himself again. This time, Yi Feng disguised himself as a soldier because just now, Xiaohei contacted Yi Feng. Brother Feng, let's go upgrade together. Xiaohei almost stayed up all night last night. He just got up now, and found Yi Feng as soon as he got online. Yi Feng said, okay. You happen to be level 7 too. Xiaohei said, okay. Let's go kill the bull. Yi Feng said, don't go. If you don't go, will you kill level 6 people? Yi Feng shook his head and said, kill the level 8 wind beast. And I will soon reach level 8. No. Why did you level up so fast? Hey. No. Let's kill the level 8 gale beast. Isn't this going to kill us? Yi Feng said, I've been killing all morning. Otherwise you think I leveled up so fast? Xiaohei felt that what Yi Feng said was quite reasonable. So he said, okay. Let's go then. Wait. Let me give you something. As he spoke, Yi Feng directly traded 10 bottles of primary blood recovery potion to Xiaohei. Xiaohei almost knelt down in excitement and said, Brother Feng, you are so good to me. How can I thank you enough? As Xiaohei winked at Yi Feng pushed Xiaohei away and said, you are my first friend in that fantasy world. I hope you won't betray me. Xiaohei immediately acted like a little brother and said, Brother Feng, don't worry. Whether it's going up the mountain of swords or getting off the oil pan. If I, Xiaohei, blink my eyes, I lose. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Xiaohei and said, let's go. The journey is long. Try to reach level 10 today. Good. As soon as Yi Feng and Xiaohei left the novice village, a player followed them sneakily. Humph. You dare to ignore me. Liang Chen. I will let you know what the consequences will be. Since Yi Feng's appearance remained the same as before, but his weapon changed from a French stick to a wooden sword. Liang Chen didn't pay attention for a while. When Yi Feng and Xiaohei walked to the level 5 wild monster area, Xiaohei pulled Yi Feng's arm and whispered, Brother Feng, someone is following us. Just as Yi Feng was about to turn around, Xiaohei said, don't look back, or your secret will be revealed. Yi Feng whispered, how do you know? I have played as an assassin a lot, and I have always had a very accurate sense of who is following me. In the novice village before, I didn't notice it because there were so many people. Now that there are few people, I have already discovered it. Brother Feng, what should I do next? Xiaohei said. Yi Feng touched his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, in that case, let's give them a ride. Xiaohei nodded and said nothing. Yi Feng continued to walk forward with Xiaohei, completely ignoring the people behind him. Captain, they are heading towards the area of level 8 gale beasts. What should we do? Liang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the backs of Yi Feng and Xiaohei. The two of them actually went to the level 8 gale beast area. Wasn't this looking for death? Or had they discovered themselves? Liang Chen said, enter the wind beast area and attack them directly to let them know my myth. I am not so easy to mess with. Yes. In the level 8 gale beast area, Yi Feng and Xiaohei walked carefully because they were afraid of disturbing the gale beast. Yi Feng's target was not the level 8 gale beast, but the level 9 golden horned python. Xiaohei on the side was now frightened. He was only level 7, and coming to the area with level 9 wild monsters was asking for death. However, seeing that Yi Feng did not look afraid at all, Xiaohei had to follow Yi Feng without saying a word. Liang Chen frowned when he saw Yi Feng coming to the golden horned python area. If he took action here, even if he killed both of them, he would probably not feel comfortable here. Captain, what should I do? Should I kill him? Liang Chen gritted his teeth and said, kill. Following Liang Chen's order, a fireball fell at Yi Feng's feet. Only then did Yi Feng look back at Liang Chen, who was no longer hiding. It's you. You are celebrities in Novice Village. Why are you following us and trying to kill us? Xiaohei exclaimed after seeing Liang Chen. Liang smiled and said, "You have to ask the brothers around you. If you have offended me, what good consequences do you expect?" Xiaohei looked at Yifeng. But he didn't expect that Yifeng would offend Liang after not seeing him for a night, which would cause trouble. Yifeng looked at Xiaohei and said, "You can choose to leave now. Of course, if you treat me as a friend, you can stay and help me." Xiaohei said without thinking, "My brother said you are very good. Let me follow you." "Yes. Then prepare to kill." Yifeng smiled. Chapter 21 The group annihilates Liang. "Yeah. Then you're ready to kill." Yifeng instantly disguised himself as a dark mage, and a black flame flew toward Liang. "Black flame. Captain. It's black flame. And the opponent is a hidden profession." Xiaohei also looked at Yifeng blankly. The hidden professional mage that was popular in the morning turned out to be Yifeng. He actually fought with a hidden profession. It felt too unrealistic. Yifeng shouted, "Xiaohei." Xiaohei finally recovered and said in surprise, "Brother Feng. How did you do it?" "I'll explain to you later. Kill them first." "Good." Liang felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that the hidden professional mage was indeed real, and he wanted to kill him. Now it seemed that it was impossible for him to be his subordinate. Since he couldn't be his subordinate, then he would be destroyed. "Everyone, listen. Kill the hidden professional mage to level 0. "Yes." Liang rushed forward immediately, and the 7 or 8 players behind him began to attack Yifeng and Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, hold Liang. I will deal with those remote professions." Xiaohei said, "Okay. But Brother Feng, you have to hurry up. I am not his opponent." There were a lot of trees where the level 8 golden horn python was, and Yifeng kept using the trees to avoid those long-range attacks. As soon as he emerged from the trees, Yifeng's black magic ball flew towards the crowd. One of them was hit, and the black flames directly burned the player. -150. -50. 2 beams of damage floated out from the man's head, directly knocking off 200 points of the opponent's health. One skill knocked out 1/3 of the opponent's health. This was too terrifying. Yifeng took advantage of the victory to pursue him. Leaning behind a tree, Yifeng disguised himself as an archer and hit the previous player with one blow. Because he was not a hidden profession, he only knocked out 40 points of blood. "No. There is an archer inside. Everyone, be careful." Yifeng cast 2 horns on his own, and another black magic hit the previous player. This time, there was a critical hit. -300. -50. The player screamed and was killed by Yifeng. It's not good for the opponent to hide professional damage. It's too scary. "Captain, what should I do?" Liang also discovered this situation. His equipment was good, but he had never done more than 100 damage. Is the hidden profession so awesome? At this time, Yifeng's attack started again. Liang men were afraid of being killed next, so they were timid when attacking. Liang said angrily, "Attack? Can't you? 7 of you still be unable to defeat one? Kill him once, and you will be rewarded 1,000. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man with a lot of money." The 1,000 bonus really allowed them to regain their morale. It was difficult for Yifeng to kill them for a while, but this time it became clear why Yifeng chose to come to the Golden Horn Python's territory. Yifeng took advantage of the geographical location to hide behind a Golden Horn Python. When Shinoa's man attacked, he hit the Golden Horn Python directly. Hiss. After being attacked, the Golden Horn Python let out an angry hiss and swam quickly towards the 7 people. The addition of the Golden Horn Python made the Xinhua people panic for a moment. There was no problem for the 7 of them to kill a level 9 Golden Horn Python. But the problem was Yifeng hiding in the dark, and the archer they thought they had. The Golden Horn Python attacked them, and they had no choice but to attack the Golden Horn Python. And Yifeng's attack time came at the right moment. With his bow, arrows, and magic, he almost beat the Xinhua man to tears. Ah! A player was bitten by a Golden Horn Python, turned into a stream of light, and returned to the city to be resurrected. There was another scream, and a player was instantly killed by Yifeng's black flames. The number of players was decreasing one by one. Liang, who was entangled with Xiaohei at the side, felt a chill in his heart. He wanted to give up Xiaohei, but unfortunately Xiaohei did not let Liang got his wish. Liang watched helplessly as everyone he brought was killed, and he already understood that he had hit a hard target today. Yifeng looked at the Golden Horn Python that didn't have much blood, and threw a fireball at it. In less than 10 seconds, the golden horned python was dead. Yi Feng stood at the place where Liang Chen's brother died, looked around, and said, "They are all so poor." And nothing happened. Liang Chen flicked hard and pushed Xiao He away, landing not far from Yi Feng. "Today Liang Chen, admit defeat. But even if I die, I will take someone as my backer and kill him." Yi Feng sneered, raised his hand, and a black fireball flew towards Liang Chen. "Wow, Brother Feng. Liang Chen has broken down his equipment. And it's a 1-star green gauntlet," Xiao He said as he picked up the equipment on the ground. Yi Feng said, "Well, you can bring it yourself." Xiao He said happily, "Thank you, Brother Feng. Haha. I finally have equipment." At the resurrection point of Novice Village, Liang Chen walked out with a gloomy face. 8 or 9 of his own went to kill 2 people. Not only were they wiped out by the opponent, but he also exploded a green gauntlet. This time he suffered a big loss. "Look, isn't that Liang Chen and his Xinhua members? They've all died. Could it be that they were fighting the boss? Maybe. Otherwise they wouldn't die so easily." Liang Chen and his younger brothers didn't speak. Liang Chen walked to the equipment point silently, bought a white gauntlet, and left the novice village without saying a word. "Captain, what's this?" Liang Chen said, "Of course it's not over. Remember, in the future, as long as conditions permit, kill Yi-Gao and Yi Feng immediately. Do you understand? Clear. Also, today's events are not allowed to be spread to outsiders." Yes. They also knew that if such a thing were to spread, they would not know where to put their faces. 9 people were actually wiped out by 2, 3 people from the opposite side. It would be a big joke if it were told. In the Golden Horn Python area, Yi Feng and Xiao He just wanted to leave, but found a person standing not far from them. Xiao He asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The man shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. The hidden profession is indeed very strong. I hope you can continue to be strong all the way, so that I can find this world interesting. Goodbye." The man disappeared from Yi Feng's sight. Xiao He touched his head and said, "There must be something wrong with this man." Yi Feng knew it very well, because Yi Feng could see the other party's name. "He is Ho Yi." Xiao He asked in surprise, "What? Is it Ho Yi who is number 1 on the ranking list?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. It is said that this guy is an independent player like you. I didn't expect that he would level up so quickly. He wouldn't have a hidden profession like you, Brother Feng." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know. But this person should be very strong and appeared in front of us without us noticing." Xiao He nodded. This person was really just like Yi Feng said. He appeared there at some point and watched their direct PK. It was obvious that he was here from the beginning. Yi Feng patted Xiao He on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. Start leveling." Chapter 22. It's a terrible word. Xiao He, pay attention to the right. There is a golden horn python there. And be careful. There is one on your head too. This is not the first time Yi Feng reminds Xiao He, because Xiao He is a warrior. And of course, it is Xiao He who does things like fighting monsters. And Yi Feng is responsible for attracting monsters. But the location where the golden horn python is located not only has dense trees, there are also tall trees that may hide golden horn pythons. Well, if it weren't for Brother Feng, I don't know if I could break through the defense of this golden horn python. It's too tough. Indeed, as a hidden profession, I can't even do more than 100 damage when attacking this golden horn python. The defense is really strong. Xiao He said in frustration, "Brother Feng, you are just trying to attract hatred. My damage is less than 50. Haha. I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously. Brother Feng, you haven't told me how you got this hidden profession?" Faced with Xiao He's question, Yi Feng replied, "Do you still remember what happened when we were in the mine?" "Of course I remember. Does this have anything to do with the mine?" Yi Feng said, "Of course." "Do you still remember Doug's occupation?" Xiao He said, "Of course. Isn't Doug the dark demon?" "Wait. Did you accept Doug's hidden profession?" Xiao He looked at Yi Feng in surprise. Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes. I accidentally became a dark magician." Xiao He scratched his head and asked in confusion, "But I saw before that you seemed to be a warrior. How could you become a mage?" Yi Feng did not intend to tell Xiao He about his abilities, but said vaguely, "I don't know very well either." In fact, Yi Feng had considered what career he would choose before Fantasy World was launched. At that time, he also discussed with Yin Yu what career he would choose. Yin said that he was used to mages. In fantasy world. Still want to choose a mage. Yi Feng was training as a warrior before. Originally, Yi Feng planned to protect Yin Yu as a warrior in that fantasy world. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a hero to be a beauty. Not to mention a woman like Yin Yu, whom everyone wants to protect. Start owning. At that time, Yi Feng somewhat like Yin Yu. But Huang Shaotian's interference made Yi Feng dare not think too much about anything else. In the end, he could hardly even play fantasy world, let alone have a career. Although Yi Feng had a certain understanding of mages before, he only found out about them through Yin Yu. When he really played by himself, it would not be the same thing. If he could not switch between the three professions at will, how could he have any knowledge? That kind of feat just now. However, in a professional guild like Dingtian, Yi Feng has already developed a lot of professional qualities. Compared with real Sanren, Yi Feng still has many advantages. Brother Feng. What are you thinking about? Looking at Yi Feng in a daze, Xiao He shouted. Yi Feng smiled bitterly and said, "It's okay. I think of some past events. Let's continue." Half an hour later, there was a golden light under Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng successfully reached level 8. And an hour later, Xiao He also successfully entered level 8. Yeah, it's finally level 8. I'm exhausted. Xiao He sat down on the ground. It was true that he felt a little uncomfortable after leveling up all afternoon. But Yi Feng found it strange that he had already leveled up. So why hadn't anyone reached level 10 yet? Xiao He. It stands to reason that the first place should be level 10. Right? Look at the top 10 in the rankings. They are already level 9. Why is no one at level 10? Xiao He was lying on the ground with a straw in his mouth and said, "If you want to reach level 10, you need to do a breakthrough mission. I heard that the difficulty is not easy. I guess that Hou Yi is stuck there. I'm afraid everyone in the server is stuck." Yi Feng nodded. That's it. He hadn't been in contact with Fantasy World for a long time, so he didn't expect such a request. Brother Feng. You don't know? Right? Yi Feng smiled and said, "Correct answer." Xiao He said with a look of resentment, "It's unfair. A person who doesn't understand the basic experience of Fantasy World has become a hidden profession." Yi Feng raised the staff in his hand and said, "What? You don't accept it?" Xiao He immediately jumped up from the ground and said, "I obey. Even if I pee on the wall, I will obey you. Go aside." Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Xiao He. Ding! System prompt. Players Dingtian Xiaolu. Dingtian Laodwa. Dingtian Feifei failed the mission and cannot gain experience. The system prompt that suddenly popped up at this time made Yi Feng stun for a moment. It turned out that their mission time was up. So you can't blame me. At the resurrection point of Novice Village, Dingtian and Xiaolu walked out. Now they have reached level 0. What they want most now is to accept the mission and level up quickly. Of course, they dare not accept the mission from the village chief. They don't want to continue to be tricked by the village chief. At this time, Yi Feng also returned to Novice Village. In Novice Village, after walking around as the village chief, he was satisfied and waited for Xiao He outside the Novice Village. Dingtian Xiaolu is only at level 0 now. So of course, he has to do new book tasks. Some simple NPC tasks. They have to start from scratch. Brothers, listen. The three of us are unlucky enough. Don't touch the village chief. Let's go to other NPCs to accept tasks. Well, let's go quickly. We are already too far behind. The highest level is almost level 10. Dingtian, Xiaolu, and the others came to the blacksmith. Before Xiaolu and the others could speak, the blacksmith said with a look of disgust on his face, "You three? Hurry up and leave. We don't welcome you here. What's going on? What's going on? Go to other NPCs and try it. It's a pity that no matter where they go, no NPC is willing to talk to them." Ding! System prompt. You have been blacklisted by the NPC in Novice Village and cannot accept any tasks. After Dingtian Xiaolu saw the system prompt, he almost fainted. How could he be added to the blacklist? What was going on? You have also been blacklisted? The other two people nodded one after another. And one person said, "What should we do? Delete the account and try again." Dingtian Xiaolu said with an angry look, "Damn it. You can't delete your account. You can't delete your account. Are you asking me to just fight monsters and upgrade in the early stage? I'm going to have sex with you." The angry Xiaolu angrily headed outside the village. And the other two hurriedly followed. There were no preliminary tasks in the early stage. And just relying on hunting wild monsters to upgrade was definitely slower than a turtle. Outside the novice village, looking at Dingtian and Xiaolio's angry and resentful expressions, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was considered a small punishment for them. But it won't be like this next time. A simple punishment. Hey, Brother Feng. Why are you laughing? Is there a girl laughing with you? Let me see. Xiaohei finally came back from going to the toilet and looked at Yifeng smiling, thinking he was laughing with some girl. Yifeng said, there are girls everywhere. Whoever you think is the one. Xiaohei muttered, you think I'm stupid. It's okay if there are men everywhere. Chapter 23 Humanoid Monster. Hello little brother. Can you help me hunt a rabbit? A soft and cute voice came from behind Xiaohei, and Xiaohei turned around and said with a sweet expression on his face. Of course. In front of Xiaohei, an orc warrior stood there, holding a mace in his hand, looking at Xiaohei shyly. Xiaohei was about to say yes, but he swallowed the words. He shook his head repeatedly and said, Brother Feng, wait for me. After running away, the orc warrior revealed his originally rugged girl face. Humph. Do you think I will fall in love with you? Oh no! Seeing Xiaohei following behind him, Yifeng said, how about that girl? Xiaohei said angrily, thanks for your words. You can call me a girl, but you are a beast. Okay. It's over. I probably won't be able to eat dinner. Yifeng shook his head. This guy is serious. He can't bear this little blow. How can he become a big deal? Brother Feng. Where are we going? Yifeng said, of course, I will continue to practice leveling. I have already had a lot of rest. Are you going? Go. Of course I will go. The two came to the Golden Horned Python's territory again. But this time, they met an acquaintance. Someone from the Desert Orchid Valley. Hey, buddy. Do you have any good equipment? Demo waved to Yifeng and asked. Yifeng smiled politely and said, not at the moment. I am leveling up. Okay. We won't disturb you anymore. As Demo took his people to the other side, Xiaohei asked curiously, Brother Feng, what did you sell to that great god? A pair of green gloves. So I offended Liangchen too. So that's it. They are hostile to each other. If you sold it to Demo, you must have offended Liangchen. No wonder they want to kill us. Yifeng nodded and said, let's go and have a look at the level 10 wild monster area. Brother, do you really think so? Yifeng said as he walked, then just stay here by yourself. I'm leaving. Seeing that Yifeng was about to leave him behind, Xiaohei quickly followed him. The level 10 monsters are not monsters, but humanoid monsters. This is the first time Yifeng has come here. It turns out that this place is already at the top of the novice village. A bandit's den, with many bandits scattered everywhere. Humanoid monsters. Brother Feng, this one should be a bit difficult. I read on the official website that humanoid monsters have higher attack and defense than ordinary monsters. Yifeng nodded. He still knew this. But what he didn't expect was that there would be humanoid wild monsters, like bandits in Novice Village. Just as Xiaohei was about to move, Yifeng reached out to hold him back. Because out of the corner of his eye, Yifeng seemed to see someone fighting monsters. When Yifeng and Xiaohei slowly walked over, they discovered that someone was actually brushing them. This person was none other than Hou Yi. Hey! An arrow shot directly at Yifeng's feet. And Hou Yi's voice also came out, saying, I don't like to be disturbed when I am farming. Please go away. Being shot in front of someone with an arrow. Xiaohei became anxious and said, what do you mean? You attack first without saying a word. Is that awesome? Hou Yi didn't speak. Yifeng pulled Xiaohei and said, let's leave first. There is no need to conflict. Brother Feng, I can't do it yet. We can't beat that guy. Let's go! It's not that Yifeng is afraid, but that Yifeng doesn't want to fight with such a master. Because Yifeng finds that this person's movements and skills are completely necessary for a top master. He knows very well how much he weighs. If a fight really starts, say maybe he will really be killed by the opponent. After leaving Hou Yi's range, Yifeng directly lured a robber over. After being beaten by Yifeng, the robber started screaming. Humph! You actually dared to come to our territory and run wild. Let's see how I kill you. After the robber said this, he raised his knife and slashed at Yifeng. Xiaohei, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped out and directly pushed the robber back a few steps. However, the robber was not someone to be trifled with, and he slashed directly at Yifeng with his knife. Xiaohei blocked and was knocked back. Xiaohei said, Brother Feng, This guy is so strong. I even blocked it and lost 20 points of blood. Be careful. The opponent is a robber. And he is probably going to kill you. Yifeng reminded. But Yifeng really guessed it right. Xiaohei stopped the robber. The robber attacked Xiaohei. Xiaohei counterattacked him. Even if he was injured, the robber would chop Xiaohei. Damn it. Brother Feng. This is really a life-threatening attack. Please help me quickly. Yifeng did not hesitate. The dark fireball directly hit the bandit. As a result, the bandit only lost less than 50 points of blood. You must know that a bandit has 1,000 points of blood. How long will it take to hit him? Xiaohei. Look at the robber's weakness. Xiaohei responded, understood. After a while, Xiaohei's body began to be stained with blood. And he said, Brother Feng, the robber seems to have something. Yifeng circled around the robber, and then realized that there seemed to be magic on the robber's back. Is this what makes the robber so powerful? A dark fireball directly hit the magic behind the robber, and it made a bang sound. Ding! System prompt. The robber's magic circle was successfully destroyed. The robber is in a weak state for 30 seconds. Yifeng said, Xiaohei. The weakness is correct. The robber is now in a weak state, which lasts for 30 seconds. Good. In Fantasy World, the weak states have the same attributes, and all attributes are reduced by 50%. If it is in a severely weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 80%, and you will simply be at the mercy of others. He lost 50% of his attributes, and was not as powerful as before. Xiaohei also began to drink the blood-restoring potion, and the wounds on his body began to recover. Yifeng quickly launched an attack, because his powerful defense also dropped by 50%. Now Yifeng it can deal hundreds of damage. Within 30 seconds, the first robber was killed by Yifeng and Xiaohei. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on killing a bandit. Gaining NPC favorability +1 and 230 experience points. NPC favorability +1. This thing is a good thing. I didn't expect that it can be obtained by killing bandits. As long as you have enough favor with the NPC, you have a high probability of receiving a hidden mission. Xiaohei danced and said, Brother Feng, you actually gave me 1 point of favorability. It's so cool. Well, come on. Because they knew the bandit's weaknesses, Yifeng and Xiaohei's spawning speed increased. But not long after, Yifeng and the others encountered trouble again. The ruthless bandit is also a level 10 wild monster. But there is no magic circle behind this guy. And there is no weakness. Xiaohei did not have to resist a few hits before his health dropped desperately. Brother Feng, what should I do? The weaknesses are different. I haven't found the weak point of this gangster. I can't stand it anymore. Seeing that Xiaohei's blood volume could not recover at all, Yifeng said, withdraw. We have to think of a way. Good. Chapter 24 A Fatal Blow. After finally pulling the gangster away, Xiaohei sat down on the ground. At this moment, Xiaohei's bloodline had already called the police. Xiaohei asked curiously while recovering blood, Brother Feng, you are a mage. Why don't you have primary healing skills? Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, you also know that I am a hidden profession. After a mage changes profession at level 10, unless he changes to a priest, the primary healing spells of other mages will be forgotten. And I am just ahead of schedule. That's all. Xiaohei slapped his forehead and said with an annoyed look on his face, oh, why did I forget this message? I still call myself a know-it-all in Fantasy World. Ha. The best you can do is be a tour guide. If you don't know everything, I'm afraid you're not qualified, Yifeng said jokingly. Xiaohei said with a sad look on his face, I originally thought that since Woncher is so influential, I would be a jack of all trades and make some money. Now it seems that my dream has been shattered. Yifeng patted Xiaohei on the shoulder and said, it's okay. Although you can't be a jack of all trades, you can be the strongest assassin. Xiaohei knew how much he weighed and said, okay, don't praise me so much. I know my own abilities. If I can be ranked among the top 100 assassins in the server, my whole life will be worth it. Yifeng secretly thought, it is indeed difficult to be the 100th player in the whole server. But even if it is difficult, I will step on those who once looked down on me. Yifeng pondered. Xiaohei finally had full health at this time. Looking at the ruthless bandits wandering in the distance, Xiaohei had a look of embarrassment on his face. Brother Feng, have you found the bandit's weakness? Or are you looking for a mage or archer? Oh, by the way, when we were piking with Liang Chen and the others, wasn't there an archer who was helping us? Why don't we find him? Come! Yifeng shook his head. Wherever there are any archers, they are all his, and those are his trump cards. It is impossible for others to discover them. Not even Xiao. Not now. Forget it. Let's study it ourselves. The gangster's physical attack is very high, and his defense is also very good. He is completely indifferent to Xiao's attack. Only Yifeng's magic damage can play a certain role. Yifeng thought for a while and said, Xiao, please stay aside and let me give it a try. Xiao nodded, and Yifeng walked to the vicinity of the gangsters. This was his attack range, because the gangsters were relatively strong and acted alone. Yifeng stared at the gangster. This guy was all muscular and wore a vest on his upper body. He had a saber in his hand and a fierce look on his face. I really can't see any weakness there. Since there is no weakness, I have to find it. Eyes are the weakness of human beings. So what about gangsters? Aiming at the gangster's eyes, a black magic ball flew out from the top of Yifeng's staff. Bang! The fireball hit the gangster in the eye. The gangster roared, wiped the flames from his face with his hands, glared at Yifeng, and rushed towards Yifeng with his knife. There was no hint of a weakness, indicating that the eyes were not a weakness. Yifeng started to retreat and wanted to use a kite attack. In the end, this guy did not slow down at all and attacked Yifeng straight away. Seeing that Yifeng was in danger, Xiao said nervously, Brother Feng, do I want to take action? Yifeng said, no. You wait first. If his eyes were not good, then he would use his arms. If his arms were not good, then he would use his feet. Bei Yifeng beat him almost all over his body. But the system still did not prompt for a weak point attack. At this time, the gangsters will also arrive at Yifeng's side. Yifeng frowned. In Fantasy World, every wild monster will have weaknesses, which will help players kill monsters more efficiently. Dark Fireball Technique. This time, Yifeng's last bet was the gangster's mouth, because the gangster in front of him had never opened his mouth except for the previous roar. Unlike the previous gangster, he could still have a few lines of dialogue. Bang! What Yifeng didn't expect was that there was still no hint of weak point attack. But at this time the gangster roared. In an instant, he transformed into an archer, shot an arrow into the mouth of the gangster, and instantly turned into a mage again. Xiao rubbed his eyes. Hey, are he dazzled? He just seemed to see Brother Feng become an archer. Why is he still a mage when he rubs his eyes? Could it be that he is dizzy from hunger? Ding! System prompts. The gangster suffers a fatal blow and his blood volume is reduced by 10%. When the blood volume is lower than 10% of the total blood volume, he will be killed directly. Holy shit. It's not a weakness. It's a fatal blow. But the blood loss is a bit too much. Xiao asked in surprise, how is Brother Feng? Attacking the gangster's mouth can deliver a fatal blow, and the damage will be considerable. Okay. Look at me! The addition of Xiao made Yifeng easier to operate. In less than a minute, the ruthless bandit was finally killed by them, with 2 fatal blows. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on killing a gangster. Gaining NPC favorability +1 and 330 experience points. Xiao said excitedly, Brother Feng, this tough bandit gives you 100 more experience points than the bandit. But it's a pity that it's a bit difficult to fight. Yifeng said, then continue. A method has been found. Although the gangsters are still difficult to kill, their killing speed has improved a lot. An hour has passed quickly, and it is now 8 o'clock in the evening. The hungry Xiao covered his stomach and said, Brother Feng, I can't do it anymore. I'm so hungry that I feel dizzy. I have to go offline and eat something. Yifeng touched his belly and already kept calling for brother. So he nodded and said, okay. Come up quickly. Well, I'll make some noodles soon. After Xiao went offline, Yifeng also went offline. He didn't even soak the instant noodles, so he ate them directly with the warm water. It saved a lot of time compared with instant noodles. And he also went to the toilet by the way. After Yifeng quickly got online, he looked around, then disguised himself as a mage and sat there, waiting for Xiao. Roar! Damn thief. You dare to steal my village treasure. I will tear you apart. A roar caught Yifeng's attention. Yifeng couldn't care less and ran quickly in the direction of the sound. Not far away, an archer was seen confronting a robber. Yifeng muttered in shock, oh my god. The level 10 silver boss robber. This should be the strongest boss in the novice village. How could this Hoi steal the silver boss's things? Yifeng did not dare to act rashly. The silver boss was not fun. It was much stronger than the previous level 5 wild dog boss. After all, the previous level 5 wild dog boss was just an ordinary unleveled mission boss. The lowest level boss. But this one was different. In Fantasy World, the levels of boss are divided into Ordinary, Elite, King, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Epic, Legend, and Mythical Beast. The silver boss in front of me is still a humanoid robber. Although Hou Yi is very skilled, how can one person be the opponent of the silver boss? The silver boss's sword is so cruel that with one strike, a big hole will be made in the ground. Seeing that Hou Yi could no longer hold on. Chapter 25 Fighting Silver Boss. What exactly did Hou Yi steal from the silver boss? Yi Feng did not go out, but hid in the dark. Hou Yi's blood volume was rapidly declining, and he was about to die. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Hou Yi was directly killed by the boss. Something fell from Hou Yi's body. Yi Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, disguised himself as an archer and rushed forward. Before the silver boss could pick up the item, Yi Feng pocketed it. "Oh, damn it. Here comes another one looking for death. Please hand over your things quickly." Wherever Yi Feng could hand it over, he ran away. Hou Yi, who was lying on the ground, turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He had already seen Yi Feng take away what he exploded. At the resurrection point of Novice Village, Hou Yi came out and muttered, "Archers? Who is this guy?" Yi Feng ran several times to get rid of the white-eyed boss, but this guy couldn't get rid of him at all. When Yi Feng wanted to leave the level 10 area, a system prompt sounded. Ding! System prompt, sorry. You have mission items on you. You must kill the silver boss before you can leave his territory. Otherwise you will not be able to get out. Holy crap. What the hell is this? There are such perverted demands. No wonder that Hou Yi couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Boom! A knife struck Yi Feng's back. Yi Feng was so frightened that he quickly changed direction and continued running. Ahem. Oh my god. What happened? I almost got slashed with a knife as soon as I came up. Xiao Hei fell to the ground. As soon as he got online, a big knife slashed at him. Fortunately, he was good at it and dodged it. Otherwise, he would have been cut in two. When the smoke cleared, Xiao Hei saw a silver boss, chasing Yi Feng and slashing everywhere. Xiao Hei was shocked. He just ate a pack of instant noodles. Yi Feng actually attracted a silver boss. This was too fantasy. Also, why didn't Yi Feng run back to Xinsho village? Nothing could happen to him when he arrived in the village. Easy to say. Xiao Hei shouted, "Brother Feng. What's going on? Go back to Novice village quickly." Yi Feng couldn't help crying and said, "I have a mission item on me, and I can't get out." "Then throw it away. It's important to save your life." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "No. This thing is a prop to open the teleportation array. It is very crucial. Magic stone. A necessary item to open the teleportation array. Give it to the teleporter in Novice village to open the teleportation arrays in major cities." Xiao Hei said anxiously, "What should we do? This white-eyed boss is not something we can deal with." Yi Feng shouted while running, "Find a way. The reward for this mission must be very high." Yi Feng is being chased by the silver boss, and Xiao Hei on the side is now so anxious that he is almost jumping up and down. He really can't think of what to do. "Kill it!" A voice came from behind Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei said, "How to kill? I don't have that ability." "Hey. Who?" Xiao Hei got ready for battle and looked back at the person who spoke. The person who came was none other than Hou Yi, who was killed by the silver boss before. Hou Yi saw the silver boss chasing Yi Feng. So he said, "Where is the archer?" Because Yi Feng had already turned back into a mage. Hou Yi didn't notice. Yi Feng said, "Dead?" "I got the thing." Hou Yi nodded and said, "How about killing this boss together?" Yi Feng frowned and said, "Is it feasible?" Hou Yi shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I have to find a way." Yi Feng also agreed with Hou Yi's statement. So he said, "You attack the boss and see if he will stop chasing me." Hou Yi nodded, fully loaded his bow and arrow, and shot towards the back of the boss's head with a hiss. Flutter. The sound of an arrow entering the body was heard, and a number with over 100 damage floated out from the boss's head. The boss was furious, touched the area where he was attacked, roared at Hou Yi, and attacked Hou Yi's position. Without the pursuit of the boss, Yi Feng finally stopped. This Hou Yi's attack was so domineering that he could actually deal hundreds of damage. Although the number looked like a critical hit at first glance, He was able to hit a critical hit the first time. This shows that this guy not simple. Yifeng looked at the bow in Hou Yi's hand. Good guy. I never noticed that it was of blue quality. No wonder the damage was so explosive. It was just a white staff. Bandit leader, silver boss level 10. HP, 10,000. Attack damage, 280. Defense, 150. Skill, Mount Tai crushes the violent barrier. Explanation. The top boss of Novice Village has bullied the villagers of Novice Village all year round. He is notoriously wanted by major cities, and has to hide somewhere outside Novice Village. Looking at the attributes of the boss in front of him, Yifeng had the urge to give up. With 10,000 blood. The key is that his defense is 150. Unless it is weak, critical, or fatal. It is really impossible to deal damage. The boss also has 3 skills. The second one, Fury, is probably known to everyone. As for the barrier, it obviously increases defense. This is a hacking meaty boss. Hou Yi shouted, what are you still doing? Attack. The boss's weak points are the back of the neck, the anus, and his injured foot. Yifeng said, understood. Xiaohei, I leave the chrysanthemum or right foot to you. You can decide what to do. Dark fireball technique. Bang. Hitting the back of the boss's neck. 2 lines of damage appeared one after another. Minus 180. Minus 50. It's also explosive. It seems that this place can produce critical hits. I didn't expect that Hou Yi was so powerful, and could find the weakness so quickly. The hidden profession is really powerful. The white weapon can do more damage than me. Yifeng said, fortunately. You are the real master? I'm afraid you are the only one who has the blue bow in Novice Village. For people like Yifeng who have been exposed to the game for a relatively short time, Hou Yi is definitely in the ranks of masters. Hou Yi raised his head proudly. This blue bow was the secret weapon of his rise. Otherwise, no matter how good his skills were, how could he have reached this level without good equipment? Xiaohei on the side said with a resentful look on his face, stop bragging. How about killing the boss first, and then bragging to each other? As he said this, Xiaohei took his wooden sword and stabbed it directly into the boss's anus. At that moment, Yifeng seemed to be able to sense a bad premonition. The wooden sword was pulled out, and a stream of light yellow gas floated out. Sure enough, Xiaohei immediately froze on the spot and shouted, it smells so bad. I was poisoned and was stunned for 5 seconds. Ding! System prompt. The bandit leader's attack damage is reduced by 10% for 30 seconds. Jihua's weakness is to reduce attack damage. In order to prevent Xiaohei from being killed instantly, Yifeng hit the boss in the face with a fireball. The boss glared at Yifeng, attacked Yifeng, and smashed it down with a knife. The dust flew up, and Yifeng was directly overturned. Ahem. He lost a full 300 points of blood, which frightened Yifeng so much that he felt like he was on drugs. Unexpectedly, the attack damage was reduced by 10%. But the attack damage was still so high. It was terrible. Be careful. The silver boss is not that easy to defeat. Cheer up, Hou Yi reminded. But at this time, Xiaohei's dizziness time also came, and Xiaohei ran away in despair. Chapter 26 Snatching. The bandit leader was not a vegetarian either. He was attacked first. Moreover, each of them looked like a monkey, and he couldn't catch him. Finally, the bandit leader was angered. Ah! Damn thieves! Please die! Ding! System prompt. The bandit leader activates the violent skill. Within 1 minute, all attributes of the bandit leader are increased by 30%. And the blood volume of the bandit leader is reduced by 30%. Holy shit. I'm going to die. I'm already very strong. So you can kill me with just 1 slap. Xiaohei ran away. But it was different after that. The bow was fully drawn. But the arrow kept missing. If that's the case, then I'll break your legs. Hey. An arrow shot at the bandit leader's right foot at extremely high speed. The foot that had been injured. Ding. The arrow was blocked by the bandit leader's sword and bounced directly to the ground. Humph. You damn laughing ant. You dare to hit my injured foot. I will make you die very ugly. Boom. The broadsword fell, and dust flew up. Yifeng and Hou Yi bounced away one after another, and escaped the boss's attack. After the violent rage, the bandit leader's speed and defense were greatly enhanced. Even though he lost 30% of his health, Yifeng and the others felt even more difficult to fight. Dark fireball technique. Yifeng didn't show any weakness. The fireball technique hit the bandit leader's right leg directly. There was a bang, and he was blocked by the big knife again. Xiaohei, Come on! The bandit leader's weak point is definitely his right foot. He always protects it. In this gap, Xiaohei rolled over and landed at the bandit leader's feet. The wooden sword in his hand slashed directly at the bandit leader's right foot. Ah! The injured bandit leader suddenly knelt down on the ground and swatted with one hand. Xiaohei was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Holy shit. Brother Feng. I'm going to die. Before Xiaohei fell to the ground, Xiaohei had turned into a stream of light and returned to the resurrection point of Novice Village. Yifeng said in the team channel, Xiaohei, hurry up. Clear. Ding. System prompt. The bandit leader's right foot was injured and he lost the ability to move for 1 minute. Without the ability to move, it would be a living target. Yifeng and Hou looked at each other and began to attack the bandit leader desperately. This leg was indeed a fatal weakness. Damn ants. I will let you know how powerful I am. Barrier. A layer of ability shield wrapped up the bandit leader. Yifeng and Hou's attacks hit the energy shield, but they were immediately ineffective, indicating that the opponent's energy shield had a strong immune effect. Yifeng and Hou frowned. What should they do? They finally made the bandit leader lose the ability to move, and now their attacks are ineffective against him. How can they play like this? Yifeng quickly opened the system prompts and discovered that the energy shield barrier only lasted for 30 seconds. As long as the 30 seconds passed, their attacks would still be effective. Sure enough, after waiting for 30 seconds, the barrier on the bandit leader disappeared. Just as Yifeng and Hou were about to take action, two gangs jumped out from both sides of the bandit leader. Hou said with a gloomy look, Lanchi Valley and Xinhua. Are they trying to steal our boss? Yifeng said to Demo, brother. Do you also want to rob? Demo said embarrassedly, there is no way. Everyone is jealous of the silver level boss. Not to mention there are Liangchen and the others on the opposite side. Liangchen said coldly, the boss didn't write your names on his head, so there's nothing wrong with us coming to fight. At this time, Xiaohei finally came over. Seeing the current situation, he said angrily, damn it. You guys are so shameless. We have been fighting for a long time. Don't you think it's embarrassing for you to come out at this time? Boy, be careful what you say. The strength of the two of them is meaningless to us. You'd better shut up. Liangchen pointed his sword at Xiaohei and said coldly. Xiaohei subconsciously hid beside Yifeng and whispered, bully the weak and fear the strong. Hou said, so, you guys have decided on it. Right? Huh? Liangchen made a sound, which obviously meant this. And Demo also said apologetically, brother. I'm sorry. Whoever got it. Yifeng whispered, are you sure? Hou said calmly, 1/3. Xiaohei said in a low voice with a dark face. What nonsense. Isn't it just the three of us? Of course we are 1/3 sure. Hou looked at Xiaohei with contempt and said, the bandit leader has 5 seconds to resume action. Be careful. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, the bandit leader resumed his action, wreaking havoc with his machete. And no one dared to approach him. Do it. I don't know who made the move, but almost everyone launched an attack. There were originally 3 bandit leaders fighting against each other, but now there were more than 20 people. However, these 20 people did not work together. And just like now, there was chaos. However, Yifeng and the other 3 remained steady. Some of them were fighting bosses and killing people. Demo and Liangchen had already collided with each other, but none of them dared to use any force and kept an eye on Yifeng and Hou. One is the strongest archer in the novice village, and the other is a hidden professional mage. He can definitely give them an important blow at the right time. Yifeng said, Xiaohei, go up and find the right opportunity to target the bandit leader. Xiaohei covered his nose and said, no way, brother Feng. You still have hobbies. Although he said so, Xiaohei still did as Yifeng said. Moreover, Xiaohei did not approach the boss openly, but went around to the back. Hou saw this and said, you little follower is planning to play assassin. Yifeng nodded and said, that's right. Yifeng and Hou watched quietly. At this time, Xiaohei finally got behind the bandit leader. With a lewd smile on his face, the wooden sword in his hand stabbed the bandit leader mercilessly. Demo and Liangchen looked at Yifeng and the others, and then realized that one person was missing. The thin warrior had gone somewhere. Everyone, be careful. Before Liangchen finished speaking, Xiaohei's wooden sword had already penetrated the bandit leader. Xiaohei rolled around and pulled out the wooden sword. Ah! Damn ants. I'm going to kill you! The bandit leader suddenly went crazy and knocked several soldiers around him flying with a knife. and the battlefield suddenly became chaotic. Yifeng said in the team channel, "Great job. It's our turn to attack." Hou-yi nodded and began to attack the bandit leader. The bandit leader, who was attacked, also began to get angry. The surrounding warriors could withstand the boss's attack for at most 3 times before they laid down. Liangchen and Demo shouted, "Don't panic. Spread out, and don't attack the boss for now. Now the boss still has half of its health left. Demo and Liangchen have already lost a few people. And when no one is around to stop them, the boss attacks Yifeng and the others again." Yifeng and Hou-yi looked at each other and nodded. They left in 2 directions. And the direction they left was where Liangchen and Demo were. Liangchen said with an angry look, "You bastard. You want to bring the boss to us." Chapter 27 Kill the Silver Boss. Yifeng's position was not in Demo, but in Liangchen. After all, Yifeng and Liangchen had a grudge. So Hou-yi directly gave it to Yifeng. The boss did not keep up with Hou-yi, but attacked Yifeng, who dealt higher damage. Liangchen shouted, "Attack Yifeng from a distance. Quickly." Yifeng sneered and wanted to attack me. "You don't want to live anymore, right?" Yifeng ran around in a circle outside the range of those long-range attacks. Those people only focused on beating Yifeng, but they forgot about the bandit leader behind him, who was a silver-level boss. Bang! The earth collapsed, and the bandit leader sent a mythical remote man home directly. Only then did they realize that the bandit leader's attack turned out to be so terrifying. Any player who stands in front of the bandit leader will be attacked. And Liangchen is also an exception. However, as a mythical elite, Liangchen cannot be so unconscious and directly avoid the bandit leader's attack. "Look at me. Kneel down for me." It was Xiaohe again, who directly took the fire out of the cauldron and injured the boss's right leg again. Ding! System prompt. The bandit leader's right foot was injured and he lost the ability to move for 1 minute. Demo and Liangchen also received the same system prompt, and it was impossible for them to give up such a good opportunity. Long-range speed attack. Remember the stamina of attacking the boss. Hurry! More than a dozen or 20 people attacked at the same time, and the boss's health was dropping desperately. Yifeng originally thought that the bandit leader would use a skill barrier, but this time he didn't. Seeing that the boss's blood volume was about to drop low, everyone began to become nervous. "Damn ants. I will make you pay the price." Ding! System prompts. The bandit leader's anger value reaches 100 and begins to mutate. No. The boss is going to mutate. Kill him quickly. If the silver boss mutates, it may become a gold boss. This kind of boss may be able to kill everyone present with one hand. Every time the boss level increases, the attributes will increase explosively. But at this time, there are 3 teams here, and everyone wants to grab the boss. Hou-yi said, "Yifeng, seize the opportunity and prepare for the final blow." "Why me?" Yifeng asked. "Just because your damage is higher than mine. You have a better chance of grabbing the boss than me." Yifeng nodded and stared at the boss's bloodline. It was now less than 1,000 and was still falling desperately. Who would have known that at this time? Except for Demo and Liangchen. The 2 sides suddenly launched a large-scale PK. And there were even several remote attacks on Yifeng and Hou-yi. Yifeng shouted, "Xiaohe, attack those long-range ones." "Yes." Dark Fireball. Go. The fireball technique slowly flew to grab the leader. At this time, the bandit leader was still mutating, but his health was about to return to 0. "Ah! Just wait for me." With that said, the bandit leader collapsed and was finally killed. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the silver boss bandit leader. You will be rewarded with 50,000 experience, 1,000 reputation, and NPC favorability plus 100. Since you were the first to kill the silver boss, the system will reward you with an additional 10 gold coins. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Yifeng for successfully killing the silver boss bandit leader. The reward is 50,000 experience, 1,000 reputation, and NPC favorability plus 100. Xiaohe, pick up the equipment and run. Yifeng shouted excitedly, and Xiaohe didn't hesitate. He picked up the equipment on the ground and ran away. Only then did Liangchen realize that the boss was still captured by Yifeng. And he said angrily, "Everyone, kill that soldier and explode the equipment on him." How could Yifeng and Hou-yi make them happy? An arrow and magic blocked them for a moment. Just for a moment. Xiaohe ran out. "Oh my god! I scared the baby to death." "Bye!" Liangchen shouted, "Chase." Yifeng and the others were not fools, and could not risk staying here. Not to mention that there was a desert with no movement next to them. So they ran directly towards Novice Village. Boss, should we pursue him? Demo shook his head and said, forget it. I can't catch up. Let's see if they can sell their equipment. Collect the team. And return to Novice Village. After killing the silver boss for the first time, Yi Feng successfully attracted everyone's attention. In a certain Novice Village, in front of them, there was also a silver-level bandit leader. But his health was still 1/3 short. Damn it. Who is this guy? He got the first one. When the people from the Dingtian guild saw the word Yi Feng, they were stunned for a moment, and then laughed and said, it's impossible. How can that guy afford the virtual exchange ring of Fantasy World? And somewhere, a pretty female mage muttered, is it you? Are you really here? Dingtian's president, Huang Shaotian, stared at the word Yi Feng and recalled what happened this morning. Could it really be Yi Feng? This guy suddenly lost his temper. Yi Feng's words this morning are still fresh in his mind. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Heshi. My life, Yi Feng, is not as fragile as you think. The next time we meet, it will be the day when you and Dingtian will be destroyed. Huang Shaotian said, come on. Let's see if Yi Feng has that ability. I, Huang Shaotian, am waiting for you. In Novice Village number 88, Xiaohei danced with joy, because they killed the silver level boss. Their level was directly upgraded to level 9 with full experience. After all, the experience of a silver boss was shared by the three of them, directly making them top level. Yi Feng said, Xiaohei, let's see what exploded. Xiaohei didn't waste any time and directly posted the equipment on the team channel. This time, the silver boss exploded a total of 3 pieces of equipment, including 2 blue ones, 1 green one, and 3 gold coins. Bandit dagger, 3-star blue physical attack 20 to 30. Constitution plus 15. Agility plus 5 required character level. Level 10 equipment occupation, warrior. Bandit cloak, 2-star blue physical defense 10 to 12 magic defense 8 to 13 agility plus 3 required character level. Level 10 equipment occupation, none. Bandit leather boots, 2-star green physical defense 4 to 6. Magic defense 3 to 5. Movement speed plus 1. Required character level, level 10. Equipment occupation, none. Yi Feng said, give the dagger to Xiaohei. Do you have any objection? Hoi nodded and said, I want a cloak. Okay. Xiaohei gives Hoi a cloak and 1 gold coin. Xiaohei said happily, okay. Finally, Hoi's cloak, Yi Feng's leather boots, and Xiaohei's best dagger have already made Xiaohei very happy. Especially there is 1 gold coin. After arranging the equipment, Hoi said, the things have been divided. I still have to go on a sudden mission. See you later? Add a friend. Xiaohei said. No. We will meet again if we are destined. After saying that, Hoi disappeared into the busy crowd. TCH. You're so arrogant. You know how to give him equipment regardless of the equipment. Xiaohei said angrily. Yi Feng patted Xiaohei on the shoulder and said, forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. It's getting late, so I should go offline and go to bed. Yi Feng yawned. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He didn't expect that they had to fight this boss for so long. Yi Feng, who had been playing games for a day, was beginning to feel tired. Okay. I'm going to see how abnormal the breakthrough mission is. So many people failed. After talking to Xiaohei, Yi Feng was about to log off when Demo appeared. Chapter 28 Breakthrough Mission. Brother Yi Feng, if you have any extra equipment, can you sell it to me? Demo was very direct and asked about the equipment as soon as he came up. Yi Feng said, I'm sorry. I just happened to have only 3 pieces of equipment exploded. The 3 of us each have 1 piece. So there's nothing extra. Demo rubbed his hands and said with some embarrassment, brother, I'm sorry just now. So am I. Yi Feng said, it's okay. These are the rules of your Grand Guild. I understand. Now that you understand, are you interested in joining our Lanchi Valley? Our Lanchi Valley is one of the top 3 guilds in the country. And the treatment is the best. And you will definitely be the captain. And your status is almost the same as mine. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, and actually invited himself to Lanchi Valley. He thought that when he was in Dingtian, he was just an ordinary member who could not be ordinary. Not even the captain. Yi Feng declined politely, forget it. I won't consider joining the guild for the time being. After listening to Yi Feng's words, Demo felt confident and said quickly, it's okay. When you want to join in the future, You must find me and add me as a friend. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, and finally added Demo as a friend, then logged off and left. Seeing Yifeng go offline directly, the members of Lanchi Valley said unhappily, "Boss, this guy is too disrespectful." Demo said earnestly, "Masters are all like this. Think about it. When I was the same age as him, Lanchi Valley put a lot of thought into me. I can understand it." After going offline, Yifeng stretched his muscles and picked up his phone. He found a message on the phone, and Yifeng opened it casually. "Yifeng, are you the first person to kill the silver boss in Fantasy World today?" Yifeng looked at the text message. It was from Yenyu. Yifeng thought about it, and decided not to reply. After all, the past and present were completely cut off. So why bother getting entangled with the past? Opening the door. The night sky tonight is extremely empty, without a single star. Of course, the streets are also very quiet. After all, it is already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and the appearance of Fantasy World has made too many people indulge in it. A gust of breeze came, and Yifeng felt sleepy, turned around and went back to the house to sleep. At this moment, a dowsher-looking man wearing ancient clothes, holding a FO bead in one hand and a drumstick in the other, appeared in the distance and kept observing Yifeng. "Haha, you are having a good time. Come on, use Shaotian." As he spoke, in the blink of an eye, the man disappeared. If anyone saw this, it would scare them to death at night. Late at night, someone in Fantasy World finally successfully completed the breakthrough mission and reached level 10. Unfortunately, they discovered at this time that they could not go to the main city after reaching level 10. They had to find the magic stone to do so. So many novices people in the village began to challenge the silver boss, because only he has the magic stone. This is also a test for all players in Fantasy World, and it will not let you easily go to the main city. In the early morning, after having breakfast, Yifeng hurriedly appeared in the novice village of Fantasy World again. The first thing he did was check the rankings. Sure enough, the top few were already at level 10, but none of them were I left novice village, because the magic stone that opened novice village was in my hands. Breakthrough mission: if you want to upgrade your level to level 10, you must complete the next test. Yifeng saw that his first test was to obtain 100 NPC favorability points, which Yifeng had already achieved. So Yifeng could directly do the second test, helping the village chief grow vegetables. Yifeng's face was dark. Why didn't I know that I had a vegetable plot? Yifeng followed the mission prompts, and came to a certain place at the head of the village. Sure enough, it said, the village chief's vegetable plot. At this time, there were still many players planting vegetables. Yifeng really despises Fantasy World in his heart. What's the fun in this? As a result, the player next to me complained, "It's too difficult. I can't survive at all." Because Yifeng is the village chief, he can see the survival rate of the vegetable field. But he didn't expect that the survival rate is only 5%, and he has to fail. Yifeng said, "You, give me a vegetable seed." The player pointed it by Yifeng obediently handed over a seed in his hand. Yifeng threw it away in the vegetable field, stepped on it with his foot, and directly changed the survival rate to 100%. The next moment everyone was planting vegetables. Players have completed the mission. No, that's okay too. Yifeng clapped his hands and said, "I am the village chief. I have the final say on my territory. Give me a silver coin each, and I will make you 100% successful. How about it?" Well, the village chief of Novice Village became overbearing again. Many players still had a few silver coins on them. In order to save time, they directly handed Yifeng a silver coin, and that person succeeded. For a while, the players followed suit, and after a while, Yifeng's money began to increase. Unfortunately, there are not many people doing sudden tasks now. Otherwise, he could collect more money. After no one came to plant vegetables, Yifeng's original 1 gold coin became 3, and he collected more than 100 silver coins. After completing the task of growing vegetables, the next task is to help the butcher collect the best beef. This task is considered simple. With Yifeng's ability, he can get it done quickly. The next task is to help the pharmacist pound medicine. If the potion is not done well, the task will be over, even if it fails. Fortunately, Yifeng used his status as village chief to complete this task by exploiting bugs in minutes. Many people were stuck on the tasks of growing vegetables and pounding medicine. Ding! System prompt: congratulations on completing the breakthrough mission and raising your level to level 10. Just when Yifeng was happy, he discovered that there was another task on the taskbar, which was the level 2 village chief upgrade task. Now Yifeng was a little dumbfounded. Why did he have to upgrade his NPC identity? As a result, when Yifeng took a look at the mission introduction, he almost died of anger. If Yifeng has not been promoted to level 2 village leader, he will not be able to leave the novice village and go to the main city. The task of being a level 2 village leader is particularly strange. The village leader personally helps NPCs complete tasks until all NPCs are satisfied. Oh my god. This isn't an election. It's like I'm really the village chief, and I don't get any salary at all. But Yifeng was not in a hurry to fulfill the task of village chief. Instead, he disguised himself as a mage and handed the magic stone to the teleporter. Next to the teleporter, Yifeng saw his old acquaintance Hou. This guy knew that Yifeng had taken the magic stone, so he didn't look for the magic stone like everyone else, but waited for him next to the teleporter. Here we go. Hand in the mission quickly. Yifeng said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. The mission is suddenly a bit difficult. Hou simply said yes, and didn't say anything. Hello. This is the magic stone. Yifeng handed the magic stone to the teleporter. The teleporter held the magic stone and said, It is indeed a magic stone. I will help you open the teleportation array. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the teleportation array mission and gaining 10,000 experience points. 100 reputation points. Ding. System prompt. Player Yifeng has completed the teleportation array task. The server will be upgraded in 1 minute. Players are asked to log off. The upgrade time is 2 hours. The main city system will be open soon. Chapter 29 Perilla. Hack. Is this person crazy? He also completed this task. I thought it was impossible at first. Damn it. Is this guy addicted to headlines? Many players who are working hard are disappointed, because this task is unique, and whoever completes it will be on TV, which means that others have no chance. In a certain novice village, Shaotian looked at the system announcement and wondered why it was Yifeng again. Was this Yifeng really not the Yifeng he knew? Or had he found a better guild? Well, that must be the case. Yifeng smiled apologetically and said, Sorry. I wasted your time again. Hou said, Isn't that true? Everyone will be offline anyway. Yifeng then went offline. After 2 hours of upgrading, which was about the same time as other online games. Most of them were like this. Yifeng opened the door and left the residence. Now that he has 5,000 yuan, he must find a heated house as soon as possible. Yifeng has been lying here for 2 days. Now his hands and feet have some frostbite. It is too cold without activity. Yifeng found this place before because it was close to Dingtian and the house was cheap. It only cost 300 yuan a month. But because it was only 300 yuan, he had nothing. Yifeng came to the real estate agency where he was looking for a house before. It happened to be that the place had just opened. It seemed that he was probably playing Fantasy World because of the upgrade, so he had to go offline. Boss, are there any heated houses for rent here? The boss was a middle-aged man. He might have been playing Fantasy World and looked confused. After waiting for a while, the boss reacted. Yes. Look at me. I am playing a game and making myself stupid. How can I say that someone in the game asked me to rent a house? The boss said embarrassedly. Yifeng said with a smile, It's okay. If you don't want to upgrade the game, I will go offline and look for a house in 2 hours. I'm telling you. It turns out you're also playing Fantasy World. I'll look for the house you want. Just wait. As he said that, the boss turned on the computer and started to check the rental registration information. After about 10 minutes, the boss looked at Yifeng. Yifeng didn't know why the boss looked at him. So he asked, Boss, what do you think I do? I'm not a criminal. The boss pointed to the information on the computer and said, That's not true. After searching for a long time, there is only one house that suits your needs, but it is a shared house. The landlord is a young girl. So you understand? Yifeng didn't care. Yifeng had heard of this kind of shared apartment before. Girls, of course, were afraid of meeting bad people. Boss, please contact me. If it works, that's fine. If not, I'm looking for a new home. I only have 2 hours. The boss picked up the phone and said, I understand. I'll contact you right away. The boss dialed the phone number and was quickly connected. The boss said, Beauty, I am a housing agency. Is the rental information you put here before still valid? Yifeng couldn't hear what the other party was saying, but he could only hear what the boss said. I know. Don't worry. He's a man, and he looks pretty good. A few minutes later, the boss said, let's go. I'll take you to see the house. Okay. It seems to be about the same. Let's see if the girl is willing to share the apartment with Yifeng. The boss rolled out a small battery car from the store and carried Yifeng towards his destination. In less than 10 minutes, Yifeng and his boss came to a community. Maybe it was because there were often people renting out houses in the community. The security guard at the door knew him and let them in directly. In the community, in front of one of the buildings, the boss said, we're here. The 10th floor. Yifeng nodded. No matter what floor he was on, it would be fine if he could live in it. The most important thing was that he couldn't get cold. In front of room 1003, the boss rang the doorbell and said, Beauty, I'm bringing someone to see the room. At this time, a female voice came from inside the house and said, Here we come. Click. The door was opened, and a stream of warm air floated out from inside, making Yifeng feel the warmth he had not seen for a long time. Standing in front of Yifeng was a girl wearing cute plush bunny slippers, a pair of pajamas, and a set of cute furry bunny pajamas on her upper body. She was wearing a long bunny coat and hat. Here, this handsome guy wants to rent. What do you think? The boss said, pointing at Yifeng. Yifeng said with a smile, Hello? The girl blinked and looked at Yifeng, looking at Yifeng from bottom to top. When she saw the Fantasy World virtual exchange ring in Yifeng's hand, the girl said, You also play Fantasy World? Yifeng nodded and said, Yes. You seem to be a nice person. But we need to sign a contract first. Do you agree to the 3rd chapter of the contract? Can. Hearing Yifeng agree, the boss said cheerfully, Okay. You come back with me to get the gift. I'll get the contract. And come back here to sign the contract later. Okay? Yifeng said, This is the best. Without your small battery. Boss, I would have to walk for half an hour. Okay. I'll wait for you at home. I can't play games now anyway. So hurry up. In less than half an hour, Yifeng came here again. But this time, he did not speak at the door, but entered the house. The whole house had a girlish atmosphere, and pink or blue things could be seen everywhere. After waiting for the contract to be signed, the boss said, The rent is paid one by one. The agency fee is 200 yuan. Which one of you will pay it? Yifeng took out his mobile phone and said, Boss, I will transfer the mobile phone to you. Good. After waiting for the boss to leave, Yifeng said, Hello. My name is Yifeng. The girl looked at Yifeng curiously and said, Hey, your name is also Yifeng. Is it the one in the game? Yifeng said, It's just a coincidence. The girl said with some disappointment, Okay. My name is Zisu. You are 2 years older than me. Just call me Xiao Zi or Xiao Su. If you want, you can call me Su Su. The rent is 1,500 a month. You give it to me. Just 3,000. Come with me. This is your room. Yifeng frowned. Su Su. Uncle. This is really a bit silly and unclear. Following Zisu, Yifeng saw his room. The room was not empty. There was a simple bed, a desk, a small wardrobe, and almost nothing else. Zisu said, This place has always been empty. When my friends come here to play, the place they live in occasionally is a bit small. But I think it's okay. Yifeng's face was full of dark lines. This is your home. Whatever you say makes sense. That, Xiao Su. I'll transfer the money to you. This was the first time Yifeng called a girl by her nickname so intimately. But Zisu didn't seem to be as petty as Yifeng thought. He stretched out his phone and said, Here, scan the QR code to pay. After seeing Yifeng pay, Zisu said happily, Yeah, this month's takeaway money is here again. But realizing that Yifeng was here, he ran back to his room in embarrassment. Yifeng shook his head. This Zisu is really cute. Yifeng quickly laid out his few things. But there was still more than half an hour before the upgrade. Bored, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to check out the Fantasy World forum. Chapter 30 Upgrade Task. Before Yifeng could enter the forum, a cute rabbit head stuck into Yifeng's room. Yifeng said with a smile, What's the matter? Zisu said with a smile, Aren't you also playing Fantasy World? Have you joined a guild? Yifeng shook his head and said, No, I haven't considered joining a guild yet. Why? You created a guild yourself? Zisu said, Isn't that true? Our guild is called Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion. Have you heard of it? How could Yifeng not hear of it? This gang is mainly composed of female players. But you must not underestimate them. They are also part of the top 10 gangs, which shows their powerful existence. Yifeng nodded and said, I've heard of it. Is your gang leader's name Dingtian? Zissa nodded her cute bunny head and said, Yes, that's it. Are you interested in joining us? Yifeng shook his head and said, Besides, I'm not good at it. I'm only level 1. I haven't played before. I'm not very good at it. I'm still getting familiar with it. Yifeng is right. He is indeed the leader of a level 1 novice village. Zissou said with some disappointment, Okay. When you leave the novice village at level 10, you have to come find me. Yifeng nodded and said, Definitely. Zissou left disappointed. Although he had only known this girl for less than half an hour, her character was really likable. After Zissou left, Yifeng entered the Huanche forum, because there was nothing to do. The Huanche forum was very popular now, and all kinds of gossip came out, because Yifeng is in the limelight. There are many people discussing who Yifeng is. Some people say that he is the best of a certain great god, while others say that he may be a lucky newcomer. What makes Yifeng even more surprised is that some people say that this person is Dingtian. But it was quickly rejected by many people. There is indeed a registered member of the Dingtian guild named Yifeng, but he was kicked out of the guild a few days ago. It should not be possible. It can only be the same name. Yifeng was too lazy to look at those things anymore. But Yifeng saw a lot of posts soliciting players, all posted by some guilds. They talked about the monthly salary, how the treatment was, and the provision of food and accommodation, etc., which attracted a lot of players. Fantasy World is experiencing unprecedented prosperity. Officials have announced that more than 500 million players have registered in Yifeng's country, and the number of registered players is still rising. It has become the most impressive game, with so many players entering the fantasy world. Will the businesses there still be small? Of course not. So large and small guilds and studios have entered the fantasy world, one after another. After looking at what is included in this upgrade. First, the main city is open. There are 8 main cities in Fantasy World, namely Qinglong City, Suzaka City, Shilin City, Xuanwu City, White Tiger City, Phoenix City, and Imperial City, the Holy City. And of course, there is a city that is not the main city, the capital of good and evil. Second, open up career transfer, and start the first job transfer task after level 10. Third, open the server-wide ranking list. Fourth, open the full clothing equipment list. Fifth, activate the gang system. Currently, there are only these 5 updated information. The most important one is the gang system. In the future, city battles and guild battles are all part of the gang system. It is also the most exciting stage of Fantasy World. The era of hundreds of flowers blooming is about to come. However, Yifeng didn't want to read these things. He wanted to see if there were any questions about professions or NPCs. Unfortunately, the forum was nothing but nonsense. No one explained it clearly. It seemed that no one was like him. Could it be? Is it really because of the ring? Looking at the ring in his hand, he couldn't take it off at all. But Yifeng didn't want to take it off now, because Yifeng had found his own way of life in the fantasy world. The 2 hours of anxious waiting for the players finally passed. After Yifeng entered the fantasy world, he looked at the white lights around him. These were signs that the players were online. White lights kept flashing, and the players were not there. Stop increasing. Yifeng saw Hou Yi disappear in front of him as soon as he entered the game. It seemed that he had teleported to the main city. The earlier he went, the more advantage he would have. It's a pity that he can't leave now. Otherwise Yifeng will follow him without hesitation. Yifeng, who is currently an NPC, starts his own election journey. First, he is a guard at the village gate, either wiping sweat, moving stools, or pouring water. Village chief. You are such a good village chief. You are so kind to us villagers. I support you. Ding. System prompt. Obtain the support of a guard from novice village. And the completion progress is 2%. Damn. It's only 2% progress. It's so difficult. Although he said so, Yifeng started to go to the next NPC. Just like that, the village chief of novice village number 88 went crazy again. Many players stayed away from Yifeng. Who knows if they would embarrass themselves. At this time, Xiaohe had a private chat with Yifeng. Brother Feng, where are you? I'm going to the main city soon. Yifeng said, Oh, I'm doing a task. You go first. Okay. My brother and I will discuss going to Qilong City. Where are you? Brother Feng? Yi Feng said, I don't care. Anyway, all major cities can teleport. So you can go anywhere. Okay. I'm leaving first. After bidding farewell to Xiao He, Yi Feng continued to argue with the NPCs in Novice Village. Time passed little by little, and Yi Feng's progress was slowly increasing. It was not until the evening that Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, because it would be the last time in front of him. An NPC is a fisherman. The fisherman was in front of the fish pond at the back of the village, staring intently at the fish pond. Yi Feng walked to the fisherman, and the fisherman made a silent gesture to tell Yi Feng to stop talking. In order to complete the task, Yi Feng could only stand quietly next to the fisherman. Time passed by, and the fish in the fish pond swam around. But no fish took the bait. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It wasn't until half an hour later that Yi Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, Old man, it's been so long, and not a single fish has taken the bait. When the fisherman heard Yi Feng's words, he burst out laughing and said, Isn't there already a fish on the bait? Yi Feng looked at the lake and saw that no fish had taken the bait at all, and no fish were found in the barrel next to the fisherman. Where? The fisherman touched his beard, smiled calmly, looked at Yi Feng with a deep look on his face, and said, You are not, aren't you? Me? When did I become a fish? The fisherman said, When you put on that ring. The ancient said, Jiangxia fishes, and those who wish will take the bait. Yi Feng subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at the fisherman in front of him in horror. Why did he know his ring? Who was he? Doubts appeared in Yi Feng's mind. When the fisherman saw Yi Feng's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Don't be afraid. I won't take your ring back, since it's already on your hand. It's yours. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't take back his ring, he could say anything. Chapter 31 Xuanwu City. Yi Feng talked to the fisherman for nearly half an hour. Finally, under the fisherman's laughter, Yi Feng's mission was finally completed. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on completing the advanced task. You have successfully advanced to level 2 village chief, and can freely enter and leave the novice village. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He finally completed the advanced mission, and could finally go to the main city. Old man, I remember everything you said. I'm leaving first. The fisherman said, Well, let's go. It's time for me to leave. You should also upgrade quickly. Ha ha. With the fisherman's laughter, the fisherman's figure slowly faded, and finally disappeared completely in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng already knows that the fisherman in front of him is not a real NPC like himself, but a player. However, this fisherman is even more extraordinary than Yi Feng. The fisherman's identity may be very powerful. The ring in his hand may be his trustee. Give it to yourself. Thinking about what the fisherman said before, Yi Feng began to think about it. Yi Feng still understood the principle of teaching people to fish. He was just a chess piece in others' hands. But his chess piece was a bit strange. He was not asked to do anything, as long as he just play the game and don't be too mediocre. Of course, Yi Feng cannot be mediocre, because Yi Feng doesn't want to starve to death in this big city. Walking to the teleport, Yi Feng said, I want to go. Wait, where are you going? Xiao He went to Qilong City before, and Yi Feng originally planned to go with them. But Yi Feng recalled that Dingtian seemed to have set his base in Qilong City. Yi Feng was not stupid. If he had a head-on confrontation with Huang Shaotian at this time, he would be the loser. Yi Feng immediately boarded the forum. There should be information about the distribution of those guilds in the forum. Sure enough, after a day, the top guilds have announced which main city they will settle in. Among the 8 main cities, there are 10 major guilds that need to be accommodated. Someone must be grabbing the territory. As expected, Dingtian went to Qilong City, but they were lucky that no one competed with them. But what surprised Yi Feng was that Xuanwu City was actually empty, and not a single gang settled in. Instead, there were 2 gangs in the Imperial City and the Holy City, and 3 guilds. Moreover, these 5 guilds are the top 5 guilds. The reason why the Imperial City and the Holy City were taken over is because these 2 cities are the largest and have particularly good geographical locations, which are suitable for the development of guilds. Of course, the lower rank guilds if you go to grab resources, I'm afraid you will be swallowed up to nothing. Yi Feng looked at Xuanwu City and wondered why no one had chosen it. After looking at it, Yi Feng realized that Xuanwu City is located on the border. compared with other major cities. The geographical location is the biggest difference. Of course, it's not that it's bad, but it's here. The cost of teleporting to other residences is quite high, and there are few planes, so it will be difficult to find a location in the gang's territory without that kind of super big guild. This Xuanwu city has become a gathering place for some small gangs. There are many small guilds recruiting people in Xuanwu city. Although there are no gangs yet, it will be more convenient to be able to add the people you are fleeing to into group chats, which will be more convenient when there are gangs in the future. Village Chief, have you made your choice? Where are you going? Said the teleporter next to Yifeng. Yifeng said with a smile, Xuanwu city? Haole. You are the village chief. We are all our own people, so the transmission fee is waived. Yifeng smiled, but he didn't expect such an operation. With a flash of white light, Yifeng's front turned into darkness. In less than 3 seconds, the scene in front of Yifeng changed drastically. The original thatched houses and mud roads have now turned into high-end brick houses, stone roads, and streets. The sparse and clear players, as well as the groups of NPC patrols, are things that Yifeng's novice village will not have. Yifeng opened the map. Xuanwu city is surrounded by mountains on one side and has only 3 exits, namely the south gate, the east gate, and the north gate. The west gate does not have one because it is backed by a mountain. The center of Xuanwu city, where Yifeng was the place with the largest crowd. In front of a square not far from Yifeng, Yifeng vaguely saw the career transfer instructor, because there were a lot of players coming in and out. You must know that after Yifeng played for a day, too many people had already reached level 10. Yifeng was not in a hurry to change professions, because Yifeng knew that it would be useless even if he changed professions, because his main profession was mage, and dark magician was already a hidden profession. So there was no need to change professions at all. Damn. It's too expensive to change jobs. It cost me 2 silver coins. I don't have a dime now. Come on. Didn't you look at those skills? At least 2 gold coins. This is called a trap. A group of players passed by Yifeng. Yifeng shook his head. It seems that every game is the same. Changing jobs is the biggest test of a player's wealth. If you don't have money, I'm sorry, but you will just be a weakling. Yifeng is now the mayor of the level 2 novice village, which is a small official position. Yifeng first went to the drugstore. I am afraid this will be a place he often frequents in the future. Let's get to know it first. Oh, isn't this village chief Yi? If you want something, I'll ask the waiter to pack it for you. I guarantee it's better than what you get in your village, a pharmacy shopkeeper said, holding Yifeng's hand. Yifeng knew there was something going on inside when he saw the story in his mouth. Boss, let me take a look first. Hey, your intermediate blood restoring potion costs 1 silver coin a bottle. Is it a bit expensive? The shopkeeper quickly said, Village chief, you don't know something. Our intermediate blood recovery potion can restore 300 points of blood in 15 seconds. But it is twice as powerful as the primary blood recovery potion. And if you come to buy it, it is guaranteed to be of high quality and low price. Yifeng held the shopkeeper's shoulder and said, How much discount will you give me? The shopkeeper held out 5 fingers and said, When you come to our store to buy things, you will get a 50% discount on everything. Isn't that interesting? Yifeng pointed at the intermediate magic reviving potion and said, What about this one? Same. 50% off. You can get whatever you want. 50% off. That is, 50 copper plates. For ordinary players, 50 copper plates are still a bit expensive. Of course, Yifeng also thinks it is a bit expensive. Looking at the less than 30 bottles of primary blood recovery potions in his backpack, and the less than 10 bottles of primary recovery potions, it's really time to replenish the magic potion. Now Yifeng is level 10, and his blood volume has reached 1,000 points. The intermediate blood recovery potion is just right. And the intermediate magic recovery potion restores 400 magic points in 15 seconds. When Yifeng pretends to be a mage, his magic value seems to be only 800. It would be fine if you use a primary recovery potion of 200. But if you are fighting a boss, the magic value may not be able to keep up. In the end, Yifeng bought 100 bottles of primary magic restoration potion, which originally cost 10 silver coins, but only cost 5 silver coins. As for the intermediate magic restoration potion, Yifeng only took 20 bottles and spent 10 silver coins, while Yifeng took the intermediate magic restoration potion in one breath. I bought 50 bottles for 25 silver coins. At this moment, Yifeng spent 40 silver coins directly. If other players knew about this, they would scold Yi Feng for being a prodigal and spending so much money on medicine. Seeing that there were less than 90 silver coins in his backpack, Yi Feng realized that it turned out that the silver coins were not durable because he had too little net worth. It seemed that he had to work hard to make money. Chapter 32 Strange Little Girl. Looking for a place where no one is around, Yi Feng directly disguises himself as a soldier, because he has a golden weapon in his backpack, which is different. Yi Feng directly attached the Randolph long sword, and then disguised himself as a mage. The Randolph long sword also changed and turned into an exquisite golden staff. Ding! System prompts, your weapon. Randolph sword. Ranks first in the weapon rankings. Do you want to show the owner? Do not show. Yi Feng is not stupid. Such a good thing. Unless the bosses of those guilds need to show off and show their strength. Aren't other individual players looking for death? They are being remembered every minute, and they don't know how they died. Yi Feng's weapon was discovered as soon as it was listed. Let me go! A 3-star golden quality long sword. No bastard can be so awesome. No. Let's take a look. Damn it. It's true. The name of the holder is hidden. It's so shameless. I'm afraid that others will steal it. Are you stupid? If you have such a good weapon, will you show it off? I will hunt you down and explode your equipment in a matter of minutes. Well, that seems to make sense. In order not to appear so conspicuous, Yi Feng put away his staff, put on his own white staff, and looked at his skills. Because it was a hidden profession, there was no mentor, so Yi Feng would use it every time he reached a certain level. Will automatically learn a new skill. Now Yi Feng is at level 10. Apart from Fireball, there was no second skill before. Now there is one more skill in the skill bar. Dark Coil. Launch Dark Coil, reducing the attack person's movement speed by 50% and causing a certain amount of damage. The duration is 5 seconds, and the cooldown time is 10 seconds. Yi Feng said excitedly, nice. Control skills. If he had control skills before, Yi Feng would definitely be more efficient at spawning monsters. Now with this skill, I'm afraid those wild monsters will only be abused in Yi Feng's hands. Soon Yi Feng disguised himself as a warrior again. Since the cost of changing professions was only 1 silver coin, let's just change the professions of both warriors and archers. For warriors, you can change your profession to Berserker, Shield Warrior, Swordsman, Assassin. As for archers, they can change their profession to Fire Archer, Poison Archer, Water Archer. Yi Feng changed his warrior profession to Swordsman. As for Archer, because his magic has a burning effect and does not require poison or fire, Yi Feng chose a Water Archer. For the Swordsman, in addition to the previous blocking skills, he also received a free skill for changing professions, Cross Slash. And for the Archer, he received a Water Armor Breaking skill, Water Explosion. Up to now, Yi Feng has a total of 6 skills. Others only have 2 in total. Yi Feng has 6. Although it is Yi Feng's trump card, it is also Yi Feng's ability. After preparing everything, when Yi Feng was preparing to do the task, suddenly a little girl sat on the stone steps not far from Yi Feng and started crying without saying a word. Yi Feng thought there was some mission, and just wanted to go over and check the situation. But the player on the side said, this little baby is here again. And he didn't give me a mission. He cried and left again. He didn't know what the program of Fantasy World was going to be. What to think. When Yi Feng heard this, he felt strange. It was impossible to cry and then leave, and then come back to cry after leaving. This was impossible. Yi Feng walked up and asked, little sister, why are you crying here? As a result, like everyone else, the little girl ignored Yi Feng and continued to cry. No matter how Yi Feng asked, she did not come back. Finally, after crying for a while, the little girl left. Yi Feng touched his chin. There must be no useless NPCs in Fantasy World. This must be a mission. Is his posture wrong? Yi Feng followed the little girl, and when they arrived at a residence, the little girl stopped and sat quietly at the door. Yi Feng went up to ask again, but still got no response. Could it be that this is a mute NPC? Not long after, Yi Feng saw the little girl getting up, starting to walk to her previous position, and starting to cry again. This was repeated over and over again, which was completely confusing. Someone saw Yi Feng following the little girl persistently and saying, stop following her. I followed her for at least half an hour this morning, and I didn't have any tasks at all. Yi Feng said politely to the man, thank you. Yi Feng thought for a while. Was his identity wrong? Or is it that the NPC in front of me is not issuing tasks to players at all? In Fantasy World, whatever the NPC does is reasonable. Yifeng followed the little girl to her residence. After entering the house, Yifeng directly contacted the disguise and changed back to the identity of the village chief. Yifeng sat next to the little girl and said, "Kid, what's wrong with you?" Unexpectedly, the little girl looked up at Yifeng and said with a grieved expression, "Mom and Dad have been away from the city for several days, and they haven't come back yet. Do you think they don't want me anymore?" Yifeng finally understood in his heart that the little girl in front of him probably wanted to go to the guard. Maybe she was too afraid to go, which led to the current scene. Yifeng stroked the little girl's head and said, "Of course not. Your parents just forgot the time. Can you tell me where they went?" The little girl said in surprise, "Will you help me find my parents?" Ding! System prompts. Do you want to accept the search for the little girl's parents? Yes. Yifeng said, "Of course. You tell me and my brother will help you find them." Well, my parents raise silkworms. Silkworms need to eat mulberry leaves. When the mulberry leaves are almost gone, my parents will go to the mulberry leaf forest outside the southern city gate to pick mulberry leaves. Okay. I'll help you find them right now. The little girl stood up and said politely, "Thank you, brother village chief." Yifeng smiled and touched the little girl's head and walked towards the south gate. On the map, there is indeed a mulberry leaf forest outside the south gate, but there are level 13 wild monsters scattered there. Most people probably won't go there, because the highest level people now are only level 10, and there are no people at level 11 yet. Exist. Yifeng came outside the south gate. There were not many players occupying the place. Outside the south gate was a group of level 10 wild monsters called jumping bees. Players who were more courageous would form a team to kill the level 12 monsters that were further away. The wild monster Sunlong. As for the mulberry leaf forest, no players have been found yet. Yifeng thought for a while and posted the mission. He was here to find someone, not to kill the wild monsters blocking the road, because Yifeng saw a lot of wild monsters on the road. Ding! System prompts. Whether to release an escort mission? Yes. Because of Yifeng's sudden appearance and the sudden announcement of the mission, players who happened to be passing by shouted, "Everyone, take the mission. It's an escort mission." Not long after, Yifeng led more than a dozen players and began to walk towards Mulberry Leaf Forest. The wild monsters encountered on the road were killed in minutes without Yifeng having to do anything. Soon Yifeng will go to Mulberry Leaf Forest. One player frowned and said, "No. Go to Mulberry Leaf Forest. That's where the level 13 bamboo leaf green is." Another player said, "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us." Yifeng looked around and finally found a couple of NPCs. Chapter 33, Celestial Silkworm Inner Armor. However, it seemed that the situation was not good. The male NPC was lying on the ground, while the female NPC was crying beside him. Yifeng quickly walked towards the two of them. When he arrived, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. The man was just poisoned, and he was not dead yet. Yifeng squatted on the ground, took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion, and put it directly into the mouth of the male NPC. Soon the male NPC could finally speak. "Thank you, village chief. I thought I was dead." "Xiaohua, please thank the village chief." The female NPC cowed up to Yifeng desperately and said, "Thank you for saving him. Otherwise I don't know what to do." Yifeng said, "You're welcome. Your daughter asked me to come to you. Come back with me." The male NPC sighed, "Hey, my child has suffered so much. Let's go." Then a group of players continued to escort Yifeng's 3 NPCs back to the south gate, and Yifeng allowed them to complete the task. "Hey, why do I have so little experience in this mission?" Other players have also discovered that at the current level, a mission requires at least 100,000 experience points to advance from level 10 to 11. This mission only gives 200 experience points, which is too little. Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to them. He was just the leader of a novice village and had little experience in issuing tasks. "You should blame me for being deceived." Yifeng took these 2 NPCs back to the little girl's home. The little girl was happy to see her parents back. "Mom and Dad, you're back. I'm worried to death," the little girl said. The male NPC picked up the little girl and said, "Thank you, brother village chief, for saving me." The little girl said, "Thank you, brother village chief, for giving this to you. Dad won't be heartbroken." As he spoke, the little girl took something out of her arms and handed it to Yifeng. Ding! System prompt. Complete the task of helping the little girl find her parents. gain 10,000 experience, plus 10 NPC favorability, and receive the reward? Silkworm inner armor. No. The village chief brother is dad's savior. There is even equipment to give away. It is indeed not an ordinary mission. It seems that I have come to the right place. Celestial Silkworm inner armor, 5-star gold, no attributes. With the only passive skill, guard. When the health is lower than 5%, the passive skill guard will be automatically activated. In the next 30 seconds, it will resist 80% of attack damage. This passive skill cooldown time is 1 hour. Hack! Yifeng couldn't help but curse. This was so awesome. Although it didn't add any attributes, this passive skill was the best choice to save his life. It was also the best equipment for counter-killing. It was incredible. Because there was no level restriction, Yifeng directly put on the Celestial Silkworm inner armor, only to find that the Celestial Silkworm inner armor did not occupy any equipment slots. Which was amazing. Ding! System prompts, your equipment. The Celestial Silkworm inner armor has ranked first in the equipment rankings. Do you want to show the owner? Do not show. Now Yifeng's attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes. Character name, Yifeng. Display name, Level 2 Novice Village Chief. Occupation, none. Level, 10. HP, 1000. Attack, 30. Defense, 25. Skill, Camouflage. After using this skill, you can change into a warrior, mage, or archer profession. The weapons will change with a change of profession, but the equipment will not change in any way. After using the skill again, the disguise state will be released instantly. Hair. Equipment, dog tooth necklace, blue. Celestial Silkworm inner armor, 5-star gold. Bandit leather boots, 2-star green. Bull gauntlets, white. Bull knee guards, white. Task bar. You can publish tasks from levels 1 to 20. The level 1 task is fixed to go to the village to kill 10 hares. The level 2 task is fixed to go to the outside of the village to kill 20 mice. Special ability. The ability to publish hidden tasks. Skill. Sit back and enjoy the rewards. Players can publish tasks and get 5% of the task rewards after completing them. Lucky draw. There is a lucky draw opportunity every 5 levels, and you can get any item in the game. You can currently use the draw once. Because Yifeng is currently an NPC character, he can only display the equipment he carries, his only skill. And of course, there are no weapons. After looking at his own attributes, Yifeng remembered that he still had one more draw, which was once every 5 levels. But Yifeng actually forgot about it. Ding! System prompts, whether to use one lottery number. Yes! A lottery interface appeared in front of Yifeng. There were still 10 boxes with mysterious items written on them. There was nothing that made Yifeng feel excited at all. But of course Yifeng wouldn't mind if there was still a skill like camouflage that existed as a bug. After clicking start, the pointer began to spin quickly. Yifeng was not worried about where his pointer went, but worried about what he would give him later. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on getting the item Calming Lantern. Yifeng opened his backpack and quickly took a look at what this thing was. Calming Lantern, prop. After using the Calming Lantern, with the releaser as the center, and a distance of 10 meters. All attributes of all friendly forces will be increased by 10%. There is no time limit, and the cooling time is 3 minutes. Please note that the Calming Lantern will be broken and will lose all status. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he always carries a state with all attributes increased by 10%. His damage is always higher than others. But this thing will be broken. It seems that he still has to protect it. Putting away the Sky Lantern, Yifeng walked towards the south gate. It was time to prepare for the upgrade. After working on it for a long time, his experience was still a bit untouched. Because this was not a novice village, Yifeng could not enjoy the skills he had gained. However, Yifeng also thought about it. As long as you go offline and sleep, and have opened your account back to novice village, you can still gain experience. Fortunately, Yifeng is an NPC and can return to the novice village after the player reaches level 10. As long as he leaves the new book village, he will not be able to enter the novice village. The official is afraid that someone will go to the novice village to kill the alt, which will cause trouble. Yifeng definitely doesn't want to kill the level 10 Tiao Feng outside the south gate. The level 12 Song Lang should be pretty good. So let's take him. Yifeng walked towards the level 12 Song Lang. Of course, he was inevitably invited to form a team on the way. But he was rejected by Yifeng. Yifeng has now gone to a relatively deep place, where few players can be seen at all. Yifeng took out his staff and started to attack. Dark Fireball technique. Bang! A wolf howled a few times and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the numbers floating above the wolf's head and felt quite satisfied. A fireball spell directly lost more than 200 blood points of Songlong, plus the burning effect. It was almost 300 blood points. The wolf ran towards Yifeng, and Yifeng directly entangled himself with darkness, directly slowing down the wolf. At this time, the cooling time of the dark fireball was also up. In less than 10 seconds, a level 12 wolf, with a blood volume of 1,500 was killed by Yifeng before he even ran to Yifeng. Songlong roared unwillingly, laid down directly on the ground, and exploded a few copper coins. After knowing his damage, Yifeng left Songlong directly, and found the level 13 Jueqing. This should be Yifeng's next leveling place. Chapter 34 Cute and Domineering. A Zweiking stuck out its tongue and hissed at Yifeng. Yifeng jumped out of Zweiking's attack range. Dark Entanglement. Zhu Yeqing's speed slowed down immediately, but Yifeng only knocked out Zhu Yeqing's HP by less than 50 points. Dark Fireball Technique. A black flame hit Bamboo Leaf Green. -100. -30. Yifeng frowned. But after being raised by one level, the defense of Zweiking had increased so much. In fact, Yifeng ignored one thing. The level suppression became more obvious when the level exceeded his own. Now Yifeng was suppressed by the level. Yifeng just frowned, and the staff in his hand turned into a bow. Water Explosion. The Water Blast Archer skill reduces the target's defense by 100 points. A big number floated out, and it actually dealt 300 damage. Although it was a critical hit, Yifeng finally thought of a way to solve the level suppression. After Zweiking was hit by Yifeng's armor-piercing skill, Yifeng's damage was obviously much higher. It was also a bambooing with 1,500 points of blood. Songlong could finish it in 10 seconds. Bambooing only took 3 seconds longer, but the experience given by Songlong was 350. And the experience given by Zweiking is 500. Of course, this is 500 for one person. If several people kill, it will be a little more than 200 at most. But how many people can have Yifeng's speed? As time goes by, Yifeng has been playing here for more than 2 hours, and his experience has been increasing. Now he has half the experience of level 10. Looking at the time, it was already past 12 o'clock in the evening. Yifeng drove the phone back to Novice Village, and then hurriedly logged off. As soon as he got off the line, Yifeng smelled the smell of instant noodles. The smell came from the living room. Yifeng touched his growling stomach. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Yifeng picked up a bucket of instant noodles on the side, and prepared to make instant noodles as well. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zissou eating instant noodles with his head down. When he saw Yifeng coming out, he greeted him and said, "You've just offline. How's your practice going?" Yifeng came to the kitchen, and while unpacking the instant noodles, he said, "It's not bad. I'm just exploring it. It's quite fun. I ended up playing it now by accident." Zissou said, "Take your time. When you get to Suzaku City, I will take you with you." "Sister," Yifeng said with a smile, "I remember you are younger than me." Zissou said angrily, "Why? What do you want as a newbie? You want me to lead a lot of people, but you are not happy yet." Yifeng said, "It's my fault. When I get to Suzaku City, I will definitely find you. Don't say that my apprentice is too incompetent and you don't want me." Zissou looked at Yifeng, looked him up and down and said, "It's okay. You're pretty handsome. It doesn't matter what you do. Just be a frontman for my sister. Well, that's all I'm good for." Zissou rolled her eyes at Yifeng and said, "What do you think? If it weren't for your handsomeness, I wouldn't rent you." Yifeng grinned and said, "Are you sure it's because I'm pretty, or because you're running out of living expenses?" After Yifeng saw through the mask, Zissou glared at Yifeng and said, "Humph! You dared to talk back to the landlord on the first day. Do you no longer want to live there? I tell you, I will not refund your rent." Yifeng smiled awkwardly. This guy really held a grudge. So Yifeng said, "Okay, I was wrong. Whatever you say is right. I will listen to you." "Huh? That's ridiculous. Okay, I've finished eating. Please remember to throw mine into the trash can downstairs later. Otherwise the whole house will smell like instant noodles overnight." Yifeng could only nod. You met such a domineering and cute girl. Yifeng could only accept his fate, waiting for Yifeng to finish eating. He slowly walked downstairs carrying the finished bucket of instant noodles. Leaning next to the trash can, Yifeng lit a cigarette. He was so busy these days that he even forgot to smoke. What's more, Yifeng was not the kind of person who loved smoking. A few minutes later, Yifeng put out his cigarette and then went upstairs. As soon as he entered the door, Yifeng was shocked because Zissou was standing at the door without knowing when. Zissou stretched out her hand and said, "Hand it over." Yifeng didn't know what Zissou was talking about for a moment, but he accidentally put his hand on Zissou's hand. Zissou's hand seemed to be electrocuted, and she quickly retracted it, glaring at Yifeng and saying, "Hand over the cigarettes and lighter. I don't like people who smoke." Yifeng didn't know why, but he obediently handed the cigarette and lighter to Zissou. "Are you peeking at me?" Zissou glared at Yifeng and said, "You're just looking at you. I saw you didn't come up for so long. I thought you were robbed. Who knew you were smoking downstairs?" Yifeng shook his head and said with a smile, "Well, since my landlord doesn't like it, then I won't smoke anymore." Zissou showed a ferocious expression and said, "Huh? Next time I find you smoking, don't blame me for kicking you out." New. This small episode not only did not affect the relationship between Yifeng and Zissou, but actually made them closer to each other. They were no longer as polite as before, as if they had known each other for several months. It was clear the next day that Yifeng got up early. He opened the door and saw Zissou's closed door. He shook his head. He didn't know how late she played last night. Forget it. This was his first time staying at her house. One night, just reluctantly bring her breakfast. Yifeng picked up the access card and key hanging on the wall. Zissou had told himself yesterday that you must take the access card when you go out. Otherwise the security will not let you in. Yifeng remembered that there was a row of stores in front of the community. It seemed that he had seen a breakfast shop yesterday. Yifeng went to the door of the community based on his memory, and found a breakfast shop. However, it was deserted at the moment, and not many people were eating breakfast. "This is a noodle shop." Yifeng faced the door, ordered a bowl of noodles, looked at the scenery outside the community, and waited for his own noodles. Within a few minutes, the noodles arrived. "Here comes the mushroom and shredded pork noodle soup." "Young man, you're so early." Looking at the boss in front of him, Yifeng said with a smile, "I'm used to getting up early." "Haha. There are not many young people like you anymore. Look at my incompetent son. I don't know what time he played games last night. No. He has to go to work in an hour. Isn't it time yet? Get up." Yifeng said, "Haha. The fantasy world server is now open. It's normal to play." The boss said, "I understand. But you can't delay work. Right? I won't talk about it anymore. I still have to cook noodles. Well, by the way, boss, here's a bowl. A bowl of black-bone chicken noodles. Please take it away." The boss said with a smile, "I packed it for my girlfriend." Yifeng said quickly, "It's a friend. I share a room with her." The boss shook his head and said, "I understand. I understand." Yifeng thought to himself, "What do you know? We are really friends. And we only met yesterday." After Yifeng finished eating, the packaged black chicken noodles were also brought to Yifeng. The boss said, "Young man, you are quite naughty. Did you just come here?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. It was just yesterday. As a roommate, shouldn't I express my gratitude to you? Well, that's how it should be." Walk slowly. Chapter 35 Killing the Bamboo Leaf Green King. As soon as Yifeng opened the door, he saw Zissou looking for something in the living room. Yifeng asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Zissou didn't look at Yifeng, scratched her head and said, "I remember that a pack of snacks I had before disappeared. And where did it go?" Yifeng held up the black chicken noodle soup in his hand and said, "Stop looking for it. Eat this. I brought it for you." Zissou sniffed and said in surprise, "It smells so good. Is it really for me?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, since you didn't get up, I went downstairs to have breakfast. So I brought you one as a token of my gratitude to you." The landlord. Zissou took the noodle from Yifeng's hand and was about to open it when she looked at Yifeng with suspicion and said, "You don't have any purpose. Deli, you can eat slowly by yourself. I'm going back to the room first." After saying that, Yifeng returned to his room. Zissou stuck out his cute little tongue and started eating happily. It doesn't matter what he does, as long as he can eat it. When she saw that it was black chicken noodle soup, Zissou was stunned for a moment and muttered, "I didn't expect this guy to be quite attentive. Forget it. I will take good care of you in the future." As she spoke, Zissou ate a big mouthful, not looking like a cute girl at all. After Yifeng went online, He took a look at his experience and found that half of his experience of level 10 yesterday had increased by less than 20% overnight, which was considered very small, because Yifeng is the novice village leader. Not all tasks are in Yifeng's hands. A novice can only have 3 tasks in Yifeng's hands at most, unless Yifeng releases the tasks manually. There are just a few fixed novice tasks. Moreover, the number of players in the novice village has dropped sharply. There are many novice villages in Fantasy World. There are many new people on the first and second days. Everyone wants to enter Fantasy World early. But the further time goes by, the fewer new people there are. The novice villages in Fantasy World will slowly decrease, and there may be only a few novice villages left in the end. There is no need for these hundreds of novice villages. It seems that my idea of wanting to gain experience while lying down is no longer realistic. And it still depends on myself. As soon as it came online, Xiaohei found Yifeng. Brother Feng, you haven't left the novice village yet. Yifeng said, it went out yesterday. What happened? Why didn't you come to me when you got out? Which main city did you go to? Yifeng responded, there is no big guild in Xuanwu City. Leveling up is more comfortable. That's it. My brother and I have told the boss of Dingtian here that we want to drag you into their guild. Yifeng said, no. I won't join the guild for the time being. If you want to join, then join. And you can do the quests. Brother Feng, are you really not with us? Never mind. Dingtian Yifeng would definitely not go. Yifeng cut off the call with Xiaohei and returned to Xuanwu City again. Since it was morning, there were not many people in Xuanwu City. But after yesterday's game, players in Xuanwu City had already started setting up street stalls. But they were all white equipment, which did not have much effect at all. Elementary potion formula. Come and take a look if you want it. Don't miss it if you are passing by. Potion formula? Yifeng suddenly thought that when he was in Dingtian, Yin Yu had told him that potion formulas were very precious in the game. Even if they were ordinary primary blood-restoring potions, the medicine produced by the potion formulas would be better than those bought in the store. It's better, has more HP, and the production materials are generally cheap. Yifeng came to the stall and clicked on it. Sure enough, he saw a potion formula on his stall. But the price was 10 gold coins. Elementary strength potion recipe. You can make elementary strength pills, which can increase the user's strength by 20 points in 1 minute. This thing is good in terms of effect. But it has a single attribute and can only be used for warriors, not other professions. The price tag of 10 gold coins is indeed a bit expensive. No wonder no one buys it. Brother, if you want the elementary strength potion formula, the price can be cheaper. Yifeng shook his head and said, no need. If it is a potion to restore blood or magic, you can consider it. Brother, if this really restores blood or magic potion, I'm afraid it will cost tens of thousands of dollars. Yifeng shook his head. The high price is a problem, and the unsuitability is also a problem. If it can be used, it is of course the best. Yifeng plans to continue upgrading today. But there is no challenge for Zweiking yesterday, so he will go deeper. After checking the potion, when Yifeng was about to go out, someone grabbed Yifeng. Brother, form a team and go hunting for bamboo leaves together. There won't be anyone around in the morning. What's your profession? Yifeng was not holding a weapon at this moment, and the other party did not know what Yifeng's profession was. Yifeng said, archer. But I don't want to fight Zhu Yeqing. How many of you are there? The man came close to Yifeng's ear and said, it's King Zhu Yeqing. We just found him. He came out to find someone if he couldn't beat me. Hey, there is such a good thing. Yifeng said, how to distribute it. There are exactly 5 of you, and the equipment will be sold for 55 cents. If it is your equipment and you want it, how about 20% off the market price? Yifeng nodded. This was a pretty good condition. He was going to kill monsters anyway, so just go with him. So Yifeng formed a team. When they saw Yifeng's name, the players on the side were shocked. They found a celebrity just by looking for someone. Holy crap. Are you really Yifeng? Someone said in the team channel. And Yifeng responded, it should be so. But it's all my luck. 6. If you look for anyone, just look for the master. This time, the bamboo leaf green king can't escape. Uh-huh. Hey, didn't you say that Yifeng is a hidden professional mage? Why are you an archer? Yifeng said, seeing is believing. And hearing is believing. Isn't it? The soldier nodded and said with some confusion, okay. Let's go. Following the warriors around him, Yifeng came to the place where he was painting bamboo leaf green yesterday. Many of the mulberry trees here were broken. A bamboo leaf green king as big as a cow was fighting with 3 players. But obviously they were no match for the bamboo leaf green king. The master is here. Master, hurry up and take action. Because Yifeng said that he was an archer. But Yifeng was not very good at arching. He could only level A and add some skills. But because Yifeng's weapons are so good, the damage is of course very explosive. In less than a minute, Yifeng has already pulled the boss's hatred under him. Holy shit. The master is so awesome. The damage is over 100. I'm only around 50. That's right. No wonder we can't be on TV. It's up to you. Although he doesn't use archers very much. Yifeng has figured out Zweiting's weakness yesterday, which is the opponent's tail. Every time Zweiting moves, his tail is crucial. So as soon as Yifeng came up, he directly hit the tail of the bamboo leaf green king, limiting its movement speed. When he hit the 7 inches of the bamboo leaf green king with the armor break, the damage was simply explosive. Damn. I'm such a useless warrior. Apart from the talent of taunting, it has no effect at all. The monsters won't hit me, and the hatred can't hold me back. In less than 3 minutes, with the unwilling roar of King Shaotian, King Shaotian was finally killed. Ding! System prompt. Successfully killed the bamboo leaf green king and gained 3,000 experience points. Quick! Look what equipment exploded! Shouted the man who pulled Yifeng into the team. Chapter 36. Killing the Blue River Gang. Haha. It's a 3-star green outfit. I'll make a fortune. One player picked up the equipment and said happily. And the other team members also looked very excited. The team leader said, the 3-star green equipment belongs to the warrior. If any of you wants it, if you don't want it, I will sell it and share the money with everyone. I don't want it. Just sell it for money. I can't afford green equipment. The captain said, okay. Master, just wait and let me see how much I can sell it for. Yifeng nodded. It is certain that the king-level monsters will produce green equipment. However, the green equipment is still worth a lot of money at present. Yifeng is also short of money at present. It is a little bit better to be able to share some. Compared with the bamboo leaf green king. They discovered it. At this moment, a group of people stopped in front of Yifeng and others. One of the soldiers walked up to the captain casually, stretched out his hand and said, hand over that piece of equipment. The captain said angrily, why? This is the equipment our team obtained. Why should I give it to you? Bah. This is the territory of our Blue River Gang. The equipment that exploded in our territory belongs to us. Brothers, don't you think so? The soldier shouted. That's right. Hand it over quickly, or I'll kill you and make you lose experience. Of course the captain and other members refused to hand it over and said, I'm afraid you won't succeed. So I'll fight. Why is this the territory of your Blue River Gang? Do you think you are one of the top 10 guilds? It's just that the captain has done it with him. We are afraid of him. He is saying that there is a great god. Yes, there is a great god here. Remembering that Yifeng was in the team, the captain became bolder and said, Blue River Gang, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise we will really fight. Without saying a word, the Blue River Gang soldier slashed at the captain and shouted, kill me. I want to kill the chickens to scare the monkeys. Can you just take the equipment from my Blue River Gang's territory? When they attacked the captain, Yifeng was in a state of legitimate defense against the people on the opposite side. Killing people would not increase the PK value. Of course, Yifeng would not show mercy. The captain said, come on, brothers, call out. An arrow whizzed past the captain and hit a mage on the other side. Puff! A scream was heard, and the mage turned into white light and disappeared. There was a fatal blow, killing a mage on the opposite side instantly. This was something Yifeng did not expect. Holy shit. The master is so awesome. Brothers, kill him. At this time, it was the turn of the Blue River Gang people on the opposite side to be confused. What kind of archers were they on the opposite side? They killed a mage instantly with one arrow. This was too abnormal. But at this time, it was not their turn to be stunned. Others in Yifeng's team had already rushed forward, and the two sides were fighting. Yifeng, with his bow fully drawn, was facing the soldier from the Blue River Gang. The soldier had a cold sweat on his face and had no intention of fighting at all. Break the combo. Water explosion. The two skills rushed towards the warrior one after another. The warrior wanted to run without looking back. But how could he outrun Yifeng's arrows? The two skills directly wiped out 2/3 of the warrior's health bar. How could the captain who was facing the warrior let him go? With a few blows, he directly killed the warrior. Yi Feng drew his bow again, and the remaining members of the Blue River gang ran away immediately. This was not here to teach others a lesson. This was a one-sided massacre. Why did they stay here and wait to lose their experience? Oh yeah. What a bullshit Blue River gang. Why don't you just run away like a dog with your tail between your legs when you see a great master? One of the team members said excitedly. Master, do you need a younger brother? I am definitely the best one. Go on. It's me who wants to recruit my younger brother. I'm a warrior. I can be said to protect the great god from the wind and rain. What can you do with a weakling like you? Yi Feng smiled slightly and said, No. I am still used to being alone. If I create a guild in the future, and you are willing to come, then come. Great. If you are willing. Master. Of course we will go. We have finally found a backer. Brothers. We have made a lot of money. Go ahead and sell the equipment. I still need to level up. Yi Feng said. In less than 10 minutes, the captain ran back. As soon as the green equipment came out, a lot of people must have asked for the price. Of course, the one they gave was a real one. It happened to be sold for 5,000. And each person got 1,000. After bidding farewell to this group of players, Yi Feng walked deeper outside the south gate, which was already an area with level 14 wild monsters and poisonous spiders. In front is the mulberry leaf forest, which has many trees. Now it is completely a forest. It is not surprising at all to have poisonous spiders. But what makes Yi Feng feel strange is that there is someone as bold as Yi Feng here. And there are others. And they are a female. The woman was an assassin. Yi Feng stood in the distance and watched the woman fight monsters. Her techniques and skills were really smooth. Even if the woman was close, the poisonous spider could not attack the woman. Yes. It's too powerful. This operation is simply amazing. With a squeak sound, the poisonous spider rolled over its belly and was directly killed by the female assassin. At this time, the female assassin looked at Yi Feng, but only glanced at it before disappearing into the woods again. It seemed that there were countless masters in Fantasy World. Yi Feng, the former Hui, already thought he was very powerful. Unexpectedly, now I met an assassin. And the operation was so smooth. It seemed that I was going to work harder. Yi Feng walked in the opposite direction of the female assassin. There, Yi Feng saw a poisonous spider. Yi Feng was now disguised as a dark mage. He directly tied up a poisonous spider with a dark entanglement, and then attacked with a fireball, and then disguised himself as an archer, changing his identity back and forth once. And a poisonous spider was killed by Yi Feng. It was indeed not difficult at all, because the most important thing about poisonous spiders is their poison. As long as they are poisoned, the kind of continuous blood loss damage is really not something that ordinary people can resist. Picking up the copper plate on the ground, Yi Feng attacked a poisonous spider again. Moreover, Yi Feng had been here all morning. Squeak, a poisonous spider rolled over his belly, and a golden light appeared under Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng finally reached level 11. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on reaching level 11. You have 1 point of freely allocated attributes. Yi Feng clicked on the direct attribute column. And sure enough, there was a plus sign behind each attribute. For basic attributes, strength, physique, intelligence, and agility, Yi Feng has 3 professions. So the free attribute allocation is a bit troublesome. The mage should have his main attribute, which is intelligence. And he should often use the archer, which is agility. Of course, if you are single-handedly brushing the boss, strength is definitely needed. And I am still a warrior. Oops. It was really hard for me. In the end, Yi Feng directly added some attributes to his intelligence. In comparison, Yi Feng still believed that being a mage was his main profession. Just when Yi Feng was about to log off, an angry roar came from the woods ahead, and kept approaching him. Chapter 37, Centennial Spider King. Yi Feng looked intently, and saw a poisonous spider larger than an elephant burst out of the woods. Its 8 slender spider legs were like sharp steel knives, cutting off the trees nearby. Centennial Spider King, level 15. HP 5000. Attack 150. Skills, Poison. Spider Silk Entanglement. It was another king level wild boss. But this guy was actually level 15. Yi Feng frowned a little. A small boss at level 15 might not be easy to fight. The Centennial Spider King stared at Yi Feng, his sharp mouth opening and closing, wanting to tear Yi Feng into pieces. Brush. A spider leg came over, and Yi Feng shouted, block. Yi Feng flew out directly, and in the air, Yi Feng shouted, cross slash. A cross slash hit the Centennial Spider King on the head, pressing down the Centennial Spider King's body. The century-old Spider King roared in pain, and even rushed towards Yi Feng with all his strength. Seeing this, Yi Feng waved his hand and shouted, darkness entangles. The Centennial Spider King's feet that had just launched the attack were wrapped in black flames, and his speed instantly slowed down. Yi Feng was not polite, and directly hit the Centennial Spider King's head with his fireball technique. But after several attacks, Yi Feng found that his damage seemed a bit low. 3 attacks only knocked out 300 points of blood from the opponent. This was even if his skills had no cooldown time. Calming Lantern. Turn on! A lamp floated above Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng's attributes increased by 10%. The staff in his hand had now turned into a bow. Blast it for me. Yi Feng aimed at the eye of the Centennial Spider King and shot it with an arrow. When the normal damage was insufficient, Yi Feng began to look for weak points to attack. The first one should be the eyes. As a result, the Centennial Spider King's eyes were compared, and it was found that the Centennial Spider King only suffered ordinary damage. This should not be a weakness, but it is possible. But as long as the opponent closes his eyes, Yi Feng has no chance. Water explosion. Yi Feng aimed this arrow at the big mouth of the Centennial Spider King. As a result, the arrow missed and was directly bitten into pieces by her big mouth. It only lost a little blood, but instead made the Centennial Spider King angry. A white spider web came out from the Centennial Spider King's butt, trying to tie Yi Feng up. But Yi Feng was not stupid and could not stand still. Bang! Just when Yi Feng was out of the range of the spider web, a spider leg directly hit Yi Feng, knocking Yi Feng away. Damn! Half of the blood. With just a simple blow, Yi Feng's blood volume dropped directly. Yi Feng took out a bottle of intermediate blood-restoring potion without hesitation and drank it. After hitting Yi Feng, the Centennial Spider King was obviously very happy. He actually waved his spider legs and was proud of himself. Yi Feng got up and took a step back to hide behind a big tree. The bow in his hand was fully drawn. Instead of his mouth and eyes, it was a spider's mouth rubbing his soft abdomen. Hey! The arrow fell into the body, and the Centennial Spider King exploded. Although this place was not a weak point, the defense here was relatively low. Yi Feng dealt hundreds of points of damage with one arrow. Taking this opportunity, the bow in Yi Feng's hand turned into a staff again, and the fireball had landed on the abdomen of the Centennial Spider King. This time the damage was even higher. It actually dealt over 200 points of damage. The century-old Spider King was burned by Yi Feng's black flames and screamed. A pair of already angry eyes stared at Yi Feng. With its 8 legs, it launched with all its strength. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Yi Feng. Bang! Yi Feng was hit again. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warn! You are poisoned. You are poisoned. The duration is 10 seconds. Damn! Yi Feng saw that he was losing 80 points of blood every second, and 10 seconds was enough to kill Yi Feng. Yi Feng, who was so stingy, took another intermediate blood-restoring potion, and did not dare to stop. After 15 seconds, Yi Feng took another potion, and then his blood volume was brought back to a safe range. The Centennial Spider King moves very fast, except for Yi Feng's dark entanglement, which can slow down its speed and allow Yi Feng to attack several times. The rest of the time, Yi Feng is chased by the Centennial Spider King. It won't work like this. The Centennial Spider King's legs are too hard, and there's no way to find a weak point. If you keep grinding like this, 99% of you will die in the end. Where is the weak point? As Yi Feng ran away, he stared at the body of the Centennial Spider King, wondering where the weakness was. Almost every part of his body was searched by Yi Feng, but there was really nothing there. At this time, the Centennial Spider King once again sprayed out a spider web, trying to catch Yi Feng. But unfortunately Yi Feng dodged it again. Is that really the only place? Although he is evil, Yi Feng really can't find anywhere else except the chrysanthemum that spits out spider webs. Dark entanglement. Yi Feng slowed down the Centennial Spider and ran directly in front of the Centennial Spider. Block. Yi Feng was bounced behind the Centennial Spider King. In front of him, the slow-moving Centennial Spider web finally showed its flaws. Dark Fireball Technique. A black flame penetrated directly into the chrysanthemum of the Centennial Spider King. The next moment, the belly of the Centennial Spider King actually lit up. It was that kind of black light, because it was a black flame. The spider silk in his abdomen actually burned. And the century-old Spider King's head was bleeding continuously. Ding! System prompts. The Centennial Spider King has been fatally injured and entered a weak state. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He was in a weak state. This was great. After the Centennial Spider King entered a weak state, his attack speed was obviously reduced by half. And his movement speed was not even 1/3 of the original. For Yi Feng, there were not many problems. Not long after, the century-old Spider King who became a target was burned to death by Yi Feng. Yi Feng also sat down on the ground, finally dead and exhausted. Unexpectedly, he had been fighting with the century-old Spider King for 20 minutes. If it hadn't entered a weak state, I'm afraid I would still have to fight for a while. And no one would die. Yi Feng walked under the Centennial Spider King and picked up the exploded items. Friend, can you sell me the venom that the Centennial Spider King exploded? A voice came from behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng subconsciously jumped a step and looked at the person who just spoke. This person was none other than the female assassin he had seen before. Have you seen it all? Yi Feng was so focused that he forgot if there were other people around him. The female assassin said, well, I saw it. Can you sell the venom to me? Yi Feng looked at his backpack. And sure enough, there was a venom in it. Yi Feng took the venom directly in his hand and threw it towards the female assassin. Said, give it to you as a thank you gift for not snatching it away. The female assassin took the venom and said expressionlessly, this is 10 silver coins. I don't want your things for nothing. And I won't tell anyone about you. Goodbye. After saying that, he dropped 10 silver coins and disappeared from Yi Feng's sight again. Yi Feng shook his head and picked up the 10 coins. He was really a strange assassin. Chapter 38 Making a Fortune. Spider Spear, 3-star green physical attack 18 to 28. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 3. Required character level, level 15. Equipment occupation, Berserker. Shield Warrior. Unique passive, there is a 5% chance of being poisoned. Damn. Weapons with attributes. Weapons with attributes are much more powerful than the Randolph sword in Yi Feng's hand. Although the damage is not as good as Yi Feng's sword. The additional passive is different. I'm afraid this thing can be sold for a good price. As for the fact that he had just been caught using the skills of 3 professions, Yi Feng saw that the female assassin was not the kind of person who would talk nonsense. So he felt relieved and put the equipment in his backpack before Yi Feng went offline. Before opening the door, Yi Feng heard the voices of several girls outside the door. Could it be that Zisu's friends are here? Yi Feng opened the door and saw Zisu and 2 other girls leaning on the sofa in the living room chatting. When Yi Feng came out, the 2 girls were stunned. What's going on? Xiao Su. Why do you have a man here? Xiao Su. Someone else is hiding in the golden house. But you are the handsome guy in the golden house. Handsome boy. Are you Zisu's boyfriend? Zisu said angrily. What? I just rented out a bedroom on the 2nd day after moving here. Don't talk nonsense. Oh. You're worried that we won't be able to steal it. Just say it's yours. Sister. I promise not to make any assumptions. Oh. It's really not what you think. Zisu said with a shy look. Yi Feng walked slowly to the living room and said politely, hello everyone. I am a tenant here. I just moved in yesterday. If I disturb you, I will go out first. One of the girls said, don't leave. Stay and chat. There's no need to rush. Yi Feng said, I finally found a place to stay. Don't say a word. Zisu kicked me out. I have to live in the bridge cave again. Okay, I'm going out first. Yi Feng didn't pause as he said that. He just closed the door and left. He didn't know them either. Girls always like to think about things. It's better to leave than to stay. Yi Feng didn't go anywhere else, and came to the restaurant at the entrance of the community. It was almost 1 o'clock, and Yi Feng was already hungry. There happened to be Zisu's friend upstairs, so he could come down and have something to eat. Of course, it was still the same store as in the morning. When the store owner saw Yi Feng coming, he greeted him skillfully and said, young man, what do you want to eat? Yi Feng nodded and said, boss, what do you have for lunch? You are new here. The most popular thing here is pork chop rice. Of course, curry rice is also good if you like it. Yi Feng said, then let's have pork chop rice. Okay. Do you want to pack one for your friend? Yi Feng thought for a while, and didn't know when Zisu and her friends would be here. So she decided to finish eating before talking. Wait until I finish eating. Good. Not long after the gate of the community, 2 of Zisu's friends came out. But Yi Feng didn't see Zisu coming down. He was obviously still upstairs. At this time, Yifeng shouted, "Boss, I'm packing a portion." Suddenly Yifeng was stunned. He didn't know what Zissa liked to eat, and why he wanted to pack a portion for her. Yifeng said with a wry smile, "Boss, do you know what girls generally like to eat?" The boss smiled cheerfully and said, "Girls have a small appetite, so just pack her a curry rice. Girls all like it." Okay. A meal cost Yifeng 30 yuan, which Yifeng would not have dared to think about a few days ago. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zissou packing her things again. Why do she always see her looking for things? Yifeng said, "Is your friend gone?" What are you looking for?" While packing her things, Zissou said, "Originally they wanted to move to my place. But now that you are here, I am embarrassed to let you go. Isn't there a study room here that can also be used for living? So I thought clean it up." Yifeng put the rice on the table, took the things from Zissou's hand, and said, "You go and eat the food. I will move the things. You can just direct me from the side." Zissou looked at the rice on the table, touched her belly and said, "How can this be so embarrassing? I'm eating from you again, and I want you to work." Yifeng said with a smile, "It's okay. I'm very grateful that you let me stay. Tell me where to put this thing. Put this one on the balcony. And that one." Zissou directed Yifeng while eating. And soon the study room, which was originally a storage room, was empty and could barely fit a bed. Yifeng, who was sweating a little, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "How about I sleep here and your friend sleeps in my room?" Zissou shouted for rice and said, "How can that be okay? You spend money and they don't. It would be great if I can live in it for them. If you want to live well, don't even think about it." Yifeng muttered, "So you girls are all so stingy." "The tip of your," Zissou said. "Yifeng, what are you talking about?" Yifeng shook his head quickly and said, "No. I said this study is a bit small." Zissou walked to the study, looked at it, and said, "They don't have your 1.8 meter tall body, which is big enough for them. If you sleep here, I will feel guilty." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay. Everything is done. I will continue to explore the game." Thank you for the meal." Yifeng smiled and said, "How does it taste?" "Good. It seems like I'm doing a pretty good job as a delivery boy. See you tonight?" "Well, see you tonight?" Yifeng walked into the room, and Zissou was alone in the living room. Suddenly, he found that there was an extra man in the house, and he seemed to have changed. If he moved the things in the study by himself, he might not even think about playing games today. Yifeng only had time for a meal. After finishing it, "I still have the rice in my hand. It seems that I haven't eaten such fresh rice in a long time. The takeout I ordered before was either cold or tasteless, but this time I found it to be particularly delicious." Zissou suddenly found that her little face suddenly became hot. She covered her little face and ran to her room shyly. As soon as Yifeng went online, he took the initiative to contact Demo. He must like the spider spear in his hand. "Hey brother, why did you suddenly think of me? Have you considered joining our Launchy Valley?" Demo said happily. Yifeng said, "Let's talk about it after joining the guild. I have some equipment here that you should be interested in." Demo geared up and said, "Send it to me and see what kind of equipment it is." Yifeng posted the attributes of the spider spear, and Demo said happily when he saw it, "Brother, I have yours. A weapon with attributes, and it's level 15. Please give me a price." Yifeng said, "This is my first time playing this game. I don't understand it very well. If you don't want to bully me, just give me a price yourself. I haven't even announced it in the world yet." Demo said, "After all, this spear is level 15, and it is 3-star green. It can be used up to level 20. I won't bully you. After all, you regard me as a friend, and I won't frame you. 10,000, what do you think?" Yifeng said, "Okay. I believe you. Okay. Let's meet in person and mail it to me." Yifeng said, "I'll mail it to you. Mail it quickly." Chapter 39. Zissou was killed. Yifeng never thought that he had already earned 15,000 in the game. He worked hard for a month before because he was an ordinary member and his salary was not high. Only more than 2,000. Because when he entered Dingtian, I just didn't play any games. Everyone was waiting for Fantasy World. Therefore, everyone's wages are not high. And Yifeng has to put part of the money into his parents' cards in the countryside. Because he is in the union and has food and housing, he doesn't have to spend much money. But as soon as he left Dingtian, Yifeng realized how important money was. It costs thousands of dollars to live in any house. This is Zissou. If it were someone else, it would be 3-to-1 rent. Maybe Yifeng is now, they are all still in that bungalow. Soon Yifeng received the fund's arrival information. And Yifeng also mailed the spider spear to the desert. Yifeng looked around and saw that there were no other strange things except poisonous spiders. And his experience with poisonous spiders was pretty good. Today's Yifeng can be said to be he has been staying in the territory of poisonous spiders. But it is a pity that he has not met any century-old spider king again. Otherwise Yifeng would have made a lot of money again. Time passed little by little. And on the second day, Zissou's two friends moved in. Maybe because the place was too small. One of them kept falling off the bed. Of course, they also came to ask Yifeng if they were willing to change places. But Zissou refused directly. Now there are 4 people living in this house. Zissou's two friends also play Fantasy World. And they are all in the Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion. Like Zissou, they are ordinary players. The guild does not provide food and accommodation. But they can pay wages. But the wages are just like Yifeng before, which is relatively small. For ordinary employees like this, the wages are very small. Today, Yifeng finally reached level 14. Looking at the level rankings, the first place is already level 16. This guy must have used a cheat. Yifeng worked so hard to level up. But he was only at level 14. And that guy was the best in the world. They are all level 16. And the second ranked one is only level 15. Hou-Yi, whom Yifeng knew, was ranked 9th. And Yifeng didn't know anyone else. Yifeng found it strange why Huang Shaotian was not in the top 10 rankings. Assassins Huang Shaotian was leveling up with a dozen of Dingtian's good guys. Just now, Huang Shaotian had reached level 15. How much experience do I still have to go before I am ranked 10th? President. It is said that the 10th player has more than half of his experience. And he is expected to reach level 16 tomorrow. No. From now until tomorrow morning. I need my level to reach 10th. We Dingtian cannot fall behind. Yes. And today is already the 4th day since Yifeng moved to Zissou's house. Zissou just asked Yifeng whether he had reached level 10 and why it was so slow. Finally, Yifeng asked Zissou's character name. Yifeng said that he wanted to get familiar with the new environment and was not in a hurry to join Zissou. Purple Bunny. Yifeng smiled. Only the silly girl Zissou could think of this name. Does she like rabbits that much? Yifeng thought for a while. It seemed that Zissou had many rabbit dolls, rag dolls, and Zissou clothes. There are many patterns about rabbits. This girl's heart simply exploded. Yifeng has found the location of Zissou in the game. Currently, Zissou is level 13. For a girl, this level is already good. Forget it. If she encounters difficulties in the game, he can help her. Anyway, she knows got her ID. Yifeng continued to fight against the demonized wild boar in front of him. Although this guy was a level 16 wild monster with a low level, his experience was higher than that of a level 17 wild monster. However, the disadvantage was that he was thicker. It's a pity that they met the perverted Yifeng. And this became Yifeng's exclusive place. Because it was impossible for ordinary players to compete with Yifeng for such a thick-skinned wild monster. But halfway through the scrolling, Yifeng saw a war of words on the world channel. Since he was bored anyway, Yifeng took another look. Unexpectedly, it was about Zissou. Yifeng immediately looked at the monster in his hand and looked at it carefully. Jianwen, purple rabbit. You bitch. What's wrong with me killing you? Isn't it reasonable to snatch our wild boss? Don't think that we are afraid of you because you are from the Bihai Guild. Zissou rabbit, Jianwen. You are the leader of the same gang no matter how you say it. So why do you make such a fuss? And who is robbing the boss? Isn't it clear? Jianwuk, bitch. If you hadn't made the move first, we could have killed you. Don't be so damn nagging here. We are not afraid of your Bihai Guild. Someone else said, we and Rabbit were fighting a boss. And you came up and started grabbing us without saying a word. Can we not take action? There was a lot of waiting. But Yifeng knew anyway that the fight between the two sides was probably caused by a boss. As for who stole who, it was obvious at a glance that Zissou was not such a person. At this time, someone in the world shouted, come to the north of Zhuke City. Come and have a look. Let's fight. A few men will kill a few girls. It's really shameless. Yifeng should know that if this kind of thing happens to the elite members of Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion, then Bihai Guild will definitely come forward. But these are just ordinary members. They fight every day because of grabbing monsters and so on. And the big guild can't control it. That's why Jinwuhan and the others did whatever they wanted. Yi Feng crushed the city return scroll in his hand, and returned directly to Xuanwu City. Yi Feng has also killed a lot of small bosses in the past few days, and made a lot of money. Yi Feng can still afford a town return coupon of 10 silver coins. Without saying a word, he teleported directly to Suzaku City. When approaching the north gate, a female player ran out of the resurrection point angrily, and rushed straight to the outside of the city. Yi Feng also ran over quickly along with some onlookers. Not far outside the north gate, a group of players named Jian or something were fighting with 4 women. There were at least 2 groups of people on the opponent's side, but there was only one group of people on the women's side, so they couldn't beat them at all. Bitch. Didn't you speak very hastily just now? Come on. Yi Feng saw Zisu. She was an archer. She didn't even have the bow in her hand at this moment. She had obviously been exploded by the opponent. Yi Feng shook his head. Before Zisu could speak, a black fireball hit Jian Wuhan, who had just spoken. -300. -80. Then Jian Wuhan's feet were bound by black flames, and another black fireball flew over. This time a direct critical hit. -600. -200. In just 2 seconds, Jian Wuhan was already lying on the ground before he could react. Who is it? Come out! Suddenly, his boss was killed, and everyone else suddenly became inexplicably nervous. How could Yi Feng care so much? He took action again. This time it was an archer from the other side. Of course, he only used 2 skills, and the archer was already dead. Who is it? Come out quickly! Of course, Yi Feng was not that stupid, hiding behind the crowd to activate his skills. But this time, he was discovered by the other party. Of course, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered by the other party. Over there. That's the mage. Someone pointed at Yi Feng and said. For a moment, the people around Yi Feng retreated. Chapter 40. Get out. Yi Feng said softly. Oh, I was discovered. I'm so sorry. Who are you? Yi Feng said. Yi Feng. What? Are you that Yi Feng? Yi Feng said. I don't know which Yi Feng you are talking about. If there is no duplicate name in the game, it would be me. At this time Jian Wuhan came, stared at Yi Feng and said, You don't care about Yi Feng or Yi Feng? Brothers, kill me. At one time, all 9 people's skills were thrown at Yi Feng. Yi Feng just used the blocking skill in an instant. Now Yi Feng is very comfortable with the career transformation and can complete it in just one thought. After resisting everyone's attacks, the smile on Yi Feng's lips showed that it was time for him to fight back. Calming Lantern. The next moment, Yi Feng's attributes were increased by 10%. Yi Feng directly passed the warrior. The opponent's mage and archer couldn't bear Yi Feng's 3 skills at all, and he was already out of health with 2 skills. They are different from Yi Feng. Yi Feng's growth attributes are non-professional, while the growth attributes of archers and mages are low blood volume and high intelligence and agility. A 12th or 3rd level archer or mage can have a maximum of 500 to 600. The blood volume cannot stop Yi Feng's damage at all. Yi Feng was walking around and taking drugs at the same time. The intermediate blood restoring potion. No one would take it like Yi Feng, and they would be reluctant to take it. One by one, the squishy ones fell down one after another. But Yi Feng's movement was absolutely flawless. He was professionally trained and couldn't compare to those ordinary guild players. Looking at the corpses on the ground and Jian Wuhan standing in front of him, Yi Feng pointed at Jian Wuhan with his staff and said, Kneel down and apologize. The onlookers were about to explode at this moment. An ordinary battle, until the appearance of a master like Yi Feng, turned into a one-sided massacre. 2 groups of people could not kill a mage. Jian Wuhan glared at Yi Feng and said, You, a great god-level person, come to kill us ordinary players. Do you think it's fun? Yi Feng said very calmly, Xiao Su, there is a bow on the ground. Pick it up and kill him. Zisu still hasn't reacted yet. How could Yi Feng suddenly help him? Only when Xiao Su called out did Zisu know that he was Yi Feng. Zisu picked up a bow, they exploded and killed Jian Wuhan, who was still alive, with 1 arrow. Yi Feng World Channel shouted, Jian Wuhan, if you don't apologize, I will hunt you down to the end. At this time, the MO suddenly ran out to join in the fun and said, Jian Wuhan, right? You bullied my brother Yi Feng, right? I, Lanchi Valley, have made it difficult for you to play in Fantasy World. So I apologize. The world is in an uproar. This is Yi Feng, the gang member of Lanchi Valley, who is one of the top 3 guilds. Killing you with Jian Wuhan is almost effortless. Yi Feng's name has already turned red and black at this moment. After killing so many people, His PK value is already full. Yifeng cannot enter Suzaku City. Otherwise he will be killed instantly by the guards. As for Jianwen, who was hiding at the resurrection point, he never expected that he had just robbed a boss, and was being targeted by such a big shot. The key was that if he went out to apologize, he would definitely be laughed at. If he didn't apologize, he would be caught up. Yifeng stood quietly outside the city gate, waiting for Jianwen to walk out directly, while Zissou and the others stood quietly behind Yifeng, not daring to disturb the current Yifeng. Not long after, Jianwen slowly walked out of Suzaku City, and said with an unwilling face, "I'm sorry." Yifeng shouted, louder. Jianwen gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "I'm sorry. It was me who robbed the boss." Yifeng said expressionlessly, "Get out." Today's Yifeng is so handsome. Jianwen, who was so arrogant just now, was offline in despair, and his whole face was completely humiliated. Yifeng glanced around and said coldly, "Didn't you see enough?" With a hiss, the onlookers did what they were supposed to do, and no longer dared to stay by Yifeng's side. After everyone had gone away, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He had just pretended to be a great man, and even Yifeng admired himself. At this time, Zissou pinched Yifeng's ears and said angrily, "Tell me, why did you lie to me? Is it because I won't be bullied today, and you are not ready to come out?" Yifeng said innocently, "No way. This is my first serious game. I haven't played many other games." "Real? Why did I lie to you? If you find out that I lied to you, kick me out." Zissou said angrily, "If you had told me earlier that you were Yifeng, how many more times could I have been killed by them, and lost so much experience?" Yifeng said, "Can I accompany you to level up?" Zissou glanced to the side and said, "No. You cheated on me? I invite you to dinner?" When it came to eating, Zissou showed a smile on her face and said, "Okay. This is what you said. Of course you have to accompany me to level up." Looking at Zissou's expression, Yifeng knew that his newly bulging wallet was probably going to be flat. Who made her his landlord? Rabbit. It turns out that you and the great god know each other, and they live together. And you didn't even tell us. Zissou said, "I don't know him. Let's go upgrade." In fact, Zissou was quite happy. When she was killed by the opponent, she asked for help from Bihai's group, but no one came to help them. She originally thought that she would end up at a loss in the end, but she didn't expect that Yifeng's appearance changed this. Everything. At this moment, the managers in the Bihai Pavilion group came to ask Zissou if such a powerful master could come to the Bihai Guild. Wouldn't the strength of the Bihai Guild be even stronger? Seeing the faces of the management, Zissou just ignored them. Just now he asked you to come to help, and each of them said that they would suffer a little loss. Now that they see powerful people, they start to fawn on themselves, which is disgusting. Hey, if you don't follow me, your name has become so popular. Hurry up. Yifeng yelled and followed. The wild monsters in Suzaku City are different from those in Xuanwu City. Zissou and the others are only level 13, and they can fight up to level 14 monsters. Yifeng said, "Come with me. It's not difficult at level 14. Zissou snorted, followed without saying a word and muttered, "You are the only one who is good. So be it." Yifeng took them to the level 16 wild monster area, teamed up with Yifeng, and started to clear the wild. Yifeng's PK value was also declining, because a wild monster reduced its PK value by a little. Wow! Your Yifeng is so powerful. He took down a level 16 wild monster in less than 10 seconds. We probably have to wait for death. It's just that, with such a powerful boyfriend, it's so stingy to be reluctant to take it out early. Girls all have vanity. If they are praised by other girls, even though they say it is not true, they are quite happy in their hearts. "Master, the staff in your hand is so beautiful. What properties does it have?" one of the female mage asked. Yifeng said, "It's okay. It's golden." "Hey, darling, you must be number 1 on the weapon rankings." Yifeng said, "Probably." Chapter 41 Distress. As soon as she got offline, Zissou rushed into Yifeng's room. Yifeng smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't be angry. You are so beautiful and cute. It doesn't look good when you are angry." When Yifeng said this, the fire that had just risen in his heart subsided, and he said angrily, "You said you would treat me to dinner. Go now." Yifeng took the bank card and said, "Okay, let's go." Zissou turned pale and said like Yifeng, "Wait for me to change clothes." After waiting for half an hour, Yifeng stood at the door, pointed at Zissou's 2 friends and said, Aren't they screaming? Zissou looked at them. They were all still playing games. And said, forget it. Just pack them up. Yifeng nodded and followed Yifeng downstairs. As soon as she reached the gate of the community, Zissou said, by the way, who did the things you packed for me before come from? Yifeng pointed to the restaurant next to him and said, here. This is the one. It tastes pretty good. Zissou glanced at the restaurant and said, so this is it. Why didn't I notice it before? Yifeng thought to himself, you are so lazy. It is strange that you can see it. Zissou pointed at Yifeng and said, what's your expression? Yifeng quickly explained, I was thinking, you are so cute and beautiful. And it would be bad if the trafficker abducted you when you came out alone. There is nothing wrong with being careful and not going downstairs. Humph. Why are you so good at talking today? Yifeng thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because I don't need to hide it anymore. Humph. I'm going to make you poor today. At this time, a taxi drove over. Zissou waved and the two of them got in the car. Master, go to Haitian seafood restaurant. Good. Yifeng's eyelids kept twitching when he heard about Haitian seafood restaurant. He didn't know if his 10,000 yuan would be enough to eat. Seeing Yifeng's expression, Zissou said, don't worry. I will decide how much money you bring. I will never mortgage you there. Yifeng's face was dark. This guy must be too cruel. The car slowly stopped in front of the Haitian seafood restaurant. Yifeng looked at the seafood restaurant with people coming and going. This was his first time here. He thought that when he first came to the city, he was standing in the same position. The difference is the mood. Back then, he came to the city with passion. But the reward the city gave him made Yifeng unable to look back. Now that he is standing here again, Yifeng is filled with emotion. Zissou took Yifeng's arm and said, let's go. We're here. When you walk into the seafood restaurant, you will be greeted by the receptionist. Hello. Are you two? Zissou said yes. Two people. Okay. This way please. Following the receptionist, Yifeng and Zissou walked to the second floor. The hall was mostly filled with large round tables, while the second floor was filled with small tables. However, there were more people on the second floor than on the first floor. After a while, Zissou ordered several seafood dishes, and then placed the order menu in front of Yifeng. Come on. Order some too. Yifeng looked at the prices on the menu, which made his heart beat faster. A big lobster cost 488. A plate of squid cost 388. Etc. They were all in 3 digits at least. Yifeng asked, do you have any vegetables? Yes. On the last page. Yifeng turned to the last page and almost scared Yifeng to death. A piece of lettuce cost 88 yuan. This was a money grab. Yifeng gave the menu to Zissou, covered his chest and said, you better order it. I can't stand the excitement. Zissou snorted and mentioned a few more dishes casually. Yifeng felt his heart bleed. The consequences of offending a woman were really painful. Zissou clapped her hands and said, okay. We can finally eat seafood. Why don't you look unhappy? Yifeng squeezed out a smile and said, as long as you are happy. Not long after, hot seafood was served one after another. To be honest, Yifeng didn't know how to eat some things. Speaking of seafood, Yifeng had barely eaten jiwei shrimp, or the shrimp from Dingtian canteen. For a moment, Yifeng didn't know what to do. Zissou gave Yifeng a look, picked up an abalone, dipped it in some sauce, and handed it to Yifeng. Here, eat. Yifeng took the abalone in a bowl and took a bite. Not to mention, the meat was very tender. With the addition of the sauce, it didn't feel bland at all. Instead, it had a fresh taste of the sea. Zissou asked, is it delicious? Yifeng nodded and said, well, it's delicious. This is my first time eating seafood. Zissou said with a smile, you can see it. I'll teach you. Take a look at this. First, finally, after about 10 minutes, Yifeng already knew how to eat. When he was about to eat, he found that half of the seafood had been eaten by Zissou. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. He was really a snack. At this moment, a young man came over with a wine glass and sat down next to Zissou without even saying hello. Beauty. Go sit next to me. It's so boring to eat with a bumpkin. The young man said directly without looking at Yifeng. Zissou put down the lobster in her hand and said, I think it's interesting. So that's fine. Please go away. The young man had no intention of leaving at all. Instead, he picked up a shrimp on the table and ate it in front of Yifeng. Even though Yifeng had a good temper, Yifeng couldn't help it anymore and said, my friend, If you are fine, please go away. The young man looked at Yifeng with contempt and said, You bumpkin. You really don't think a meal of seafood is anything special. Beauty. Let's go over there to eat. I have South American lobsters there, which are much more delicious than the ones here. Yifeng followed the direction the man pointed, and there were several young people of the same age as him sitting there, gesturing for Zisu to come over. Zisu said solemnly, Please go away. Oh, this girl really knows how to pretend to be aloof. You can give me a price of 12,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, Zisu picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth. And the next moment, she picked up the beer bottle next to her. Bump! He hit the man directly on the head, and the blood immediately flowed down. My lady has tolerated you for a long time. Yifeng was stunned. Zisu, who was gentle and quiet, got into a fight and slapped someone directly. The young man's friend gave up. His brother had his head ripped open, and he immediately rushed forward to settle the score with Zisu. Yifeng took Zisu's hand and ran away. The young man on the ground touched his bleeding head and said, Damn it. Don't let that bitch run away. Catch her and kill her tonight. Just after leaving the seafood restaurant, those young people blocked the way of Yifeng and Zisu. At this time, the young man with a dilated head shook his head and walked out, saying, Catch that woman. Quickly. How could Yifeng let them capture Zisu? If he really caught Zisu, he would probably be tortured. But how could Yifeng withstand the attacks of several people? He was about to be beaten to the ground in a few moments, while Zisu on the side yelled, Hit someone. Hit someone. Unfortunately, no one was willing to come forward to help. And at this time Yifeng was also pushed to the ground by several people. Chapter 42 Virtual Reality Conversion. Zisu wanted to help Yifeng, but unfortunately, she was caught between two men. Yifeng shouted, Let her go, and come to me if you can. The young man with a broken head sneered and said, As you wish. Beat me to death, and take this girl away. Ah! Punches and kicks hit Yifeng's body, and Yifeng could only scream in pain, while Zisu, who was caught, bit one of the arms, bleeding directly from the bite. Ah! You bitch! A hand knife hit Zisu directly on the back of the neck, and Zisu fainted on the spot. Yifeng shouted eagerly, Zisu! Unfortunately, no one helped, and some just watched from a distance. Poof! A mouthful of blood spat out from Yifeng's mouth, and Yifeng's vision began to blur. One of the men said, Stop fighting. It will be difficult if you are beaten to death. Yifeng could no longer hear any sound at all. And at this moment, a familiar voice sounded from Yifeng's heart. Ding! It detects that the owner is in danger of life and automatically starts the virtual conversion function. Please wait. Ding! The conversion is successful, and the owner's health is being restored. The restoration is complete. Ding! Master, you can currently use anything in your character in Fantasy World. Yifeng, who was dying, suddenly collapsed. Everything that had just happened was so real. Yifeng looked at the ring in his hand, and it actually showed ring of unknown origin. Isn't this the acceptance of one's own ring in Fantasy World? Yifeng tried to open his backpack, and actually the backpack from Fantasy World actually appeared in front of him. Those familiar potions, and some unsold white equipment. Yifeng tried to get a bottle of primary blood restoring potion, and found that it was really in front of him. It's in my own hands. This is incredible. The things in the Fantasy World are directly brought into reality by myself. This is too scary. But the situation in front of him did not allow Yifeng to think too much, because Zisu was about to be carried into the car. Yifeng shouted, Stop! Several young people were gearing up, and the young man said, Hey, you can still stand up. But the brothers are beating me, and this time I broke one of his legs. Okay, Mr. Baoqi, you are satisfied. Yifeng sneered for the first time in reality and shouted softly, Disguise. Swordsman. The next moment, Yifeng was no longer the weak Yifeng. Although the equipment in the game did not appear, Yifeng clearly felt that his body had become stronger, and his strength had increased many times. Because in front of him, these people were all level 1 novices, and he was a level 14 player. Dealing with these people in Fantasy World was not easy at all. Facing several young people who rushed over, Yifeng raised his hand and grabbed one of them's fist, and squeezed it casually. He only heard the sound of bones breaking. Several other people punched and kicked Yifeng, but Yifeng didn't feel any pain. He grabbed one person with one hand and slammed them together. The two of them collided with each other. Stars flashed in their eyes, and they fainted. The remaining person was actually frightened to death. Wasn't this guy a soft persimmon just now? Did he just pinch it? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? Yifeng raised his fist, and the young man was frightened and fainted, while the onlookers laughed loudly. The man named Qi Xiao from before saw something was wrong, and was about to leave after getting in the car. Yifeng quickly chased after him. It's just that Yifeng is a warrior now, and although his movement speed is fast, it is not as fast as a car. Disguise? Archer? Yifeng's speed immediately increased. But a car is a car after all, and it can only run fast. Yifeng shouted, Gong! Come! A golden bow, an arrow appeared in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng aimed directly at the car tire, and shot out. Call out! The tire burst and the car lost its balance, and hit the guardrail on the roadside. Yifeng rushed over quickly. I only saw Qi Xiao in the car, busy making calls on his cell phone. Yifeng smashed the car window in front of him with his fist, and dodged the cell phone in his hand. With a click, the phone was crushed by Yifeng. Disguised as a swordsman, his power was absolutely explosive. With a strong push, Yifeng tore down the cab door, and pulled out the seventh young master. Brother, you have a lot of money. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it anymore. By the way, my family is very rich. I will give you whatever you want. Yifeng didn't like this kind of playboy at all, so he threw the seventh young master directly on the ground and hit him with one fist. Such people are scum in this society. They really have no other use than harming people. This time, Yifeng mastered his strength very well. Instead of knocking him out with one punch, he beat him so hard that he didn't even recognize his mother. After being beaten, Qi Xiao threatened Yifeng and said, If you don't beat me to death today, I will make you regret it. Yifeng didn't say anything, but still punched him one after another. Bang! The seventh young master finally fell to the ground and fainted. Yifeng unloaded the car directly at the back door, took Zissou out, carried it on his back, and left the crime scene step by step, as if nothing was wrong. Maybe it was the night breeze that made Zissou shrink back in coldness. Finally, she opened her eyes, and found herself on a man's back. Woke up. Hearing this voice, Zissou breathed a sigh of relief, climbed on Yifeng's back and said, How did you rescue me? Yifeng said, Of course some kind people called the police. The police came and we came out. But you fainted. Really? I see you were injured too. Why didn't you wake me up and carry me home? Yifeng said, Look, there is still blood on my face. You fainted again. I want to take a taxi. Others think I am a trafficker who abducts young girls. Haha. You are the only one who can speak. Why didn't you run away by yourself then and save me? Yifeng said, You are my second friend in this city. I can't just die without saving you. Zissou asked, What if the police didn't come and you were beaten to death by them? Yifeng said with a smile, Don't worry. It's illegal to kill someone. The most you can do is maim me. Is it worth it? Yifeng nodded and said, Yes. Zissou leaned on Yifeng's back and remained silent. It seemed that she had nothing to ask, and the two of them fell into silence. The two didn't speak after that, because Zissou woke up. Yifeng waved a taxi, and then the two set off on their way home. As soon as they arrived home, Cici and Xiaobai were sitting on the sofa like elders. When they saw Zissou and Yifeng come back, Cici said jokingly, Hey, I'm back from the date. Zissou blushed, lowered her head and said, No, we are going to eat. Humph. You are really stingy when you don't even bring us food. Fortunately, we were smart enough to eat it ourselves. If we had waited for you to come back now, we would have all starved to death. Well, I'm going back to my room first, Zissou said, and ran into his room normally. Yifeng said with a smile, It's okay. I had a little accident while eating just now, so I went back to rest. Seeing that Yifeng was about to leave, Cici and Xiaobai immediately shouted, Master, you have to help us upgrade. We live in the same dormitory. Yifeng said, As long as Xiaosu says it's okay, I'll take a rest. Seeing Yifeng also closing the door, Cici and Xiaobai looked at each other and said, There is indeed adultery. Chapter 43 Zissou's Heart. Yifeng returned to the room and did not play the game immediately. Instead, he looked at the ring in his hand. It was because of it that he accidentally entered the fantasy world and met Zissou today. Now, just tonight, a magical scene appeared on this ring again. Things from the fantasy world can actually be brought into reality. If not, Yifeng and Zissou would really be in bad luck today. Especially Perilla. I'm afraid that after today, there won't be the current Perilla anymore. Magical ring. How many surprises are you going to bring to me? On the other side, in a pink room, Zissou sat on the bed, with a silly smile on her face. Although she was a little impulsive today, and opened someone's head. But Yifeng. Zissou's cell phone rang. Someone was calling Zissou. Zissou turned on her phone, and saw that her classmate had sent her a short video and said, "Look. See if the woman in the video is you." Zissou curiously clicked on the video. And sure enough, it was the video of their fight in front of the seafood restaurant. When she saw that after she was knocked unconscious, and Yifeng was also beaten so hard that he was unable to go lying on the ground. Zissou's heart ached a little. Didn't it mean that the police were coming? The police were here. But after the video, there was a fight. Yifeng got up out of nowhere. And he was completely different from the previous Yifeng. Several young people who originally beat him were knocked down by Yifeng. And they even caught up with the car he was in. He beat the man violently, and then carefully carried him on his back. This was not the police that Yifeng said at all. But Yifeng beat them up alone, and finally rescued himself. In an instant, Zissou's eyes turned red. And tears kept rolling in her eyes. Suddenly Zissou dropped her phone, and ran to the door of Yifeng's room. She just raised her hand to open the door. But at that moment, Zissou stopped. Came down. Yes. Why would you do this? He is just a stranger who has lived with you for only a week. He has brought you meals a few times. Treated you to seafood. And saved you by the way. But he is still the same Yifeng. He is not if he wasn't his boyfriend. Why would he want to rush up and hug him? Slowly, Zissou walked back to her room dejectedly. Yes. She was wishful thinking. She was really stupid. He might even have a girlfriend. Otherwise, why would he lie to himself in the game? I'm playing with my girlfriend. Zissou, who was feeling depressed, returned to his room, hid under the quilt, and went to bed so early for the first time after coming out of Fantasy World. Yifeng moved his body. Although he had been injured before, he suddenly became better again. It was really weird. Just like he had been hit by a car before. He originally thought he would die. But in the end, he was alive and well. After sorting out his thoughts for tonight, Yifeng entered the game, but found that Zissou's name among his friends was in dark color, and showed that he was not online. Yifeng thought for a while. Maybe he was a little stimulated tonight, and rested early. Yifeng returned to Xuanwu City again. This time Yifeng did not go to the south gate, but to the north gate. I heard before that there is a level 15 monster on the north gate. It not only has more experience, but also has a high explosion rate. It's just a bit difficult to fight. When Yifeng came here, he couldn't help but frown. There must be too many people here. Here are a group of humanoid monsters. The vanguards of the demon cult. Each of them is really powerful. Most of them have 2 or 3 people killing a demon cult pioneer. Of course, there are also some who are awesome at it. And one person can defeat a demon cult pioneer alone. But because there are a lot of people, everyone wants to explode their equipment. So they all gather in this place. Of course Yifeng would not fight with them for these, but continued to walk inside. Slowly, there are not many people inside, because the distribution of monsters inside is a bit dense. If you kill one demon cult vanguard, you can probably attract 2 others. This is very stressful for a team. So players also not much. Of course, Yifeng is not that stupid. Yifeng bypasses these demon sect pioneers, and comes to the level 16 wild monsters. The wild monsters here are similar to the previous ones, but they are called demon sect demon generals. Yifeng plans to give them a try. After a fireball attacked a demon called demon general, the demon called demon general raised his sword and ran toward Yifeng. Dark entanglement. The speed of the demon general suddenly slowed down, and his movements were extremely slow. However, the demon general screamed without knowing what he was saying. The dark entanglement under his feet was instantly untied, and he slashed at Yifeng with a knife. Block. After blocking instantly, the distance between Yifeng and the demon called demon general was widened, and another fireball flew out. Yifeng found that the defense of these monsters was indeed a bit high, but they were not particularly difficult to fight. But the control skills were of no use to them. Ding! System prompt. Successfully killed a demon called demon general and gained 500 experience points. I went, and it turned out to be 500 experience points. This experience is indeed a bit high. Just when Yifeng was about to kill another demon called demon general again, an NPC's voice came to Yifeng's ears. Help! Someone help me! Yifeng looked for the direction of the sound. In the middle of a group of demon generals, an NPC that looked like a soldier was lying on the ground, shouting for help. Moreover, the NPC soldier had been seriously injured. Of course, given the nature of fantasy world, even in 100 years, this NPC will not die. So Yifeng is not in a hurry. This should be a mission. So Yifeng will target him and start fighting in that direction. Just this fight, which lasted more than an hour. Yifeng finally cleaned up the demon generals around the NPC and actually dropped 3 pieces of white equipment. This explosion rate is indeed good. Yifeng walked up to the NPC and said, "Do you need help?" The NPC soldier said, "Great. Someone finally came to save us. We are soldiers from Xuanwu City. We were ordered by the city lord to come to investigate the movements of the demon cult. Unexpectedly, we underestimated the strength of the demon cult, and the entire army was wiped out. I'm left here to survive. Don't worry. What do you need me to do?" The NPC soldier said, "Avenge my brother." Ding. System prompt. Do you want to accept the mission and avenge your brothers? Yes. Looking at the mission prompts, it turns out that 20 demon sect pioneers and 20 demon sect demon generals need to be killed. This may be a bit time-consuming for ordinary people, but it is very simple for Yifeng. The demon general of the demon cult was nearby, and Yifeng began to sweep away. In just half an hour, Yifeng returned to the NPC soldiers again. Great. You really did it. Now I can finally trust you and give the task to you. Ding. System prompt. Do you want to accept the mission of Xuanwu City soldiers to investigate the demon cult? The mission level is unique. Willing. It is impossible for Yifeng to give up on such a good thing. It seems that whoever completes the first task first will have the next task. This should be a series of tasks. Chapter 44 Overnight Upgrade. Warrior. We were ordered to check the movements of the demonic cult, but we were ambushed by the demonic cult's vanguard. We have already explored the demonic cult's base camp before, and we hope you can kill the leader of the demonic cult in one fell swoop. Don't worry. I can definitely do it. Farewell to the NPC. Yifeng walked towards the direction designated by the mission. In fact, he walked straight, but the more demon generals appeared behind him. The more demon generals appeared, until finally, Yifeng found a tent. And in front of the tent, Yifeng saw himself. Target person. Demon Major General. Level 16. Is a king-level wild boss. The target difficulty is not very difficult, but the demon generals around him are indeed a trouble. It seems that he must rise to level 15 before coming back. First, he has no group in terms of attack skills. With regard to the demon generals in front of him, killing one will definitely attract a group of them. The skills he currently possesses are definitely not enough. Not until level 15. All characters can learn the first level of group attack skills. Yifeng also wants to know if he will have group skills. Yifeng carefully withdrew from the realm of the demon generals and began to constantly brush the demon generals around him until he was level 15. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete this task alone. Time passed minute by minute. This was the first time that Yifeng stayed up late. He watched the level increase a little bit, until 6 o'clock in the morning. A golden light finally appeared under Yifeng's feet, and he finally reached level 15. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on reaching level 15 and gaining the Dark Mage's new skill. Earth Flame Explosion. Yifeng quickly opened the skill bar. When he saw the skill introduction, Yifeng finally smiled happily. It seemed that the time this night was not in vain, and he finally had group skills. Moreover, Yifeng has a lottery every 5 levels. This time, Yifeng did not forget at all and directly called up the lottery page. This time, Yifeng was a little surprised that the lottery page had finally changed. There are 10 items: weapons, equipment, props, elixirs, skills, mysterious items, mysterious items, mysterious items, special equipment. Anyway, there are 10 total items, but there are still 3 mysterious items among them. At present, what Yifeng wants is not to equip weapons or the like. If it is skills, Yifeng will definitely like it, but it is difficult to say the probability. Ding! System prompt. Do you want to use the number of lottery draws? Yes. The pointer on the turntable kept turning, and Yifeng really wanted him to stop on the skill. As the pointer slowly came down, Yifeng said in his mouth, "Skill. Skill." In the end, it was a pity that I passed by the skills so easily and stopped at the equipment. Although Yifeng felt a little bit disappointed, it was better than nothing. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting the equipment 9-turn gourd. What? What is this 9-turn gourd? Yifeng was a little confused. The first time he gave him the camouflage skill. It was definitely a magical skill. The second time he gave him the calming lantern. It made Yifeng's combat effectiveness even stronger. But this time, the 9-turn gourd sounded like it was not a good thing. 9-turn gourd, accessory after wearing the 9-turn gourd. An additional 10% of the experience from fighting monsters will enter the 9-turn gourd. When the experience in the 9-turn gourd is full, the wearer can extract the experience. Currently, 90 experience of turning the gourd is 0, with a maximum limit of 100,000. It is said that in the distant Kyushu, the land of Kyushu was divided into 9, and each was guarded by 9 gourds. Until finally, a powerful person refined the 9 gourds into one, and the Kyushu continent was also merged together, and the 9 gourds were refined into one 9-turn gourd. After reading the introduction of Jiuzhuan gourd, Yifeng finally understood that this thing is to store experience. As long as you kill more monsters, you will get more extra experience, and your upgrade will be faster. This thing was specially invented for upgrading. With this gourd, Yifeng's upgrade speed should be much faster. But currently Yifeng needs to go offline and take a rest. He is too sleepy after staying up all night. Just quit the game. No matter what. Yifeng fell asleep with his head covered. In the morning, Zisu deliberately got up early and went to the breakfast shop Yifeng mentioned. Beauty, do you want breakfast? Come here and see, the boss asked. Zisu said, Boss, what do you have here? Breakfast is of course pasta. And of course there's steamed buns and soy milk. Zisu saw the sign saying, black chicken noodle soup, pork ribs noodle soup, kelp ribs noodle soup, and many other categories. Zisu didn't know what Yifeng liked to eat. So she asked, Boss, what kind of noodles does the person who comes to your place for breakfast these mornings like to eat? The boss said with a smile, Tell me Xiaofeng. He always orders a bowl of mushroom and shredded pork noodle soup. You are not his girlfriend. You are really beautiful. When the boss said she was Yifeng's girlfriend, Zisu was a little shy. But she didn't refuse. She mustered up the courage and said, Then pack him mushroom and shredded pork noodle soup. I'll eat it here. Blackbone chicken noodle soup. Good. Not long after, Zisu returned to the house and put the mushroom and shredded pork noodle soup on the table. At this time, 2 girls, Xiaobai and Cici, ran out. He said with a complaining look, I just brought a bowl of noodles. How can this be enough for the 2 of us? Zisu glared at the 2 girls and said, If you want to eat it, go ahead and eat it. This is for him. Oh, he said it's okay with you? Go ahead and eat by yourself if you want. As she spoke, Zisu wanted to go to Yifeng's room and knock on the door. But she was afraid of disturbing him. Finally, she wrote a note on the corner of the noodle bowl and went back to the house with peace of mind. Yifeng, who went offline to sleep after 6 a.m., woke up before 11 a.m. because he was so hungry that he couldn't do it anymore. Opening the door, I remembered that I had put a lot of fruit in the refrigerator the day before, so I used it to cushion my stomach. But when he just walked into the living room, Yifeng found the paper on the table and the note. Thank you for saving me last night. I bought this for you. Remember to finish it. He also drew a smiley face next to it. Yifeng smiled. Although the noodles were cold and still stuck together, Yifeng felt inexplicably warm. He put it in the microwave and waited for 1 minute. And finally, he could eat hot noodles. And just when Yifeng was immersed in eating noodles, Zisu took a sneak peek behind him, and then returned to the room with confidence, because she found out after logging into the game that Yifeng was not online. She thought it would be late, but she didn't expect that she was not online at normal times. When she asked, she found out that Yifeng was offline very late last night. As for how late, they didn't know. I know. Go to bed early. After eating and drinking, it's time to work. I took over the only task yesterday, so I will do it today. Otherwise, I would be really sorry for staying up all night yesterday. As soon as he entered the game, Yifeng lost blood. Yifeng forgot that he had not chosen the right location to log off the line in the morning. Now he has refreshed the demon general. As soon as this guy saw Yifeng appear, he slashed at Yifeng with the big knife in his hand. He was stunned and cut off a third of Yifeng's blood. Chapter 45 Demon Major General. Yifeng directly disguised himself as a swordsman and blocked a distance between himself and the demon general. Dark Entanglement. Directly having the speed of the demon general. This time Yifeng used a new group skill. The earth's flames explode. With a crash, a huge black flame spurted out from the ground at the feet of the demon general. and then exploded instantly. Minus 500. It's critical damage. This makes Yifeng very happy. This group skill is really good, and the damage is very explosive. It seems that his spawning speed will be much faster in the future. After a few more skills, the demon general finally couldn't hold on any longer and turned into Yifeng's experience. Ding! System prompts. Killing the demon general will gain 500 experience points, and the 9-turn gourd will gain 50 experience points. Sure enough, the extra 10% experience has really returned to the 9-turn gourd. But because the 9-turn gourd requires 100,000 experience points to be withdrawn, the experience cannot be withdrawn yet. Yifeng sorted out the potions in his backpack. He didn't use much of the health-restoring potion. The main reason was that Yifeng had already used it in various ways. Now there are less than 30 bottles of primary magic restoring potion, and 1 bottle of intermediate potion is still untouched. 20 bottles. In order to be conservative, Yifeng returned to Xuanwu City and bought another 100 bottles of primary magic restoration potion. Of course, he also had 5 pieces of white equipment in his hand. But Yifeng sold them all for a dozen silver coins. After Yifeng returned to the Demon Clan's general's place again, Yifeng began to head towards the Demon Clan's base camp. But to Yifeng's surprise, he originally thought that there would be no other players here. But now a group of players are fighting against the demon generals here. Seeing Yifeng coming alone, the captain of the team said, "Friends, let's go together. It's more efficient." Yifeng shook his head and said, "No. You fight slowly." Yifeng said, and walked in the other direction. "Humph. He's just a mage. He really thinks he's so awesome. You kid. Don't talk nonsense. There are many masters in fantasy world. Don't judge people by their appearance." "Oh, I know, Captain." Yifeng walked to the other side. But if the previous team was there, he was afraid that they would compete with him for the Major General. Hope they will leave here soon. Yifeng began to clean up the monsters around the Demon Major General. For the first time, Yifeng tried to pull 2 to 3 wild monsters at a time to test the power of his group skills. Bang! A fireball hit a Demon General, and the other 2 Demon Generals around him were also activated. They raised their swords and slashed at Yifeng. Although Yifeng was nervous, he did not stop using the skills in his hands. As soon as the 3 Demon Generals left the demon camp, Yifeng directly used the group skills. The earth's flames explode. The 3 Demon Generals all lost blood immediately. But they did not stop their steps. They still wanted to attack Yifeng unyieldingly. The previous team had discovered Yifeng's situation, and one of them said, "TSK. TSK. TSK. You are really brave. There are 5 of us, and we can lure 3 at most. Any more than 1 is seeking death." He lured 3 by himself. This is not the case. Looking for death? Regarding Yifeng's situation, everyone would probably say that Yifeng is doomed. But Yifeng is still holding on. Dark Entanglement. One of the demon generals, with a lot of blood, immediately slowed down, and Yifeng avoided the attacks of the other 2 demon generals by moving. And of course, the magic skills in his hands did not stop. As soon as the cooldown time of the group attack skill expires, the 3 demons will be group injured again. The cooling time of the earth flame explosion is 5 seconds. So as long as Yifeng moves correctly, he can kill 3 demons with 0 blood loss. Demon General. Of course, for the first time, Yifeng still had problems with his positioning. Fortunately, Yifeng was still a swordsman, so he blocked and minimized his damage. In less than a minute, 3 demon generals were killed by Yifeng. Although the process was quite dangerous, the result made Yifeng very satisfied. Originally, it took about 20 seconds for 1 demon general to kill. Now 3 demon generals were killed in a row. It doesn't even take 60 seconds. If there were 3 monsters before, it would probably take about 2 minutes. Because you still have to find a position and find monsters. The efficiency will definitely drop a lot. If there is a tank in front to resist, I'm afraid the speed will be faster. Boss, this is a bit scary. The captain was also a little stunned. They dared to come here to kill monsters just because of their strength. Unexpectedly, the mage in front of them was even more terrifying. Is this still a human being? Remember, don't go there. He should have a hidden profession. You can tell by looking at the color of his magic. Where can a mage have black magic? When the captain said this, other people realized. Yes, all mages are just elemental mages. The colors are red, white, yellow, and blue. There is no such terrifying black at all. The one currently using black magic should be Yifeng. He is also the first known hidden profession in fantasy world. No, There's another person. Who? The one at the top of the list. Shaotian is a hidden professional royal court archer. Damn. This name is so cool. No wonder it can rank first in level. I guess it will be level 17 today. Yifeng didn't hear what they said, and didn't want to know. He drank a bottle of magic potion, and went to pull monsters again. This time, Yifeng still pulled 3 demon generals. But compared with before, Yifeng's departure was much worse. The position is much better, and it seems a lot more relaxed. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer demon generals around the demon general. But those players had no intention of leaving. When the last demon general was killed by Yifeng, the only person left in front of Yifeng was this little boss. Yifeng did not start the fight immediately, but turned around and said to the team of players, "Friends, this is my mission monster. Please don't take action." "Thank you." The captain said, "Brother Yifeng, please do it. We won't take action." But one of the players said unwillingly in a low voice, "Why did it become his? We have been watching it for a long time." The captain whispered, "When you don't have the strength, it's best to shut up and watch the masters fight the boss by themselves, so that you can gain more experience and won't be embarrassed in the future. Do you understand?" "I understand, Captain." Although he was unwilling to do so, the captain told him not to grab him. If he went out, he would be killed in minutes, so he should just learn to obey. Although the other party said they would not rob, Yifeng was not that simple. He kept an eye on them, and even changed his position so that he could see them head on. The demon major general may be set by the system. No matter how many demon generals around him die, he will not move unless you attack him. Yifeng started the fight without saying a word, because it won't take long before the surrounding demon generals will be refreshed. Yifeng must pull the demon generals out of their camp, so that Yifeng will not have any accidents during the fight. After being attacked by Yifeng, the demon major general slammed the spear in his hand and shouted, "If you dare to kill my demon general, you will die." I have to say that this demon major general is very powerful. Huancher has spent a lot of effort on him. This guy not only knows how to dodge skills, but also has his own style of play. For a while, Yifeng was at a disadvantage. Chapter 46 Extreme Counterattack. "Hey, Captain." "He doesn't seem to be able to do it anymore." The captain nodded, shook his head, and said, "Let's see. This kind of person shouldn't die so easily." Yifeng's current situation is indeed a bit embarrassing. It is precisely because someone is looking at him that he cannot use his trump card, which makes him tied up and unable to let go. Calming Lantern. Yifeng's attributes have been comprehensively improved. And of course, his speed has also improved a lot. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the demon major general will not let Yifeng breathe for too long. Staring at the calming lantern above Yifeng's head, he jumped and thought to break him. How could Yifeng let him get his wish? The dark entanglement directly pulled the demon major general down. Cross-cut. Yifeng took the opportunity to distance himself from the demon major general. "Hey, isn't this a swordsman's skill? Can a mage use it too? There is indeed a problem. Is it a prop similar to the swordsman's skill? Otherwise, this explanation does not make sense. Otherwise, why did he not use it in the first place? Maybe the number of times is limited." The captain's analysis seemed quite reasonable, and the others watched intently again. The demon general in front of him was much more difficult than Yifeng thought, because his movements were not free, and his level and attributes were already higher than his own. Yifeng looked around and had to think of a way. Otherwise it's really annoying. Looking around, the only ones that can be used here are the tents. So come on. Yifeng led the demon major general to the tent. Yifeng dodged and hid behind the tent. But the demon major general was much more domineering and directly used the spear in his hand to fly the tent away. And at this moment, the demon major general showed his flaw. At this moment, he was covered in armor, and gaps appeared under his arms and armpits. Yifeng was about to set his armpit hair on fire. Sure enough, Yifeng hit the demon major general's armpit with a fireball. Sure enough, it caused a lot of damage. But it was not a fatal weakness. What Yifeng needs to find is the weakness of the demon major general. His whole body is covered with armor. Where is the weakness? The place he just found with great difficulty is not a weakness. However, Yifeng rolled his eyes, since the armpits were not the weak point. But the crotch? How could he get him over his head? Although this was a bit uncomfortable, Yifeng felt that this was necessary in order to find the demon general's weaknesses. The tents are big and small. The one that was just carried away by the demon major general was a small tent. Yi Feng saw the Demon Major General's own tent at a glance. It was very big. They could fight inside, and people outside could not see it at all. Yi Feng ran in first, and the Demon Major General followed without saying a word. What awaited the Demon Major General was Yi Feng's bow and arrow. The speed of magic is not as fast as that of bows and arrows. No one can see it now. Yi Feng can start attacking unscrupulously. There is almost no cooling time between skills. He beat the Demon General off his back. Good chance. Water explosion. The Demon Major General's crotch finally allowed Yi Feng to seize the opportunity. With a bang, the Demon Major General covered his lower body in pain. Ding! System prompt. The Demon Major General received a fatal attack. His movement speed was 0. And his attack damage was reduced by 50%. Oh my god! Isn't this the legendary living target? Yi Feng can't wait to launch an attack. Although the Demon Major General can still resist. It's a pity that he can withstand the attacks of Yi Feng's dual long-range professions. In less than 3 minutes, the Demon General's blood volume has already reached an early warning state. It only takes a few attacks, and the Demon General must die. Ah! Damn human being. Even if you die, I will hold you back. The Demon Major General's body began to collide and turn red. Finally, there was a violent explosion, and even the huge tent was overturned. Ding! System prompt. Since the blood volume is less than 5%, the only passive of the Celestial Silkworm's inner armor is triggered. Guard. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warning. The blood volume is below 5%. Please replenish it in time. Yi Feng originally thought that he was dead when he saw the huge explosion. But he never expected that the passive ability of Tiansan's inner armor was triggered, allowing him to escape death. Fortunately, he had this passive skill. Yi Feng quickly drank a bottle of intermediate blood recovery potion to restore his blood volume to a normal and safe level. The team in the distance never expected that Yi Feng would be killed by the explosion. When the smoke cleared, they found Yi Feng standing there with residual blood. Big brother. Grab, can't grab it. One of the team members was almost speechless with excitement. The captain's breathing became heavier at this moment, and he was thinking about whether to grab it or not. After all, this was the best opportunity. In fact, Yi Feng was not wary of them. As long as they dared to move, Yi Feng would immediately retreat. When his condition recovered, it would be their doom. Fortunately, they did not move. Yi Feng picked up the equipment on the ground. It was a piece of clothing, and it belonged to a warrior, because it looked like a Demon Major General. His clothes should have exploded. There were still more than a dozen silver coins. Yi Feng said to the group of people, "Thank you." As Yi Feng left quickly, the group of people sighed. Why didn't the captain just give the order to grab it? Otherwise, the equipment belonged to them. And the captain was a warrior. Judging from the appearance of the equipment, it must be a warrior's equipment. Demonic armor, 5-star green, physical defense 20 to 45. Magical defense 15 to 30. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 30. Requires character level 15. Equipment occupation, berserker. Shield warrior. Swordsman. Yi Feng was a little surprised. It turned out to be a 5-star green one, and its defensive attributes were definitely top-notch. A 30-point constitution would definitely take a warrior's defense to a higher level. This equipment could probably be sold for a lot of money. It's a pity that Yi Feng has never produced any equipment of his own. They are either warriors or archers. But there are no mage equipment. Yi Feng came to the seriously injured NPC soldier again and said, "I have fulfilled your mission." "Oh my god. You really completed the task. It's incredible. This is your reward." Ding! System prompt. Complete the only task. Gain 30,000 experience points. 1 gold coin. And gain Xuanwu City glory value plus 100. What is the glory value of Xuanwu City? Yi Feng opened the attribute page panel. And sure enough, a new column of glory values appeared. Glory value, in Fantasy World. With the glory of the main city, you can obtain attribute sets. The higher the glory value, the higher the attributes of the set. Yi Feng nodded. So that's what he meant. Sets are more attractive than single pieces of equipment. It seems that he will need to earn more glory points in the future. Warrior. I just sent a letter to the general of Xuanwu City. Someone will take over here. I can finally go with peace of mind. After talking about the seriously injured NPC soldier, he vomited blood and fell to the ground and actually died. Ding! System prompt. Player Yi Feng. Open the first instance of Fantasy World. The Demon Camp. Located in Xuanwu City. The reward experience is 50,000. And the reputation is 1,000. Chapter 47 The First Copy. Damn. This is so awesome. The first copy was opened by Yifeng. What on earth does Yifeng want to do? What are you still doing? Go to Xuanwu City and get the first kill. Oh my god. I don't want anyone to play with me anymore. Isn't this guy a pervert? Yifeng was also stunned for a moment. He just completed a single task, which turned out to be the task that triggered the dungeon. Now, he was on TV again. He originally wanted to keep a low profile. But why couldn't he take time off? And a group of soldiers quickly came in front of him. Among this group of soldiers, there was also a magician. I don't know what he was doing. Anyway, the next moment, a teleportation array appeared in front of Yifeng, which said level 15 demon camp. It turned out that this was a dungeon. And it was a level 15 dungeon. Yifeng entered the dungeon without saying anything. Yifeng also knew how important the first kill of a dungeon was. And good things would definitely come out. Yifeng directly clicked on the transfer copy. But it showed the difficulty of the copy. Normal, difficult, and king. Each difficulty can be played up to 10 times a day. It is not a wireless brush. Yifeng directly clicked on the normal difficulty. After all, he didn't know what was going on inside. And this was also the first dungeon in Fantasy World. There will be a lot of players here soon. And I'm afraid all the equipment in the future will be in the dungeon. It is produced in the middle. It is difficult to transport boss in the wild. For ordinary king level mini boss, the equipment that explodes is all green. And there are too few blue equipment. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to the demon camp copy. As soon as he entered, Yifeng found that the place was extremely dark. Although there were many torches everywhere, it still gave people an eerie feeling. At this time, Yifeng realized that he had received a lot of private messages. Yifeng checked them casually, and they all said that he was great or something. Yifeng only replied to one person. And that was Zisu. Is the copy fun? Yifeng replied, I don't know. I've come in to explore the way. But it requires a character level of 15. You should upgrade as soon as possible. I will take you to play. Well, did you stay up all night last night? Well, it's just for this dungeon mission. Zisu said, okay. I'm going to upgrade first. After cutting off the call with Zisu, Yifeng focused on the scene in front of him. Apart from torches, he didn't seem to see any dungeon monsters here. Yifeng moved forward cautiously. And then he realized that there was a piece of wet grass under his feet. In other words, it was an open field. But there was no moon in the sky. Just walking less than 10 meters away, Yifeng encountered the first wave of monsters, which were a kind of devil snake. They made a hissing sound, and were discovered by Yifeng a long time ago. Moreover, they were in groups of 3. When Yifeng entered after their attack range, 3 demon snakes spit out snake letters, and rushed toward Yifeng. The earth's flames explode. Demonic snake, dungeon 15 HP 1000 attack 20. A group attack on Yifeng was killed directly, with nearly 400 blood points in the mode. After seeing the state of the devil snake, Yifeng knew that this should be an appetizer for himself. It was very simple. In the dungeon, Yifeng can switch professions at will. The 3 demon snakes were killed by Yifeng in less than 10 seconds. Yifeng should know that ordinary dungeons should not be difficult. Not even as difficult as the wild monsters outside. Yifeng continued to walk forward. This time, in addition to the 3 demon snakes, there was also a demon snake leader. Of course, except for the thicker blood. It could not cause any harm to Yifeng at all. In just 3 minutes, Yifeng had already killed more than a dozen demon snakes, and came to the first boss. Here he was sleeping. A demon snake king, several times larger than an ordinary demon snake, saw Yifeng arriving, standing up twice as tall as Yifeng. He yelled at Yifeng with a bloody mouth, and the smell of bad breath almost made Yifeng faint. Hiss! The demon snake king bit Yifeng, and Yifeng disguised himself as an archer and shot an arrow directly into the demon snake king's open mouth. Bang! The demon snake king who was hit by Yifeng was strung up everywhere. Ding! System prompt, hit the weakness of the demon snake king, and the demon snake king will lose the ability to poison. Yifeng originally thought that this would weaken the demonic snake king, but he didn't expect that it would make him lose a skill. But that's good. At least he knew that the demonic snake king could use poison. The rolling demon snake king could no longer apply poison, so it used its thick tail to sweep Yifeng. Unfortunately, if Yifeng was really squishy, he might have suffered a lot of damage. But Yifeng instantly transformed into a warrior at this time. Block. Yifeng only lost a small amount of blood, and the Randolph sword in Yifeng's hand made a cross in the air. Cross cut. A cross scar was made directly on the Demon Snake King's head, and the Demon Snake King kept roaring in pain. Dark Entanglement. Dark Fireball Technique. The Earth's flames explode. The three skills of the Dark Mage came out at once, and directly defeated the Demon Snake King. He lost almost 1,000 blood points. This may be because this was an ordinary copy, and the boss did not have much health. The total amount of blood was only 8,000. It took less than 2 minutes. He was tortured to death by Yifeng. As the Devil Snake screamed, the Devil Snake King finally died. Looking at the equipment exploded around the Demon Snake King, Yifeng was a little disappointed. He actually exploded a white piece of equipment. It seemed that the normal copy could only explode this kind of junk equipment. But 5 silver coins were exploded, which was not bad. Going further, it is no longer a demonic snake, but another kind of monster, a demonic wolf. The speed of wolves is generally very fast, and the speed of magic wolves is not to mention. There are also 3 magic wolves in a group. Yifeng looked at the blood volume of the magic wolves, which was only 200 points more than the previous magic snake. Yifeng directly attacked in a group, and then directly aimed at a demon wolf with less health. In just 1 second, the demon wolf was killed by Yifeng. The remaining 2 demon wolves pounced on Yifeng crazily. As long as they got close, Yifeng instantly turned into a warrior without showing any weakness. As long as they took the opportunity to bounce away, the transformation between archer and mage could kill the demon wolves instantly. In less than 5 minutes, Yifeng came to the second boss, the Gale Wolf King. This guy was also sleeping on the ground. His nose moved, and he felt someone approaching. The Gale Wolf King stood up warily, staring at Yifeng with a pair of blood-red eyes, and a low roar came out of his mouth. The speed of the Gale Wolf King is extremely fast, but it still cannot defeat Yifeng. Yifeng can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. Even if you, the Gale Wolf King, are fast, you cannot withstand Yifeng's consumption. Soon the tired and panting Gale Wolf King discovered that not only had he not done any substantial damage to Yifeng, but his blood volume had been reduced by half. Yifeng didn't do nothing. At least Yifeng discovered that the tail of this Gale Wolf King was a little different. Every time it accelerated, its tail would be the first to sway. Seizing this characteristic, Yifeng sneered. Dark Entanglement. The speed of the Gale Wolf King slowed down instantly, and Yifeng also transformed into an archer in an instant. Water Explosion. This arrow directly hit the tail of the Gale Wolf King. The Gale Wolf King pinched his tail in pain and began to howl. The system prompt also came out at this time, and it turned out to be one of the weaknesses. Without the speed, the Gale Wolf King did not pose much of a threat, and soon died under Yifeng's magic. Chapter 48 First Kill. This time it was more direct. Except for a few silver coins, there was no white equipment. This made Yifeng quite depressed. It seemed that the ordinary copy was indeed an excessive copy, and the equipment should be in the difficulty and king difficulty. The first 2 sides are demonic snakes and demonic wolves. And then, there are no longer animals, but humanoid monsters, which are the pioneers of the demons in the wild. However, after playing against each other, Yifeng found that this thing is slightly simpler than the one in the wild. But the 3 together will cause some trouble for the player. But it is not a big problem. And it is no problem for Yifeng, because the Demon Vanguard needed a little time. Yifeng's speed was a little slower. But Yifeng finally came to the final boss, which turned out to be the Demon Major General he had killed in the wild before. The Demon Major General in the ordinary dungeon was of ordinary difficulty, and Yifeng knew some of its weaknesses before, so it was not too difficult to kill. Ding! System prompt. Player Yifeng successfully killed the big boss of the demon camp, Normal, the Demon Major General, and won the first kill. He received an experience reward of 10,000 points and 1 gold coin. The Demon Major General on Yifeng's side exploded 2 pieces of equipment. One was white, and it was green at first sight. But the green attributes were not very good. But it was enough to get the first kill and get 1 gold coin. What the heck? I didn't even find the dungeon. And this guy has already passed the normal difficulty level by himself. How shameful. God. Can you throw this pervert to another server? We still want to play. In the Dingtian guild, Shaotian had a sullen face. He had finally raised his level ranking to 10 today. But Yifeng had caused such a big thing for him. He not only opened the dungeon, but also scored the first kill. If he had let others knowing that this Yifeng is an unwanted member of his guild, wouldn't it become a joke? Attention, all members. You can go to Xuanwu City and aim to get the first kill in hard mode. Yenyu, you and I are on a team. The team name is Dingtian Team 1. Yes, not only Dingtian, but also people from other guilds have also started to form teams. The first kill in the dungeon can give the best publicity to the guild. Even the big guilds want to win. Demo, aren't you very familiar with the Yifeng? Hurry up and ask about the situation in the dungeon, so that we can be more efficient. Lan Shi, the president of Lan Shi Valley, said. Demo said with a bitter face, President, I have sent messages several times, but people ignored me. What can I do? Lan Shi touched his chin and said, just tell us. Let's spend money to buy him a one-time copy. I have sent people to Xuanwu City now. There are already people who have downloaded the ordinary copy. We need to win the difficult and king difficulty. Demo was a little confused. Whether he had never done this before by paying someone to go through the dungeon. But this person was Yifeng. Shaking his head, Demo then began to intimate Yifeng. As soon as Yifeng released the copy, Zisu sent a message, saying, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I bought your meal downstairs. Go and eat it quickly. Yifeng said casually, why are you so nice to me all of a sudden? As a result, Zisu said, humph. If you don't eat, I'll feed the dog. Okay. I'll go eat right away. Although he ate late in the morning. It was noodles after all. After being hungry all night, Yifeng didn't feel full. So he immediately went offline to eat. Demo, who was waiting for Yifeng's response, saw Yifeng's name dimming. His face darkened, and said, President, Yifeng is offline. Forget it. Let's fight on our own. And you can join your team. Hurry up. Clear. Less than 10 minutes later, Yifeng played the game again. Seeing this, Zisu asked doubtfully, have you eaten yet? Well, I just finished eating. You must have swallowed it. Why so fast? The rice you brought is delicious. So eat it quickly. When Yifeng said this, Zisu had no ability to refute. Yifeng asked, what level are you at? Only 20% of the experience of level 14. I guess I won't be able to upgrade until the evening. Okay. When you reach level 15, I will take you to clear the dungeon. Yifeng opened the private chat and replied to Xiao He, and then replied to Demo. Demo was currently in a difficult dungeon, fighting the first boss, the demonic Snake King. Seeing Yifeng replying to his message, Demo cried, brother, what are you doing? I'm beating the demon Snake King. Yifeng said, oh, it's okay. Then I will continue to brush up. No. Let's discuss something. Yifeng asked, what's the matter? Demo said with some guilt, how about I lend you a hand and fight on king difficulty to get the first kill? Yifeng said calmly, let me think about it. Who has got the first kill of the difficult dungeon now? Demo said, not yet. But it should be soon. Well, I'll brush up my books first. Demo quickly said, are you trying hard mode? King! Demo hurriedly shouted, no. Didn't we agree to play king mode together? I said think about it. Besides, I may not be able to survive alone. So let's talk about it later. Demo shouted, no. At this time, Demo said in the Lan Shi Valley group, President, I tried my best. Yifeng has gone to king mode. Lan Shi was stunned for a moment and said, maybe he won't be able to pass. Let's get down to the hard mode first. Okay. Yifeng has now returned to Xuanwu City and walked directly to the skill instructor. Because Yifeng wanted a control group skill to see if the archers and swordsmen had it. Just as Yifeng thought. The swordsman has group attack skills, but no control skills. Fortunately, the archers have them, but they are not damage skills, but auxiliary skills. Ice Grip controls the movement of the target within a certain range for 5 seconds. After being attacked, the control is released, but the movement speed is reduced by 70%, lasts for 2 seconds, and has a cooling time of 15 seconds. This is a completely auxiliary skill for archers. It does no harm to anyone. Generally, no one is willing to spend money to buy such a skill in the early stage. But this is a skill that Yifeng needs very much. Yifeng didn't blink and spent 2 gold coins to buy this Ice Ground Network skill. Ding! System prompt. Successfully learned the skill. Ice Ground Network. With this skill, it has been of great help to him in the dungeon. Yifeng returned to the Demon Camp dungeon again and found that a lot of people had gathered here. And many people started calling for a team. Here comes a priest nurse. 4 is equal to 1 drives. Here come the shield warriors and archers. There are already priests. Speed up. The required number of people in the dungeon is 5. But in the wild a team can have up to 10 people. Unless the dungeon requires 10 people. No more than 1 person can enter the dungeon. Someone saw Yifeng coming. And immediately pulled Yifeng and said, "Brother, come to our team. I've already been to the normal mode once. There are no problems. The equipment and professions are assigned." Yifeng shook his head. There really wasn't anything good in the normal mode. But I didn't see anyone shouting about the hard mode. It seemed that in the hard mode, ordinary players didn't dare to mess around. Yifeng directly chose the King difficulty, and entered the dungeon directly. Chapter 49 King Mode. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to the Demon Camp King Dungeon. Please be careful. Even the system has told me to be careful. It seems that the level here should be very high. It seems that I really need to be careful. Before, you had to walk a certain distance to see the first batch of monsters. The devil snakes. This time, Yifeng had only walked less than 5 meters when a moth pounced towards Yifeng. Enchanted Moth, King level 15. HP 500. Attack 50. Be careful of its powder. It only had 500 blood points. But it had 50 attack points, which surprised Yifeng. It seemed that the difficulty of the King level mode had indeed increased a lot. Yifeng casually threw a dark fireball at it. The moth screamed as it was burned, and a cloud of dust rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng didn't pay attention. This kind of monster was almost killed by a single skill. How powerful can it be? Ding! System prompt. You are poisoned and numb. Unable to move or attack. Lasting 5 seconds. Depend on. Yifeng finally realized that he was careless and unable to move or attack. After still 5 seconds, the moth bit Yifeng and directly lost 80 points of blood. After waiting for 5 seconds, Yifeng lost almost half of his blood. If it were 2 moths, Yifeng should die gloriously at this moment. After the numb contact, Yifeng immediately distanced himself from the moth, killed the moth with 1 move, and gained 300 experience points. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy had little blood and no good defense. He was killed in 2 hits. It seemed that he had to be careful. After walking a few steps forward, he finally found the devil snake. But there were 2 moths behind the devil snake. As long as the moths numbed him, Yifeng would lie down on the ground. 3 devil snakes, 2 moths, 5 monsters at a time. Of course, the first thing to kill is the 2 moths. Otherwise Yifeng will be in a hurry later. The earth's flames explode. A burst of earth fire directly hit 5 monsters, and the 2 moths instantly lost more than half of their health. After being attacked, the 5 monsters ran towards Yifeng. And Yifeng shouted, "Ice grit." The 5 monsters were frozen in place, and could not move forward. Yifeng killed the 2 moths without any ceremony, which was a relief. After waiting for 5 seconds, the cooling time of the earth fire explosion was also up. It exploded again, and the blood volume of the 3 demonic snakes was reduced a little again. The king level demon snake is too difficult to fight. If it were in normal mode, this demon snake would have died long ago. But now it still has more than half of its health. Yifeng started to move, turning around and attacking the demon snakes behind him. Fortunately, the cooling time of the ice network was only 15 seconds. Once the time was up, Yifeng released it, and then 1 earth fire exploded, and the 3 demon snakes finally is dead. What surprised Yifeng was that the experience of a demon snake was 1,000 points, which was too much. As expected, the difficulty of a king level copy was directly proportional to the reward. On the way to the first boss, the demonic snake king, the distribution of mobs was like this. Yifeng's efficiency must have been extremely slow by himself. It took him a full 20 minutes to reach the first boss. Demon Snake King, King level 15. HP 12,000. Attack 120. This is the basic information about the demonic Snake King. It has 4,000 more health points than the ordinary copy. Not to mention the attack. It is estimated that it can kill a crispy creature with 1 tail slap. Yifeng didn't dare to be careless anymore. The Demon Snake King spurted out poisonous gas, forming a layer of poisonous mist directly in front of it. Yifeng quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the boss at all. But when this guy saw Yifeng retreating, he didn't come out. He just stayed in the poisonous mist. This made Yifeng quite helpless. He didn't even fight you or come out. How could he fight? If you want to attack the demonic Snake King, you must enter the poisonous mist to reach your long-range attack range. It seems that the king level copy fantasy world does not allow players to have a good time. Now Yifeng is in trouble with the first boss. How can he break the poisonous mist? Yifeng stood outside the poisonous fog. After about a minute, the poisonous fog disappeared. Yifeng estimated in his heart that this should be the duration of the poisonous fog. It's easy to deal with the poisonous mist when it disappears, as long as his mouth is blocked. There is no other way to spray poisonous mist. Yifeng disguised himself as an archer. After all, archers are faster, so they can be more confident. Yifeng approached the Demon Snake King again. This time, the Demon Snake King began to spray poisonous gas as soon as he came up. And the bow and arrow in Yifeng's hand also fired at the same time. But what Yifeng never expected was that his arrow was corroded before it reached the mouth of the Demon Snake King. It seems that the programmer also understood Yifeng's thoughts. So Yifeng failed again. And Yifeng was forced to withdraw. After waiting for the poisonous fog to disappear, Yifeng disguised himself as a mage this time, because Yifeng thought about it and realized that his profession is a dark mage, which belongs to the dark series. And poison logically belongs to the dark series. I don't know if it will work. Yifeng came to the Demon Snake King again, with the mentality of giving it a try. The Demon Snake King still followed the same procedure as before, spraying poison first and doing nothing. But Yifeng's hand moved. Dark Entanglement. Dark Fireball Technique. The entanglement slowed down the Demon Snake King a beat. And the Dark Fireball Technique happened to make contact with the Demon Snake King's big mouth. And the poisonous gas that had just been sprayed out immediately disappeared. Ding! System prompt. The Demonic Snake King has lost its ability to apply poison. Without the poison, the guy in front of him is easy to fight. In addition to the physical attack from the tail. As long as Yifeng reacts well, he can definitely dodge it. Even though the Demon Snake King is now thick-skinned and thick-skinned. In Yifeng's eyes, losing the Fang Snake is just a loach. Of course, it's hard to say if it's someone else. Not only do they have to deal with the Demon Snake King's poison, but they also have to deal with the Demon Snake King's attack. I'm afraid not many people can pass the first boss. 5 minutes later, Yifeng successfully killed the Demon Snake King. Damn. Equipment is coming out. And there are 2 of it. Looking at the 2 pieces of equipment emitting blue light on the ground, Yifeng suddenly became happy. It seemed that his luck was good. Demonic Snake Armor, 3-star blue physical defense 20 to 30. Magic defense 18 to 28. Constitution plus 15. Intelligence plus 5. Required character level, level 15. Equipment occupation, Mage. Priest. Demonic Snake Bone Ring, 3-star blue attack 10 to 15 strength plus 5 required character level, level 15 equipment occupation, none. Clothes and rings. These are what Yifeng lacks. Although the rings are geared toward warriors and only increase strength, not intelligence. Yifeng is also a warrior, so anything will work. The key is that Yifeng doesn't have a ring yet, and the clothes are still white equipment. After replacing 2 pieces of equipment, Yifeng's attack and defense have been improved again, so that Yifeng can fight better next time. The second boss is the Gale Wolf King, and the monster on the road is the Demon Wolf. Fortunately, there is no more of that annoying moth. Otherwise Yifeng would have to spend some effort. But what Yifeng never expected was that the Demon Wolf could launch a long-range attack, and its tail could emit something like a wind blade, which almost split Yifeng in 2. Dark Entanglement. The Earth's flames explode. Fireball. Ice Grip. Each skill flew toward the 3 demon wolves. In about a minute, the 3 demon wolves were finally dead. But Yifeng's magic value was also empty. It was indeed difficult to fight alone. Chapter 50 The Saliva of the Gale Wolf King. After another 20 minutes of beating and beating, Yifeng finally came to the second boss, the Gale Wolf King. Maybe the programmers know that the Wolf King's weakness is its tail. This time, the design of the Wolf King is obviously a bit wretched. The Wolf King's tail is not raised, but drooped. It is a bit difficult for Yifeng to attack the tail. Yifeng first stepped forward to test it. This guy's speed was still so fast, and his attack was obviously much higher than that of a normal copy. However, the careful Yifeng discovered a subtle weakness. That is, when the wolf was moving, its tail was drooping. But when being attacked by Yifeng, his tail turned up unconsciously. Although the time was short, it was not impossible. Yifeng temporarily quit the fighting state and carefully recalled the series of actions of the Wolf King just now. The time was very fast. Less than 1 second at most. And the Wolf King also had an additional skill. The ordinary magic wolf wagged its tail to release skills. And this guy, it's a roar. As long as he roars, Yi Feng will be attacked by sound waves if he gets closer. If he is farther away, it will be fine. Players will know this distance after a few times. But it can also be used by Yi Feng. Yi Feng took a breath and stepped into the battlefield again. The Gale Wolf King started his attack. And Yi Feng was not soft-hearted. As long as the Wolf King attacks him at close range, Yi Feng will turn into a warrior. As long as the Wolf King goes far away, Yi Feng will immediately became a long-range thug, which made the Wolf King a little uncomfortable, especially when he attacked himself from a distance. The damage was particularly painful. Roar! The Wolf King made a sonic attack, and Yi Feng was knocked back a step. The Gale Wolf King was overjoyed when he saw this, and quickly came to Yi Feng, hoping to launch an attack while Yi Feng was injured. But the Gale Wolf King realized that he was wrong. Yi Feng was trying to seduce the Wolf King. As long as this guy only wanted to attack him, he would definitely leave some flaws. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at Yi Feng's side, Yi Feng's dark entanglement had already been sent out. The Wolf King felt that he had been fooled, so he turned around and ran away quickly. And at this moment, an arrow followed the Wolf King's anus slowly. Ouch. Ding! System prompt. The Gale Wolf King is attacked by a weak point, and its speed is reduced by 50% for 30 seconds. Hey, why is it only 30 seconds this time? It seems that the difficulty has increased a lot. But in these 30 seconds, Yi Feng directly dealt explosive damage, not to mention not giving the Gale Wolf King a chance. After 30 seconds passed, the Gale Wolf King, whose blood volume had been reduced by half, stared at Yi Feng with his tail between his legs. Yi Feng said, "If you obediently let me kill you, I won't blow your anus." The Gale Wolf King roared at Yi Feng several times, venting his anger and dissatisfaction. It's a pity that Yi Feng will not let this guy go. The sky lantern above his head increases Yi Feng's attack by 10%, and Yi Feng waves his hand. Dark entanglement. The speed of the Gale Wolf King slowed down, but the next moment his tail shook slightly, and the Gale Wolf King was directly out of Yi Feng's control. His normal speed dropped by 50%, but he accelerated, and Yi Feng had nothing to do. It's a pity that what Yi Feng wants is your acceleration. He just used the acceleration. It will take about 10 seconds for this guy to accelerate again. Ice Grip. The Gale Wolf King was frozen in place by Yi Feng. Group attack skills, range attacks, and damage explosions made the Gale Wolf King miserable. Even if he could move, his movement speed would be reduced by 70% for 2 seconds. Dark Fireball Technique. A fireball hit the Gale Wolf King directly on the head, causing him to scream. Ding! System prompts. The Gale Wolf King enters a violent state. Damn! There's still fury. The Gale Wolf King, who entered a violent state, used his attack power and slapped Yi Feng to the ground with his claws. His bloodthirsty eyes made him want to eat Yi Feng. The Gale Wolf King stepped on Yi Feng, his fierce expression and the saliva dripping on Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng held Randolph's long sword in his hand and stabbed the sword through the anus of the Gale Wolf King. Ouch! The Gale Wolf King was rolling on the ground in pain, and Yi Feng got up from the ground. Bah! Damn, it's so disgusting. My saliva is dripping into my mouth. Vomit. On one side, Yi Feng wanted to vomit but couldn't. And on the other side, the Gale Wolf King had his anus exploded by Yi Feng, and it seemed that he was a bit seriously injured. Ding! System prompt. The Gale Wolf King suffered fatal injuries and is in a weak state. Damn it. I'll kill you if you let me eat your saliva. Thinking of the Gale Wolf King's saliva flowing into his mouth, the turbulence in his stomach was simply unbearable for Yi Feng. Yi Feng's unbridled resentment was directly turned into motivation, and it all came out on the body of the Gale Wolf King. In less than a minute, the Gale Wolf King was wailing and finally stopped moving. Bump! The Gale Wolf King fell to the ground and died, and a piece of equipment exploded from his body, which was a pair of shoes. Boots of Gale, for Star Blue Physical Defense 10 to 15. Magic Defense 8 to 13. Movement Speed plus 10. Required Character Level, Level 15. Equipment Occupation, the only active skill of Gale. Within 5 seconds after the Gale is turned on, the movement speed increases by 20%. Cool! This brings out the recruitment skills of the Gale Wolf King, which is really a relief. Yi Feng directly changed into the Gust Wind boots, and the previous green shoes could finally be retired. Now Yi Feng's equipment has changed drastically. 3 pieces of blue equipment have been added at once, and their attributes are all good. After packing everything, Yi Feng prepared to go to the last boss. However, Yifeng had been in the dungeon for almost an hour, and he had only just finished defeating the second boss. If he told it, no one would believe it. This third boss is still the Demon Major General. But the monsters on the road have changed. They were originally just demon vanguards, but now they have become demon generals. And a demon wolf has also been added. The level of the demon general is level 16. Now it seems that the level of the last boss in the king level copy has also been increased by 1 level. Yifeng used an arrow to cripple the demon wolf's tail, preventing it from launching a sneak attack on him with its wind blade. The demon generals were also activated, and the 3 demon generals walked towards Yifeng aggressively, wanting to kill the intruder Yifeng. Ding! Yifeng's archer's normal attack hit the demon general and made a sound of metal collision. Yifeng realized that the opponent was extremely immune to physical attacks. Sure enough, even the archer's skill does not do very high damage, and the maximum damage does not exceed 100. Yifeng was not stupid. He instantly switched to the mage. Unexpectedly, the mage's damage had a bonus effect on the magic general's damage. Now, Yifeng actually understood the programmer's intention. There are 5 people in a team. Usually a tank warrior, a Nani priest, a long-range archer and a mage, or an assassin with high burst damage. This is usually the combination. But if so, it can be a powerful match for the boss in the next level. It is difficult to fight. It is relatively immune to physical damage. The mage is the main output, so the entire team will not be effective at all. Fortunately, the magic damage effect is good. With Yifeng's positioning and control skills, Yifeng can still deal with ordinary mobs. Chapter 51 King Level Demon Major General. Maybe it's because Yifeng is a dark mage, and the damage is relatively high. Yifeng's monster spawning speed is not slow. But the monsters here now give Yifeng 2300 experience, which is a lot. I haven't finished the king mode yet. The original 20% experience at level 15 is now close to 70%. If nothing else happens, I may be upgraded after finishing it. By the time Yifeng reached the Demon General, his experience had reached 80%. But an hour had passed since Yifeng entered the dungeon. At this time, Daimo sent a message again. Yifeng asked, "What's the matter?" Daimo asked in a tentative tone, "What boss have you fought?" Yifeng said calmly, "It's the third one." "What? The third one? How did you do that?" "It took a lot of time to fight all the way down." Daimo asked, "Can you tell us how to defeat the first boss?" "Our president has destroyed the group many times. Although we passed in the end. The losses were heavy, and we didn't have the energy to fight the second boss." Yifeng said, "Oh, let's talk about this after I finish defeating the last boss." Saying that, Yifeng blocked the private chat and began to concentrate on facing the Demon General. When he was in the wild before, this Demon General was very difficult to deal with. Maybe the difficulty might be the Demon General in hard mode. As for the king level, it still needs Yifeng went to try it. Daimo shouted, "No. Big brother. Big brother." Lan Shi asked, "How's it going in the desert?" "Don't tell me. He is fighting the third boss." "How perverted." "Alone?" Lan Shi asked. It seems so." Lan Shi covered her head and said, "Damn it. My entire team suffered heavy casualties after passing the first boss. This guy is still not a human being. Is it possible that his achievement is because he has a hidden profession?" Daimo nodded and said, "That should be the case. It is said that the attack of hidden professions is much higher than that of ordinary professions. I don't know if it is true." The two nodded. They were not organizing people to go to king mode. The price of death was too high. One death would lose 10% of the experience. If you died a few more times, it would be a bit miserable, and the gain would not be worth the loss. Half an hour ago, the first kill in hard mode was won by the number 1 guild. Hockey 5. After that, many guilds began to switch to king mode. But many guilds were unable to fight the first demonic snake king. The losses were heavy. It was impossible to break through the layer of poisonous gas. And many people were directly poisoned to death. Many guild members in the world were saying that the king level dungeon was too difficult. But Yifeng ignored them at all, and still focused on staring at the demon major general in front of him. A suit of armor protects him from head to toe. And as Yifeng thought, there are really no physical attacks. Yifeng's arrows can't do any damage at all. And he is completely immune. In this case, if the team does not have 1 or 2 awesome mages, then there is no chance of passing the level. Yifeng took a deep breath as soon as he approached the attack range. But before he could attack, the spear in the demon major general's hand flew over with a whoosh and stabbed firmly in front of Yifeng. Yi Feng was so frightened that he backed away again and again. This guy must be a little too strong. Dark entanglement. The demon major general without a spear tried to push Yi Feng back with punches and kicks. At that time, he was directly slowed down by Yi Feng's control skills. What he didn't expect was that the demon major general jumped directly over Yi Feng's head. Crack! The calming lantern, which was not broken all the way, was directly kicked to pieces by the demonic major general. Fortunately, the cooling time of the calming lantern had already expired. So Yi Feng used the calming lantern again to add status to himself. Just when Yi Feng was offering the calming lantern, the demon major general had already held his own spear in his hand, pointing it at Yi Feng. Yi Feng retreated crazily. Back and forth. Yi Feng shouted, "Ice grit." The demon major general was instantly frozen in place. Yi Feng threw out all the skills in his hands, as if they were free of charge. However, the damage to the demon major general by one person was not particularly great. No. If this continues, it's impossible to slowly kill the boss. By then, I won't be able to afford the physical exertion. Previously, he killed the demon major general's younger brother because he hit him. However, with the difficulty of the king level, the boss's attributes have been greatly improved, leaving Yi Feng a little helpless. But Yi Feng did not intend to give up. After all, he had already lost almost a third of the demon major general's health. Just when Yi Feng was distressed, a group of soldiers suddenly ran out from nowhere. Member of the demon clan. I am here to kill you on the orders of the Lord of Xuanwu City. You must die. The appearance of a group of NPC soldiers caused some changes on the scene. The demon major general no longer attacked Yi Feng, but instead attacked the NPC soldiers around him. Yi Feng probably guessed it. Maybe because it was too difficult. There would be some turning points in the middle. It was up to Yi Feng to see if he could catch it. And now Yi Feng was observing. The NPC soldiers don't have much health. Every time they are attacked by the demon general, their health will be reduced by 1. But the demon general's health does not drop much. Seeing the NPC soldiers' blood volume decreasing little by little, Yi Feng's mind began to spin rapidly, thinking about how to deal with the demon general. This is a cave. There are a lot of stones in the cave, as well as the remains of some animals. And of course the throne, where the demon major general once sat. On the throne, Yi Feng found something. It looked very inconspicuous, but he was discovered by the careful Yi Feng. It was a black sphere. If you didn't look carefully, you might think it was there. Yi Feng stared at the major general of the demon race, while walking towards the throne of the major general of the demon race. Just when Yi Feng was about to approach the throne, the demon general suddenly became abnormal, and wanted to kill Yi Feng. Yi Feng also realized that this might be the way to kill the demon general. Picking up the black sphere on the throne, Yi Feng quickly retreated, but the demon major general wanted to attack Yi Feng like crazy, but was blocked by NPC soldiers again. Dark magic ball. Before the demon clan major general went into battle, the demon clan mage blessed the demon clan major general with immunity magic, and this ball was the source of that magic. Roar. The demon major general roared, and the surrounding NPC soldiers were directly launched and killed by the demon major general. The shot was thrown directly towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the demon major general coldly. He held the dark magic ball with one hand and squeezed it hard. The magic ball burst like a water ball. Ding! System prompt. The demon general's immunity magic is invalid, and all attacks are doubled. Yi Feng was overjoyed, but he ignored the spear and hit Yi Feng directly. Ding! System prompt. When the blood volume is less than 5%, the passive skill guard is activated, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Yi Feng's blood volume was directly below 5%, and a warning sound was issued. Yi Feng broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the celestial silkworm's inner armor, Yi Feng would have been instantly killed by the demon general. His attack was too terrifying. He quickly drank the intermediate blood-restoring potion and began to avoid the attacks of the demon general until Yi Feng was in a safe state. At this time, Yi Feng finally launched a counterattack. As for the demon major general, who lost the blessing of immunity magic, Yi Feng's attack damage was exploding. In less than 5 minutes, the demon major general finally fell down with an unwilling roar. Chapter 52 Launchy Valley's Request. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully clearing the demon camp, King. You will receive a first kill reward of 50,000 experience, 1,000 reputation, and 5 gold coins. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully reaching level 16 and gaining 1 point of freely allocated attributes. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player Yifeng, who successfully cleared the Demon Camp King in 1 hour, 13 minutes and 46 seconds. He received 50,000 experience rewards, 1,000 reputation, and 5 gold coins. A series of system prompts filled Yifeng's screen. Yifeng didn't bother to look at it. Instead, he sat on the ground. He finally cleared the level and was too tired. As soon as he sat down, Yifeng saw the equipment exploded next to the Demon Major General. And there was actually a golden piece of equipment. Yifeng didn't even care about resting, and ran over quickly and pocketed the equipment. This time, the Demon Major General exploded 2 gold coins, a blueprint, and 2 pieces of equipment, 1 golden and 1 blue. Bloodthirsty Demonic Hand, 5-star gold attack 35 to 50. Constitution plus 40. Agility plus 10. Requires character level 16. Equipment occupation. Assassin's only passive mutilation has a 5% chance of producing a mutilation effect. Within 2 seconds, it increases itself by 50%. Critical hit rate. Demon armor, 4-star blue physical defense 30 to 50. Magic defense 20 to 30. Constitution plus 20. Strength plus 8. Required character level 15. Equipment occupation, warrior. Elementary magic restoration potion recipe. Players whose secondary profession is apothecary can learn this recipe. When he saw the bloodthirsty demonic hand, Yifeng almost cursed. It was so much better than his own equipment. But it was such a pity that it was used by assassins. And he did not have assassins in his 3 professions. The key is that Yifeng didn't know how to be an assassin before, so he never thought about using an assassin, even if it is a warrior or archer's equipment. Yifeng's camouflage skill bug can convert any professional weapon in his hand into a weapon of the current disguised profession. Moreover, this piece of clothing is also of the highest quality. Unfortunately, it is not what Yifeng wants. However, the formula is unexpected. I didn't expect that such a thing could be released. I don't know how much magic value the potion can restore. But even if he can't use it, he can still sell it. After all, Yifeng is still short of money now. However, the world has exploded. Although it took more than an hour for Yifeng to make a king-level copy, this endurance is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary people. But he has passed it after all. And he has passed it alone. How can this be done? Is it simple? Holy shit. We've only reached the second boss in hockey. This guy has already mastered everything. Let's use a plugin. Don't be ashamed of your dominance. If you can use plugins in Fantasy World, then there are already many hidden professions on the street. Do you still need to play with them? That's right. You don't use your brain when talking. You are a domineering fool. After all, Baki is the #1 guild. After being criticized, some people spoke out. What do you group of individual players know? The one who ranks first is a member of our domineering guild. Even he shakes his head and says, how can Yifeng get by alone? I think it's because of a bug. Bah. Even if there is no bug, my boss is still better than you. Besides, there is no bug at all. This sentence was said by Xiao He, and Yifeng's private chat has been bombarded by the MO. Yifeng had to reply, are you eating a bomb? I'm going to delete my friends. Demo was anxious and said hurriedly, brother, please don't. I'm in a hurry. Didn't I agree to help us get the first kill? Why did you go through it alone? Yifeng said, well, I accidentally became addicted. Are you still going to fight? Take us with you? Demo asked carefully. Yifeng said, it's not impossible. But I'm tired now, and need to take a rest. Brother. I call you big brother. The first kill is gone. And there is still a clearance record. Can you tell me how long it will take to clear the level with 4 people? Yifeng thought for a while and said, about half an hour. Then you agreed? Yifeng said, there are conditions. You can say it. But you must take us first. I know many people will contact you, and want to know how you passed the level. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, give me the equipment for the mage and archer, as well as the travel expenses. Demo almost jumped up with joy and said, this is easy to handle. How about the cost of 10,000? This is only a level 15 copy. Yifeng said, sure. When will it start? Demo said doubtfully, didn't you say you should take a rest? Don't pull it. Go. Of course we will go. I will organize the manpower right away. After cutting off the chat with Demo and pulling out Zisu's chat, Zisu didn't ask Yifeng what equipment he had picked up, but instead asked Yifeng if he was tired. Okay. I'm going to help you brush up your equipment. Zisu said, it's okay if you're tired. I don't really need any equipment or anything. Yifeng said, okay. Anyway, I promised to take them to the king mode in Lanchi Valley. And the archer equipment is already mine. Zisu was inexplicably excited. But she couldn't express it. So she could only pretend to be calm and said, well, I'll take the time to level up. On Xiaohei's side. Because he had taken the lead. Some big guilds wanted to contact Yifeng through Xiaohei. But Yifeng rejected them one by one. On Dingtian's side, Wang Shaotian had a gloomy look on his face. Yifeng was really in the limelight today. He even passed the king mode by himself. Is this still the Yifeng he knows? Tell me. Is he Yifeng? Someone said, no. I don't know. We haven't seen what it looks like in the game. Then why don't you look for him? If so, no matter how much it costs, bring him back to Dingtian. I understand. President. Yin was silent on the side. He didn't know if it was Yifeng. But the feeling given to her was unmistakable. It should be him. Moreover, Yifeng's words that day were still in her ears. Did she really want to destroy Dingtian? Not long after, Demo invited Yifeng to form a team. Yifeng clicked in. In addition to Demo, there were also 4 people including Lanchi, the president of Lanchi Valley, Brother Ping Tu, and Lao Jiomei. One of them is a priest, 2 warriors, an archer, plus the mage Yifeng. It is a standard low-level team. When Yifeng saw the team configuration, he frowned and said, if the team configuration is not good, it will be difficult to fight. Lanchi said, hello Yifeng. I am Lanchi, the president of Lanchi Valley. If you say the team configuration is not good, we will configure it how you say. Yifeng nodded and said, well, the pastor doesn't want. What? You don't want a priest? How can you place the order? Yifeng said, did I use a priest in my own script? As soon as Yifeng spoke, Lanchi swallowed back what she was about to say. What Yifeng said seemed to make sense. Maybe he had his own strategy. Chapter 53 Leading the King Mode. The priest doesn't want it. The warrior will be replaced by a mage. Now Lanchi and Demo can't understand it even more. It's okay if you don't want a priest. But now you don't even want meat? This lineup is the best lineup they summarized for the first boss. Except for the crispy assassins. And try to ensure that the tank will not die at once. Demo said, brother. If there is only one warrior, then you can lead our president. After all, he is the number 1 in our Lanchi Valley. The top one. Lanchi rolled her eyes. How could a big man like me be the top one? Yifeng nodded and said, well, let's replace the priest with a mage. Lanchi asked, what attributes are needed for a mage? Just a mage with group damage skills will do. At Yifeng's request, Demo and the priest left the team. And 2 mages came, making the entire lineup 5 people, 3 of which were crispy mages, 1 meaty, and 1 archer. Although the damage output of this lineup was explosive, he was too brittle. Bar. Lanchi said somewhat unconfidently, are you sure? Yifeng nodded and said, well, this is the result of my research just now. Lanchi felt like she was being treated as a guinea pig. Wouldn't it be possible to pass what she had just studied? Lanchi was already ready to lose experience. She clicked on the dungeon transfer and entered the king mode directly. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to the Demon Camp King Dungeon. Please be careful. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Lanchi said, do you understand that all subsequent actions will be subject to Yifeng's instructions? Clear. Yifeng nodded and said, okay. Then I'm not polite. Let's gather the fire and kill the moth in seconds. The first time Moth was instantly killed as soon as he appeared. And he didn't pose any threat at all. But the rest was easy. Everyone knew to kill Moth first on the way to the first boss. And the team's damage was explosive. And it took less than 5 minutes to reach it. The first boss. Yifeng said, don't take action. You all, do it when I say I will. Good. Yifeng was the first to move, using a dark coil to control the Demon Snake King's actions, and then directly remove the Demon Snake King's poisoning function. Ding! System prompt. The Demonic Snake King loses its poisoning function, and the duration is 1 minute. Yifeng was slightly stunned. It seemed that there was a difference between entering the dungeon alone and as a team. But this was not a big problem for Yifeng. Yifeng yelled, attack! Warriors! Resist! Pay attention to your position. Don't die. Lanchi and others were a little confused when they saw Yifeng's operation. Is this okay? The poison gas that was the most dangerous to them was gone. Although it only took 1 minute. Yifeng's ability could still prevent him from using the poison. The 4 people from Lanchi started to attack. It must be said that the damage of this team was indeed high. In less than 5 minutes, the first boss was killed by them. Moreover, the Demon Snake King had never sprayed poison at all, and was blocked to death by Yifeng. Dead. 2 pieces of green equipment were exploded, one of which belonged to the archer, and was taken down by Yifeng, while Lanchi kept the other one first. Lanchi asked, "Is this copy afraid of mages?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Absolutely. You will understand especially the last monster. And you have already recorded the fighting method just now." Lanchi nodded and said, "Well, I defeated the first boss in 5 minutes without any injuries, which is indeed a bit magical. Let's go. There are 2 more bosses." The Demon Wolf also didn't have much chance to stop Yifeng and the others. The skills of Yifeng and the other 2 group attack mages almost knocked out half of their health at once, leaving half of their health. Lanchi went up to resist a few times, and the Demon Wolf was already gone. Hang up. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived in front of the Gale Wolf King. "How to fight?" Lanchi asked, because they had never fought the Gale Wolf King before. Yifeng said, "The tail of the Gale Wolf King is his weak point. You go up and block him. Others just look for the tail of the Gale Wolf King." Lanchi nodded, but when she saw that the Gale Wolf King had his tail between his legs, he couldn't help but frown. This seemed a bit unrealistic, but out of trust in Yifeng, he fought hard. At the beginning, the Gale Wolf King was very fast, and it was difficult for Lanchi to get stuck in his position, and he was constantly looking for opportunities. Darkness entwines. Lanchi, hurry up. Just when the Gale Wolf King's skills were over, Yifeng finally controlled him. Lanchi's reaction speed was also amazing, and he directly forced the Gale Wolf King into the corner with a single blow. But in this way, everyone can't attack the tail of the Gale Wolf King. Lanchi is addicted to drugs. Hold on. We need him to turn his back to us. You can think of a way or let him jump over your head. Good. The Gale Wolf King, who was forced into the corner, became a little angry and began to attack Lanchi fiercely. Lanchi's blood volume dropped rapidly, and the potion could not keep up. It would be much better if there was a priest. Lanchi, pick up the Wolf King. Without saying a word, Lanchi looked at the feet of the Gale Wolf King. The Gale Wolf King subconsciously jumped up, stepped on Lanchi's back, jumped up, and finally broke through the encirclement. Blast! Yifeng's speed increased by 20% in 5 seconds. His movement speed. Yifeng moved unceremoniously behind the Gale Wolf King. A dark fireball directly hit the tail of the Gale Wolf King. Ouch. Ding. System prompt. The Gale Wolf King loses his balance, and his movement speed decreases by 50%. The duration is 1 minute. Without the speed that the Gale Wolf King was so proud of, how could this guy avoid the attacks of Yifeng and the others? This guy relied on speed to survive. Without speed, this guy would be a living target, and his defense was not very high. Even if 1 minute is up, the Gale Wolf King cannot escape the fate of being killed. This time, the Gale Wolf King exploded a blue item, but unfortunately it belonged to the assassin, and Lanchi took it away again. After packing up, Yifeng pointed to the road ahead and said, "Next, there are the demon generals. They are extremely immune to physical damage. Warriors and archers will not do much harm to them." What followed was indeed confirmed by Yifeng's words. Lanchi thought that this immunity was just a rhetoric at first, but now it seems that it is very huge. Apart from being a piece of meat, he can't do any damage at all. Each time the damage is only a dozen or 20. Point. Completely useless. Lanchi said, "No wonder you said you need so many mages. I finally know. Is this last boss also immune to physical damage?" "Well, you could say that." Lanchi nodded. If it was the previous lineup, even if they came to the last boss, their lineup would only have 1 mage. This would be a bit embarrassing, and it wouldn't hurt at all. Finally, I understood why Yifeng wanted so many mages. It turned out that he was preparing for the last boss, because there are 2 less outputs. It takes a little more time on the road. It takes about 8 minutes to reach the final big boss. The Demon General. Chapter 54, Leading the King Mode. After seeing the last boss, Lanchi and the others had completely believed in Yifeng, because they came directly to the last boss without a priest. This could be said to be a miracle. But they also knew that this was because Yifeng found method, and Yifeng's damage is relatively high. The most important thing is that this is a style of play that Yifeng is familiar with, and it is certainly easier to fight. "How to fight?" Lanchi asked. "Just hit it hard. Lan Shi was stunned for a moment and asked, "Are you sure? We don't have a wet nurse. And no one can add blood." Yifeng nodded and said, "Don't worry. The boss has a great immune effect on you. His target must be me. If you can block it, block it. If you can't block it, do as much damage as possible." Because when Yifeng came, he specifically observed the throne of the Demon Major General and found that there was no magic ball. Do we have to wait for the NPC soldiers to come out? Lan Shi felt that what Yifeng said was really reasonable. She was not harmed. So where could the hatred come from? Lan Shi jumped and slashed directly at the Demon Major General. He saw that Lan Shi only dealt 10 points of damage to the Demon Major General, which made Lan Shi quite unhappy. This is too nonsense. Why did I say that the weapons are all green? Only 10 points of blood. The Demon Major General was awakened and was about to kill the provocateur in front of him when Yifeng shouted, "All attack!" For a moment, all the magic and arrows were thrown towards the Demon Major General. Of course, arrow misses attack damage was too little, and the magic attack really angered the Demon Major General, who directly threw Lan Shi and killed Yifeng and the others. Mage, pay attention to your movement and output with all your strength. Don't worry about the hatred being pulled away by you, because you can't pull it away, Yifeng shouted. Obviously Yifeng's pretense is a bit unpleasant, but even if you are unhappy, you have to accept it. Your damage is indeed not as high as Yifeng's. This is a fact. Yifeng's movement was already quite good. With the obstruction from the side, the Demon Major General's speed had been slowed down. However, the magic damage of the three of them was high enough in time. But this guy was the last big boss, and had a lot of health. Yifeng killed him alone for at least 20 minutes. And finally took advantage of his weakness to kill him. The Demon Major General's health dropped slowly, because his immunity magic was still there. And his attacks were particularly powerful. One shot actually knocked away Lan Shi, who was directly in front of him. And he exited the battle with residual health. Damn. This damage is too exaggerated. I was almost killed instantly. Yifeng said, "Be careful. A group of NPCs will appear next. Stop the boss and I'll get the things." "Okay. Just tell me when the time comes." Less than a minute later, a group of NPCs appeared. And Yifeng shouted, "Hold the boss. Don't let him get close to me. Hurry." Lan Shi shouted, "Bloodthirsty fight." This is the signature skill of the Berserker. It converts 50% of its own life into attacks. Lan Shi is going to stop the boss with her life. Yifeng ran towards the black magic ball that appeared on the throne without hesitation. He had to get it. When the Demon Major General saw this, of course he would not let Yifeng succeed. He shot away the surrounding NPC soldiers with a gun. But this time, he was stopped by Lan Shi. Yifeng took the magic ball in his hand and crushed it directly. Ding! System prompt. The Demon General's immunity magic is invalid, and all attacks are doubled. Yifeng shouted, "Everyone attacks with all their strength." The boss's immunity effect has disappeared. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, Lan Shi, who had resisted the boss's damage, was directly killed by the boss. Lan Shi, hurry up. The boss will die soon. Lan Shi, who was at the resurrection point, responded, "Okay. I'll be here right away." At this moment, Lan Shi was so excited that Lan Shi Valley, we're going to win this copy of the king. On Yifeng's side, Yifeng was still running around holding the Demon Major General. But at this time a system prompt sounded. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Shaotian, Baki Shioni, Baki Bloodthirsty, Baki Reincarnation, and Chao Ci for successfully clearing the Demon Camp dungeon in 50 minutes and 20 seconds. Unexpectedly, Yifeng's clearance record was broken so quickly. And it was broken by Haki. Nearly 20 minutes faster. The domineering members in the world started to coax each other, saying that they were domineering and invincible. Yifeng glanced at the time record, didn't care, and continued to hack the Demon General. At this time, Lan Shi also hurried over and said, "Baki is the first. Can we make it in time?" Yifeng said, "That's right. Hurry up and fight. The boss has no immunity effect. You can impress him." In less than 2 minutes, the Demon Major General finally arrived in front of Yifeng. Lan Shi on the side said excitedly, "It's so damn exciting. The days without a wet nurse are so exciting. If I were a few years younger, I must try more. Try it a few times." "Ha ha. President, you are not old now." Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to Lan Shi, Brother Ping 2, Sui Feng, Number 1 FA, and Yifeng. for successfully clearing the Demon Camp King mode in 34 minutes and 58 seconds. The world was stunned for a moment. And the next moment it boiled over. This is just a slap in the face of domineering. You have been clamoring to be invincible for 50 minutes. But Launchy Valley has only 34 minutes to crush you. The members of Launchy Valley directly vented their bad breath on the world. The domineering guild that was so arrogant just now is silent now. The domineering guild leader Kwangzu was stunned for a moment after seeing the system message. Then he pulled Chao Ci and said, "Can we still shorten the time?" Chao Ci shook his head and said, "No. Although I am a hidden professional. The final boss is immune to physical attacks. My attacks do too little damage. Unless I borrow Yifeng. He is a hidden professional mage. I am afraid it will do a lot of damage to the boss." Of course, the fanatics understood that Chao Ci, who was ranked number 1, had managed to get himself into the guild. But he didn't expect that this copy was too immune to physical damage. They were completely defeated in terms of profession. In the dungeon, Lan Shi roared loudly. He finally defeated Ba Qi. Ba Qi, Lan Shi Valley, and Shenhua were the top 3 guilds in the online gaming world. Except for the true meaning of Ba Qi, Shenhua and Lan Shi Valley were equally ranked. This Yubaki and Lang Zigu are both on the list. But Shenhua is lagging behind. Lan Shi picked up the equipment on the ground. A blue bow and a blue gauntlet. Lan Shi said, "Yifeng, this is what you want. I hope we can cooperate next time." Yifeng said, "I hope. I'm leaving. Remember to ask the MO to transfer the money to my account." Saying that, Yifeng left the team and left the instance. Aotian, the leader of the Shenhua gang, has become furious in the union, and all management has been criticized. "What are you doing? It's okay if you win the number 1 Chao Ci with domineering force. Now it seems that Lanchi Valley is going to win this Yifeng. Liang Chen, please explain to me why." Facing the president's criticism, Liang Chen lowered his head and did not dare to speak at all. He had offended Yifeng, and now it directly caused Yifeng to prefer Lanchi Valley. He could have come to their Shenhua. "President, my fault." Aotian knocked on the table and said, "No matter what, Liang Chen, I don't care what method you use. Please ask Yifeng once to lead us through the myth of the king mode of the demon camp." Liang Chen thought this was completely impossible and said, "President, I don't listen to explanations. I only look at the results." Chapter 55 Bullying Others with Power. As soon as Yifeng exited the dungeon, he was seen by some interested people. And soon the news reached Huang Shaotian's ears. Now Huang Shaotian's level has disappeared from the top 10 positions in the level ranking list. He has not stayed at the 10th position for a day before it was occupied by Yifeng, directly pushing himself to the 11th place. Because of the king mode, high experience and many rewards, Yifeng's experience can increase so quickly. Damn it. This Yifeng is actually riding on my head. If it's really you, watch how I kill you. At this time, a member of Dingtian walked beside Huang Shaotian. Huang Shaotian said, "Did you see it?" The member nodded and said, "I saw it. Although his appearance has changed a little, I can confirm that he is Yifeng, our former member of Dingtian." "Humph. It is indeed him. He even used his real name to play a game." Low. "President, what should we do next?" Huang Shaotian said, "Take me to find him." "Yes." At this moment, Yifeng has returned to Xuanwu City and is having a private chat with Zissou. Yifeng said, "Look, this is equipment for you, but you need to be level 15 to bring it." As he spoke, Yifeng showed the equipment to Zissou. One weapon was blue with 4 stars, and a belt was green with 3 stars. It can be said that they were quite good. Zissou said, "Why are you so nice to me all of a sudden?" Yifeng said with a smile, "You are my landlord. Be nice to you and charge me less rent next time." "Of course. Thank you for the 2 meals today." Zissou said, "My 2 meals only cost 20 yuan. And your 2 pieces of equipment probably cost less than 10,000 yuan. "Of course not. The belt is worth breakfast money, and the weapon is worth lunch money. There is nothing wrong with that." Zissou rolled her eyes at Yifeng and said, "I won't tell you anymore. I estimate that I can reach level 15 tonight. Please keep the equipment safe for me first and don't lose it. Otherwise, as you command, Lord Landlady." Yifeng had just hung up the call on Zissou. In front of him, a woman was looking at him. Yifeng was stunned for a moment when he saw the face of the woman in front of him, and then smiled helplessly. "How did you find me?" Yifeng asked. "The noise you made is so big. How can I not find you?" Yanyu, how are you lately? It turned out that it was Dingtian's Yanyu who came. One of Dingtian's trump cards. And it was precisely because of her that Yifeng became what he is today. Yanyu nodded and said, well, it's okay. Just the same as usual. How about you? Yifeng nodded and said, it's not bad. I'm living quite comfortably. Who is that purple bunny? You care a lot. My landlord. If I don't help her, she will probably kick me out. You also know that I am helpless here. Yanyu said, are you coming back? Yifeng shook his head and said, no. It doesn't belong to me there. I feel like I'm living a pretty good life now. No one limits me. Really? Are we still friends? Yifeng nodded and said, that's right. Yanyu frowned and said, what do you mean? Haha. That's it. If there's nothing to do, I'm going to go offline and take a rest. I'm a little tired. Yanyu suddenly pulled Yifeng's arm and said, can we level up together if we have time? Yifeng said, of course. Finally. Yanyu gritted her teeth and seemed to be determined for something. And said, I want to quit the guild. Yifeng asked doubtfully, why? Isn't it good? You still have a contract. Which is different from ordinary employees like me. Yanyu shook his head and said, I'm tired. The contract is about to expire. I don't want to sign anymore. Yifeng said, okay. This is your problem. Let me know when you need help. Well, I'm leaving. Shaotian is probably going to find you. Saying the words of smoke and leaving quickly. Yifeng frowned. The words of smoke were the signature of Dingtian Guild. So they could just leave. However, Yifeng did not move. He could only shake his head and compare himself with his colleagues. You has taught me a lot. He is half my master. So I can help him a little bit. Just when Yifeng was about to log off, a voice called out to Yifeng. Yifeng, you are living a pretty cool life. When Yifeng heard this voice, he knew it was Shaotian. But he didn't expect to find him. Yifeng turned around and looked at Shaotian. Out of politeness, Yifeng said with a smile, hello? President Huang of Dingtian. What can I do for you? Shaotian naturally wanted to hook up with Yifeng. But Yifeng stretched out his hand to block Shaotian. Said, President Huang? I don't seem to be familiar with you. Please respect yourself. Shaotian smiled awkwardly and said, you are really good at talking. How can we not be familiar with each other? It's time to go home when you are tired from playing outside. The position of vice president of this guild has been reserved for you. Yifeng smiled and said, isn't the vice president Yanyu? Shaotian said, how can a woman take on the position of vice president? That is your position. As long as you come back, our previous affairs will be wiped out. Yifeng sneered, how can I, a former member of Dingtian, who was removed by you, take on the position of vice president? You look down on me. A member of Dingtian on the side said, Yifeng, don't think that you are so awesome now that you dare to show off in front of our president. Believe it or not, we, Dingtian, will hunt you down. Humph. Come if you have the ability. Yifeng finally understood why Yanyu wanted to leave. Dingtian had gone too far. Shaotian stretched out his hand to stop his men and said, Yifeng, I'm telling you so much in such a low voice. Don't toast me and eat as a fine. Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you climb up to Lanchi Valley. If my guess is correct, you still in this city. Yifeng frowned. It seemed that this guy wanted to threaten him. Shaotian was not a good person. He knew it. He didn't expect that his character had deteriorated to this extent. If Dingtian was destroyed in his hands, it was his own fault. Yifeng said, come on. Let's see how powerful you are, Dingtian. At this time, Shaotian finally showed his fangs and said with a ferocious expression, okay, let's give it a try. I'll tell you, as long as my Dingtian people see Yifeng, they will be killed without mercy. Ha ha. What a killing without mercy. President Huang is really awesome. Are you just ignoring Lanchi Valley? A voice came from Demo, who had just come to find Yifeng. Shaotian said with a sullen face, this is Dingtian's housework. You Lanchi Valley had better leave it alone. Ha ha. Housework. Why didn't I know that brother Yifeng was from your Dingtian family? I knew that he used to be a member of your Dingtian family. Just a week ago, he was removed from the list. But he is no longer a member of the Dingtian family. So, what do you want from Dingtian? Use your power to bully others. Shaotian shouted, yes. So what? Demo had an angry look on his face. A guild ranked 7th actually dared to challenge him. He was so brave. Humph. Then don't say that I, Lan Shigu, am bullying others. For a time, the two sides were at war with each other, and there was a strong rhythm of fighting over disagreements. Humph. You Lanchi Valley are so brave. Don't you take my mythology seriously? The visitors were Zhu Jian and Liang Chen, vice presidents of Xinhua. They originally came to Yifeng to apologize. But there was a problem. Zhu Jian and Huang Shaotian were cousins, and they wanted to come directly to suppress Huang Shaotian. Chapter 56, Landlady. Are you willing? When the people from Demo saw Xinhua came, they obviously found that they were alone and weak. It was obvious that Xinhua was going to help Dingtian. If they really want to fight, they are certainly not afraid of Dingtian and Lanji Valley. At most, they will lose half of their troops. But if it is a myth, Demo needs to weigh it. After all, it is a guild with the same rating as Lanchi Valley. Yifeng also knew about Demo's situation and immediately stood up and said, "Don't worry about me, Demo. I want to see what Dingtian can do to me." Huang Shaotian burst out laughing and said, "Do you really think that you are invincible? Don't think that you don't know who you are after being on TV a few times." Yifeng said coldly, "Huang Shaotian. Of course Yifeng, want to thank you for today. If you hadn't forced me into a desperate situation, I wouldn't have the Yifeng that I have now. How about my Yifeng? I don't need you, Huang Shaotian, to say anything now." 4. Demo on the side applauded and said, "Okay. Well said." Zhu Jian on the side frowned. He came to Yifeng to invite him to come to the guild to break the record. Now it seems that he may not be able to do it. Zhu Jian said, "Hello Yifeng. I am the vice president of Xinhua Swordju. I originally planned to resolve the grudge between you and Liang Chen. But now it seems that you will not agree." Yifeng said, "I've been busy all day today, and I'm a little tired, so I'm going to leave." Saying that, Yifeng went offline directly, not wanting to say another word to them. Now it seems that Dingtian is completely offended. As for the myth, we still have to see the situation. Yifeng was offline. Demo stared at Zhu Jian and the others and said, "Damn it. You guys ran away without me doing anything. What a disappointment." Demo, I know you are an elite member of Lanchi Valley, but you have to know that I can't make swords as well as you. You'd better put away what you said before. You Xinhua are going to fight with our Lanchi Valley, so you should break our record first. Speaking of records, Zhu Jian had a gloomy look on his face. Among the 3 top guilds, they were the only ones who had not even passed the second boss. They didn't even know what the third boss was. It was already very embarrassing. Snort. The two sides broke up unhappy, and Huang Shaotian gave the order, in the game, people related to Yifeng will be killed every time they see them. In reality, find Yifeng as soon as possible, and I will let him know the consequences of offending me. Yes. After Yifeng went offline, he lay on the bed for a while, thinking about what he should do in the future. He wanted to make some money before, but now it seems that the game is not that simple. If you want to make money, you must have strength. With strength, you also need to have a strong backing. Otherwise everything you say will be in vain, and no one will help you. Just like just now. If Demo was one of his own, he would not hesitate to start a war. But Demo was from Lanchi Valley, so he hesitated for the sake of the guild. Should I create my own guild? What can I do without enough funds? The problem is back to the beginning. Money is the most important. How much manpower and material resources are needed to create a guild that can rival Dingtian in the game? Yifeng really understands this. But there is another situation. Yifeng summoned some individual people, which are the big guilds in the game. In addition to ordinary members, there are also a group of individual people who contribute to the guild. They don't need any salary. As long as their guild contribution is enough, they can obtain equipment in the guild, or the guild needs it. When working, the guild will pay some part-time wages, or volunteer. This group of people generally have poor combat capabilities. They are all office workers and student gang members. They are not people who play games all day anyway. There are a lot of people in this group, but it is extremely difficult to gather these people. It is like a pile of loose sand. It is difficult. Difficult. Disaster. Yifeng shook his head. Do you really want to join a guild? Yifeng has had enough of being looked down upon by the guild, and has no interest in joining other guilds. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on Yifeng's door, and Yifeng said, "Come in." Zissou opened the door a little, looked at Yifeng with a little head, and said, "Why are you offline? Are you tired?" Yifeng said, well, I'm a little tired. Why don't you get off? Hee hee. I went to the bathroom to see what our master was thinking. He didn't come out of the room for a long time. Yifeng said with a smile, if I create a gang, how many people will come? Zissou asked, well, what are the benefits? Yifeng said, there is no treatment. The most equipment you can get will be given to whoever contributes more to the gang. Zissou thought for a while and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid it's just a small gang with not many people. But if you invite me, maybe I will agree to it. Yifeng said with a smile, okay. My landlady, are you willing? Zissou pinched her fingers and said, I think you are quite promising. So I agreed to it. Yifeng smiled. Although he was just joking. Zissou could promise him that he could already see that Zissou really regarded him as a friend. Yifeng asked, Zissou, can you cook? Zissou shook her head and said innocently, is it really okay for you to let me, a girl, cook at home? Yifeng shook his head helplessly and said, okay. Can the kitchen be used? Of course it works. But I haven't used it for a long time. Do you want to cook? Well, before that I went to the supermarket to buy some food. It's not good for my health to always eat takeout. I saw Zissou running away immediately, saying as he ran, wait for me. I want to go too. I haven't visited the supermarket for a long time. Yifeng shook his head. How did this guy come back to life? The legendary dead house was nothing more than that. After waiting for Zissou for about half an hour, the two finally left the community. Not far from this community, there is a large supermarket that sells almost everything. Of course, the dishes Yifeng needs are also very fresh. But as soon as he entered the supermarket, Yifeng found that Zissou, who had come to accompany him to buy groceries, seemed to be crazy. The snacks were being put into the shopping cart as if they were free. Looking at Yifeng's eyes, Zissou blushed and said, oh, it's been a long time since I came to the supermarket. Of course I have to buy more. Don't look at me like this. Yifeng shook his head helplessly and said, can you leave a place for me? I need to buy some food to cook. Zissou groaned and reluctantly took out a bag of potato chips, which made Yifeng feel angry and funny. When they arrived at the vegetable shopping area, Yifeng started to choose vegetables. He was so familiar with vegetables and meat. Zissou asked, Yifeng, have you been a chef before? Yifeng said while picking vegetables, well, I must have been an apprentice, just to make a living so as not to starve to death. How much experience do you have? I really want to hear you talk about it. Yifeng said, you want me to tell you about such a painful experience? Do you think I am easy to bully? Oh, tell me what makes you unhappy, and make me happy. Yifeng glared at Zissou, but finally started to speak slowly. Chapter 57 Selling Equipment. While waiting for Yifeng and Zissou to move their belongings into the house, Na Sisi ran out as soon as they entered the door. Oh, the young couple must have emptied the supermarket and bought so many things. Zissou blushed a little and said, we are a married couple now. He is my lady's follower. Don't you think so? Yifeng said while packing his things. Yes, everything you said is right. Zissou put her hand on her waist and said, look, I didn't lie to you. Sisi's whole body trembled and she said, I'll eat this mouthful of dog food. Bye. Yifeng's voice came from the kitchen, saying, Sisi and Xiaobai, let's eat together. I'll cook. Yeah. Great. Little Susu. Your boyfriend is awesome, Sisi said happily. Zissou caught up with Sisi, and the two of them were fighting together. Zissou said, I told you that he is not your boyfriend, but my follower. Yifeng shook his head in the kitchen. For Yifeng, it didn't matter what he said, as long as he was nice. While the three girls were eating snacks, watching TV, and discussing things in Fantasy World, Yifeng had already started cooking, and the smell of chicken had already drifted into the living room. Well, it smells so good. I have decided that since the great god is not Zissou's boyfriend, I will chase him and make delicious food for me every day, Sisi said. Xiaobai on the side said hurriedly, no. If you want to chase, I will chase first. Zissou glared at the two girls and said, no one is allowed to chase you. I have the final say in my family. Sisi and Xiaobai rolled their eyes at Zissou and said, hey, you can't poop while standing in the pit. Zissou, I misjudged you. That's right. I'm going to complain to the great god. At this time, Yifeng came out and said, ladies and sisters, let's have dinner. Wow, it smells so good. What kind of chicken is this? Zissou asked. 3 cups of chicken. Eat it and see. I haven't made it for a long time. so I don't know how it went. Zissou picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, nodded desperately and said, "Yeah. It's delicious. It's delicious. I didn't expect you to be so good at it." Yifeng said with a smile, "If it tastes good, eat more. Look how thin you are." As he spoke, Yifeng put a few pieces of chicken into the perilla bowl and then started eating. Both Sisi and Xiaobai were so envious that they couldn't stand it anymore. They covered their chests and said, "I have to eat dog food for every meal. It's really uncomfortable." Zissa glared at them and said, "If you think it doesn't taste good, you don't have to eat it." As a result, the two women ate more happily, and Ben paid no attention to Zissou. After dinner, Yifeng entered the fantasy world again and received a message from Xiaohei as soon as he went online. "Boss, my brother and I were killed by Dingtian people." "What happened?" Yifeng said, "Come to Xuanwu City. That is Dingtian's territory. As long as they have a relationship with me, Yifeng, they will chase and kill them. If you don't want to be chased, you can come to Xuanwu City. Or you can break off the relationship with me." Xiaohei said, "I see. Then we will be in Xuanwu City from now on." "What a bullshit Dingtian. A rubbish guild." "Bah!" Yifeng said, "Okay. If you have nothing to do, practice more so that we can start our work." Xiaohei said excitedly, "Boss, do you want to go to the demon camp? My brother and I are both level 15. Should we go now?" Yifeng said, "No. I'm waiting for someone. She's not level 15 yet." "Okay. Be sure to call us when the time comes." Yifeng looked at the items in his backpack. The bloodthirsty demon hand was the most valuable. After thinking about it, Yifeng decided not to give it to Xiaohei. It would be bad if someone exploded it. There was also a green demon armor, and the blue demon armor is a good thing. Yifeng originally wanted to contact the MO, but he always asked them if he would really rely on them in the future. In the end, Yifeng decided to send it to the MO for a look. If he was satisfied with their price, he would give it to them. Yifeng directly sent the 3 pieces of equipment to the MO. The MO was originally leading the team to clear the book, but he was shocked when he saw the equipment attribute diagram that suddenly popped up. "Brother, can you please stop playing with me? You didn't show me such good equipment until now." Yifeng said, "Of course not. I just want to see what price you can offer. I'll pick up other places to look at." The MO said hurriedly, "No. With such good equipment, even our Lanchi Valley has swallowed it. What do you think?" Yifeng said, "You also saw this dagger. What do you think? It goes without saying that it's top quality. But for this price, I need to ask the president. After all, this will be the guy who ranks first in weapons." Yifeng said, "Okay. You asked? I will ask others by the way." Then Yifeng directly posted these 3 pieces of equipment on the world channel, and was instantly flooded with private chats. Too many people asked, mainly because more people just asked and were just curious about how Yifeng could have such good luck and get such good results. Lots of equipment. Yifeng picked a few at random, and they were all priced by the guild bosses. The domineering Shaotian's bid was relatively high, directly 50,000, while Shinoa's also bid the same 50,000, while the others did not exceed 50,000 at most. This made Yifeng understand the current price of this dagger. Not long after, Daimo replied to Yifeng and said, "Our president said that the current valuation of this dagger should be 50,000. But our president is not short of money, and said he would give you 60,000. Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay. Where are the 2 pieces of equipment?" The 2 pieces of equipment total 10,000, which is the limit. After all, the equipment is not as valuable as the weapons. Yifeng nodded. He also understood that there were a lot of equipment after all, and weapons were hard to find in any game. So the prices of weapons were generally too high. The equipment is the same as before. Mailed to you. Put the money in my card. Okay. It's such a pleasant transaction. In less than 20 seconds, Yifeng received the message that 70,000 yuan had been received. At this time, Yifeng mailed the equipment to Daimo. With the 70,000 yuan, Yifeng felt a little more at ease. Finally, he no longer had to worry about money. Of course, this is temporary. After Yifeng traded equipment, Yifeng went to Suzaku City. Because Zissou's level had not yet reached level 15, it would definitely be much faster if Yifeng was there. So Yifeng took the initiative to come as a follower. And just after Yifeng was dispatched, Dingtian had received the information that Yifeng had left Xuanwu City and went to Suzaku City. Huang Shaotian showed an evil expression on his face and said, "Aren't you very awesome? I will let you know today that I Huang Shaotian, and not someone to be trifled with. As soon as Yifeng arrived at Xuanwu City, he realized that someone was following him. Yifeng laughed coldly. When he turned the corner from the building, Yifeng directly transformed into the village chief, muddled through, and headed towards where Zisu and the others were. President, what's wrong? Have we lost track? Huang Shaotian said angrily. Lost you? How can so many people ignore one person? Find me quickly. He only has 2 places to visit in Suzuka City. One is his friend Rabbit, and the other is a mission. Get them for me. Keep an eye on it. Yes! Skipping Chapter 58 does not affect viewing. Chapter 59, the safe zone, is obscene. Yifeng has already contacted Zisu. This guy is actually fighting level 16 monsters with a few friends. You must know that they are only level 14. Are they going to fight desperately? As for a few girls, he still went to beat up the famous drunkard here. This monster is not easy to mess with. If he is caught, he will inevitably touch a few girls. Otherwise, how can he live up to his title of drunkard? Yifeng was already on the way, and Zisu said, Has the equipment been sold? Well, I sold it, but I still have your equipment. Humph. If you sell my equipment, see how I deal with you. I understand. I understand. I'm here and I see you. Zisu looked back and saw that Yifeng had already waved to him. And Zisu also added Yifeng to the team. Master, why do you use the name Yifeng when you use the real name in the game? Cici asked, who was also in the team. Yifeng touched his head in embarrassment. If he could really pick a name, he would not be found by Huang Shaotian and the others so quickly. As soon as he entered the game, everything seemed to have been prepared for Yifeng, and Yifeng could only passively accept it if they knew that they were still the village chief of Novice Village. I don't know what their expressions would be like. Zisu came to Yifeng's rescue and said, What you said. Cici, can't you use this name? I think it's fine. Cici said speechlessly, Yes. Yes. You feel good about everything. Right. Yifeng said, Okay. I will lure the monsters, and you are responsible for the output. Without saying a word, Yifeng began to attract a large number of drunkards. Although these drunkards were level 16, it was indeed a bit difficult for Zisu and the others. Pulling 3 or 4 at a time was already the limit. But after Yifeng came, he would just pull them all at once. There were more than 10 of them, and they were almost frightened to death. Yifeng directly released the calming lantern, which increased the damage. More than 10 drunkards were killed by Yifeng, and the others in less than a minute. Each one gained experience faster. Time passed by, and Yifeng's experience did not increase much. After all, the experience given to wild monsters of the same level was relatively small and moderate. This way, leveling was neither fast nor slow, but Zisu and the others' experience was. Crazy rise. An hour passed, and Zisu said excitedly, I'm going to level up in the next round. But I didn't expect that the time was shortened by 2 hours faster than expected. Xiaobai on the side said, Don't look at who is pulling monsters. Fight monsters and enjoy it slowly. Thanks to you, our experience has also increased a lot. It won't be long before we can all reach level 15. Yifeng kept all his words in mind. Waves of drunkards were killed one after another. Zisu was the first to level up, followed by Cici, Xiaobai, and then the other 2 girls in the team. Everyone has reached level 15 and can finally go to the demon camp. Yifeng said, Let's go. Zisu relied on other Cici and others to go to the demon camp with Yifeng. Yifeng said, Why are you so stingy? Go ahead. Cici and Xiaobai's team come in. Humph. You're the only one who's generous. Although they were unwilling, they still brought Cici and Xiaobai into the team. As soon as they entered the team, Cici and Xiaobai said excitedly, Is the master going to take us to fight the demon camp dungeon? Yifeng said, Well, there is also a friend of mine. I will team up with him now. Saying that, Yifeng brought Xiaohei in. He originally wanted to bring Xiaohei and his brother, but unfortunately the team can only have 5 people, so there was no other way. Yifeng, Zisu, and the others just wanted to enter Suzuka City when they found that they were blocked. Xiaohei, wait for me at the entrance of the demon camp dungeon. We have something to do, Yifeng said. Okay, boss. Hurry up. Yifeng looked at the people in front of him, and there were many he knew. Yifeng said, Why? Do you want to kill me here? Uh-huh. Yifeng, isn't it easy to kill you? I told you that I want you to know how powerful I Huang Shaotian. Huang Shaotian walked out from the side. Yi Feng stared at Huang Shaotian. This guy was obviously well prepared. Otherwise, why would he be blocking him here? Yi Feng whispered, "You three. Be careful. They will kill you as well." Zissou puffed up her chest and said, "What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't fought against them before. We are still afraid of them." That is. Seeing Zissou and the others say this, Huang Shaotian said with a condescending attitude, "Really? Then I will help you. Kill them!" Yi Feng shouted, calming Lantern. "Get up. Shout by. Give me more blood." Yi Feng shouted. "Good. Blast." Yi Feng's speed suddenly increased, and he could easily dodge the skills. Unless an expert could predict it. It would be absolutely impossible to hurt Yi Feng. Yi Feng began to launch a counterattack. A group attack skill was enough to blow a group of players to less than half health. In conjunction with Yi Feng's own output, 4 or 5 players were killed in an instant. Yi Feng's speed was too fast. Huang Shaotian finally understood why Yi Feng could change from a low-level member to what he is now. It turned out that the other party's operation had already been practiced to this extent. Huang Shaotian originally thought that he could kill Yi Feng even if he didn't take action. Now it seems that it is impossible, and he must take action himself. Huang Shaotian is a warrior, and his actions did cause trouble to Yi Feng. But nothing more. Ice Grip. Yi Feng directly used the archer's skills, and unexpectedly froze Huang Shaotian. Archer skills. Why can Yi Feng use archer skills? Huang Shaotian couldn't figure it out. But the moment he was frozen, Yi Feng's attack came. After a set of skills, Huang Shaotian was instantly killed without any mercy at all. Yi Feng was able to avoid being killed. But Zissou and the others were not so lucky. Their blood volume dropped rapidly. If Xiaobai hadn't been a priest, they would have died long ago. After getting rid of Huang Shaotian, Yi Feng's brutal killing began. A crispy skin couldn't stop Yi Feng's 2 skills. And a warrior was no better. And there were Zissou and others assisting him. In less than 3 minutes, the dozen or so famous members who had besieged Yi Feng were suddenly reduced by half. And the number was still decreasing. Yi Feng looked at the Dingtian members, who were resurrected and ran out of Suzaka City, and felt that this was not the way to go. "I'll cover you 3 and get into the city quickly. Otherwise we will be killed." Well, be careful too. In fact, Zissou's attack power skyrocketed after using the level 15 blue bow given by Yi Feng. Most people can't bear Zissou's attack. But most of the people here are experts from Dingtian. And Zissou can pose a threat to the opponent. But it is difficult to kill in one go. Fortunately, it was because Zissou could pose a threat that Yi Feng was able to harvest heads neatly, while fighting and advancing. For 1 minute, Zissou and the others had successfully entered the safe zone. Yi Feng only had to take a step back to get in. But Yi Feng did not. Instead, he stood on the edge of the safe zone and attacked Dingtian's people. Chapter 60 Enmity. Yi Feng smiled coldly. "Haven't you heard of this sentence? What words? You're so underdeveloped. Don't waste your time." Huang Shaotian had a sullen face. It was embarrassing enough that 3 of his people were killed by half of as many people. He didn't expect that the other party was still laughing at him. Yi Feng walked into the safe area, looked at Huang Shaotian, and said, "President Huang, our feud has been settled. But you still remember my words." "Huh? Just you? You also want to fight with me? Dingtian. Do you really think you are invincible?" "Uh-huh. I don't know about invincible. I only know that you guys are finished." "You?" Yi Feng said, "Xiaosu. Let's go!" Looking at Yi Feng and others leaving, Huang Shaotian clenched his fists. He originally wanted to teach Yi Feng a lesson today, but who would have thought that he would be the one to teach him a lesson? Now that he has been seen by too many people. This time it is considered a big embarrassment. Soon on the Fantasy World forum, someone posted about Yi Feng and the others being besieged by Dingtian, along with some short videos. Now the entire server knew about the relationship between Dingtian and Yi Feng. And Dingtian was known as ranking 7th among the top 10 guilds is now doubtful. You know, the guild rankings are determined by playing. If you are not convinced, you have to fight. If you win, that position will be yours. Of course, the top 3 guilds are recognized by the online game industry. No fool will challenge it, because you may win. Sex is minimal. From 4th to 10th, their positions changed frequently. Now the guilds ranked 8, 9, and 10 can hardly sit still. Especially the guild ranked 10. 3 girls from their own guild were besieged by Dingtian and the others. I have to seek justice from Dingtian no matter what. In other words, they just saw Yi Feng. Otherwise, they would not be able to openly challenge Ban Dingtian on the forum. And Dingtian's response was quite tough, saying, if you don't accept it, after the guild war starts, there will be a battle. Guild wars still take a while. You must reach level 30 before you can create a guild. The highest level now is only level 17. No, it's already level 18. Just now, Chao Ci, who ranked first, has been promoted to another level. And Yi Feng and the three girls finally met up with Xiaohei. Boss, what's going on? I see someone in the world is talking about you. Yi Feng said, it's okay. Just download the copy. Xiaohei geared up and said, it's necessary. I haven't been to this dungeon yet. Those individual teams don't want me as an assassin. It's really shameful. TCH. If I were the captain, I wouldn't want you either. You're so skinny. Zhisu looked at Xiaohei and said. Xiaohei glanced at Zhisu and said, you are the boss's woman. I don't care about you. Boss, which mode should we go to? Normal or difficult? Zhisu became anxious, pinched Xiaohei's ears and said, who is your boss's woman? Tell me clearly. I am still single. Cici and Xiaobai on the side both snickered. And Xiaohei said, oh, it hurts? Boss, just take care of her. It hurts me so much. Yi Feng said, okay. We are all our own people. Let's join the team. King mode. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Xiaohei jumped up happily and said, boss, this is the king mode. We won't have to fight for a long time. I heard that the monsters in it are very fierce. Yi Feng nodded and said, it's not bad. Just be careful and you'll be fine. Besides, Xiaobai is a wet nurse. If there is no blood, she will add more blood. Not only Xiaohei, Zhisu, and the three of them were also very excited. Without Yi Feng, they would have played hard mode at most. And it would be impossible for them to come to this king mode. The 5 people were commanded by Yi Feng. And they were all acquaintances. So it was not awkward to fight. Especially Xiaohei, who soon became Zhisu's younger brother, completely ignoring the existence of Yi Feng, the boss. A trip to the king's dungeon took more than 40 minutes. But their harvest was huge. The worst equipment was all green. And the better equipment was all 5-star blue. It drove them crazy. One trip after another. Anyway, one mode can be used 10 times a day. It is only 10 o'clock in the evening. And I can still use it. Then 5 people worked until 12 o'clock in the evening. After several trips, everyone had more or less pieces of their own equipment. The happiest person is Xiaohei. Originally he was still using the level 10 white dagger bought in the store. But now, he has replaced the shotgun with a cannon, and directly replaced it with a level 15 blue dagger. The attack has been improved by more than 1 level. Boss, I'm sleepy. I'm going to go offline and sleep. Xiaohei said with a yawn. Well, go ahead. We're going offline too. Are you going to brush again tomorrow? Brush? Grind for a day. And see if you can raise a set of equipment. This will make leveling much faster. Okay. Boss, I'm really sleepy. Bye. Before Yi Feng could say goodbye to Xiaohei, this guy couldn't wait to go offline. Yi Feng shook his head. This guy was really serious. He didn't finish his words. When Yi Feng turned around, he realized that everyone around him had gone offline. And he was the only one who was still online. This made Yi Feng smile bitterly. Yi Feng returned to Xuanwu City and entered the word Yanyu in the friend search bar. Ding! System prompt. Submit a friend application? Yes. Unexpectedly. Yanyu agreed. Unexpectedly. She was still online now. After a long time, Yi Feng sent a message saying, it's not offline yet. Are you upgrading? Yanyu replied, well, I just reached level 16. I want to gain more experience. I heard about what happened today. I'm sorry that I can't help you at the moment. Yi Feng said, it's okay. You have a contract. Your not coming is the best help to me. When will the contract expire? A month later. Are you really not going to sign? No. You added me as a friend just to ask this? Yi Feng said, that's right. What are you going to do in the future? Wandering around to see who is willing to take me in. Yi Feng fell silent. And Yanyu also fell silent after agreeing. After a while, Yi Feng said, you don't mind coming to my place? Yanyu said with a smile, I don't mind. I'm afraid that Purple Rabbit will mind. Then it's settled. Log off early and rest. Ah. You too. After accepting the call with Yanyu, Yi Feng went offline directly. He had slept for less than 6 hours in the past 2 days. and he really couldn't bear it anymore. On the other hand, Yin did not go offline immediately. As one of the aces of Dingtian Union, Yin archers were extremely proficient in playing, and they were the most skilled archers in Dingtian. Next to Yin, Huang Shaotian looked at Yin distracted look and couldn't help but ask, Yin, what's wrong with you? Are you tired? Yin shook his head and said, it's okay. Hurry up and level up. Among the top 10 guilds, we and Bihai are the only ones lagging behind. Huang Shaotian said with a humble and gentlemanly attitude, it's okay to let us men do this kind of thing like ranking. You can just log off and rest. No, I'm not sleepy yet. Okay, I won't force you anymore. Let me tell you something. Chapter 61 Demonic Staff. Tell you something. Yin said calmly, President. Tell me. Huang Shaotian said, I remember your contract is about to expire next month. The company asked me to sign a contract with you in advance. As long as we perform well in Fantasy World, our salary will increase by 20%. On this basis, your salary will be increased by 20%. The basic salary will reach 50,000 per month. The 20% salary increase is indeed a very good temptation. And the future basic salary will be 50,000, which is also a lot. But for Yin now, it is no longer attractive. Yinyu's family was poor before, and she owed a lot of debts. Now she has to pay off all of them alone. Yinyu is already a little tired of the Dingtian guild that has restricted her for several years. It was Dingtian who took her in when Yinyu didn't make a fortune. She was very grateful. Now Dingtian has made a lot of money through his popularity, which can be regarded as a kind of repayment to Dingtian. As the face of Dingtian, Yinyu is often arranged by the company to do endorsements, because the contract Yinyu signed before has an overbearing clause, which is to obey any arrangement of the company, except for the basic salary. For each endorsement activity, he will receive the specific amount of a certain bonus depends on the decision of Dingtian Company. Yinyu has stayed in Dingtian for several years. According to the normal contract, Yinyu has made a lot of money. However, it was because he was anxious at the beginning, and in order to help his father pay off the debt, that he signed this unequal contract. Dingtian has already made a lot of money in Dingtian. Yinyu made too much money. Yinyu shook his head and said, let's talk about it then. I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll practice leveling first. Huang Shaotian said, okay. Whenever you want to sign the contract, just come to me directly. The next day, Yifeng slept until about 10 o'clock in the morning. When Zissou broke into the door, he thought something had happened to Yifeng, but it turned out that he just overslept. He had not slept much before, so he overslept all of a sudden. After re-entering the game, Yifeng and the other 5 continued to play the king mode, which lasted a day. After all, it took them 40 to 50 minutes to clear the level at one time, and it took a day to rest or something in between. But at the end of the day, Yifeng finally gained something. He replaced the Randolph sword in his hand with a level 15, 5-star blue staff, demonic staff, 5-star blue attack 20 to 40, intelligence plus 15, constitution plus 20, required character level 15, equipment occupation, mage's only passive magic combo. After using skills, there are 5% records of double skill damage. Although looking at the attack alone, it is 5 points less than Randolph's long sword. But this passive allows Yifeng's damage to be displayed in an explosive manner, which is definitely a good thing to surprise. As for the Randolph sword, Yifeng gave it directly to Xiao He, because his brother Sha Yi was a warrior. He gave it to him as a gift. Xiao He said with a complaining look, Boss, golden weapons, when will you give me one? Yifeng hit Xiao He on the forehead with a chestnut and said, look at what weapon I use. It should be blue, the same as yours. Xiao He held his tongue and said, you are different. You are a little top performer. Seeing Xiao He's talkative behavior, Zissou waved her hand to Xiao He and said, do you feel that you are at a disadvantage? Seeing Zissou's expression, Xiao He shook his head like a rattle and said, what's the point of losing? I'm not praising the boss for his righteous statement. Looking at Xiao He's scared look, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. At the end of the day, Yifeng was directly promoted to level 17, jumping to the 5th position on the level list, and several of them were already level 16, except for Yifeng and Cici, because they are both mages. When the mage equipment comes out, it is given to Cici first. Yifeng also wears a level 5 blue dog tooth necklace. Other clothes, shoes, hand guards, wrist guards, and knee pads, belt, ring, helmet, plus weapons. A total of 10 pieces of equipment. Most of Yifeng's body is blue, and only a few parts are green. He has completely said goodbye to white equipment. As for Xiaohe and Zisu, they are all wearing blue equipment. If it weren't for them being in king mode all day long, the most explosive items in hard mode would be green equipment. Not many blue ones. The extra equipment was all in Yifeng's backpack. Yifeng planned to throw it away in the auction house. He was too lazy to set up a stall to sell things by himself, which was troublesome. When Yifeng saw the formula in his backpack, he realized that he still had a magic potion formula. Who among you has learned how to make medicine? I saw Zissa looking left and right. And in the end, he raised his hand in embarrassment. Originally, he wanted to learn how to refine medicine. But in the future, he could walk sideways in the game. He was a rich man with a big belly. But now he has become. There is no medicine formula. There are indeed formulas for sale in the world. At stalls. And in trading houses. But the price directly makes Zisu forget that he is still an alchemist. Yifeng directly traded the magic returning formula to Zisu and said, "Take it and make it. Remember to give me some potion. After all, I am also a mage." Unexpectedly, Zisu was so happy that she hugged Yifeng directly. Yifeng said, "Are you throwing yourself into my arms?" The next moment, Zisu realized that several people around her were watching, with their heads lowered in embarrassment and their faces flushed. He said in a voice quieter than a mosquito, "Yeah? Okay. Everyone, let's go back and rest. Tomorrow, Zisu will go to collect herbs, or buy formula materials, and make some more magic potions. Now go offline and go to bed. I've been grinding for a day, and I'm almost vomiting." Xiaohe covered his mouth and said, "Boss, stop talking. I don't even want to go in anymore. I'm going to go offline to get some air." Of course, Yifeng also went offline. But it was still relatively early today. Only around 10 o'clock. Yifeng walked to the balcony and felt in his pocket, only to realize that he had not smoked for a long time, and that the cigarette and lighter had been put away by Zisu. At this time, a cup of hot tea next to Yifeng was held in front of Yifeng. It was the perilla that had just come off the assembly line. "Well, drink tea. Don't think about smoking all the time. It's not good for your health." Yifeng took the teacup, took a small sip, and said, "Well, I know. Is there anything wrong with being so nice to me?" It seemed that Yifeng had exposed him for doing something bad. Zisu said sheepishly, "Well, my mother is coming here to see me tomorrow. She doesn't know that I rented out the room. Can you?" Yifeng thought it was something big, but it turned out that she was afraid that her mother would scold her. Yifeng said, "Don't worry. I'll just go to the hotel and stay for a day tomorrow. It's such a big deal." Zisu shook her head and said, "That's not it." Yifeng frowned and asked, "What is that? Didn't I always live here alone before? I am already 22 years old. My mother always asked me to go on blind dates. She will take me on blind dates tomorrow. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Do you think it's okay?" Yifeng was stunned. "Pretending to be a boyfriend? Is this really good?" Yifeng said, "This is not good. You are my landlord. Although we have a good relationship, you are so beautiful. I'm afraid I won't be able to control you." Zisu hit Yifeng with her fist and said with a blushing face, "How dare you? Why are you so stingy? I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. If you are not happy, I will find someone outside." Yifeng touched Zisu's little head and said, "Okay. I promise you. The tea is delicious. Thank you." Seeing that Yifeng agreed, Zisu jumped up and down happily. Cici and Xiaobai, who came out of the study, saw this and said, "Xiaosu, why are you so happy?" "I only heard Zisu singing. I am smiling proudly. I am smiling proudly." Chapter 62, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. The next morning, Zisu got up early, and Yifeng, who was still asleep, heard the sound of ping 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 pong coming from the kitchen. He didn't know who it was, but he was making breakfast in the kitchen early in the morning. Yifeng thought for a while. It seems that this family only knows how to cook. How can anyone use the kitchen? Yifeng walked out of the room with his clothes still on and said, "Who is it? You use the kitchen so early in the morning. Can you cook?" "I saw a woman-looking woman in the kitchen, frying eggs." She heard Yifeng's voice and looked towards where Yifeng was. He looked at Yifeng with a smile on his face and said, "You must be Xiaoya. I am Zisu's mother. Auntie is making breakfast for you. I'm sorry to disturb you." Yifeng was stunned for a moment. This What is this situation? Didn't I say that I would come today? It was too early for me. After a while, Yifeng came back to his senses and said, hello. Aunt. How about I come? It's hard for you to come here. Why do you have the nerve to let you make breakfast? As Yifeng rolled up his sleeves and went to help, Zisu's mother reached out and said, no, I'll do it. You go and practice and brush your teeth first. Yifeng touched his hair. Okay. Let's wash his face first. After seeing Yifeng leave, Zisu's mother looked at Yifeng's back and murmured, he is a good height. And his looks are okay. His character needs to be improved. But he is still polite. After Yifeng washed up, Zisu's mother had almost finished frying the eggs. Yifeng walked out and went to the kitchen to help Zisu's mother bring out fried eggs and specially cooked lean meat porridge. Oh, you're a real kid. I'll do it. Yifeng said, it's okay. I worked as a chef apprentice and can cook a few decent dishes. These things are also small things and should be done by me. You kid is really good at talking. Why did I, Jiasusu, deceive you? Yifeng said, speaking of Zisu. Where is she? Zisu's mother said. She said she wanted to eat fried dough sticks. So she ran down to buy them. As soon as Zisu's mother finished speaking, the door was opened. Zisu was holding a bag of fried dough sticks in her hand. And Yifeng and her mother were sitting together and looking at him. Zisu monster said sheepishly, you all are watching what I do. Why is your child talking? Mom, why can't she watch her daughter? Besides, Shaotian is your boyfriend. So why can't she watch it? Mom. Oh, you're so shy. Look at my daughter. Why are you so shy even though she already lives in the same house? Since you're back, just call your friends to have dinner with her. After breakfast, Zisu's mother gave Yifeng the feeling of being refreshing and not stained. After breakfast, Yifeng was washing the dishes. Zisu's mother pulled Zisu and said, Susu, your boyfriend is not bad. Why didn't you tell me earlier when you had such a good boyfriend? It makes me worried. Mom, you are so worried that I won't get married. And your daughter is so unpopular. Of course my daughter is fine. She is so cute and beautiful. This is true. But you always stay at home and play games. Of course, Mom is worried. But now that Mom is relieved, she can go back and have an explanation with your dad. Shaotian good? Zisu said a little jealously, Mom. Why do you keep praising him? What kind of ecstasy soup did he fill you with? What the ecstasy soup? Why are you talking like a kid? Mom thinks the Shaotian is real. You can choose a time to take Shaotian home and let your dad take a look. Then quickly set a date. Mom Zisu's face was already red to her ears. Yifeng came out at this time and said, Auntie, do you want to eat fruit? Last time Zisu and I went to the supermarket to buy some. I don't know what you like to eat. Zisu's mother said with a smile, anything is okay. Anything is okay. Zisu held her mouth and said, Mom, don't you like eating fruits? Zisu's mother glared at Zisu and said, who says I don't like eating? I eat it at home every day. And your dad buys it for me. Auntie, you and your uncle have a really good relationship. Ha ha. The old man can't do anything else. But he's still very nice to me. Don't listen to Xiaosu's nonsense. After a while, Yifeng put the cut apples in front of Zisu's mother and daughter and said, Auntie, eat some apples. Zisu, you eat some too. Snort. Zisu angrily picked up the apple and bit it again and again like an enemy. Oh, let me tell you, eating an apple is like an enemy. How dare Shaotian marry you in the future? Be more serious. Zisu said angrily, that's what I do. I'll marry him if he wants. And I won't marry him if he doesn't. Yifeng also came out to smooth things over and said, Auntie is fine. Zisu is so beautiful. I am lucky to marry her. Don't blame her. Xiaosu, look at how little Xiaoyi can talk. Mom likes it. Xiaoyi, when are you free to go to my house with Xiaosu? Yifeng said, it depends on what Zisu wants. She can do it anytime. I will listen to her. Zisu's mother liked it more and more as she watched it, and said with a happy face, okay? Xiaosu, remember to take Xiaoyi home to see your dad. I guarantee that your dad will be very happy. Humph. You like it so much. Why don't you take it with you? I won't go. Zisu climbed on the stool, bulging with anger. Look at you, kid. Your father loves you so much. My mission for today has been completed. I'm going back first. Yifeng walked to Zisu's mother and said, Auntie, I'll give it to you. No. You see, Xiaosu is full of jealousy. So comfort her. Okay. Auntie. Please walk slowly, and come back when you have time. Well, I'll definitely come here often. Zisu's mother left. And Zisu immediately jumped up, stood on the stool, and pinched Yifeng's ears. Enjoy it. Be comfortable. Do you feel like you are already our son-in-law? Yifeng endured the pain and grinned. Zisu. Don't you want me to play your boyfriend? Is there a mistake in the script? Zisu said angrily. It's true that you are pretending to be my boyfriend. But how will you explain it to me in the future if you call me like that? Yifeng shrugged and said. You can solve this yourself. I really don't know. You? Ah. Zisu stood waiting on the edge. She was so angry that she accidentally missed the step and threw herself forward. Yifeng was in front and wanted to catch her, but was crushed to the ground by Zisu. The two of them were lying on the ground. It was the first time that the two of them were face to face at such a close distance. Zisu's urgent breathing, and the lingering light fragrance. This scene made a man unable to control himself. Oh my god! A single dog is going blind. Cici, who had just gone out, saw Yifeng and Zisu on the ground, covered her eyes, and returned to the room. Zisu angrily hit Yifeng on the chest, quickly got up, and hurried back to her room. Chapter 63 Lord of Xuanwu City. After going online, Yifeng received a message that the people from the Baki Guild had refreshed the clearance record of the demon camp to 30 minutes. It seemed that they had found a way. Demo said eagerly, Brother Yifeng, can we shorten the time? Yifeng shook his head and said, It's unlikely. The limit of this dungeon should be 30 minutes. If we fight for time, we can probably increase it by about 1 minute. But it doesn't mean much. There is no need to fight. It's not serious. The domineering people are provoking us. We must fight back. Yifeng said, Your gang can also organize manpower to go there. It's valuable to find me. Demo said with a dark face, Yesterday our president had arranged for a team of elites. But in the end, we still couldn't break your record. I thought it would be difficult. But I didn't expect that it would be broken by a domineering person in the end. I said, Is there something wrong with your big guild? The chance of passing the level is better than that of a single person. Brother, just tell me whether you want to go or not. I'll give you manpower. I'll go with you this time. Yifeng thought for a while. Anyway, I have nothing to do today. Going to the dungeon is also an upgrade. So go ahead and say. Go ahead and form a team with me. If you break the record, I'll give you the appearance fee. Great. The appearance fee is 1,000. What do you think? No. I want a primary blood restoring potion formula. Brother, you are too cruel. This is very expensive. Give no. Demo gritted his teeth and said, Here. It didn't take long for the team members to be adjusted. This time even the archers were omitted. Except for Demo, who was a warrior. The others were all mages. Half an hour passed. Yifeng and others exited the dungeon. And Demo said, almost, Here we come. Yifeng said, Okay. But this time, I need to change my style of play. Please follow me later. About half an hour passed. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to Desert. Explosive method. Sui Feng. First method. And Yifeng for successfully clearing the Demon Camp King mode in 28 minutes and 58 seconds. When Demo saw the system prompt, he jumped up happily and said, I'm so damn excited. I finally pushed back. Yifeng said calmly, Don't forget the reward. No. I won't send you an email. Do you want to call me or not? I think it can be improved a lot. No. Let's go level up. Saying that, Yifeng left the team directly. And Yifeng once again led the people of Lanchi Valley to break the record. The domineering person's teeth were almost broken. And he was improved by the opponent for 1 minute. Chao Ci. What should we do? Can we improve a little bit? Faced with Altian's question, Chao Ci was silent for a moment and said, You can try. But it may not be possible to break it. If you can't break it, it will really be a professional defeat. And there is nothing I can do about it. I understand. If it doesn't work, then forget it, and let the people in Lanchi Valley be arrogant for a while. Until the evening, there was no system prompt that the record was broken. It seemed that the domineering people had given up. After all, this copy had great resistance to the physical attack profession. Chao Ci had 1 archer and 4 mages, but they never had the same effect as Yifeng. So they had to give up in the end. But Yifeng was tied up in one place today. The city lord's mansion in Xuanwu City. After Yifeng left the dungeon, he received a system prompt asking Yifeng, the village leader, to report to the City Lord's mansion. Based on his trust in Fantasy World, Yi Feng walked into the City Lord's mansion. But he still can't come out. At this moment, Yi Feng's disguise skills are dark, which means that he cannot use the skills. Yi Feng just looks like a level 2 village chief. Village Chief Yi. The Lord of the City is back. He is calling you over. Damn it. I waited all day just to wait for the City Lord. But he died somewhere, and didn't come back until night. Yi Feng followed the city manager's family for a walk, and came to a back garden. At the moment, the city manager was admiring the moon and listening to a tune in the courtyard. Lord of Xuanwu City. Level? He couldn't tell the level at all. He didn't even need to look at Yi Feng to know that he was probably a max level guy. And he didn't know what this guy was looking for. Lord City Lord. Village Chief Yi is here. The City Lord put down the wine glass in his hand and said, "Please sit down." Yes. Yi Feng also sat down unceremoniously. After waiting for you for a day, it's time for me to show off my temper. As a result, the mayor of Xuanwu City, Shaotian, didn't say anything and kept listening to music and admiring the moon. This really made Yi Feng angry to death. It wasn't until the song ended that the Lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yi Feng. Chief Yi. This song is okay. Yi Feng said, play the piano to the cow. Village Chief Yi is indeed a humorous person. I heard that there was a fight between the law enforcer and a dark mage in your village some time ago. Yi Feng said, that's what happened. Then who won and who lost in the end? Yi Feng stood up and said, City Lord, if you want to inquire about this matter, many people know about it. So why bother asking me? I think you know it too. Village Chief Yi. Don't worry. I didn't wait until the dark magician lost. And the law enforcer didn't get any benefits. I just want to know where the dark magician died. Yi Feng said, could it be that the City Lord wants to get the power of dark magic? The City Lord said, who wouldn't want all the power in this world to be theirs? Besides, having too many skills is not a burden. When Yi Feng heard this, he seemed to be interested and asked, how many professions does the City Lord have? Well, it can be said that if you are proficient in any profession, it is only used for self-defense. Why does Village Chief Yi also want to learn it? As long as Village Chief Yi tells you where the dark mage went in the end, I will definitely teach you. Yi Feng shook his head with a wry smile. The dark mage was finally absorbed by him. Where is your share? But now Yi Feng knows it. This does not mean that the profession is the only one. There can be multiple professions. But this must be the case. Conditional. Such as Yi Feng now. But Yi Feng thought of a terrible question. That is there someone like him who has multiple professions? It should be very possible. Lord City Lord. The law enforcer finally left after saying that the dark mage was dead. The Lord of Xuanwu City sighed and said, I just want to have some hope. It seems that I am overthinking it. However, since I have come to see Village Chief Yi today, I cannot let him leave like this. So, I have someone here. Zhang Baotu. I hope you don't think I'm stingy. Yi Feng took the treasure map handed over by the butler and opened it. It turned out to be a secret realm. Oh my god! It was a secret realm! This was something more precious than a copy, because the secret realm was only available once, and was gone after clearing the level. It was quite precious. Unexpectedly, it was a secret realm. The Lord of Xuanwu City was quite generous with his actions, so the day was not in vain. Yi Feng said calmly, I'm quite satisfied. I'll leave if nothing happens. Butler, help me deliver Village Chief Yi. Yes. As soon as Yi Feng walked out of the City Lord's mansion, the housekeeper grabbed Yi Feng and said, Village Chief Yi, I heard that there are many precious medicinal materials in your countryside. Can you help me find some medicinal materials? Of course I do. Butler, please tell me. Chapter 64 Shadow. Ding! System prompt, do you want to accept the task of the city manager to find herbs? Accept. After looking at the mission requirements, I wonder if what this guy wants is a bit too much. 1 millennium Ganoderma lucidum, 1 millennium ginseng, and 1 millennium Polygonum multiflorum. When he saw these 3 herbs, Yi Feng had the urge to give up the mission. Not to mention 3 of these herbs. Just getting one of them would be a big deal. In the wild, the highest Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng Yi Feng has seen are only 10 years old. As for Polygonum multiflorum, which has never been seen for hundreds of years, how can this be accomplished? The most important thing is that the task reward has not been written. I don't know what I can reward myself. Forget it. It just occupies a taskbar. Anyway, I have too many tasks. and I don't do many tasks. Yi Feng unfolded the secret map in his hand. It said Dongfang Mountain. Where is this? Fortunately, Yi Feng can open all the maps. As long as there is something on the map, Yi Feng can definitely find it. As a result, Yi Feng searched for nearly an hour without missing a single place. Except where Dongdong Mountain is. What the hell is this thing? Isn't it within the scope of Xuanwu City? Yi Feng slapped his head. Why didn't he ask where this position was just now? Now he was out. But when he saw the city manager's house in front of him, Yi Feng gave it a try. Butler, where is this eastern mountain? The housekeeper frowned, thought for a while, and said, Dongfang Mountain. This seems to be a place that existed only a few decades ago. It should be called Lone Wolf Valley now. Yi Feng immediately searched on the map, and sure enough he found Lone Wolf Valley. It seems that this game is really not good without using your brain. If he were not an NPC, this guy would probably ignore him. Just like the players next to him. Don't even look at him. Thank you, Butler. I will find some medicinal materials for you right now. Well, I'm sorry to bother the village chief. Yi Feng left the city lord's mansion and looked at the Lone Wolf Valley on the map. This is the area where level 20 wild monsters are distributed. Could it be that this is a level 20 secret realm? Looking at the time, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Feng planned to go take a look so that he could make plans for tomorrow. Yi Feng didn't level up for a whole day today. He was originally ranked 5th, but he was directly thrown out of the top 10 and reached 20th place. Yi Feng walked towards the east gate of Xuanwu City. Lone Wolf Valley is to the east of Xuanwu City. Yi Feng walked alone and leisurely. When Yi Feng reached the level 16 wild monster area, the number of players here had begun to decrease. Yi Feng continued to walk. When he reached the level 18 wild monster area, it was almost difficult to see players. Where the monsters were at most level 17, there were still many players. Once he reached level 18, they were gone. But Yi Feng did not stop, but continued to move forward. A valley appeared in front of him, and a stone tablet read, Lone Wolf Valley. And Yi Feng saw the situation in the valley from a distance. There were indeed wolves in the Lone Wolf Valley, and they were wolves with horns on their heads. They were called unicorn demon wolves. They were level 20 wild monsters. Fortunately, they were not gregarious wild monsters. But Yi Feng, judging from their situation, it should be difficult to fight. And Yi Feng did not dare to move forward rashly. Yi Feng is currently level 17, which is 3 levels behind. But this is not a simple difference between levels 3. You can learn the 4th skill at level 20. The damage of all monsters is divided according to level. There is a huge difference between level 19 and level 20. Yi Feng, of course, I don't dare to mess around. In Yi Feng's opinion, it is the time to explore the secret realm when he reaches at least level 18. And even when he reaches level 20, he can better express his strength. Yi Feng slowly left Lone Wolf Valley and started to spawn monsters in the level 19 wild monster area. Now Yi Feng is still 80% short of reaching level 18. It seems that he must speed up. One day passed quickly, and Yi Feng's level finally reached level 18. Nowadays, it is getting more and more difficult to level up. For those office workers, those who work harder can still reach level 15. They don't have much time. Everyone who is playing is still around level 13. So Yi Feng is considered fast. During this period, Zissa had made a large set of primary magic recovery potions and primary blood recovery potions and gave them to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was very satisfied that the primary magic recovery potions and blood recovery potions were quite powerful. Twice as good as those in the store. I immediately caught up with the intermediate potion in the store. No wonder the MO would say that this thing is very expensive. There are very few players who can use the intermediate blood recovery potion. Although the supply is good, the price is too expensive. However, some player merchants sell the player version of the primary potion, which is priced between the primary and intermediate levels in the store, and is quite popular among players. Of course, players who don't have much money still buy the primary potion in the store, and can barely use it. Looking at the 100 bottles of primary potions in his backpack, Yi Feng became more confident about this trip to the secret realm. Yi Feng, this is for you. I accidentally exploded it from a jungle monster. Yi Feng took it in his hand and looked at it. It turned out to be a black powder bomb. Such things can be found. This is too perverted. Okay, I'll let you go. I'm going to do the mission. Zissou said, well, there is no food at home. Yi Feng's face was covered with black lines. And he said helplessly, can you eat slower? Zissa nodded seriously and said, I'm already eating very slowly. Yifeng covered his face and said, Go to the supermarket tonight. Oh yeah. Go do the mission. After Zissou dismissed himself, Yifeng began to head to Lone Wolf Valley. Wait. Why did Zissou send herself away? There seems to be something wrong with this. When Yifeng came to Lone Wolf Valley again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Yifeng took a look at the stone tablet and was about to step in when a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Yifeng, are you going to Lone Wolf Valley too? Yifeng frowned and looked at the female player in front of him. He didn't remember that he knew him. So he said, Who are you? Hello. I'm Shadow. Shadow? What a strange name. Do we know each other? Ing shook his head and said, We don't know each other. But we have met once before. At the Centennial Spider King's place. Yifeng, the centuries-old Spider King, finally remembered that it was her and asked herself for the venom. So it's you. And you're also going to Lone Wolf Valley to do a mission? Ing nodded and said, Yeah. But I found that the one-horned demon wolf here is a bit powerful. I have been waiting for an opportunity nearby. But I didn't expect that I would wait for you. Yifeng said, That's okay. I want to go in anyway. So let's form a team together. Good. I didn't expect that this female assassin was already level 18. Just like me. No wonder she dared to come here. Yifeng asked, What is your mission? I will help you. Take the heart of the one-horned devil wolf. Yifeng asked, Isn't it easy? Just kill one casually. Ing shook his head and said, No. It's not that simple. This is my only mission. Yifeng nodded. It turns out that the only task is really not as simple as it seems. Yifeng has experienced it himself. Then let's get started. As he spoke, Ing disappeared directly from Yifeng's sight. Not far away, a one-horned demon wolf was suddenly attacked. And the next moment Ying's figure appeared next to the one-horned demon wolf. Chapter 65 Trust. Dark Entanglement. The one-horned demon wolf walked as fast as an ant. And the assassin Shadow, with a super high advance rate behind it, turned around and pierced the back of the one-horned demon wolf with a dagger. And a -300 critical hit floated out. This Shadow's attack not bad. The total health of the one-horned demon wolf was only 1800. Ing attacked for 300 points in one attack. Together with Yifeng, the two of them killed a one-horned demon wolf without any damage in less than 10 seconds. Unfortunately, apart from exploding a few coins, the one-horned demon wolf didn't have what Shadow needed. Yifeng stepped closer to his destination, which was the depths of the Lone Wolf Valley. And the number of one-horned demon wolves here was increasing. Sometimes they had to face 3 to 4 one-horned demon wolves. Fortunately, Yifeng and Ing both had good skills and positioning. Even if they were injured, they would not be surrounded and killed by the one-horned demon wolves. Now nearly 100 demon wolves have been killed, and more than half an hour has passed. But the mission items Ing needs have never appeared. Ing said, Sorry. I asked you to accompany me to farm so many one-horned demon wolves. But unfortunately, I still didn't get the items I wanted. Yifeng said, It's okay. Just think of it as leveling up. And I'm just here to inspect the environment and do the tasks required. Ing said, Really? How was the inspection? Yifeng nodded and said, I almost understand. But don't you find it strange? There is no king-level mini-boss in Lone Wolf Valley. A place where there are only one-horned demon wolves. Well, I also discovered that now that we have reached the end, the little boss has never been seen. Yifeng looked around. This was the entrance on the map. But where was the entrance? Seeing Yifeng looking around, Ing asked curiously, What are you looking for? Yifeng said, Are you trustworthy? Yifeng suddenly asked about the word trust. And Ing was stunned. He had only met the other person once. And now he had been fighting monsters with him for more than half an hour. Where did this trust come from? Ing said with some self-deprecation, Is the trust you are talking about the trust one understand? Yifeng nodded and said, Of course. With your skills, you should be an elite member of a large guild. Ing shook his head and said, No. Yifeng was a little surprised. The shadow player in front of him was so good. Unless he was a novice like himself, how could there be no big guild recruiting him? Seeing Yifeng's strange look, Ing said amusedly, Don't you have a guild too? Yifeng touched his head awkwardly and said, I'm different. I was kicked out. So I don't want to join any guild anymore. Like you, I don't want to join any guild. Because after joining a guild, the equipment acquired must be confiscated. And I get my own salary and bonuses. I don't like this. The most important thing is that I am short of money. Yifeng was quite curious. There was indeed a group of individual players in the game who were extremely skilled. But they refused to be solicited by any guild. Their purpose was very simple. They made more money than the guild by making equipment and selling it on their own. But one advantage of the guild is that if you are fighting a boss in the wild and you are robbed, the guild can stand up for you and regain the situation. That is to say, there is strength in numbers. But you are weak on your own. I'm just like you. I'm also short of money. But it's not that tight now. Ing nodded and said, you are lucky. You got a hidden profession. The early equipment is valuable. You are just in time. As for me, I estimate that I will have to wait until level 30 before I can make money. Don't think about it at this stage. I will probably have to wait for another 1 year. Month's time. So are you trustworthy? The question came back to the word trust again. This time Ing nodded solemnly and said, if you believe it, I trust you. If you don't believe it, it's all in vain. Yifeng nodded and said, I believe you. Believe me? Ing felt that he had heard wrongly. That he could trust others so easily? Yes. I believe you. Do you believe me? Ing suddenly didn't know how to speak. The man in front of him really made him feel good. And he didn't look like that kind of hypocrite. Seeing that Ing was embarrassed to speak, Yifeng said, forget it. I just believe you and tell you a secret. What? I got a treasure map of a secret realm. And the secret realm is right here. Ing stared at Yifeng with wide eyes. The secret realm was a huge secret. The other party actually told him. Did he hear it right? Yifeng looked at Ying's surprised expression and said, you heard it right. It's the secret realm. Are you sure you want to tell me? Yifeng nodded and said, well, I've already told you. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you don't want to leave, just come with me. Ing was stunned. This was the first time someone trusted her so much. It was a secret realm. It was a secret realm. Not a copy. Ing immediately said, okay. I'll go with you and I'll be your thug. Yifeng smiled and said, okay. Let's share the equipment equally. No. This is the secret realm you discovered. You can survive alone without me. Just for your trust, I will be your thug. Yifeng shook his head and said, in that case, help me find the entrance. I didn't look carefully just now. Okay. The map of Lone Wolf Valley was only so big. In less than 10 minutes, Yifeng and the others found the entrance. This entrance was actually used as a den by a one-horned demon wolf. What else could a cave entrance do if it wasn't a den? The hole is not big. Only about the size of a person. It is estimated that people who are overweight may not be able to get through. The further you go inside, the smaller the space inside is. Is it okay? Yifeng asked. At this moment, Yifeng and Ing had already walked sideways, and the position was indeed a bit cramped. Well, not bad. But after walking for about a minute, the road ahead finally became wider. Yifeng jumped and landed on a platform. Come down. It's okay. Ing looked at Yifeng's location, which was in the middle of a pool. Currently, he could only land on the platform in the middle of the pool. Yifeng didn't dare to jump when he saw the shadow, thinking that the other party was scared, and said, don't worry. I will catch you below. Just as Yifeng finished speaking, Ing jumped next to Yifeng. Yifeng said awkwardly, I thought you were afraid of heights. No. I'm observing the situation around me. And there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Yifeng pointed to the pool at his feet and said, there is something wrong here. As he spoke, Ing looked at the pool carefully. Sure enough, there were a group of fish swimming around in the pool. But as the fish slowly approached the water, Ing finally saw their faces clearly. They were so ferocious that they turned out to be a school of piranhas. Ing was a girl after all, so she was so frightened that she backed away. Yifeng comforted him. It's okay. It should be fine if you don't go into the water. But if we don't go into the water, how can we get ashore? Jump over. Jump? How can you jump so far? Yifeng said, have you forgotten who I am? Chapter 66 Halua Kingdom. Aren't you Yifeng? Yifeng shook his head and said, in addition to being a mage, I also have other professions. Have you remembered? Ing suddenly remembered that Yifeng did use the skills of warriors and archers when fighting the Centennial Spider King. He originally thought it was his guess, but now it seems to be true. Are you really a professional? Yifeng shook his head and said, no. I only have 3 professions. Swordsman, mage, and archer. Why are you telling me so much? Yifeng showed his white teeth and said, because I believe in you. Ing silently lowered his head. What does the man in front of him believe in him? Why does he believe in himself? Isn't he afraid that he will say it out? He is already very short of money. If he sells the information here, it will definitely be a lot of money. Okay. What are you going to do? Yifeng said. The archer's passive skill is agile jumping. This distance should be okay. What about me? Yifeng said. I'll carry you. Come up. As he spoke, Yifeng squatted down and waited for Ying to climb onto Yifeng's back. But Ying was a girl. How could she just climb on a man's back? Seeing Ying's hesitation, Yifeng said, Don't worry. This is just a game. I can't take advantage of you. I saw Ying slowly lying on Yifeng's back. This was the first time Ying had close contact with a man. The heartbeat in his chest began to accelerate rapidly. This real game was too realistic. Yifeng could already feel Ying's heartbeat constantly accelerating. Yifeng held Ying's thighs with both hands, disguised himself as an archer in an instant, bent his knees, and jumped away with a bang. The piranha in the pool actually jumped up and wanted to bite Yifeng's leg. Yifeng shouted, Blast! Yifeng, who almost fell into the water, jumped directly over the pool as the strong wind accelerated, and successfully landed on the ground. A piranha also fell out. Yifeng crushed the piranha to death, and even gave Yifeng 100 experience points. After leaving the water pool, what appeared in front of Yifeng was an underground palace. In front of Yifeng was the gate into the palace. Looking at the heavy and simple door, no one should have been here before. And of course, it is impossible for anyone to come here now. Yifeng and Ying walked to the door, and there was a click under their feet, which was a house number. Yifeng wiped away the dust on the house plate, which read, Halua Kingdom. The shadow on the side explained, I have seen some game backgrounds in Fantasy World, and there are stories about Halua in them. However, Halua has now disappeared in the long river of history. But the weapons and equipment we use now are all it was made by Halua, and their craftsmanship has been passed down. It is said that the artifacts in Fantasy World were made by Halua. Oh, and I don't know about this at all. So now it seems that this is Halua's secret realm. Yifeng, a novice, said. Ying nodded and said, Well, it should be good. This is the ruins of Halua. I wonder if I can find anything good. Yifeng thought that this secret treasure map was given to him by the Lord of Xuanwu City. So the treasures here must have been taken away by him. But there may be some omissions. After all, he is of such a high level that ordinary things may not look down on him. Then Yifeng said, You step back and I will open the door. Boom! The stone door was slowly pushed open by Yifeng, making a dull sound. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the stone door was pushed open, Yifeng was attacked by several flying swords. The shadow on the side shouted anxiously, Be careful! Yifeng saw that the flying sword was about to hit him. A clever Yifeng lay directly on the ground, and the flying sword passed by Yifeng's eyes. Huh? I'm scared to death. There are traps every time I open the door. It seems I have to be careful. Yifeng got up from the ground and patted the dirt on his body. Before the opponent started, he gave him a blow. Ying walked to Yifeng and said, Be careful. Halua's mechanism is also very famous. When Yifeng and Ying walked into the door together, the stone door behind them closed with a bang. Ding! System prompt, Welcome to Halua's secret realm. Except for this prompt, the system no longer reveals anything to Yifeng, and Yifeng needs to explore everything by himself. Yifeng and Ying stood in front of the door and did not move around at will. Ying said, You stand still and I will explore the way. Yifeng nodded and said, Be careful. The assassin stealth skill is the best pathfinding tool, and Ying's skills are good. So Yifeng is relatively reassured. In front of them was a palace. Ying should have entered the palace, but Yifeng didn't know what was going on in the palace. But at the next moment, Ying hurriedly ran out and said breathlessly, They are all mechas made by Halua. Of course, I also saw the boss. But they are all level 20 monsters. But they will not leave the palace. But attacking one of the mechas will trigger them all. Yifeng held his chin and thought, This is not going to be easy. It would be troublesome to alert everyone. After all, they only have one person here, and the secret realm is obviously closed. It may be impossible to recruit people. How many mechas are there? Ying closed his eyes and counted silently. A total of 18 mechas. If you move one, will you move all 18? Well, they all moved. I just wanted to lure one out. But they all activated. That would be difficult. Really? Yifeng looked around. This is the Halua Kingdom. Halua has been wiped out. The mechas here must be controlled by machines. So how to deal with the machines? Is there anything that can make the mechas temporarily out of control? Yifeng and Ing boldly walked to the entrance of the palace and looked inside. They were indeed rows of mechas, each of them staring fiercely at Yifeng and Ing at the door. But none of them moved. Yifeng said, I am attacking here. Can they hit me? Ing was stunned for a moment and said, I'm not sure, but I can try. Yifeng was ready with both hands and directly disguised himself as an archer. After attacking the mecha, if they all rush out to attack him, then he would use the ice net to control them and escape by himself. If he did not attack himself, it would be fun and he would be a living target. Yifeng said, Ing, stay aside. Yifeng aimed at the mecha closest to him and shouted, water explosion. Bang! -200. The damage was okay. The mecha was attacked by Yifeng and walked toward Yifeng angrily. But that was all. The other mechas didn't follow. Shadow. Attack. It's okay. But as soon as Ing entered the palace, all those mechas rushed forward. And Ing felt so frightened that he retreated. When Ing left the palace, the mecha that Yifeng had pulled back returned to its position. Yifeng and Ing looked at each other. They had found a way. As long as people didn't enter the palace, everything was easy. If they went in, they would die. If they didn't go in, they could only trigger a mecha. Chapter 67 Mecha Boss. After figuring out the method of the mecha, Yifeng was responsible for attracting the monsters. After that, the two of them attacked the mechas inside the door. Each mecha was lured out by Yifeng, and each one was destroyed. If the mecha hadn't died, it would have been destroyed. The refresh disappeared, and now the doorway is probably blocked by the corpse of the mecha. What should I do? There are 4 more. They are too far away to lure them over. These 4 were extra far apart. Behind them was the boss. Yifeng frowned. If he went in to lure them in, would he also lure the boss out? If so, it would be a bit troublesome. The defense of a mecha is particularly high. Because it is a machine, it has high defense against all damage. It takes Yifeng and Ing a minute to fight a mecha. They have to move and draw aggro. After all, they no meat. No wet nurse. How about I go in and give it a try? If the boss comes out, then we can think of a solution? Ing said. Yifeng nodded and said, that's all. Ing nodded, entered the invisible state, and walked into the main hall. Soon the 4 mechas moved and started running towards the door. I heard Ing shouting, you can fight. The boss hasn't moved. Yifeng walked directly into the main hall, waved his staff and shouted, the earth's flames explode. Suddenly, the hatred of the 4 mechas was directed towards Yifeng. The mechas ran toward Yifeng angrily, and Yifeng dropped a ground net in his hand. Ice grip. The 4 mechas were frozen in an instant. At this time, Ing was no longer watching. He directly attacked from behind the mechas. Almost every 2 skills had a critical hit. The assassin's critical hit rate from behind was a bit abnormal. Yifeng did not stop using the skills in his hands. As long as the cooldown time was up, he ensured that he would throw them out every second. If he always kept the hatred value on him, Ing could attack with peace of mind. In less than 2 minutes, these 4 mechas were killed by Yifeng and Ing. Just after killing these 4 mechas, a roar came from the hall. And without even taking a break, the boss had already appeared. As soon as he appeared, Ing was blown away because this guy jumped from the sky. Yifeng withdrew to the side, helped Ing up and said, is everything okay? Ing hurriedly picked up a bottle of primary blood restoring potion and drank it. Seeing this, Yifeng directly gave out 20 points of the blood restoring potion made from Perilla to the other party. Here, this is better than the one in the store. Ing didn't show any pretense and said, okay, I'll give you money after you beat the boss. Yifeng raised his head and looked at the boss in front of him. This was also a mecha. And it was also a tank mecha. On the seat of the tank, Yifeng saw a short old man. Yifeng thought he had seen it wrong. Hey, human. You dare to break into our Haluic kingdom. You should die. Hearing the mechanical sound, Yifeng realized that this guy was also a robot. But he really looked like an ordinary old man. Ing. You hide first. I'll meet him. Dark fireball technique. Bang. Damn intruder. I want you dead. I saw 2 huge blades suddenly appearing from the front end of the chariot. And they began to spin crazily. As long as they hit Yifeng, I am afraid that Yifeng will be disabled even if he is not dead. Moreover, this guy is still hiding in the mecha. It's okay for Yifeng to attack. But Ing is always looking for opportunities nearby, making it difficult to attack. Yifeng kept moving and attacking. But this guy's mecha was too powerful. Yifeng could only dodge, but only took very few shots. No. Ing. Find an opportunity to take action. Find something to jam this mecha. Ing looked around. If the previous mecha hadn't been refreshed, he might have been able to use the mecha's corpse to block the boss's mecha. But that wasn't the case now. Ing found a wooden chair next to him, and threw it directly into the mecha chariot. As a result, it was crushed instantly, and had no effect at all. It's useless. I can't stop it. This guy is too powerful. Yifeng said, look for any iron objects. Good. As he spoke, Ing ran around the hall to look for iron tools, while Yifeng pulled the boss around in circles. Anyway, it would be difficult for this guy to catch up with him, and it would not be easy for him to kill him. So just wait for Ing. Give yourself good news. After chasing Yifeng for a long time, the old man said, damn intruder. I want you to die. You have completely angered me. The old man didn't know what he pressed with his hand, and arrows flew out from the chariot. Yifeng was shocked. This guy could actually attack from a distance. Yifeng, who was unable to dodge, was instantly knocked out of nearly half of his blood. I saw the boss's mecha taking the opportunity to pounce on Yifeng. As long as it pounces on Yifeng, Yifeng will definitely have fun. And at this critical moment, a sweet voice shouted, get out of the way. Let me come. Ing didn't know what to do, but he picked up a thick iron rod and ran around with all his strength while gritting his teeth. Drink. The thick iron rod got directly stuck on the wheel of the chariot. One wheel was directly scrapped, and the movement of the entire chariot stopped. The old man on the chariot patted the chariot desperately and shouted angrily, damn. Damn intruders. How dare you destroy my mecha chariot? I want you to die. The immobile chariot began to circle in circles, and began to attack madly in all directions. Yifeng and Ing had to temporarily hide behind the stone pillars, and wait for the mecha attack to end. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape at all. The mecha's attack finally stopped, and Yifeng and Ing jumped out one after another. They couldn't come out for a long time, but the boss would regain its full health, and it would be difficult to deal with it then. Shadow. Use sneak attack. My master attacks? Good. Yifeng instantly disguised himself as an archer and attacked while walking. This walking attack is the most common trick used by archers. Yifeng gradually learned it after seeing Zisu use it several times. Facing Yifeng's attack, the boss also launched a long-range attack. But this guy's long-range attack was not his main attack method. His attack method was the sprint of the chariot and the blade in front of the chariot. This was the most important threat. However, Yifeng did not attack at all. You can't get close, but the boss can't move either. When the boss was attacking Yifeng crazily, a figure landed lightly behind the old machine. Attack and kill. A dagger fell silently on my neck, and with a metallic crunching sound, the old machine's head rolled down. The head that fell to the ground was still making a crazy hoarse sound, shouting, invaders, I'm going to kill you. Ha ha. Without a controller, the tank can only attack randomly, and the final result can be imagined. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the mecha chariot exploded. The entire mecha chariot was torn apart. A flaming arm fell in front of Yifeng. It was still moving around. Yifeng stepped on it, and finally stopped beating. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the mecha old man and gaining 32,300 experience points. Looking at the shiny equipment on the ground. Things from the secret realm are always very good. Yifeng said, Ing, go pick it up. Chapter 68 Water Girl. Ing posted all the items in the team channel. Unexpectedly, a weapon came out this time, which was used by assassins. Although it was level 20, Ing was already close to level 20. Yifeng said, the dagger belongs to you, and the rest can be given to me. No. I agreed to be your thug. Yifeng said, if you hadn't appeared in time just now, I would have sacrificed my virginity here. And I have to thank you. Ing touched his nose and said, what a disgusting misophobia. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders with a smile and said, give me the stuff. Shadow traded the items under Yifeng's body, and the remaining items were just some gold coins and one spare part. One of the parts of Dwejia core is a mysterious item created by Halua. Yifeng scratched his head. It seemed that he had to collect all of these things to know what they were. Regardless, he had to keep going and see if he could still find such parts. Yifeng put away the parts and said, let's go and take a look at the back. After walking through the main hall, I came out of the garden. The scene here is similar to the scene outside the door. It is also a pool. But this pool is smaller than the one outside. But on the platform above the pool, Yifeng can see it from a distance. A woman stood there motionless. But if you want to get there, you have to pass through a trail with rockeries in the middle. But it was during this distance that Yifeng discovered many mechas. At a glance, there are no less than 20 of them. This second boss is really big, protected by so many mechas. Kill it! Yifeng and Ying started killing the mechas in front of them. Fortunately, these mechas finally became normal. There were at most 4 mechas at a time, and sometimes there were only 3. But it was still quite easy for Yifeng and Ying. Along the way, Yifeng once again picked up a multi-core part. It turned out that the mobs also exploded this thing. It seemed that even an ordinary mecha could not let go. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Yifeng and Ying finally arrived in front of the water pool. As for the face of the woman on the pool, Yifeng finally saw it clearly. It turned out to be another robot. But this face made Yifeng a little moved. It was really beautiful. Have you seen enough? Ying reminded. Yifeng said awkwardly, I'm sorry. This boss is a bit pretty. But I didn't do it to see how beautiful she is. But I found a problem. Ying said with some disbelief. What's the problem? Yifeng said, look at her. She has no feet. Ying looked in the direction Yifeng pointed. Sure enough, he had no legs. So what would this boss look like? Yifeng said, as always. I'll go first and you wait. Yifeng had just entered the boss's attack range. The boss, who had his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes, looked at Yifeng and said angrily, who broke into Hulua's back garden. I saw that boss had just finished speaking. And somehow his back turned into a pair of mechanical wings. And he actually flew up. Yifeng suddenly felt a headache. This was probably the first time he encountered the flying boss. How could he fight it? Before Yifeng could take action, the boss took the lead. With a wave of his hand, a water column hit Yifeng directly. It turned out that this boss had the ability to control water. So wouldn't it be okay to remove it from the water source? Yifeng jumped to avoid the boss's attack. And the boss followed closely. This guy was flying into the sky anyway. And Yifeng had to find a way to knock it down. Otherwise the shadows wouldn't know how to attack. Ying, you wait first. I will find an opportunity to knock her down. Good. Yifeng took out his bow and arrow and attacked the boss directly. As a result, the boss's reaction ability was beyond Yifeng's expectation. It was not a little fast, but really fast. The boss controlled the water again. And the water flew out of the pool and hit Yifeng directly. Because it was hit from behind Yifeng. Yifeng had no time to hide. It seems that luring her out of the water pool is the wrong way. It is better not to lure her away, so that at least we can find the direction of the boss's attack. Yifeng approached the water pool again, and the boss returned to the sky above the water pool again. Yifeng directly aimed at the boss's wings and wanted to knock her down. The best way was to damage the boss's wings. Otherwise there would be no second possibility. But Yifeng discovered that he was wrong again this time. The boss protected his wings very well, and Yifeng could not touch those wings at all. Seeing that Yifeng couldn't find a way, Shadow asked, Do you need my help? Yifeng shook his head and said, No. You are a surprise soldier. Your existence is to catch her by surprise and smash her opponent's wings to pieces. But I must knock her down now. Yifeng's dark coil is not effective at all against the boss in the air. Dark coil is completely ineffective. Not to mention the ground net, which is completely useless for Yifeng's control skill. Yifeng cannot use it at all, which makes Yifeng a little embarrassed. Yifeng touched the black gunpowder in his backpack. Do you really want to use this thing? He still wants to save it until the end. But now it seems that it is okay not to use it. He can't hit the boss at all. Although the boss, it is also difficult to hit Yifeng. Yifeng took out the black gunpowder and shot an arrow at the boss first. But the boss decisively avoided it. And Yifeng shouted, Blast! Yifeng's speed instantly increased by 20%. And the black gunpowder bomb in his hand was thrown at the boss before he could stabilize his body. After throwing the explosives, Yifeng ran away. Just when Yifeng ran away, there was a loud noise from behind. Boom! Ah! A scream sounded, and Yifeng knew that it was a hit. Yifeng shouted, Shadow! Come on! He saw a black shadow and jumped directly into the black smoke. When the black smoke dissipated, Yifeng saw that the shadow was fighting the boss. I saw that the wings behind the boss were completely broken. The boss had no legs and no wings. He could only stand on the same spot. But this guy could still jump. The damn intruder actually destroyed my wings. Let you know how powerful our Hulua is. I saw Boss wave his hand, and a large ball of water flew out from the pool, directly dragging Boss up. Boss's arms could actually lengthen and shrink. Yifeng secretly said, "Not good. You must not let the boss fly again. You don't have a second bomb. Disguise? Swordsman. Cross-cut." Yifeng was not attacking the boss, but the water column in front of him. As long as the water column broke, the boss would definitely fall. Sure enough, just as Yifeng thought, the water column was cut off and the boss fell. Yifeng charged towards the boss without hesitation. Yifeng would not give the boss another chance. Ning appears from time to time and stabs the boss in the back. As long as the boss uses water, it will be cut off by Yifeng. Without the advantage in the air, Yifeng and Ning have better chances to attack. Ah! Intruders! You will die without a burial. ZZ! A sound of electric short circuit came from the boss's body. Boom! The boss exploded, which also proved that she was completely dead. Chapter 69 Artificial Man. Yifeng picked up the equipment on the ground. And sure enough, there was also a multicore part. It seemed that the boss was bound to explode. I didn't know what it could be synthesized in the end. Anyway, Yifeng had 3 of them. There is also a piece of equipment, which is a level 20 assassin's clothing. Yifeng handed it to Ing casually, and Ing said hesitantly, "Give it to me again?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Of course the equipment I gave you belongs to you. Could it be that it belongs to the mage, and I can return it to you? Didn't I agree that I would be a thug?" Yifeng smiled and said, "Do I agree?" When Ing thought about it, it seemed that when he said he was a thug, Yifeng really didn't agree or refuse. This guy was really serious. Let's go! I don't know how many bosses there are behind me. I really want to find out what this part is. The back garden is supposed to be the final map. But at the top of the back garden, there is a cave with 2 mechas standing at the door. Yifeng killed him easily. He Luo was living in a cave, and it seemed that he was about to meet his true master. As soon as they entered the cave, Yifeng and Ing were surrounded by 5 mechas, 2 of which turned out to be mecha beasts, which caught Yifeng and Ing off guard. Fortunately, neither of them were novices. They quickly adapted and killed 5 mechas. The cave was very bright, with goose egg-sized luminous pearls on the walls on both sides, and many torches. As we walked along, we finally encountered the first species of life. Poisonous insects. This poisonous insect is about the same size as a sheep and is mottled in color. It looks quite scary, especially with its bloody mouth. If it is bitten, it may bite off one of Yifeng's arms. Dark entanglement. Dark fireball technique. Under the burning of the black flame, the poisonous insect began to slowly shrink in size, and a black aura emitted from its body, which frightened Yifeng and Ing to back away, thinking it was some kind of poisonous gas. In the end, I found out that it was Yifeng's black gunpowder that refined the poisonous insect. This thing was most afraid of dark flames, and was considered his nemesis. Finding dark spells is the weakness of poisonous insects. This time Yifeng and Ing Daohe quickly came to the 3rd boss. Logically speaking, it should also be a mecha boss. But this boss is a life. But it is not a life at all. It is a kind of harmonious body. The lower body is a machine, like a spider with many sharp feet, while the upper body looks like a human being. This boss is sleeping, and slowly wakes up after seeing the arrival of Yifeng and Ing. Hey, no humans have been here for a long time. The fact that you can pass the first 2 levels shows that you still have some strength. But when it comes to facing an artificial human like me, you are not so lucky. Cyborg? This was the first time Yifeng heard the words. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him was an artificial human. A new species. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the extra core parts. Yifeng shouted. If you have the ability, you can get it yourself and change the form. In front of Yifeng, the upper body of the android retracted directly, and turned into a steel spider the next moment. Ding! Yifeng was shocked. His attack could not break the opponent's defense, and was bounced away. This guy was not immune to physical attacks. I saw sparks flying on the other side of the spider, and the shadow quickly retreated and became invisible again. No, my attacks can't break through the defense at all. This guy is immune to physical attacks. Ying's voice sounded in Yifeng's ears. Yifeng said, "Look around. There are a lot of chemicals. They should be able to help. You go and try. I will use the mage to hold him back." Good. Seeing Ying going to the base behind him, Iron Spider wanted to stop him. But Yifeng was not a vegetarian. Dark entanglement. The ground fire explodes. Dark Fireball Technique. A set of magic attacks hit the Iron Spider directly, causing more than 500 damage at once. The hatred immediately transferred to Yifeng. The boss gave up on the shadow and turned around to attack Yifeng. The boss's sharp arms swept across, trying to catch Yifeng. Yifeng jumped up, but the wooden stake under his feet was chopped into 2 pieces by the boss. Damn. It's so sharp. If you cut me down, I would be like a wooden stake. Yifeng didn't dare to be righteous. This guy was immune to physical attacks, and he was a physical attack method himself. Yifeng wanted to distance himself from the boss. But who knew that this guy could actually spin silk, directly blocking Yifeng's way forward. Yifeng's staff turned into a sword and directly cut off the spider web in front of him. It was precisely because of the delay that Yifeng was knocked away by the boss, and his blood volume dropped sharply. Yifeng quickly drank the first-grade blood-restoring potion and jumped directly from the ground, because the next moment, the location where Yifeng was just now had been trampled by the boss. At this time, Ying's voice came. Yifeng, there are too many chemicals here. I don't even know what to take. And I didn't explain. Yifeng said, whatever. Take whatever color you like. Oh! Yifeng once again dodged the boss's attack. The entire place was already pockmarked by the boss. The boss's attacks were really terrifying, each time more severe than the last. Yifeng said, why haven't you chosen yet? Ying said with some embarrassment, I have difficulty choosing. Yifeng's face was covered with black lines. While avoiding the boss's attack, he said, I like red. Please bring red. As a result, Ying said, there are so many reds here. Which one should I take? Yifeng wanted to die and said, take the one you have at hand. Yes, it's the black one. This time Ying finally took it down, which was a bottle of black chemicals, and finally rushed out. Yifeng shouted, I'll tie up the boss. You can do whatever you want. Dark Entanglement. The boss's speed drops instantly, which is also the best time for Shadow to take action. Drink. Ying directly threw the chemical in his hand at the boss. And with a bang. He didn't even want to sprinkle it on the boss. Ding! System prompt. The artificial man's immunity to physical damage is enhanced, and it directly ignores physical damage. I got it wrong, and added status to the boss. Ying also received the system prompt and hurriedly ran back to get another bottle, and hit the boss again. Ding! System prompt. The artificial man gains a spell damage bonus, which lasts for 3 minutes. Ding! System prompt. The artificial man gains a physical attack bonus, which lasts for 3 minutes. Seeing the status of the boss being increased one by one, Yifeng was so angry that these things were actually used to increase the status of the boss. He thought they were used to reduce the status of the boss. Shadow, who had already lost more than a dozen bottles of chemicals, was completely messy, and he still wanted to lose the one in his hand. Yifeng said, throw it away and let him enjoy it. The worst he can do is leave and wait for the stay time to end. Bang. 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 Chapter 70 King Haloi. Looking at the boss that was slowly turning red, Yifeng had a bad feeling. Although these states were good, if they were added too much, they would become worse. It was like the boss could no longer move. Yifeng said, Ying, be careful. I guess. Boom. Yifeng was like a kite with its string broken, and was directly hit by the sudden explosion against the stone wall. Ding. System prompt. The current blood volume is less than 5%, and the passive skill guard is activated. Ding. System prompt. Your teammate Shadow is dead. Yifeng covered his chest and got up. The shock wave of this explosion was too terrifying. It directly knocked out Yifeng's guardian skills. Now Yifeng only had a trace of blood on his body. He would die if he hit Yifeng. It can be seen that Yifeng suffered this time how much damage is caused. Yifeng drank a first-grade blood-restoring potion and said on the team channel, Ying, are you okay? It's okay. I just lost 10% of my experience. And nothing else exploded. Well, come here quickly. This guy is dead. Good. Yifeng came to the location of the boss robot, although it had turned into ashes. 2 pieces of equipment and 1 part were left here. Yifeng did not pick up the equipment, but directly picked up the part. It's already the 4th one, but it still can't be synthesized. It seems to be a little bit worse. Yifeng picked up 2 pieces of equipment, 1 for a warrior and 1 for a mage. Halua Gauntlet, 5-star blue physical defense 20 to 28 magical defense 15 to 23 physique plus 20 intelligence plus 15 required character level. Level 20 equipment occupation, Mage, the equipment made by Hulua in the legend is of higher quality than ordinary equipment, be tall, and have exquisite features. This gauntlet does look better. And it does have more physical and mental attributes. But for level 20 equipment, it's really good. Not long after, Ing came back, and Yifeng said, there is no assassin's equipment. It is a mage's and warrior's equipment. Ing shook his head and said, you don't have to tell me this. Shall we continue? Well, let's go. Yifeng had long seen that there was a small door here. It was so small that only Hulua could get in. Yifeng bent down and walked in. When Yifeng looked up, he realized that this place turned out to be an equipment warehouse. Unfortunately, the equipment here had been broken due to time. Yifeng touched the rows of display cabinets. The equipment on them was in pieces. Both the weapons and the equipment were no longer usable. At the end of the equipment warehouse, there was a skeleton sitting here. It is a short skeleton, which should be Hulua. There is a technique in front of Hulua, and there is a key around his neck. Yifeng bowed to Hulua's bones out of respect for the dead. No matter what the data was, Yifeng said, Senior, thank you for leaving precious wealth to Huansher. Ing asked curiously, are you sure it was left by Hulua? Or was it designed by the programmers of Fantasy World? Yifeng said, the world is inherently empty. So why care about so much? Ing looked at Yifeng and also bowed to Hulua's corpse. Yifeng asked curiously, why do you bow? Because of your attitude. Yifeng picked up the book in front of Hulua. It recorded some things that Yifeng couldn't understand. Yifeng handed it to Ing. Ing looked at it and said, I can't understand it. I've never seen this font before. I've never seen it before. But it will always be useful if I keep it. So much equipment is broken. But this book is still there. Ing thought it made sense. So he put it away. And Yifeng said to the skeleton, I'm sorry. He easily took off the key from the skeleton's neck. As soon as he touched it, the rope hanging on it shattered, leaving only an ancient key. Look for any boxes or doors. After Yifeng and Ing searched all the places, they returned to the skeleton. Ing shook his head and said, I didn't find anything locked. Yifeng also felt strange. Logically speaking, he would not design such a useless thing. Yifeng looked around and looked everywhere else, except for the skeleton. Yifeng said, could it be behind the skeleton? No way. Behind him? Yifeng nodded and started to look around the skeleton. But there was nothing. Yifeng thought that there should be some mechanism. So he started to move the tables and chairs in front of the skeleton. This movement really caused movement. The stone wall behind the skeleton actually moved. Seeing this, Yifeng said, Shadow, come and help. In the end, the two of them worked together and finally opened the stone door behind the skeleton. Inside the stone door, there was a box with a lock on it, which should be what Yifeng was looking for. But just when Yifeng was about to get the box, a figure flew out of the box and landed not far from Yifeng and Ing. A short man with a threatening look, holding an axe and wearing armor, stared at Yifeng and Ing. Are you the last warriors? Yifeng and Ing looked at each other. This seems to be the case. Seeing that Yifeng and Ing didn't answer, the dwarf said, if you want to get the treasure of King Hulua, it depends on your ability. Defeat me and get the treasure box. Yifeng finally understood that this was the final boss. And the final reward was the treasure box in front of him. Okay, King Hulua. Let's start. Yifeng said. Drink. As the king of Hulua, his skills were not bad. So Yifeng and Ing began to retreat frequently. Humph. You have such little ability. But you still want to take away my treasure. What a dream. Yifeng shouted, Senior. Please be careful. Bring it on. Shadow. Be invisible. I'll contain you. You'll make a sneak attack. Good. Dark entanglement. King Hulua's feet were entangled in dark flames, and his speed slowed down sharply. Then Yifeng threw out other magic skills. And at this time Ying's attack also arrived, directly beating King Hulua without any chance to take action. 3 axes of Hulua. King Hulua jumped directly in front of Yifeng, and approached Yifeng with a set of axe techniques. Yifeng shouted, Block. What a good boy. You are actually a magic swordsman. I underestimated you. So let me show you the power of Hulua. Yifeng shouted, Ask me for advice. Hulua Phantom. Suddenly 5 Hulua kings appeared in front of Yifeng, attacking Yifeng from different directions. Yifeng Jian thrust his sword into the ground and shouted, Ice Grit. Let's go! The 5 Hulua kings were actually frozen directly by Yifeng. And at the moment, they were frozen. 4 of the 5 Hulua kings disappeared, leaving only 1 real Hulua king. Stop! King Halua shouted. Yifeng then let go of the bow and arrow in his hand, and signaled Shadow not to move. King Halua said, "What is your profession? You are not a magic swordsman. What are you?" Yifeng said, "I don't know either. I can use the skills of 3 professions." 3 professions? Could it be? Haha. Boy, you passed the test. The treasure box is yours. As he said this, King Halua disappeared, appeared inexplicably, said something inexplicable, and then disappeared inexplicably. What on earth is going on? Chapter 71 Artifacts add more cores. Yifeng looked at Ying, who also shook his head. He also didn't know what it meant. At this time, the system prompt also appeared. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player Yifeng. Ying. For successfully clearing the Halua's secret realm, receiving an experience reward of 100,000 and a reputation of 5,000. Obtained the title, Guardian of Halua. Guardian of Halua. The current player is online and can enjoy the blessing of Halua. The upper limit of blood volume is plus 500. And all attribute attacks plus 2%. It can be said that this is the first title. Although the status given is not particularly good, this thing does not occupy any of your equipment or items at all. It is completely natural and adds attributes to Yifeng. Although it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, there were more players at night than during the day. Yifeng appeared on TV once, and the rumor about clearing the secret realm made the guys excited again. Holy crap. Is this guy crazy? He's on TV and in the headlines all day long. Is he addicted? Come on. That's what I'm capable of. If you have the ability, you can do it. That's awesome. Little brother. Sister. I want to warm your bed. Yifeng. 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 Yifeng's friend was about to be exposed again in the private chat. But Yifeng didn't care, but wanted to see what was in the treasure box. Ying has moved the treasure box to Yifeng, and Yifeng opens it with the key in his hand without hesitation. The moment the treasure box was opened, a golden light flashed, and Yifeng had found that it was a piece of equipment with golden quality. When the golden light dissipated, Yifeng saw the appearance of holding a piece of equipment. It was the axe in the hand of King Halua before. It was exactly the same size. It seemed to be the weapon of King Halua. But the gold quality was beyond Yifeng's expectation. In addition to the axe, there is also the multicore part that Yifeng wants most. There is also 1 piece here, plus the 4 pieces in Yifeng's hand. A total of 5 pieces. Yifeng put the 5 parts of the Keto core together. At this moment, a magical scene happened. The 5 parts began to piece together automatically. Kick kick kick. The sound of parts being put together made a metallic sound. After a while, a brand new thing appeared in front of Yifeng, and Yifeng grabbed it in his hand. Multicore, 10-star colorful. It has a complete set of top-notch crafting systems. As long as the quality of the materials is good enough, you can create artifacts. The treasure of the Halua tribe. All the top equipment in the mainland are derived from the Dingtian core given to Halua from the God realm. Ding! System prompt. Adding more cores to the artifact requires recognition of the owner. Do you want to deny the owner? Yifeng was already frightened. It was a divine weapon. It was a divine weapon. He actually wanted to claim it as its owner. Was this a hacking dream? Looking at Yifeng's dumbfounded look, Ying said, Yifeng, what's wrong with you? Yifeng said with trembling handwriting, This is a divine weapon. What? Divine weapon? Don't be kidding me. Ying thought he heard wrongly. This thing turned out to be a sacred weapon. Yifeng nodded blankly and said, Well, a divine weapon. It really is a divine weapon. Yifeng directly posted the Dingtian core attributes to Ying. Ying stared at the Dingtian core in Yifeng's hand with wide eyes. A level 20 secret realm actually gave Yifeng an artifact. This is too scary. It's really an artifact. Put it away quickly. Yifeng glanced at Ying curiously. It's an artifact. Why doesn't this guy steal it? Ying said angrily, Don't look at me like that. I told you that I am here to be a thug. And the artifact is yours. Yifeng swallowed. Someone actually didn't want the artifact after seeing it. Yifeng seriously suspected that there was something wrong with Ying's brain. Recognize the master. Yifeng directly asked Dingtian core to recognize his master. The next moment after he recognized his master, Yifeng's character interface changed. There was an extra Dingtian core interface, which contained various equipment and weapon creation systems. However, Yifeng closed it without studying it carefully. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully becoming the contemporary owner of the Dingtian core artifact. Your equipment Dingtian core is ranked first in the equipment rankings. Do you want to display the owner's name? Do not show. Yifeng is not stupid. If he shows it, he will be hunted down by the whole server. This thing is too scary. Yifeng traded the golden battle axe to Ying and said, "Take this. Even though it seems like you are at a loss, I will replenish it for you in the future." Well, after all, you discovered the secret realm. And I've already taken a lot of things. Yifeng said, "I have already taken the artifact. You have already suffered a lot by taking a golden equipment. Stop talking about it. Didn't you say you were short of money? If you sell it, it should be worth a lot of money. This thing, but the 8-star golden equipment is much better than the bloodthirsty demonic hand, which is the #1 weapon. I think it can be sold for a lot of money. So take it." Ying hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it and said, "Yifeng, if you need it in the future, you can come to me." Yifeng touched his chin and said, "It's really possible. I plan to form a gang, but I don't know how many people are willing to help me." Ying said without hesitation, "Count me in." Yifeng happily stretched out his hand and said, "Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. Let's add friends first." Yifeng touched his head awkwardly and said, "Haha. I was so happy that I almost forgot." In the Halua's secret realm, Yifeng and Ying searched around again and found that there was nothing to find. So they opened the secret realm and returned to the Lone Wolf Valley. Yifeng then replied to his friend's message. Others were easy to talk to, especially Demo. Demo said to Yifeng with a mournful face, "Brother, I called you eldest brother. Secret realm. Why don't you take me with you? It's not enough if I give you money." Yifeng covered his forehead and said, "I also discovered it accidentally. Once you go in, you can't get out. How can I bring you with me? I've been scolded by the president, saying that I didn't have a good relationship with you. So you didn't take me with you. Instead, you took a single person with you." Yifeng said, "Tell me." "Ying, we just went on a mission together in the wild and happened to enter the secret realm. So we went in together. Brother, I will follow you from now on. And I will go too. Come on. Is it appropriate for you, an elite from a big guild, and me, a layman? I think there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. And we're only at level 20. Demo said, having said that, "Your kid's luck is a bit unlucky. Wait, they said that an artifact appeared on the equipment list. Damn it. Is it really an artifact? It's an artifact with 10 stars. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Who is this?" Yifeng cooperated with Demo and said, "I'll go. Who is more lucky than me?" Demo quickly find this person. "This guy is much more useful than me." Bodhidharma asked a little doubtfully, "Isn't it your kid? You just came out of the secret realm, and you came up with a magical weapon. Don't play tricks on me." Yifeng said, "Brother, you are overthinking. We just released a golden weapon. How can there be any divine weapon? If I have a divine weapon, can I talk to you so calmly?" Demo was just guessing and said, "No. I want both of you. Let's not talk about it for now. I will find that person first and recruit him into the union. Don't be recruited by other unions." Chapter 72 Sudden Confession. "What should I do? There are no mission items." Yifeng said, "Is this your only task that you can only do by yourself?" Ying was stunned for a moment. It seemed that what Yifeng said made sense. Ying looked at the time and said, "It's already past 11 o'clock. You can go offline and rest. I'll try it alone." Yifeng said, "Well, okay. If we don't come out tomorrow, I will help you kill all the Lone Wolf Valley." Ying smiled and said, "Go. This is your first time to smile. In fact, you look pretty when you smile. Why are you so grim?" Ying Shua shouted, "Quickly leave." Yifeng was startled. This woman's face changed as if she were flipping through a book. Each page had one expression. And Yifeng suddenly went offline. After seeing Yifeng offline, Ying breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at the axe in his backpack, Ying decided to sell it. After all, he needed money, and his brother was still waiting for money to treat his illness. After Yifeng went offline, as soon as he opened the door, he found Zissou standing at the door. Zissou blocked the others and asked with an unhappy face, "Who is that shadow? Why are you jealous?" Zissou hummed, "Huh. I'm afraid you'll suffer a loss. Not all women in the world are like me. I care about you." "Thank you, the landlady, for your concern. I met that shadow while doing a mission. We accidentally fell into a secret realm. So we went through this secret realm together." "Real? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask?" Zissou turned and walked around and said, "Next time you go to such a fun place, remember to take me with you. I'm not weak either." "Sure." Yifeng breathed out, as if he had been caught in an act of rape. "No. I am not single. What am I afraid of?" Thinking of this, Yifeng swaggered to the bathroom and picked up his razor. He hadn't shaved in a few days, and it had grown a lot. As soon as he turned on the switch, he heard a clicking sound inside, and it was obviously stuck with something. When Yifeng opened it, he found that some hair had been stuck inside. Who took my razor? Where did you shave?" Yifeng's voice spread throughout the house from the bathroom. As a result, Zissou's door opened at a corner, and Zissou's little head popped out. And he said with a proud look on his face, "What's so bad about it? I just shaved my legs. Can't you wash them off, and they'll be clean?" Yifeng looked at Zissou angrily, and Zissou made a face and closed the door directly, not bothering to leave Yifeng. Yifeng looked at his razor speechlessly, threw it in the sink with a look of disgust, and rinsed it directly with water. Fortunately, it was washable. Otherwise it would have been ruined. The next morning, Yifeng logged into the game and looked at his friend list. Ing was not online. So Yifeng returned to Xuanwu City by himself, looking at the nearly 20 gold coins in his backpack. Yifeng planned to see if there was anything good at the player's stall, because Yifeng planned to make a weapon, which required a lot of materials, and it was very likely that the player's stall would have what Yifeng needed. What Yifeng wants to build is a staff. Of course it must be at the artifact level. So Yifeng starts collecting materials now. There are a lot of public materials needed at present, including 20 pieces of sky silk, 20 pieces of diamonds, 20 pieces of Nanhai flagwood, and 20 pieces of golden nanmu. These 4 materials are materials that Yifeng is not familiar with, including a top-grade dark agate, a 10,000-year black water, a weapon spirit, and a bottle of divine blessing water. Yifeng felt that he would not be able to handle these 4 things in a while. It would take Yifeng a long time to collect the above materials. In the stall area of Xuanwu City, Yifeng made a lot of money. He searched all the stalls and finally found a piece of golden nanmu. It cost Yifeng 50 silver coins. The price was quite cheap. After all, this kind of material is not available now. People know what it is used for, and it is estimated that a player forging system will definitely be released in the future. At that time, I am afraid that the price of these equipment materials will increase. But Yifeng will not be stupid enough to collect them all over the world, because businessmen nowadays have very sensitive noses. As long as Yifeng collects them, those things may not cost dozens of silver. Xuanwu City was gone, and Yifeng ran to Qilong City. Every major city was searched by Yifeng. Unexpectedly, Yifeng received 3 diamonds, 2 pieces of golden nanmu, and 5 pieces of heavenly silk. Overall, it was pretty good. Yifeng believed that it wouldn't take long before he could collect all the common materials, and the remaining rare materials would only depend on fate. This collection has taken me all morning. At noon, Yifeng cooked as usual. While eating perilla, he said unhappily, "You are a liar." Inexplicably, Zissou called him a liar. Yifeng was confused and asked, "Why did I become a liar?" Cici on the side said, "Did you promise something to Zissou but failed to do it?" Yifeng thought for a while. "Maybe not." "Well, really not." Yifeng shook his head and said, "It's really not true." "Zissou, please tell me yourself. I may have forgotten it." "Humph. Who said you would take me to the supermarket at night?" "But today is already the 3rd day." Yifeng held his forehead. It turned out that this was the matter, and he had really forgotten it. Yifeng said, "Then hurry up and eat. I will take you there." "Humph. I want double." "Okay. Double. You pay." "Okay. I'll pay." Yifeng murmured, "How did I discover that I, the tenant, have become more and more a nanny? And now I have become your personal cash machine." Xiaobai said, "You just realized that it's not me who blames you. Zissou is your girlfriend. It's time to let her do something." Zissou glared at Xiaobai and said, "Eat your food." Yifeng rubbed his forehead and said, "It was Zissou who asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend that day. I am really not his boyfriend. How can a person like me be worthy of Zissou? Even if I am willing. Zissou is not willing." "You are right, Zissou." "I do." The sudden confession almost choked Yifeng to death. Ahem. Yifeng hurriedly ran to the kitchen, kept coughing, and rinsed his mouth with water, finally allowing Yifeng to calm down. Yifeng was a little afraid to go to the living room and didn't know how to face Zissou. Zissou is beautiful and cute, and everyone likes her after seeing her. But as a poor countryman, I really didn't dare to think too much about it. Just like Yin Yu at that time. In the living room, Cece whispered, "Hey." Your sudden confession scared him. Zisu's face was flushed at this moment, and she unexpectedly said that she was willing. How could a girl say such a thing? It was too unreserved. "I won't eat," Zisu said, throwing away her job and ran back to her room. Cece and Xiaobai looked at each other helplessly, and Xiaobai said, "Master, Zisu has run away. You can come out now." Looking secretly at the living room, it turned out that Zisu was not there. So Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. Huh? That scares me to death. Little girls don't speak without thinking. Xiaobai said, "That's because you attracted her. If it weren't for Zisu, I would have chased you long ago." Yifeng was speechless. Chapter 73 Supermarket Troubles. After dinner, Yifeng walked to Zisu's door, took a deep breath and said, "Zisu, do you want to go to the supermarket?" Only a rustling sound was heard from inside, and it took a long time before Zisu replied, "Yes." Yifeng said, "Then I'll wait for you. Hurry up." Zisu in the room was jealous at the moment and had obviously cried. As he wiped away his tears, he muttered, "This guy with zero emotional intelligence. I have confessed my love to you, but you are indifferent and still don't reply. It's easy for me as a girl." And Yifeng leaned against Zisu's door, always thinking about whether he had ever liked Zisu. In Yifeng's image, he had liked Yin Yu. This was for sure. But it was just a secret love until he left. Dingtian. That secret love is over. When he met Zisu, Yifeng felt that he was a quirky girl, not to mention good-looking. Yifeng quite liked her personality. But that kind of love was not between men and women. But why Zisu? Su will fall in love with herself. Yifeng shook his head. He couldn't guess a girl's heart at all. Maybe after a long time, he would understand. About half an hour later, Zisu finally opened the door. The moment he opened it, Yifeng fell to the ground with a thud. Zisu glared at Yifeng and said, "You peeked at me changing clothes?" Yifeng got up from the ground and said, "TSK. Why don't you look at the cracks on your door? I can't even see them." "You mean? You want to see it?" Zisu said proudly. Yifeng thought to himself, "Damn it. You fell into a routine." Yifeng ignored Zisu's words and said, "It's already past 1 p.m. Let's go quickly." "Humph. Don't I know? Lead the way." "Yes. The old landlady." Zisu caught up with Yifeng and shouted, "Speak clearly. Who is the old lady?" Yifeng and Zisu left house number 1003 one after another. As soon as they got off the stairs, Yifeng was caught by Zisu. Zisu said angrily, "You run? You have the ability to run." Yifeng said, "I didn't expect you, with your short legs, to run so fast." Zisu immediately stretched out her long legs. Although they were covered by jeans, she still couldn't deny that Zisu had a good figure. Zisu looked at her long legs proudly and said, "Why? My legs are also called short legs. Don't you accept it?" Yifeng glanced at it and said, "Put it away quickly. Don't tempt others." Zisu said, "Hey, will you be tempted by me too?" "No. Didn't you see that the security guard's eyes dropped out?" He was not reserved at all. Zisu shyly hugged Yifeng's arm and said, "Let's go. Let's go." "It's embarrassing." Yifeng shook his head, and the two quickly left the community. At the gate of a community, Zisu stared at Yifeng and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? How can I be embarrassed to go downstairs alone in the future? What are you afraid of?" "It's not me." Zisu was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and whispered, "Then during lunch, Yifeng said, "The taxi is here. Get in." Zisu couldn't help but hit Yifeng and got into the car angrily. Did this guy do it on purpose? As soon as she entered the mall, Zisu started shopping crazily. The shopping cart that Yifeng pushed could no longer be stacked. As a result, Zisu had to put some of Zisu's favorite snacks in it. Yifeng grabbed Zisu's hand and said, "Zisu, what are you doing? Can you finish it after buying so much? I want you to take care of it. If I can't finish it, I can still give it to Cece and Xiaobai," he said, and went to pick out snacks. Yifeng could only shake his head and follow Zisu around. When a shelf turned a corner, there was a sound of falling. "Ouch. My ass? Sister, why are you walking? I hit your brother Peng. Please get up." A man fell to the ground, and several bags of snacks on the ground were exploded by sitting down. All over the place. Zisu himself was hit. But Yifeng's shopping cart was behind him, and he did not fall. Moreover, it was Zissou himself who was so angry that he didn't look at the road and hit the person. Zissou said quickly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll help you up." As she said this, Zissou was about to help the man up. But the man's hand touched Zissou's butt. With a look of enjoyment on his face, Zissou said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Are you okay?" The man touched his butt and said, "How can it be okay? My butt is all bruised. The circumcision surgery I just had was definitely broken by your bump. Help me to the hospital quickly." Zissou was a little scared and said hurriedly, "I will take you there now. Please help me." After saying that, he asked the man to rub himself and slowly walked towards the entrance of the supermarket. However, the man's hand slammed Zissou's chest several times intentionally or unintentionally. Yifeng looked annoyed and couldn't stand it anymore. He dropped the shopping cart and kicked the man to the ground from behind. The sudden change made Zissou stunned for a moment. When he saw that it was Yifeng who did it, he said angrily, "Yifeng, what are you doing?" While saying this, Zissou wanted to help the man, but was directly grabbed by Yifeng. Yifeng pointed at the man and said, "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? He is just pretending. How much tofu has he eaten from you? Are you stupid?" Zissou yelled, "I'm stupid. I was stupid enough to confess my love to others. But in the end, people didn't care about me at all. I'm not stupid. Damn it. You kid dares to meddle in my business. Are you looking for a slap in the face?" The man got up and wanted to fight with Yifeng. But with such a big thing happening here, the supermarket manager and security guards came over and pulled the man away. "Guys, this is a public place. If you want to fight, go outside." The man broke free from the security guard's hand and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You didn't see who I am." The manager looked back and realized that the man in front of him was the young owner of the supermarket. He quickly said, "Young Master Peng, what's going on?" Young Master Peng pointed at Yifeng and said, "This guy is trying to steal a woman from me. Go catch him and teach him a lesson. Yes, you guys go and arrest this man. He dares to cause trouble in our supermarket and throw him directly to the police station." "Yes." Yifeng stretched out his hand and said, "Wait, are you sure you want this?" When the manager saw the security guard stop, he shouted, "What are you doing? Do it." Yifeng muttered silently, "Virtual reality conversion." In less than a second, Yifeng has turned into Yifeng fantasy world, directly disguised as a warrior, and his strength has doubled. He directly pinched the arms of two security guards, making them unable to move. Yifeng said, "I'm asking again. Are you sure you want to do this? I only heard Master Peng say, 'Fight.' What are you doing?" Yifeng stared coldly at Mr. Peng and kicked the two security guards away. At this moment, Zissou was hiding behind Yifeng in fear, while Yifeng was protecting Zissou with one hand. Chapter 74 Being Kissed. "What's going on? I just received a report that there was a fight in your supermarket. Someone came and took all the people involved in the fight back to the police station." A team of police officers arrived at the scene so quickly without knowing who received the call. At this time, the manager ran to the policeman and said, "Captain Liu, this kid is causing trouble in my mall and hurting our security guard. You have to arrest him." Yifeng frowned. They actually knew each other. Team Liu said, "If you have anything to do, tell me back to the institute and take everything away, etc." Then Team Liu said, "What else do you want?" Yifeng said, "This place is full of surveillance. It's clear whose fault it is. That person took advantage of my girlfriend first and asked people to arrest me. I need to make this clear before leaving." Team Liu frowned. Now that there were so many people watching here, he couldn't exonerate anyone at will. So he said, "I understand. Go back first and don't disturb the operation of the mall." Yifeng had no choice but to follow them to the police station. Along the way, Yifeng held Zissou's hand and comforted him, saying it was okay. When we arrived at the police station, everything was settled. This was originally a trivial matter. We could just admit our mistakes and leave. Team Liu was just going through the procedures. As soon as he left the police station, Master Peng threatened Yifeng and said, "Don't let me touch you in the future. Otherwise the police won't come so quickly next time." Yifeng said coldly, same words. "I'll give it to you. Next time I run into it. I'm afraid you've already laid down. TCH. I'm talking about beauty. You are so good looking. It's really useless to have such a boyfriend who only talks big words. You might as well follow me. My family has plenty of money. Zissou said, "Bah. In my eyes, he is the best. You are a scumbag. I thought you were really injured." Yifeng. "Let's go!" As the chairman of the group, Shaotian, there was no day when he was not aloof. Today, he was scolded and beaten. How could he let Yifeng go like this? So he started to call for help. Yifeng took Zissou's hand and came to a park. Zissou walked quietly beside Yifeng with his head down. Do you agree to be my boyfriend?" Yifeng said, "Otherwise, I will be kicked out by you. By then, won't I be sleeping on the street?" Zissou said sheepishly, "Am I so bad?" Yifeng said jokingly, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe one day my temper will get worse, and I will be kicked out by you." Yifeng held Zissou's hand and sat on a park bench. Zissou leaned next to Yifeng and said, "Then why didn't you agree to me at noon?" "I was thinking, why do you like me?" "Do I like you? Do you like me?" Yifeng said with a smile, "That's right." "What does it mean?" "Yes, it is. And no, it isn't." "That's right." "Then why do you like me?" "We haven't been together for long. Only half a month." Zissou lowered her head and said, "Because you saved me." Yifeng said, "No, I didn't save you. It was the police." "Then you fell in love with the wrong person." Zissou hugged Yifeng and said, "No, don't lie to me. I've seen the video. It was you who saved me. Is this what you are willing to commit yourself to?" Zissou said with a smile, "I learned from you, I guess. By the way, why did you suddenly bring me to the park?" Yifeng said, "Is it weird to bring your girlfriend to the park?" Zissou shook her head and said, "It's strange. But you can't be empty-handed." Yifeng said, "Sit and wait. I'm waiting for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" Yifeng looked ahead and said, "Here. People are here." Zissou took one look and was shocked. "Isn't that a member of the underworld?" What did Yifeng want to do? Zissou nervously hugged Yifeng's arm. Yifeng patted Zissou's hand and said, "Don't worry. Just sit here and wait." A group of gangsters walked up to Yifeng. They all looked fierce and had tattoos that scared passers-by to death. "Did you just offend Mr. Peng?" Yifeng said, "You can say that. Hey, brothers, we have found the right person. Let's take off one of his legs." Before the other party could make a move, Yifeng had already moved. He had activated the fantasy world virtual reality conversion function. These guys in front of him were just a group of level 5 kids who dared to show off in front of him. He kicked the person who spoke out and lay motionless on the ground. When others saw Yifeng hitting someone, they rushed forward one after another. The result was that the ants were trying to beat the elephant, and it was all in vain. Yifeng hit them, which was painful, but they couldn't hit Yifeng at all, because Yifeng could dodge. In less than a minute, a group of gangsters were all lying on the ground, each one wailing. Yifeng pulled up Zissou, who was sitting on the bench, and said, "It's settled. Where should we go now?" Zissou was already stunned. "Is this true? Yifeng is so man. So awesome. I really deserve my confession. I found a treasure. Go to the supermarket. I want to celebrate." "Celebrating what?" "I found a treasure." Yifeng already knew what Zissou was talking about, so he shook his head helplessly and followed. The two went to another supermarket. Zissou made another big purchase, and finally left the supermarket. As soon as she entered the house, Zissou couldn't wait to announce that from now on, Yifeng was her personal object. However, Cici and Xiaobai had already played the game, and no one heard them at all. Yifeng came to Zissou's door with snacks in hand and said, "Should I walk in? Or should you take it in yourself?" Zissou looked at his room and said, "Forget it for today. I'll bring it in myself. You can go back." Yifeng said, "It's so sad to dislike me so quickly." When Yifeng was about to leave, Zissou stood up on tiptoes and quickly kissed Yifeng on the face, then quickly closed the door. Yifeng stood stupidly in front of the door of Zissou's room. Is this true? He was actually kissed by a girl, although the relationship was just confirmed. It came a little too fast. Yifeng walked back to his room stupidly, not knowing what was going on. He had already arrived in the fantasy world. When Yifeng went offline today, he was in the Imperial City, which was much larger than Xuanwu City, where Yifeng was located. Moreover, this was the base of Lanqi Valley and Xinhua. As soon as he went online, Yifeng heard someone complaining. "Hey, where did this NPC come from? Why is it standing in front of my stall blocking the road?" "NPC, go away." Yifeng glared at the man and slowly left the stall area. This was the first time Yifeng came to the Imperial City. The Imperial City had the first emperor of Fantasy World, who lived in the middle of the Imperial City. There was a smaller in the real Imperial City. Yi Feng walked to the Imperial City and admired the scenery of the Imperial City. Unexpectedly, an NPC came over at this time and said, "You are a low-level village chief. Don't you know that this is the Imperial City? Go away." Yi Feng was so angry that he said directly, "I am the village chief. What do you want?" The NPC drew his sword and said, "Anyone who breaks into the Imperial City will be killed without mercy." Yi Feng shrank his neck. This NPC couldn't even see its level. He would definitely be killed instantly. It was better to give in. Just when Yi Feng was about to leave, a voice stopped Yi Feng. Chapter 75 Royal Palace. Yi Feng turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that the person calling him was the city lord of Xuanwu City. He didn't expect this guy to come here. Yi Feng said, "Lord City Lord, it is really an honor for me to meet you here." The city lord of Xuanwu City said, "Village Chief Yi. It is Xianyun Yehe, who came here from the distant Xuanwu City." Yi Feng said, "There is nothing to do in the village, so I just walked around." "No. I was almost killed by this guy." The lord of Xuanwu City snorted coldly. And the NPC soldier quickly knelt down and said, "I made a mistake. Lord, please forgive me." Upon seeing this, Yi Feng said, "Lord City Lord, this guy is also doing his duty. He is not wrong. It is me who is wrong. I don't understand the rules." Ding! System prompts, NPC favorability plus 100. Your current favorability towards NPC reaches the first level. First acquaintance. Yi Feng was a little surprised that this could actually increase his favorable impression. Life is full of surprises. The attitude of the city lord of Xuanwu City also changed immediately, saying, "Since village chief Yi says you are not guilty, then get up and continue patrolling." The NPC said respectfully, "Yes. I will go right away. Village chief Yi thanks you for your kindness. I will never forget it." Yi Feng waved his hand and asked this guy to leave. The city lord of Xuanwu City in front of him was the real owner. The previous picture of Halua's secret realm allowed him to get an artifact. Let's see if he can get anything from him. Village Chief Yi. "I still like the treasure map I gave you before." Yi Feng said, "Not bad." City Lord. "Are you going to see the Emperor?" "Well, I have something to discuss. And I happen to hit you. How about I take you to see the world? But don't walk around." Yi Feng said happily, "Everything will follow the arrangements of the City Lord. I will just follow you." "Well, let's go." Following the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yi Feng entered the real Imperial City of Dao. There were 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. There were guards everywhere, and they were heavily guarded. It was not until the 7th floor of the corridor that Yi Feng finally saw the appearance of the Golden Palace. The atmosphere was vigorous, and there were many guards, all of whom were wearing golden battle armor. When they saw the Lord of Xuanwu City, they all bowed their heads in awe, and no one stopped Yi Feng. However, with Yi Feng's identity, he definitely couldn't go to see the Emperor. Otherwise it would be against the rules. When they were about to arrive at the Jinluan Palace, the Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Stand behind me when you enter." Yi Feng responded, "Understood." The Lord of Xuanwu City has arrived. A eunuch shouted at the top of his lungs. And Yi Feng followed the Lord of Xuanwu City and finally entered the Jinluan Hall. "Haha. The Lord of Xuanwu City is here. Now all the city lords are here. Let's officially start." A hearty voice sounded, and it was from the aloof emperor. I originally thought that the emperor was very majestic, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. The Lord of Xuanwu City walked to a seat and sat down, while Yi Feng stood up slowly. At this time, the emperor said, "I came to you this time because of the demon clan. A few days ago, the law enforcement elders of the holy city came to me and hoped that we could unite to deal with the demon clan. People from the holy city have the nerve to come for help. So we won't unite." Yi Feng looked around and saw that this person was the city lord of White Tiger City. I am afraid that this idea would have serious objections to the law enforcers of the holy city. That's right. Last time when Lord White Tiger was besieged by demons, the people from the holy city stood aside and watched the excitement. If we hadn't arrived in time, Lord White Tiger would have been in trouble. The Lord of Suzaku City who spoke was a woman. The emperor said, "I know that you all have objections to the law enforcers in the holy city, but we still have to guard against this large-scale invasion by the demons." Your Majesty, our 7 main cities don't need to be afraid of the demons to unite. When it comes to the holy city, we know that we are being squeezed out and are afraid of being wiped out by the demons. So we came here for help. The Lord of Qilong City is right. Those idiots in the Holy City are not worthy of being brothers with us. And they will not unite. Everyone else spoke more or less. But the Xuanwu City Lord in front of Yifeng didn't speak. And I didn't know what he was thinking. But in the end, the result was that we disagreed with the alliance and directly isolated the other party. He was unkind and we were unjust. There was nothing wrong with it. Yifeng followed Xuanwu City Lord out of the palace. Xuanwu City Lord asked, "Isn't it strange why I don't participate?" Yifeng nodded and said, "There will indeed be questions. It's very simple. I come from the Holy City. I have a neutral attitude towards all matters related to the Holy City. They are already used to it. And I am His Majesty's person now. The Holy City is just a formality to me. That means no union. Aren't you worried about the situation in the Holy City?" "Yes. But there is nothing we can do about it. The Holy City has always acted in a unique way. This is their characteristic and weakness. This is not what I want to learn." Only then did Yifeng realize that the NPC was so smart. And that the Xuanwu City Lord was so powerful. He knew how to make up for each other's weaknesses. Take the essence and discard the dross. And he probably had the highest combat power among all the City Lords. "City Lord, if nothing happens, I'll leave first. If you have something to do, please send me a letter to the Holy City." Yifeng asked, "Don't you want to help?" "I won't help. But I owe them a favor, and I have to pay it back. So let's do it this time." Ding. System prompts. "Do you want to accept the mission from the Lord of Xuanwu City?" "Yes." After accepting the mission, Yifeng had a letter in his hand. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Go. It may be helpful to you." "Okay. Let's say goodbye to the City Lord." Yifeng left Xuanwu City Lord and walked towards the teleportation array to the Holy City. Yifeng opened the mission details, which read, "Give this letter from the Lord of Xuanwu City to a law enforcer named Lisa in the Holy City. And she will tell you everything." As soon as he arrived in Xuanwu City, Yifeng headed towards the location of the mission, which was the largest place in the Holy City, the Law Enforcement Hall. Standing in front of the Law Enforcement Hall, Yifeng was stopped by someone. "This is the Law Enforcement Hall, and no one else is allowed to enter." Only then did Yifeng realize that he was still an NPC and a small village chief. No wonder players could go in, but he couldn't. Around a corner, Yifeng transformed into a soldier and walked into the Law Enforcement Hall. Lisa is a female mentor in the Law Enforcement Hall. Her task is to issue the Law Enforcement Hall tasks to players. Yifeng walked over, and Lisa said, "Newcomer, go and drive that wooden stake, so that you can become a qualified Holy City warrior." Yifeng said, "I'm here to deliver a letter." As he spoke, Yifeng handed the letter to Lisa. Lisa looked at the words on the letter and her expression changed a little. But in the end, she returned to her original appearance. "You are the village chief he mentioned. But you?" Yifeng immediately changed his appearance as the village chief and said, "That's a disguise technique. Only by disguising myself as a warrior can I enter here. Otherwise, I will be blocked from the door." Seeing Yifeng return to his NPC appearance, Lisa breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I read the letter. Can you do me a favor?" Ding. System prompt. Law Enforcer Lisa asks for help. Do you want to accept it? Chapter 76. Doug reappears. There is a small village around the Holy City that has been occupied by demons. I hope you can help me investigate what level of demon generals are here this time. Yifeng said, "Okay. I'll do it right away." Yifeng left the law enforcement hall. Unexpectedly, he ran into an old acquaintance as soon as he went out. The person who came was none other than Liang Chen. Liang Chen looked at Yifeng, and Yifeng looked at Liang Chen. Liang Chen said, "Oh, isn't this the famous Yifeng? How come he has time to come to a poor place like the Holy City?" Yifeng said, "That's right. A shabby place like the Holy City is not your territory. Are you qualified to control me? Even if it is your territory. Do you have the ability to stop me?" Liang Chen said, "Haha. Yifeng. Yifeng. This is the Holy City, not your Xuanwu City. Stay calm. We have many Xinhua brothers here. Threaten me?" Liang Chen sneered, "Isn't it?" Yifeng rolled his eyes at Liang Chen and said, "If you have the ability, come. Let's go and do our mission. Don't pay attention to this lunatic." With that said, Liang Chen led the people into the law enforcement hall, while Yifeng walked towards the north gate of the Holy City. As soon as he left the north gate, Yifeng passed by an archer. Because Yifeng was looking at the map, he didn't pay attention and left directly. When the archer arrived, he kept looking at Yifeng and whispered, "Yifeng? What is this guy doing in our holy city? About half an hour later, Yi Feng finally arrived at the outskirts of a dilapidated village. From a distance, he could see that a battle had taken place here not long ago, and there were many corpses of dead demon and human soldiers on the ground. Yi Feng glanced around and saw that there were many demons in the village, but they were too far away, and Yi Feng couldn't see clearly who were inside. In order to see clearly the situation inside, Yi Feng kept approaching the village, and there were many demon guards near the village. They were responsible for patrolling to see if any human beings had sneaked in. At this time, Yi Feng realized how important the assassin was. He could become invisible directly, as long as he was not noticed by the other party, and did not attack the other party. It would be difficult for him to be discovered by the other party. At this moment, Yi Feng has reached the outskirts of the village, and there are demon soldiers patrolling around him from time to time. If it weren't for the many protective walls in the village, Yi Feng might have been discovered by the demon soldiers long ago. At this time, the voice of the demon general came from the village. What do you do for a living? If you can't even defeat a law enforcer, you might as well just die. Sir, the law enforcer is at the same level as you. We can stop him at most, but we can't defeat him at all. If you hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid we would have died long ago. Humph. It's a good thing we didn't let them discover our secret. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to escape. Sir, even we don't know what this secret is. It's strange that they know it. Humph. I won't tell you. The law enforcers are so scheming. Who knows what methods they will use to get in here? Every one of you is suspicious. I am the only one who knows the secret. Remember to be more vigilant. We haven't seen the big army yet. When you come, don't cause any trouble for me. Yes, sir. That's what you said. Let's do it now. Yi Feng had already seen this group of demons. One of the demons who looked like a general was lecturing them, but they quickly dispersed. However, Yi Feng hid in a house and did not dare to move. But at this moment, the demon general walked towards the house where he was. Yi Feng knew that it was terrible. This could not be the residence of some demon general. Yi Feng looked around carefully this time. It seemed that it was really the case. No wonder the guards here were so lax. It turned out to be the territory of the big boss. But Yi Feng couldn't care about that much anymore and could only find a place to hide himself. Not long after, the demon general pushed in the door, closed the door, and carefully took out a black crystal ball from his arms. But Yi Feng didn't know what it was. I only heard the demon general say, "This hard work is really torturous. Injecting demonic energy once a day is really unlucky. I hope the troops will come soon." Yi Feng watched as the demon general began to pour demon energy into the crystal ball. Yi Feng watched silently. But who would have thought that this guy suddenly glanced at Yi Feng's position while typing, put away the crystal ball in a panic, and shouted, "Who is it?" Yi Feng didn't dare to think too much. He just crushed the return scroll and returned to the city. Just when Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, Yi Feng discovered that the scroll to return to the city was crushed. But it was not teleported away, but was still in place. Damn human race. Now that you know the secret of my demon race, go to HL. With no way to go, Yi Feng watched helplessly as a ball of demonic energy enveloped him. Yi Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect that I would be like this. I was killed by a move from a big boss." But just when Yi Feng thought he was going to die, a ball of black energy came out of Yi Feng's body, and he even spoke. "Pastor, you guys want to kill me." The demon general was stunned. He was obviously from his demon clan, and he also knew his name. Anyone who dared to talk to him like this was either on the same level as him or higher than him. "Who are you and why are you peeking at me?" The black devil said, "Pastor, I am Doug. I bought it." "Doug? You're not dead? You're not dead?" The black devil said, "Am I so easy to die? This little guy is my carrier. Don't hurt him. I still have to practice." Pastor looked at Yi Feng, who was hiding behind the door curtain, and said, "Well, who did I think it was? It's okay. I'm one of my own. When will you come back? My soul has been severely damaged, and it may take a long time. It will not be easy for me to come out and speak. I will go back first and talk again when I have the opportunity." "Okay. Lord Demon Emperor thinks you are dead. Find a time to explain to him." The black devil energy returned to Yi Feng's body again. Yi Feng no longer knew what to say. It was incredible that this Daoge was not dead. He was in his own body. But now that Doug had excused himself, Yi Feng pretended to be bold and walked out and said, "General Pastor, I'm leaving first. Well, go ahead. Saying that, Yifeng ran out quickly, not giving Pastor a chance to regret. After leaving the village, Yifeng was very confused as to why Doug appeared. Although this was a game, it was too weird. He was still in his body. Yifeng looked through the system prompts and found out that Yifeng had actually found it. It was because of Pastor's Black Devil energy that Doug was activated. But Doug was not in Yifeng's body, but in the ring in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng looked at the ring in his hand. It was still a ring of unknown origin, but there was an extra ring at the back, which sealed the soul of the demon Doge. What's the use of this thing? Chapter 77 Double Agent. Regardless of the ring, Yifeng returned to the holy city with the secrets he knew. When Yifeng came to Lisa again, Lisa looked at Yifeng in surprise and said, "So fast?" Yifeng said, "Of course. We've almost figured it out." Lisa said, "Come to my office with me." "Okay." Following Lisa, Yifeng walked into an office. At first glance, this office belonged to Lisa because there were many feminine things. The most noticeable thing was that there was a sign hanging on the wall. It was a photo of a group of young people, like a graduation photo. Lisa looked in the direction Yifeng was looking and said, "This is the graduation photo of which class of law enforcers we have." Yifeng nodded and pointed at one of the women. "That should be you." Lisa nodded, and Yifeng continued, "The person next to you should be the current Lord of Xuanwu City." "You know everything?" Yifeng nodded and said, "The Lord of Xuanwu City has already told me that he was originally a law enforcer. But now, he is the Lord of Xuanwu City. Since he knows that he is a law enforcer, why doesn't he come to see me himself instead of entrusting you with it?" Yifeng said, "Because he is a member of the Empire, not a law enforcer." "Really? Then why does he want to help me?" Yifeng said, "He said that this is a favor he owes someone and must be repaid." Lisa sighed. It was already a fact that the Lord of Xuanwu City would not come back. It was just that she was still imagining it. Shaking away these worries, Lisa asked, "What did you find out?" "There is a general among this group of demons named Pastor." Lisa nodded and said, "Well, this guy is at the same level as our law enforcers. He is indeed very strong. But this is not the news I want, because I know he is coming." Yifeng said, "Don't worry. I haven't finished talking yet. For Pastor, he carries this crystal ball and needs to input the magic energy once a day. This thing is said to be their secret, but I don't know what it is." Hearing Yifeng's words, Lisa's expression became serious and said, "Magic crystal bomb. Does this guy want to destroy the holy city? He actually brought such a dangerous thing. I must tell the Pope." Yifeng said, "Has my mission been completed?" Lisa said, "Of course. If you need any reward, you have provided great news to our holy city. I will ask the Pope to give it to you." Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "If possible, I would like a weapon spirit. If not, the divine blessing water would be fine." Lisa frowned and said, "We don't have such a thing as a spirit, but we do have the divine blessing water. But I don't know if the Pope is willing to give it to you. After all, that thing is very precious." Yifeng said, "Please. Okay. I'll try my best to fight for you." Saying that, Lisa left the office. Yifeng sat here waiting for Lisa to come back. After all, he had not completed this task yet, and could only wait for Lisa to come back. Less than half an hour later, Lisa, who had left, finally came back and said with excitement, "Great. The Pope promised to give you the divine blessing water. But you need to complete a task." Yifeng said, "What mission?" "Go to the village and destroy the magic crystal bomb." Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you asking me to die? That thing is carried by Pastor, and he can crush me to death with one hand." Lisa said helplessly, "This is the Pope's request. After all, things like divine blessing water are too precious. I thought he wouldn't agree. Since he has agreed, it will be a bit difficult. But I will cooperate with you." Yifeng said, "Seriously?" "That's right. As long as you send a signal, I will rescue you. I can still handle this guy Pastor. Of course, this is my personal wish. Consider it a reward for sending the message." Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you a message." Then Lisa handed Yifeng a flare. As long as it was crushed, Lisa could see it. Yifeng left the law enforcement hall with a worried look on his face. When Yifeng came to the outskirts of the village again, the place was still the same as before. Yifeng disguised himself as a mage. This time he wanted to go in head-on. Because of Doug, he shouldn't be afraid. When Yifeng walked to the entrance of the village, a group of demon soldiers surrounded Yifeng and shouted, "Who are they? Arrest them." A dark flame rose directly from Yifeng's palm, and he said in a low voice, "One of my own? I'm here to find Pastor." One of the demon soldiers saw this and said, "I'll wait. I'll report it." It didn't take long for Yifeng to be brought in by Pastor's men. Arriving at Pastor's residence again, Yifeng said, "Master Pastor, my master asked me to tell you that your secret has been exposed, and now the holy city is thinking of ways to eradicate you." Pastor said, "It's impossible. Your master Doug just knew our secret before. How could it be known by the people in the holy city?" "Pastor," my master said, "believe it or not, if you don't want to die, just follow my master's arrangements." Pastor said, "Your master is not a good person. Why should I listen to him?" Yifeng said, "If you don't believe it, take a look at the direction of the holy city yourself." Pastor shouted coldly, "Just watch. It's no big deal." Pastor flew directly into the sky and looked towards the direction of the holy city. Sure enough, he found that the law enforcers of the holy city were beginning to gather. Now Pastor finally believed Yifeng's words. Pastor landed on the ground, grabbed Yifeng's hand and said, "What's going on? How could the people in the holy city know about it?" Yifeng said, "Maybe you have already had spies from the holy city infiltrated here. But you didn't realize that the magic crystal bomb needs to lose magic once a day. So it must have been seen." Pastor felt annoyed and said, "I knew there was a spy here, and I had to do this task. Damn those bastards. It's like asking me to die." Yifeng said, "Do you still need my master's help?" Pastor said quickly, "Yes. Of course I need it. Let your master Doug come out quickly." Yifeng shook his head and said, "Master has consumed a lot of soul power before he came out. He is resting now. But everything has been told to me. Whether you can do it or not depends on you. Tell me what it is." Yifeng said, "If you want my master's help, you can. But you need to be paid?" "I understand this. Tell him what he wants." Yifeng said, "A top-quality dark agate and 10,000 years of black water." Pastor's expression changed. It was obvious that Pastor either had these two things or he didn't. Pastor said, "Your master plans to refine the staff?" "Yes. His staff was destroyed during the previous battle with the law enforcer. Choose one of the best dark agate and 10,000 years of black water. Otherwise, even if you are punished by the demon emperor, I will not agree to your master's request." Chapter 78, Demon Sealed Copy. Choose one of the best dark agate and 10,000 years of black water. Otherwise, even if you are punished by the demon emperor, I will not agree to your master's request. It seems that this guy has them all. Things like black water are probably easier to find. Otherwise they wouldn't want so many. And the best dark agate is probably the key point. So I want that one. Yifeng said, "My master said, if you don't give me two, I will give you the best dark agate. You must have this thing." Pastor scolded, "You are a master who is good at everything. But you only care about other people's treasures, which makes people angry. Take the things and tell me how to do it." Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting a top-quality dark agate, extremely rare. Yifeng secretly smiled in his heart. He didn't expect to get a rare material so easily. It seems that his brain is quite useful. Yifeng said, "You hand over the magic crystal bomb to me, and you hold the law enforcer here. I will take this thing to the holy city, and my master will come out and detonate it. By then, the holy city will be in chaos, and we will the best time for the demons to attack." Hearing that the magic crystal bomb was to be handed over to Yifeng, Pastor hesitated, but this seemed to be the best way, as long as they came to encircle and suppress something. Doug detonated the magic crystal bomb, and the holy city was ruined. How could they care about yourself? Really want to give it to you? Yifeng said, "This is the only way, because I can disguise myself as a soldier of the holy city. I also found out the news in the holy city that the law enforcers of the holy city want to surround you. Otherwise, I will tell you what to do." Pastor nodded, which seemed to make sense. So he slowly took out the magic crystal bomb and handed it to Yifeng with some reluctance. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting a magic crystal bomb, dangerous. Yifeng took the magic crystal bomb and put it into his backpack unceremoniously, saying, "The law enforcers are about to be assembled, and I have to leave first. You see the situation yourself, and run away if you can't defeat it. But my master in the holy city will definitely give it to you." He exploded and his body was destroyed. My master wanted to kill all the law enforcers. Pastor had no doubts about Yifeng's statement. After all, Doug was indeed hunted down by the law enforcers. In the end, only his soul was left. His hatred for the law enforcers was probably deeper than that of any demon clan member. Pastor said, "Okay, you leave from the back of the village. The sooner the better. Clear." After Yifeng left quickly, as soon as he left the village, Yifeng crushed the signal flare Lisa gave him. Only the law enforcers could see the signal flare because it was a holy light. After Lisa received the signal flare, she shouted, "All warriors, attack!" Lisa was the first to rush into the village and shouted, "Pastor, you dare to carry something as dangerous as a magic crystal bomb. Aren't you afraid of blowing yourself to pieces?" "Humph. I didn't expect you law enforcement spies to be so powerful. But it won't be long before your holy city will be razed to the ground." "Ha ha. Then let me kill you first." "Huh? You're the only one who has to die." At this moment, Yifeng had already escaped and returned to the holy city. He saw them fighting from a distance. The village was also beaten to pieces. Many demon soldiers and holy city soldiers were affected and died. Yifeng didn't bother to care so much, but went directly to the law enforcement hall and waited for Lisa's arrival. Perhaps because they hadn't seen Yifeng for a long time, Lisa and Pastor couldn't tell the difference. Lisa shouted, "Withdraw." Pastor was extremely depressed at the moment. He had promised to detonate the magic crystal bomb in the holy city, but nothing happened for so long. This damn Doug not only defrauded me of the magic crystal bomb, but also defrauded me of the ultimate darkness. Agate, it's so hateful. I must play your part in front of the Demon King. Yifeng had finished his dinner, and as soon as he got online, he saw Lisa coming back with her tired body. When Lisa saw that Yifeng had returned to the back of the law enforcement hall, she smiled and said, "Did it succeed?" Yifeng said, "It is necessary. Now that Pastor has no magic crystal bomb, I suggest that the holy city go out to encircle and suppress us. Otherwise, the demons will think that our holy city is easy to bully." Lisa smiled with difficulty and said, "Okay, I'll report it to the Pope right now." Not long after, the entire holy city issued a recruitment notice and went to the villages to exterminate the demon clan members. And Lisa also carefully came to Yifeng with a piece of divine blessing water. "Village Chief Yi, this is a gift from the Pope to you as an encouragement for our contribution to the law enforcement palace." Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on getting a bottle of divine blessing water, extremely rare. Yifeng took the divine blessing water and said with excitement, "Thank you, Lisa." Lisa said, "You deserve this. Thank you for doing so much for our temple. And thank you for your letter." Yifeng smiled and said, "It's because the Lord of Xuanwu City believes in me. And it's because you believe in me that we can be in this situation now. By the way, don't you want a weapon spirit? I know where you can get it." Yifeng asked happily, "Where?" "Hidden Sword Mountain Range." Yifeng felt that he opened the map and started looking for the Hidden Sword Mountain Range. The result made Yifeng feel like crying. The Hidden Sword Mountain Range was actually in a level 60 area. Currently, that area was not open at all. Even if it was open, he would not be able to get through it. It seems we have to wait for a long time. The warriors were summoned outside the law enforcement hall to kill the demons. Now they have set off in great force. But Yifeng did not join in the fun, because he knew how terrible Pastor was. And this guy must hate himself to death now. Go to die is to die. But in the end, the Pope personally took action and directly sealed Na Post. Ding! System prompt. After the unremitting efforts of many players, the level 20 Demon Sealed Valley copy was successfully opened. Located in the Holy City, Yifeng leaned back. It turned out that this was a dungeon activation task. But it was too difficult. If he hadn't been a dark magician, he might not have been able to activate it. However, as soon as the dungeon was opened, Yifeng looked at the level rankings. The first person in the ranking was Chao Ci, who was only level 19. The second place was actually level 18. Yifeng couldn't believe it. Why was he ranked second? Could it be because these tasks cannot be accomplished? Yifeng quickly looked through the mission reward experience, and suddenly found that it was too much. And he almost reached level 19, which was completely beyond Yifeng's expectation. Chapter 79 Dingtian is fighting the boss. Hey, it's really strange that it's not Yifeng when I open the dungeon this time. That's right. Yifeng, why don't you go on TV? There has been no movement for a few days. Brother Yifeng, if you can be the first to kill the level 20 Demon Sealing Valley Dungeon King mode, I will be yours. Upstairs, please pay attention to your appearance. Yifeng belongs to me. The purple rabbit spoke. Yifeng was so embarrassed that he didn't want to watch the World Channel anymore. What are these? I'm on TV. Why? It's me again. I'm not on it. You said you miss me. Why are you so mean? As for those who confessed, Yi Feng ignored it. There is nothing left for Yi Feng in the holy city. Yi Feng has already got what he deserves. Yi Feng plans to go back to Xuanwu City. Why does he feel twisted when he stays here? The buildings in Xuanwu City look comfortable. Maybe this is the first visually. Just when Yi Feng was about to leave, at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, a beggar NPC was kicked down by a guard just as he was about to climb up the stone steps of the law enforcement hall. Where are you begging for food? Is this a place where you can come? Let's go! After the beggar was kicked down, he crawled away to other places. The NPC beggar's feet were chopped off, and he couldn't walk. He could only crawl on the ground. Fortunately, there was a piece of rubber padding underneath him. Otherwise, he would have been able to crawl like this. The skin is almost broken. Yi Feng squatted in front of the beggar and said, "Uncle, do you want to go in?" The beggar shook his head and ignored Yi Feng, but continued to crawl forward. But this made Yi Feng feel strange. He shook his head and said no. "Then why did you want to go in just now?" Yi Feng asked again, "Uncle, can I help you?" The beggar ignored Yi Feng and continued crawling. "Hey, brother. Since the first day I came to the holy city, I have discovered that this beggar is just an NPC. He is of no use. Don't ask." Yi Feng felt that it shouldn't be the case. The little girl was like this before. And finally she got the celestial silkworm in her armor. Will this be the same? Just when Yi Feng wanted to continue asking, Xiaohe came with a message. "Boss, I found an important piece of information." Yi Feng asked, "What information?" "Found the treasure?" Xiaohe said, "I can still tell you when I find the treasure. I have kept it for myself long ago. I found someone from Dingtian." Yi Feng said angrily, "There are a lot of them in Qinglong City. This one is useful." "No. I found out that Dingtian's people are secretly beating the boss." The corner of Yi Feng's mouth moved. "This is really good news." Yi Feng asked, "Where is it?" "Qinglong City." "Aren't there Dingtian people always chasing me? Aren't I always going to make trouble for them? I won't be able to find their team to fight the boss." Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Can you do something serious all day long? I give you a set of equipment, and you go out to pick troubles. I really want to say to you, well done. Location. Boss, I was almost scared to death by you. It's located at the north gate of Qinglong City. I'll send you the coordinates of the specific location." "Good." At this moment, Dingtian's team has gathered hundreds of people. They discovered this boss yesterday. It is a silver boss with a level of 25. So far, no guild has killed the silver boss. So Dingtian secretly gathered them. Hundreds of people started attacking this boss today. This is a silver level bull demon king. It has been beaten to almost half of its blood by Dingtian's people. Huang Shaotian is directing it at the scene. The priest adds blood to keep up with him. The shield warrior in front is holding on. If he holds on, don't let the bull demon king rush out. Otherwise the fight will be in vain. Huang Shaotian was not only the commander, but also the main force in the battle. He was attacking and commanding at the same time. And not far behind him, Yin Yu mercilessly used all his skills on the bull demon king. If nothing happens, the bull demon king will be killed by them in more than 10 minutes. But it happened that at this time, someone discovered Xiaohe's existence. "President, that Ye Feng Gao has been hiding nearby. Should we kill him?" Huang Shaotian frowned. If Ye Haifeng shouted for Yi Feng to come, it would be troublesome. Huang Shaotian immediately ordered, "Attack the boss with all your strength and leave him alone." He originally thought that if he was discovered by them, the other party would send people to attack him. However, Xiaohe was ready to escape, but found that they ignored him at all. Xiaohe said angrily, "You guys look down on others. Why am I not a threat? I will make you look good later." "Yo, who do you want to make look good?" A voice came from behind Xiaohe, startling Xiaohe, and said, "Boss, can you tell me in advance? Even if you call my name, you will appear out of nowhere and scare me to death." Yi Feng made a silent gesture and said, "Keep your voice down. They haven't found me yet. Let me see what's going on with the boss." Yi Feng was lying on the uphill slope. The blood volume of the bull demon king under his feet had almost reached 1/3. In a few minutes, he would probably be killed by them. "Boss, when will we take action?" Yi Feng said, "What's the rush? There's still a lot of blood." "Oh, can we grab it later?" Yi Feng said, "It's probably impossible to grab it. There are so many of them. So it goes without saying. Then what are we doing here?" Grab the boss. Boss, you said you can't get it. What else are you trying to get? Yifeng said, the location here is directly broadcast to the world, saying that Dingtian's people are in the golden boss, and will die if they still have a quarter of their health. Boss, you are too cruel. This is the silver boss. You said the gold boss will probably attract many guilds. Just treat them as protection money. Xiao He smiled sinisterly, and immediately sent a message to Shiji Pingdao. At the XX location of Qinglong City, Dingtian is fighting the golden boss. There is still a quarter of the blood left. He is about to die. Come and grab it. Golden boss. That's different. It seems that this thing has never been seen before the zone was opened. A large number of people in the world asked if it was real. In the end, Yifeng said, really? I was there. For a time, a lot of people rushed to Qinglong City. The golden boss was 100% equipped with gold equipment. If you grabbed it, you would make a fortune. Who doesn't want to make a fortune? And Huang Shaotian's face was already gloomy. Yifeng was also here, and he was nearby. They discovered such a secret thing as beating the boss. Knowing that he couldn't take it, he sent it to the world. This was to make Dingtian what a failure. Yifeng, if the boss is robbed today, I will kill you and surrender. Huang Shaotian roared. Xiao He, who was hiding aside, said, Boss, they are going to kill you and surrender. It's terrible. Will it implicate me? Yifeng smiled and said, then let me ask you whether to kill you or not. Hey, President Huang. My little He asked me to ask you if you can kill him. He said he is so scared. When Yifeng said these words, Huang Shaotian was almost killed. Yin Yu beside him almost laughed out loud. This was too arrogant. Huang Shaotian glared at Yifeng and Xiao He in the distance, and shouted, speed up. The boss is about to die. Hurry up. How could Yifeng not know Huang Shaotian's intention? Yifeng said, Xiao He, are you ready? Xiao He licked his lips and said, Boss, my blood is boiling. Hidden body. If you can kill, kill. If you can't kill, just run. Chapter 80, a complete breakup. Xiao He disappeared directly from everyone's sight, while Yifeng looked at everyone in Dingtian with a smile. President, the assassin is about to rob. Huang Shaotian said, fight seriously? The boss must be ours. At this time, some individual players, and some people from small gangs finally dared to come over one after another. When they saw the boss, although they were a little disappointed, it was a silver boss after all, with a 50% chance of exploding. The gold equipment is also pretty good, and the boss is really about to die. As soon as the individual players appeared, Dingtian's people started to get restless. Huang Shaotian shouted loudly, Dear friends, I, Dingtian, am here to fight the boss today. If you don't intervene and pretend that nothing happened, otherwise, more and more players are coming. There are already dozens of them. Seeing that the boss is about to die, one of them said, there are so many players here. Do you think we are stupid? We are not going to rob him. Grab it. A group of players began to rush forward. Dingtian's back row was filled with priests and squishies. Dingtian's formation was immediately dispersed. The front row's human shields lost the priest's health boost, and their health dropped sharply. A crash occurred. Huang Shaotian shouted with red eyes, all members abandon the boss, and clear the battlefield. For a moment, the whole scene became chaotic. The bull demon king lost control, and began to run rampant on the battlefield. Even if his blood volume continued to decrease, he could not stop his anger towards these players. Even if he died, we also need to support a group of players. And Yifeng stood high up, staring at the battlefield with his eyes. Yifeng knew that he was not the only one who was staring at the boss. But there was another person. That person was an archer, standing opposite Yifeng. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. We domineeringly want this boss. Yifeng raised the staff in his hand and said, it depends on your ability. Before the boss started fighting, Yifeng fought with the archer, but left the boss aside in the cold. So fast. This is the feeling that the archer gave Yifeng, because Yifeng is from the NPC perspective, and Yifeng can see the other party's name. Chao Ci. This person is the one at the top of the rankings. This man is indeed powerful. No wonder he levels up so quickly. Several more arrows flew past Yifeng, and Yifeng shouted, Earth fire bursts. The location where Chao Ci was exploded. But it was a pity that he had dodged it early. It's useless. I have already studied your skills. Yifeng looked at the other party in disbelief. What does this mean? It's so difficult that I've wanted to spar with myself for a long time. But I don't know him. Yi Feng said, I'm not interested in you. But I'm interested in you. Yi Feng's chrysanthemum tightened, and he quickly backed away. This guy's words made Yi Feng feel scared. And now, he didn't want to fight him at all, seemingly knowing that there was something wrong with his statement. Chao Xi said, I am interested in your strength. Yi Feng kept backing up and said, I'm not interested in you at all now. Bye. I don't know if you are interested in me or not. Anyway, I am not interested in you as a man. So I still feel it is better to leave. However, Yi Feng did not really leave, but hid aside. The Bull Demon King's blood volume is less than 1,000 points at the moment. But this guy is a silver boss after all, with a level of 25. Ordinary players may not be able to break through the defense. Yi Feng called Xiaohe and said, Xiaohe, where are you? Boss, I'm so enthusiastic about killing. I've killed a lot of people from Dingtian. Haha. Another one. Okay. Pay attention to the boss's blood volume and prepare to grab it. Clear. The magic in Yi Feng's hand has begun to gather. His magic with the highest attack damage is Earth Fire Explosion. As long as he hits a critical hit, this boss is completely his. Just when the boss's blood volume was less than 200, Yi Feng took action. Not only Yi Feng, but also many players took action and threw their best skills at the boss. Boom! Moo! The Bull Demon King who fell on the ground was motionless and was killed. Yi Feng shouted to Xiaohe, grab the equipment. Xiaohe rushed forward and grabbed the equipment in his hands. Before he could feel proud, the sky full of skills overwhelmed Xiaohe. The equipment that had just been picked up was exposed. For a moment, no one dared to step forward to grab the equipment. However, there was no absolute truth. An assassin took the equipment and ran away without ceremony. I don't know what skills he used, but he ran away. Boss, you've made a fortune. Listening to Xiaohe's excited voice, there was no anger at all. What's wrong? What equipment did you grab? Xiaohe said, there are 3 pieces of equipment in total, and 2 of them exploded. But the best one didn't explode. And it's mine. Send it to me. Bull Demon Helmet, for star gold physical defense 18 to 30. Magic defense 15 to 24. Constitution plus 10. Comes with the only passive skill Bloodthirsty. When the blood volume is less than 20%, it will gain a temporary state of massive defense and 800 blood points. Duration 10 seconds. Cooling time 1 minute. Yi Feng was stunned by his passive skill. Although it was not as abnormal as the passive skill of his own celestial silkworm inner armor, it was enough to fight back and escape. Xiaohe, you can use it yourself. Hey, I happen to be short of a helmet, but if I have money to buy it, it will probably cost a lot. Are you short of money? Xiaohe responded, it seems okay. Then use it yourself. Then Xiaohe stopped lying dead and went back to the city. Huang Shaotian, who lost the boss and failed to grab the equipment, was almost furious. The boss was snatched away by the domineering Chao Xi. After all, bows and arrows are faster than magic. Yi Feng took advantage of this. A bit of a loss. I didn't get it. The equipment was snatched away by an independent player again. All of this was caused by Yi Feng. Not Yi Feng or the others. How could the news of him defeating the boss leak out? Not only does the boss belong to him, but the equipment also belongs to him. And the reputation of the guild, so he went up. Yi Feng, you and I are at odds with each other. Yi Feng ignored Huang Shaotian and walked towards Qinglong City. Yi Feng, starting from today, I, Dingtian, swear to kill you and surrender. I will kill anyone who helps Yi Feng. It's the same for the 10 major guilds in the world. People from Dingtian began to flood the screen with copies, vowing to kill Yi Feng and force him to surrender. Yi Feng directly closed the world channel and didn't bother to pay attention to them. Don't you say that there is no hatred between us? If you want to kill yourself, just do it. Zizou privately chatted with Yi Feng and said, what kind of immoral things have you done? The president of Dingtian is so angry. If you lose the boss, you have to take out your anger on someone. They are so domineering that they don't dare to do it. If the others can't find it, then I will be the only one soon. Then you come into my sister's arms, and my sister will hug you back. Yi Feng said, forget it. My life will be even more difficult for you. Young lady, I'm afraid I'd better take a walk in my Xuanwu city. Hang up. I'll meet up with Xiaohe. Oh, be careful yourself. In Qinglong City, Yi Feng came to Xiaohe, and Xiaohe said, boss, you really don't want this helmet. It has great attributes. You can use it yourself. By the way, you can help me collect some materials when you have time. Xiaohei said, Boss. You tell me.